Chapter 177. Internal conflict in Bayer Leverkusen's defense. Lee Mingyu's free kick strikes deep though the match took place at Bayer Leverkusen's home ground. Manchester City swiftly demonstrated their formidable prowess, compelling Leverkusen to retreat into their own half from the very first whistle. The suffocating defense left Leverkusen gasping for air, feeling as though the Manchester City squad was even more intimidating than their encounters with Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga. The intensity of the Bundesliga is undoubtedly among the highest in the top 5 leagues, especially when facing Bayern, where a moment's lapse can lead to a spectacular attack from their midfielders. In the previous season's Bundesliga, Leverkusen and Bayern each secured victory on their home turf in their 2 encounters, resulting in a stalemate. However, in the 7th round of this season, Leverkusen triumphed over the league leaders with a score of 1-0, due to Robert Lewandowski's calf strain, which posed a risk to Poland's World Cup campaign. Bayern Munich graciously allowed him a 2-week hiatus. Leverkusen showcased commendable athleticism. Yet, in this UEFA Champions League group match, they felt immense pressure from the very first second. Despite having 6 midfielders and an additional forward dropping back, they found themselves unable to thwart Manchester City's 6-man offensive formation. Lee Mingyu, like a stabilizing anchor, ensured that no matter how hard Leverkusen's players tried, they could not disrupt Manchester City's rhythm. Instead, with his exceptional vision and remarkable control, Lee gradually exploited vulnerabilities in Leverkusen's defense. Continuous ball circulation fragmented Leverkusen's midfield. Upon receiving a lateral pass from Gundogan, Lee feigned a forward pass, prompting the opposing defensive midfielder to retreat. Yet, as he received the ball, he deftly pulled it back, keeping it firmly under his control, just as he prepared to advance. A familiar sensation washed over him. Standing still, the ball nestled beside his foot, his gaze blankly fixed ahead. In an instant, all the players who had been moving ceased their motions. Leverkusen's defenders appeared momentarily bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Despite Lee's seemingly vacant demeanor, none dared to press him, intimidated by his previous displays, believing he was concocting some clever trick. This pause lasted a full 3 seconds, a bewildering first for him on the pitch, where he had previously only experienced a brief moment of hesitation. The unexpected 3 seconds of emptiness left him wanting to vent his frustration. However, upon glancing down, he noticed the ball remained at his feet. 3 seconds had elapsed without anyone attempting to reclaim it. Leverkusen's players were indeed remarkably kind. Overwhelmed with emotion, he resolved to express his gratitude through a goal. As clarity returned to his mind, a wealth of information flooded into Lee Mingyu's consciousness. The width of the pitch, the wind's direction, the distances between defenders, and the runs of his forwards. In that moment, countless combinations danced through his thoughts. This was the one. Suddenly, he nudged the ball with his right foot, initiating a move to break toward the right. The defender opposing him was none other than Leverkusen's captain, Aranguiz. Previously, Aranguiz had wisely refrained from pressing, wary of falling for Lee Mingyu's ruse, as Lee appeared to be left with no choice but to advance. Aranguiz congratulated himself on his prudent decision, nearly falling into Lee's trap. Thinking he could outmaneuver Lee, Aranguiz quickly advanced, leaning into him while preparing to intercept the ball. Lee, noticing Aranguiz's advance, smirked slightly. His right foot, poised to nudge the ball, suddenly flicked as if by magic, transforming the move into a deft touch that pulled the ball back, causing it to glide past Aranguiz's right side. Aranguiz stood dumbfounded as the ball slipped by, while he executed a graceful nutmeg that left him cleanly behind. The captain, now off balance, stumbled and fell to the ground, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the Bayer fans in the Bay Arena. Their captain had been so thoroughly humiliated by an opponent, an indignity that could not be tolerated. Lee's maneuver was rife with provocation. At 34, Aranguiz had dedicated 7 years to Leverkusen, dutifully serving as captain for the past 2 years. Witnessing such a humiliation directed at their leader ignited the ire of Leverkusen's players. As Aranguiz was the final line of defense, 2 defenders surged forward to intercept Lee Mingyu. However, as they did, a chilling realization struck them simultaneously. "Why are you here?" Drahovic remarked nervously. "Why are you out here too?" Tapsoba echoed, both feeling the weight of their grave error. Lee's subtle provocation had led the opposing defenders to commit a monumental blunder. With both defenders advancing, another had no time to react. As he attempted to press forward, Lee executed a perfectly lofted pass over their heads. Jesus, astonished, could hardly believe his eyes. Had Leverkusen's defenders truly lost their minds, leaving themselves exposed? Fuming, Jesus received the ball, created an angle, deceived the goalkeeper, and deftly slotted the ball into the net. After scoring, he pointed at Lee Mingyu, exclaiming, "Brother, that pass was absolutely magnificent." Lee rushed to embrace him, responding, and that shot was equally stunning. Meanwhile, the two Leverkusen defenders exchanged exasperated gestures, questioning why the other had chosen to advance when one could have sufficed. As tensions flared, Captain Orang was hurried over, intervening to prevent a potential altercation. "What are you two doing? This is our home ground. There's no need for infighting." Passing by, Sterling wore a mischievous grin, clapping his hands mockingly, intensifying the frustration of the three defenders. The Bayer Leverkusen fans responded with thunderous boos, not directed at Manchester City, but aimed squarely at their own defenders. What a disgrace. How could they even contemplate fighting on the pitch? Upon witnessing the scene, the head referee approached and issued a verbal warning to both players. It is noteworthy that on the field, there have been numerous instances where teammates clashed, resulting in the referee dispatching each player with a red card. On April 2nd, 2005, Newcastle suffered a disheartening 0-3 defeat at home to Aston Villa, ending their streak of 13 unbeaten matches, during which Bowyer and Dyer engaged in a notorious altercation. The two midfielders, amidst a significant deficit, had a disagreement during a passing play. Bowyer attempted to drift wide, while Dyer sent the ball towards the center. Enraged, Bowyer confronted Dyer, who retaliated by grabbing Bowyer by the neck, leading to a scuffle. Consequently, both players were expelled by the referee, leaving the 306 spectators at St. James Park astounded. After the restart, Bayer Leverkusen struggled to mount any significant offensive, as Manchester City's defense proved exceptionally robust. Midfielders Lee Mingyu, Gundogan, and Rodri exhibited remarkable prowess in both attack and defense. The three forwards consistently retreated to bolster the defense, thereby nullifying Leverkusen's midfield advantage. In the 25th minute, Sterling, with the ball at the flank, suddenly cut inside, feigned a shot to evade a defender, and continued inward, only to be brought down by Tapsoba. This resulted in a direct free kick just outside the penalty area. Tapsoba's reckless action earned him a yellow card, much to the dismay of Dragovic. Although Sterling had cut in, his shooting angle had been entirely obstructed. Simply applying pressure would have sufficed. Why resort to a foul? This situation now presented the opposing team with a player capable of converting free kicks as effectively as penalty shots, a scenario that was indeed perplexing. The other Leverkusen players felt exasperated, having been cautioned repeatedly by their coach to avoid fouls near the penalty area and to refrain from granting advantageous free kick opportunities. The location of this foul was indeed ideal for a direct free kick. Goalkeeper Radecki, with a serious demeanor, organized the wall, yet internally berated Tapsoba for his impetuousness. The players forming the wall were reluctant, fully aware of Lee Mingyu's formidable free kick capabilities. A strike could inflict serious injury, if not worse. Despite their reluctance, the wall had to be formed. Observing the gravity on their faces, with hands shielding vital areas and feet hesitant to advance, it was evident that some were even stepping back. Did they truly believe that a minor retreat would mitigate the potential consequences? The ball was positioned just outside the penalty arc, while Lee Mingyu had already positioned himself nearly 40 meters from the goal, with a run-up of over 10 meters. Was he aiming to send the ball to Mars? The referee cast a sympathetic glance at the Leverkusen players while marking the line on the ground. Typically, after the referee draws the line, players in the wall would subtly inch forward to place their feet on it. However, today, not only did these players fail to step on the line, but some also retreated by half a foot. The referee quickly stepped back, waiting until he felt secure before blowing the whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, Lee Mingyu began to adjust his steps with quick, light movements before accelerating. At Bayer Arena, all fans held their breath, facing Lee Mingyu's free kick, even hesitant to boo in opposition. After all, Lee Mingyu had established his prowess with powerful free kicks. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he surged towards a ball. The camera captured the wall of Leverkusen players, nearly all of whom had turned pale, their fear palpable. The 5 players in the wall, unable to suppress their inner trepidation, instinctively shifted aside. With a stern expression, Lee Mingyu reached the ball, his left foot striking the left side forcefully while his right foot whipped the center with the ferocity of a whip. A flash of white light appeared as the ball pierced through the gap in the wall, hurtling towards a goal. Two Leverkusen players felt a sharp pain in their ribs as the ball sped between them, its velocity sending a tremor through their sides. Merely grazing them caused a sting. Had it struck directly, it could have fractured their ribs. The ball that slipped through the gap showed no signs of slowing down, continuing its trajectory towards the goal. By the time the goalkeeper noticed the incoming ball, it was already too late. Positioned behind the wall, the goalkeeper could not react effectively to a free kick coming from that side, whether it passed over, under, or through the wall. Radecki could only watch in astonishment as the ball found the net, rippling the back of the goal with a spectacular display. The Bayer Arena fell silent, akin to a graveyard, as all eyes fixated on a young man standing in place with his arms raised high. Although Lee Mingyu's powerful free kicks were renowned, Leverkusen had never faced him directly, leaving them unaware of the true extent of his strength. Today, they experienced firsthand the overwhelming pressure he exerted, which was truly chilling. In the 25th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu transformed the score to 2-0 with a direct free kick, leading 2-0 against the home team. Leverkusen appear to have lost their resolve after that free kick. With this goal, Lee Mingyu's total in the Champions League reached 20, surpassing Haaland. He set a record for the fastest 20 goals in the Champions League at 11 matches, while also becoming the youngest player to reach 20 goals at the age of 20 years and 201 days. In the 45th minute of the first half, the fourth official raised the board, indicating 1 minute of added time. The score remained at 2-0 as Manchester City, after a flurry of attacks, slowed the pace of the game. Even the most tireless would struggle to maintain such intensity. Leverkusen finally found a moment to breathe. As the final minute of added time approached, Leverkusen held possession while Manchester City's defense retreated. An unspoken understanding lingered between both teams. If they could merely survive this minute, all would be well. Even the referee frequently checked his watch, likely intending to blow the whistle precisely at 45 minutes and 59 seconds. What was meant to be a calm conclusion to the first half took an unexpected turn when, around 45 minutes and 45 seconds, Allianz passed back to Tapsoba, for reasons unknown, launched the ball into Manchester City's half. Lee Mingyu had been leisurely strolling when suddenly he sensed something amiss. Looking up, he noticed a football descending perfectly within his defensive range, with no Bayer Leverkusen players nearby to contest it. His eyes flickered with excitement as he deftly controlled the ball with his chest. Though the pass had been rather crude, the Leverkusen players merely harbored mild discontent towards Tapsoba. With the first half nearing its conclusion and only 10 seconds remaining, one might wonder what Manchester City could possibly achieve in such a fleeting moment. Observing the disorganized Leverkusen players eager to conclude the match, a sardonic smile crept across Lee Mingyu's lips. He initiated an assault. Suddenly, a shimmering path unfurled before him, revealing Leverkusen's defense to be alarmingly frail. At 45-51, Lee Mingyu commenced his sprint from the center circle. By 45-52, he had skillfully evaded the distracted Wirtz. At 45-53, he glided past the half-hearted Demirbay. At 45-54, he maneuvered effortlessly around the startled Allianz. The referee ceased glancing at his watch, instead hastening to keep pace with Lee Mingyu's rapid advance. At 45-55, the Leverkusen defense, finally regaining their wits, attempted to organize a counter. Yet they stood helplessly as Lee Mingyu surged past them with the ball. By 45-57, he had breached the penalty area, facing a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. At 45-58, as the keeper charged at him, Lee Mingyu executed his trademark feint, first to the left, then to the right, in a mesmerizing slow-motion display. The goalkeeper, Radecki, internally acknowledged the ruse, yet his body betrayed him, succumbing to the instinctive urge to react. At 45-59, witnessing Radecki collapse in despair, Lee Mingyu delicately flicked the ball with his right foot. The football danced like a mischievous sprite, soaring over the beleaguered keeper's head. At precisely 46-00, the ball descended from its height, rebounding into the net of Bayer Leverkusen. This goal, akin to a masterpiece, sent the crowd into a frenzy. The Bay Arena fell silent for nearly 3 seconds before a single clap resonated, followed by another, culminating in the entire Leverkusen fanbase rising in heartfelt applause. Once again, Lee Mingyu had enchanted an entire team's supporters with his artistry. The referee, in timely fashion, blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. As Lee Mingyu bantered jovially with his Manchester City teammates while departing the pitch, The Leverkusen players remained in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? Had they truly conceded a goal in merely 10 seconds? By the time they collected their thoughts, Manchester City's players had retreated to the tunnel, leaving only 6 or 7 Leverkusen players on the field, pondering the recent events. Suddenly, a cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the Leverkusen goal. There, 2 players clad in black jerseys were embroiled in a scuffle. What on earth was happening? Leverkusen's on-field players and the substitutes who had not yet departed rushed to separate the combatants, Dragovic and Tapsoba. Tapsoba bore a bruise near his eye, a direct result of Dragovic's punch. Conversely, Dragovic had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, which he forcefully spat onto the ground. What had just occurred? While the onlookers might have been in the dark, fans watching from home were well informed, as the broadcast had kindly replayed the entire altercation. Dragovic had confronted Tapsoba over his unsatisfactory pass in the dying moments of the match. At 32 years old, Dragovic had spent 7 years at Leverkusen, establishing himself as a veteran, while the 24-year-old Tapsoba had only joined the club less than 3 years prior. Dragovic had never harbored fondness for the young player, feeling his position was threatened. Tensions had been simmering for some time, and Tapsoba's performance today, marked by 2 costly errors leading to goals, only heightened Dragovic's dissatisfaction. Consequently, Dragovic vocally chastised Tapsoba after the match, igniting old grievances in the latter. With a furious shout, Tapsoba shoved Dragovic aside, catching him off guard. The goalkeeper Radecki, sensing impending chaos, was too late to intervene, witnessing Dragovic spring up like an enraged lion, raising his fist and striking Tapsoba squarely in the face. Tapsoba yelped in pain as the blow connected with the corner of his right eye, forcing him to shut it instinctively. However, Tapsoba, having grown up on the streets, was no pushover. He retaliated with a swift punch to Dragovic's chin. Had Dragovic not reacted quickly, the blow would have undoubtedly been a knockout. Nevertheless, the punch grazed Dragovic's chin, causing him to bite down on his own lip. The 2 men then became entangled in a fierce brawl. Radecki dashed forward, aiming to separate them, but the fury of their blows inadvertently struck him instead. "Stop hitting me, I'm on your side." Thankfully, other Leverkusen players arrived just in time to extricate Radecki from the fray. Head coach Hannes Wolf, trembling with anger at the unseemly spectacle of his players brawling on the field, was taken aback, having never witnessed such a scene in his relatively brief coaching career. Fortunately, the referee had already exited the pitch. Otherwise, he might have issued 2 red cards, sending both players home. Regardless, it was clear that neither would see the field for the remainder of the match. The Manchester City players, having returned to the dressing room, could hardly have imagined the drama that unfolded in their absence. Had they known, they might have lingered longer. As the second half commenced, Manchester City noticed an unexpected shift in Leverkusen's lineup. Both starting defenders had been substituted. What was this peculiar strategy? However, upon learning the backstory, the Manchester City players regarded their Leverkusen counterparts with newfound respect. They marveled at the boldness of the Bundesliga, where issues were addressed directly on the pitch, devoid of unnecessary pretense. Bravo! The departure of 2 defenders is of little consequence. However, following this tumultuous episode, the minds of Bayer Leverkusen's players have strayed far from the pitch. Consequently, in the 50th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu made a surging run from the back, received a return pass from Jesus, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot that pierced through Leverkusen's goal. Thus, he completed his hat trick. By the 55th minute, Guardiola replaced Lee Mingyu, unwilling to let his prized asset remain on the field for even a moment longer against such a listless Leverkusen. Should injury strike, who would be accountable? After embracing Guardiola as he exited, Lee Mingyu returned to the bench to observe the remainder of the match. In the Bayer Arena, the Leverkusen fans, clad in black jerseys, appear to be attending a funeral for their team. The score stood at 0-5. In their opening Champions League group match, Manchester City unveiled their ruthless nature. The formidable Bundesliga side, Bayer Leverkusen, resembled a team from a lower division, failing to pose any threat to Manchester City throughout the match, ending with a humiliating tally of 0 shots on goal. The most talked-about incident was the astonishing brawl between Leverkusen's defensive stalwarts. Although the 2 were substituted in the second half, the referee meticulously documented the incident in his report, which was subsequently submitted. 2 days later, UEFA announced sanctions against Leverkusen. Dragovic and Tapsoba were each handed a 2-match ban and fined 20,000, while while the club itself faced a 100,000 penalty. This ruling elicited laughter across the European football landscape, as Leverkusen found themselves in a rather precarious situation, with their players fighting on the pitch. They now faced a 2-match suspension, knowing that their upcoming opponents in the group included Barcelona and Milan, essentially 2 matches they would concede. After 3 matches, it is likely that Leverkusen's hopes will be dashed. Suddenly burdened with this unwelcome experience, Leverkusen expressed their profound dissatisfaction. Barcelona and Milan extended amicable gestures towards Manchester City. After the conclusion of their first Champions League match, Manchester City returned home to confront their first formidable rival in the Premier League, the top 4 juggernaut, Arsenal. Currently positioned 3rd in the league, Arsenal's ranking was a stark deviation from expectations. In this match, Manchester City prepared to show mercy by allowing Arsenal to reclaim their rightful 4th position. No need for thanks. On this bustling day in North London, the Gunners would welcome the challenge of the Premier League leaders, Manchester City, at their home ground, the Emirates Stadium. Among the throngs of fans, a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared exasperated as she was pulled along by another young lady entering the Emirates. "Bella, you can't just spend all your time in the library. You must venture out more. Today, I've treated you to 2 tickets for the Arsenal versus Manchester City match. I had originally planned to come with David, but he injured his leg during practice and cannot make it. So let me take you to enjoy the game." The fair-skinned girl, with a few freckles adorning her face, blushed slightly as she navigated through the crowd while conversing animatedly with Bella. Bella is Lee Mingyu's cousin, the daughter of his aunt. A master's student in oil painting at the University of the Arts London, she is an undeniable academic prodigy. Today, while engrossed in her studies at the library, she was dragged out by her close friend. Upon hearing her friend's words, Bella rolled her gem-like eyes and softly replied, "Catherine, when did David ever agree to watch a match with you? You little infatuated girl." Catherine shot an annoyed glance back at Bella, pouting. "Bella, let us not ruin the fun. We're still friends." Bella smiled gently, recognizing that her friend, though shy, was also a distinguished student in the communications department at the University of the Arts London. Catherine, who had few hobbies, was passionately devoted to football, having supported Arsenal since childhood. Even today, a large poster of Thierry Henry, the King of Highbury, adorned the walls of her dormitory. Despite its age, Catherine cherished the poster, transporting it wherever she resided. The David Catherine mentioned is David John, the star forward of the university's football team, affectionately dubbed Little Henry by the fans. His graceful playing style endeared him to many female admirers, with Catherine being no exception. However, despite her boldness in front of Bella, the inherently timid Catherine lacked the courage to ask David John out. Observing Catherine pulling her along, Bella wore a resigned smile. Arsenal versus Manchester City? Wait. Her little cousin had supposedly transferred to England. Which team was it? Lacking any knowledge of football, Bella merely knew that Lee Mingyu had transitioned from Spain to England last summer, yet she remained unaware of which club he had joined. Surely it wasn't Team Manchester City? Chapter 179. The cousin's friend is a Gunner fan. Lee Mingyu was similarly oblivious to his cousin Bella's whereabouts in England, including her school and field of study. After all, in Spain, Lee Mingyu's family and his aunt's family lived in different cities, with family gatherings only occurring during the New Year in Barcelona. The relationships among the children were rather superficial. This concerned Lee Mingyu's grandfather, who understood that while his 3 daughters maintained some contact, once he departed, their bonds would likely fade further within a year. Seated in the away dressing room at the Emirates Stadium, Lee Mingyu remained unaware that his cousin had come to watch the match. Had he known, he would have been astonished, for he understood that his cousin held no interest in football, unable even to distinguish between Ronaldo and Messi. She was indeed a rare breed of academic achiever. Hailing from Spain but studying in England, 2 countries steeped in football culture, Bella had somehow missed the joy of the sport. Today, as home team, Arsenal is a storied powerhouse in the Premier League. Established in 1886, Arsenal has remained in the top tier of English football since returning in 1919, holding the record for the longest continuous presence in the top flight. From Highbury to the modern Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's style has remained largely unchanged. However, it is surprising that this formidable team has yet to lift the UEFA Champions League trophy. Legendary manager Wenger and the king of the Gunners, Thierry Henry, are figures forever etched in the hearts of fans. Wenger's 22-year tenure as Arsenal's manager has made his name synonymous with the club, while Henry's legacy flourished at Highbury. transforming his career into a golden era. The most captivating aspect is that since Arsenal clinched their third Premier League title in 2004, they've been steadfastly pursuing a top-4 finish. Surprisingly, regardless of the fluctuations in the championship standings, one can consistently observe Arsenal occupying the 4th position by the end of the season. Is this mere coincidence? Yet, in recent years, Arsenal not only struggled to maintain their top 4 status, but occasionally found themselves outside the top 10. Last season, however, Arsenal made a remarkable comeback, overturning a deficit in the final match to secure 4th place and reclaim their Champions League spot. This season, after 10 matches, Arsenal boasts 6 victories, 3 draws, and 1 defeat, currently sitting 3rd in the league, displaying commendable form. When faced with the formidable Manchester City, Arsenal's players expressed their unwavering determination to triumph. The Emirates Stadium is our fortress. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, I will ensure that Manchester City understand the prowess of the Gunners, proclaimed the audacious French forward Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. At 33, he has already netted 12 goals in 10 matches this season, showcasing a scintillating performance. Although he trails behind Lee Mingyu's impressive tally of 18 goals, Aubameyang remains content. In this crucial encounter against Manchester City, he aims to halt their winning streak with his own goals. Imagining the post-match headlines praising his prowess only fuels his ambition, as securing a new contract hinges on his performance. This season marks the final year of Aubameyang's contract. Last season, Arsenal intended to renew, but salary negotiations fell short, leading to his rejection. This season, Aubameyang has delivered his best performance in recent years, prompting Arsenal to prepare a more lucrative contract, though some details remain unresolved. Following the match, it is likely those particulars will require further discussion. Sitting in front of his locker while listening to the coach outline the day's tactics, Aubameyang envisions his formidable display on the pitch. Observing his distant demeanor, Coach Mikel Arteta couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. What on earth is this lad up to? As the players entered the tunnel, ready to take the field, many were friends from the national team, exchanging handshakes and embraces. Lee Mingyu stood solemnly among his teammates, unfamiliar with any of the opposing players. Nevertheless, the Arsenal players' gazes often gravitated towards him. This young man has become the most sought-after player in England. Notably, in the 5 major leagues, the Premier League's top scorer count remains the lowest. Last season's Golden Boot winner, Mohamed Salah of Liverpool, managed only 29 goals. A stark contrast to Lee Mingyu's 35 goals in 13 matches during his debut season and 40 goals in 26 matches last season. This disparity exemplifies the allure of the Premier League. While goals are plentiful, their distribution is widespread. For instance, despite Manchester City's 3 consecutive league titles, they have yet to secure a Golden Boot, as goals are evenly shared among their forwards. Since Lee Mingyu's arrival, he has already scored 18 goals in 10 matches. This tally would have placed him among the top 5 scorers in seasons where the Golden Boot count was lower. The record for the most goals in a single Premier League season is held jointly by Andy Cole and Alan Shearer, with 34 goals during the 1993 to 1994 and 1994 to 1995 seasons, respectively, less than the number Lee Mingyu achieved in his first season in La Liga. Should Lee Mingyu remain in the Premier League for another 2 years, it is likely he will shatter all existing scoring records. The all-time Premier League goal record, established by Alan Shearer with 260 goals in 441 appearances, could be surpassed by Lee Mingyu in a fraction of that time. As Lee Mingyu enters the pitch, he has become accustomed to the watchful eyes of Arsenal's players, having faced similar scrutiny in previous matches. At just 20, he exudes an air of confidence and authority. Following the referee, both teams made their way onto the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal fans erupted in thunderous applause upon the player's entrance. Sitting beside a group of boisterous fans, Bella felt out of place. Meanwhile, Catherine stood up, waving her Arsenal scarf and passionately cheering for the team. Bella, who typically maintained a reserved demeanor, suddenly found herself swept up in the electrifying atmosphere of the match. Upon seeing the players emerge, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "So you are here," she murmured, eyes fixated on the vibrant young player from Manchester City. Spotting her younger cousin ignited a spark of excitement within her, as the fervor of the surrounding fans conveyed the allure of the world's most beloved sport. This was Bella's first experience watching a match live, and she was finally encountering the enchantment of football. "Bella, this isn't a library. You don't need to be so quiet. Look at everyone around you. Get into the spirit." Catherine, typically timid, transformed into a vibrant cheerleader at the stadium, compelling Bella to join her in the festivities. Little did Lee Mingyu know that his cousin was present to witness his performance. Good evening, viewers of Tencent Sports. Welcome to the 11th round of the 2022 to 2023 Premier League season. Tonight, we bring you a highly anticipated clash as the league leaders, Manchester City, take on third-placed Arsenal. Arsenal's impressive resurgence last season secured them a fourth-place finish, solidifying their reputation as top-four contenders. This season, Arsenal has commenced strongly with a record of 6 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, currently positioned third. With the addition of superstar Lee Mingyu, Manchester City has further solidified its dominance, having scored an astounding 38 goals in the first 10 matches, instilling fear in all their opponents. As the teams take the field, let us first examine the starting lineups. The home team, Arsenal, has deployed a classic 4-2-3-1 formation. In goal is the German keeper, Bernd Leno. The 4 defenders are Chambers, Holding, Gabriel, and Tierney. The 2 holding midfielders are Partey and Elneny, while the 3 attacking midfielders are Lacazette, Nicolas Pepe, and Smith Rowe. Leading the attack is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. In a previous interview, Aubameyang made bold claims regarding Manchester City, asserting that their current position at the top of the league was due to their lack of formidable opponents. He declared that he would demonstrate Arsenal's prowess through his goals. However, one might say that Aubameyang is somewhat overconfident, as the visible disparity between the current Arsenal and Manchester City is glaringly apparent. Nonetheless, in the realm of football, anything is possible, and we shall eagerly await the outcome. Next, let us examine Manchester City's lineup, which remains a 4-3-3 formation, though there are a few changes in personnel. Ederson continues as the goalkeeper, while the 4 defenders, Ukrainian Alexander Zinchenko, John Stones, Aymeric Laporte, and Kyle Walker, remain unchanged. In midfield, Bernardo Silva makes an appearance. He has been selected for Portugal's World Cup squad, but had previously been sidelined by injuries. Today, Coach Guardiola has chosen to field him to assess his condition. The other 2 midfield positions are occupied by Lee Mingyu and Ilkay Gundogan. The attacking trio consists of Gabriel Jesus as the center forward, Raheem Sterling on the left wing, and the promising young Ferran Torres, who has recently been in excellent form, on the right wing. This Manchester City lineup is quite seasoned, and as long as Lee Mingyu's position remains consistent, adjustments can be made to other roles as needed. Both teams are now poised, and our attention shifts to the Emirates Stadium to witness this clash of titans. With the referee's whistle, a deafening roar erupted from the stands as the match commenced. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Emirates Stadium, earning the Skill King of Highbury from Arsenal legend Thierry Henry. The King of Highbury skill, once activated, grants the user the pinnacle of Henry's abilities, combining strength, speed, and elegance. When facing Premier League teams, this skill enhances power by 20. Duration, 3 minutes. Usable once per match. Remarkably, Thierry Henry was inducted into the Premier League Hall of Fame just last year. During his 8-year tenure with Arsenal, he scored 175 goals in 258 matches, showcasing an impressive scoring efficiency. Henry possessed astonishing speed and strength, yet unlike many players, he exuded a rare elegance, epitomizing the union of power and beauty. With his charisma, he built a legacy for the Gunners, earning the titles King of Highbury and King of the Gunners. This skill allows Lee Mingyu to wield the prowess of peak Henry for 3 minutes, a truly formidable advantage. During his prime, Henry was arguably one of the world's foremost strikers. In the context of the Premier League, he was unrivaled. Observing Arsenal as the match unfolded, a mischievous smile flickered across Lee Mingyu's lips. What would it feel like if Henry were to score against Arsenal? Aubameyang kicked the ball backfield, and, as he brushed past Lee Mingyu, deliberately nudged him with his shoulder. Lee Mingyu glanced back at Aubameyang, slightly puzzled, only to find Aubameyang disdainfully lifting his chin in a challenge. This unexpected provocation ignited Lee Mingyu's competitive spirit. Although he typically refrains from engaging defensively at the start of a match, preferring to focus on orchestrating attacks, Aubameyang's taunts spurred him into action. The already pressured Arsenal squad, combined with Lee Mingyu's newfound intensity, soon appeared precariously vulnerable. How infuriating! This Lee seems to be everywhere, Catherine exclaimed as she witnessed Lee Mingyu's relentless pressing, causing Arsenal's players to falter and ultimately kick the ball out of play. The possession shifted to Manchester City. Observing Catherine's ire and the equally incensed Arsenal fans. Bella wisely refrained from revealing that Lee Mingyu was her cousin. Indeed, it's quite annoying. Bella feigned agreement. Catherine, exasperated, turned to Bella, asking, "Must you be so dismissive?" Bella rolled her eyes and shrugged. Catherine found herself at a loss with her friend, just as she heard the crowd erupt in a collective gasp. She quickly turned her gaze back to the pitch. During a throw-in from Manchester City, Lee Mingyu received the ball and was preparing to advance when he was unceremoniously taken down from behind by Elneny. Arsenal's head coach, Arteta, displayed an expression of shock. That foul was unnecessary. You could have simply marked him instead of extending your leg. Sitting on the ground, Lee Mingyu rubbed his calf, aware that Elneny's kick had struck him rather painfully. The referee approached, brandishing a yellow card at the innocent-looking Elneny. It is worth noting that this season, Lee Mingyu is recognized as a protected player by the FA. All referees are acutely aware of his significance to the organization, especially given the remarkable surge in global viewership for the Premier League this season, underscoring Lee Mingyu's impact. Thus, despite the foul not being particularly severe, the referee issued the yellow card to signal to Arsenal's players to temper their actions as he was closely monitoring them. Elneny, feeling frustrated, had believed he saw an opportunity to intercept the ball, only to inadvertently trip Lee Mingyu. He had already eased his momentum, yet the referee remained unyielding. Lee Mingyu, having tied his shoelaces, stood and stretched. "No worries, I'm still standing strong." The ball was too far from the goal for him to take a direct shot, so he positioned himself just outside the penalty area, ready for the free kick. Given the distance, Arsenal only sent one player to stand in front of the ball symbolically. Lee Mingyu took his place on the left side of the penalty area, about 2 meters from the line, facing the ball. Jean Dogan, the designated kicker, noticed Lee Mingyu's positioning and played the ball to him. However, with Lee Mingyu facing away from the goal, it was a challenging situation. A defender, Gabriel, pressed closely against him, using his right hand to brace against Lee Mingyu's back. Initially, Lee Mingyu intended to return the ball, but suddenly struck by inspiration. He leaned back against the defender, pretending to hold the ball before swiftly stepping forward, catching Gabriel off guard. As the ball approached, Lee Mingyu deftly flicked it with his right foot, sending it soaring into the air, nearly reaching his thigh. A scene unfolded that left everyone present utterly astonished. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu executed a half-turn, striking the ball with his right foot in a deft, sweeping motion. The opposing defense remained oblivious, as Lee Mingyu's movements flowed seamlessly together with exquisite beauty. In an instant, he evaded his marker, flicked the ball, and shot, all without losing a moment. The goalkeeper, Ronaldo, was intensely focused, yet when faced with Lee Mingyu's sudden and audacious strike, he could only stand dumbfounded as the ball found its way into the corner of the net. Even if Ronaldo had managed to react, he would have had no hope of saving it. Witnessing this brilliant goal, Guardiola on the sidelines couldn't help but applaud in excitement. This goal could only be described as sublime. Catherine instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. The moment reminded her of a childhood video featuring her idol, Thierry Henry, who had scored a goal from a similar position against Manchester United. The manner and location of Lee Mingyu's goal mirrored Henry's iconic strike. After scoring, Lee Mingyu joyfully dashed to the sidelines, celebrating passionately. The Arsenal fans fell into a stunned silence, caught in a moment of surreal reflection. After all, Henry's famous looking back at the moon goal was among the most spectacular of his career, and every Henry fan was undoubtedly aware of it. Yet, witnessing their home ground being breached by a goal reminiscent of Henry's left many Arsenal supporters feeling a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. "Simply beautiful," Catherine suddenly heard her friend Bella whisper, prompting her to glance back. Bella, who rarely watched football due to her aversion to the sweat and grime associated with sports, found herself captivated by Lee Mingyu's goal. His graceful evasion, the flick of the ball, and the precise shot unfolded like a powerful oil painting, igniting Bella's excitement. As a talented student from the painting department of the University of the Arts London, she was irresistibly drawn to such impactful beauty. She never expected her cousin, who had appeared as a frail bookworm during the New Year celebrations, to transform into an elegant knight on the field, executing the most graceful movements as he struck down his adversary, even blowing away a drop of blood from his sword's tip. Bella felt an urgent need for a canvas and paints to capture that breathtaking moment for her graduation project. Observing Bella's inexplicable excitement, Catherine felt a chill run down her spine. The gazes of the surrounding Arsenal players made her feel like a small rabbit ensnared by a pack of hungry wolves. No, two little rabbits, with one still oblivious to the situation. If it weren't for their beauty, the surrounding burly men might have used their fists to remind them of the gunner's prowess. Catherine shook Bella's shoulder vigorously, pulling her from her artistic reverie. Bella, annoyed, shrugged off Catherine's hands, exclaiming, "Catherine, are you out of your mind?" Catherine rolled her eyes and whispered, "Bella, it seems you are the one losing your mind. Why are you so excited about a goal from Manchester City?" Bella feigned innocence. "When did I get excited? Even if I were, what difference would it make?" Catherine pointed around them, and Bella, noticing the displeased expressions of the burly men clad in Arsenal jerseys, instinctively recoiled. Recognizing defeat is a traditional virtue of humanity. Unbeknownst to Lee Mingyu, his recent goal had nearly caused his cousin to flee. Several Arsenal players were still reeling from the brilliance of that goal, leaving even his opponents eager to commend Lee Mingyu. As the game resumed, Aubameyang seethed with anger. What was the defense doing, allowing Lee Mingyu to score so effortlessly? "Very well, let me, Aubameyang, conclude the match," he declared arrogantly, brushing past Lee Mingyu once more. This time, however, Lee Mingyu was prepared. As their shoulders collided, Aubameyang's face contorted in shock. "Ouch, that hurt." A second later, he pondered whether rolling on the ground with his shoulder cradled might earn Lee Mingyu a red card. Before he could act, a frustrated cry escaped his lips as he felt something strike his back. Initially intending to feign injury, Aubameyang dramatically fell to the ground. As if hit by a train, his movements imbued with a strange elegance. Watching Aubameyang roll on the ground, Lee Mingyu was left bewildered. What on earth is going on? Your midfielder passed the ball to you while you stood there in a daze, and now you're pretending to be injured after it hit your backside. I almost want to say something, but I fear being accused of organ trafficking. With no other option, Lee Mingyu kicked the ball out of play. Amidst the crowd's jeers, the referee approached with a look of exasperation, urging Aubameyang to get up. Aubameyang, clutching his backside, cried, "Referee, someone kicked me from behind. I believe it was Lee. You should show him a red card." Lee Mingyu, overhearing, nearly burst into laughter. Approaching with feigned seriousness, he said, "Hey, buddy, it wasn't me who kicked you. It was your teammate trying to pass the ball to you. Who knew it would hit your backside? Should we penalize your teammate instead?" Upon hearing Lee Mingyu's gleeful tone, Aubameyang's lamentations ceased. Indeed, the sensation felt more like a ball than a kick. Stealing a glance at the referee, Aubameyang realized the official was growing impatient. "Oh no, I miscalculated." He remained seated, addressing the referee. "I thought I was foul, but that kick truly hurt." The referee, uninterested in his excuses, gestured for him to rise. Aubameyang reluctantly stood, and the referee produced a yellow card, acknowledging his dramatic performance. The Arsenal players looked up to the heavens, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. On the sidelines, Coach Arteta covered his face with his hands, utterly incredulous at the farcical scene he had just witnessed. How ridiculous! What on earth was going on in Aubameyang's mind? The Arsenal fans in the stands voiced their discontent with boos. Even if you're going to simulate a fall, at least do it convincingly. Don't you feel embarrassed? We all feel the embarrassment. What a disgrace. Catherine looked on, speechless. How could Aubameyang be so foolish? Bella, stifling her laughter, had her gaze fixed on Lee Mingyu, and thus she was acutely aware of the interaction between Lee Mingyu and Aubameyang. The phrase "trying to cheat, but ending up losing" aptly described Aubameyang's current predicament. Arsenal's players returned the ball to Manchester City. Aubameyang, feeling the weight of his earlier embarrassment, suddenly became more proactive on the pitch, eager to redeem his lost dignity through his performance. Confronted by the brutish Aubameyang, Lee Mingyu effortlessly executed a deft touch to evade him, followed by a casual flick that left Aubameyang disoriented. The Arsenal players, rattled by Aubameyang's earlier antics, seemed to have lost their focus. Sensing a lapse in the opposing formation, Lee Mingyu activated his offensive skills. Charging forward from midfield, he reached his peak speed within a second. The Arsenal defenders, somewhat dazed, stood no chance against Lee Mingyu, who glided past them as if they were mere obstacles. Unable even to tug at his jersey. In less than 5 seconds, he was at the edge of Arsenal's penalty area. The defenders, knowing they could not afford to let their guard down, clung tightly to their positions. Yet, Lee Mingyu, indifferent to their presence, executed a sharp feint that sent Holding stumbling. Losing his defensive stance, at the edge of the penalty area, Lee Mingyu unleashed a thunderous shot that pierced through Arsenal's net once more. The Emirates Stadium fell into a profound silence. After scoring, Lee Mingyu stood still, raising his right hand and surveying his surroundings with an air of nonchalance. Although Catherine's expression was one of displeasure, she couldn't help but feel admiration for this formidable young talent. That lad was undeniably charming. Suddenly, Catherine heard a soft exclamation beside her. She could hardly believe her ears and turned to look at Bella. Chapter 181. Bella's smile captivates the city. The goddess of victory smiles. Bella, the belle of the Camberwell College of Arts at the University of the Arts London, had countless suitors vying for her affection over the years, yet she had never shown any interest in any man. Catherine was astonished to hear Bella praise a man for being rather handsome. If word spread to Camberwell, it would cause quite a stir. This was Bella's first time watching a football match live, and her first time witnessing Lee Mingyu play. In that goal, the perfect amalgamation of speed and strength was mesmerizing. The grace of his movements created a stunning visual, an exquisite sight for her cousin, who pursued beauty to its utmost. Especially the final shot, which, through his fitted jersey, showcased his well-proportioned physique. In that moment, Lee Mingyu seemed to radiate light in Bella's eyes. Catherine noticed the strange look in Bella's gaze and waved her hand in front of her face, bringing Bella back to reality. "What are you doing, Catherine?" Bella snapped, annoyed at the interruption. Catherine, unfazed by Bella's irritation, regarded her with a mischievous glint, teasingly remarked, "You often say I'm infatuated, but it seems you found your own fluttering heart." Hearing Catherine's playful jibe, Bella frowned and gave her a light shove on the shoulder, retorting, "What nonsense! What fluttering heart!" Seeing Bella's bashful demeanor, Catherine, with a knowing smile, blurted out, "That's the spirit. Liking a man is nothing to be ashamed of. I didn't expect you to fancy such young grass. If I remember correctly, Lee is only 20 this year." As Catherine wore an expression of understanding, Bella could not help but chuckle, saying, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? Yes, my cousin." Catherine rolled her eyes. "Police. I still say Henry is my cousin." Bella shrugged, "Believe it or not." Suddenly, Catherine's expression shifted to one of shock as she pointed at Bella and exclaimed, "No way. You're Spanish, and Lee is Spanish too. Are you truly cousins? How wild." Bella smiled gently. "His mother and my mother are sisters, so we are indeed cousins. Now do you believe me?" Catherine still looked incredulous. "Then why have you never mentioned your cousin before?" Bella sighed. "I don't like football. I only found out he was a football player during the New Year this year. When he came to England, I had no idea which team he joined. If you hadn't brought me here today, I would still be in the dark." Catherine felt a pang of envy at Bella's obliviousness. If she had such a superstar cousin, she would strut with pride every day. Suddenly, Catherine's face lit up with a teasing expression. Leaning closer to Bella with a shy demeanor, she asked, "Does your cousin have a girlfriend?" Recognizing the glimmer of infatuation in Catherine's eyes, Bella, as a close friend, understood that her friend was clearly interested in becoming her cousin's sister-in-law. Knowing Catherine well, Bella was aware that despite her frequent crushes, she was too timid to confess her feelings, remaining a classic case of unrequited love. This mutual understanding was what forged their friendship, two naive souls, neither judging the other. Seeing Catherine's eager expression, Bella thought that if Catherine and Lee Mingyu were to become a couple, it would not be a bad match. At least her sister-in-law would be someone she knew well. Although she didn't know Lee Mingyu intimately, during her summer visit to Spain, she overheard her mother conversing with Lee Mingyu's mother on the phone, expressing concern that while Lee did not have a girlfriend yet, the women pursuing him were not to be underestimated. She feared her son might encounter a woman with ulterior motives. Lee Mingyu's mother, upon learning that Bella was back, also hoped she could introduce a well-rounded university student as a daughter-in-law, ensuring a degree of purity in his relationship. However, Bella has never been particularly interested in activities centered around matchmaking. In the academy, she has only one close friend, Catherine, who has always harbored feelings for the school team, David Jones. Thus, Bella refrained from directly agreeing to participate. Nevertheless, it seems this time Catherine has developed a slight interest in Lee Mingyu. Suddenly, the imposing Lee Mingyu felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Someone is whispering about me from behind. In the 25th minute of the first half, the score had reached 0-2, with Manchester City leading Arsenal by 2 goals away from home. Arsenal had yet to face a situation this season in the Premier League where they found themselves trailing by 2 goals at home. The fans, however, did not lose heart, and once again the Arsenal anthem echoed through the stands, invigorating the team's spirit. Subsequently, Arsenal's offensive began to intensify. Aubameyang regained his composure, frequently gaining possession in the attacking third, placing immense pressure on Manchester City's defense. In the 40th minute, Arsenal's midfielder Smith Rowe delivered a splendid through ball that tore through Manchester City's defense. Aubameyang received the ball amidst the crowd, skillfully maneuvering to evade defenders. He surged into the penalty area, and as the goalkeeper Ederson advanced, Aubameyang executed a low shot that pierced the Manchester City goal. Elated, Aubameyang pushed aside a nearby defender and dashed towards the stands, preparing to celebrate by removing his shirt. Just as he began to lift his shirt over his head, a teammate quickly restrained him, exclaiming, "You already have a yellow card. Do you wish to be sent off?" Aubameyang's back was drenched in sweat. "Oh no, I was careless." He had already received a yellow card for simulation. Getting another one for celebrating would be utterly embarrassing. Quickly, he pulled his shirt back down and cast a grateful glance at Smith Rowe. "Good mate, not only did you assist me, but you also saved me from embarrassment. Let's make a pact." Smith Rowe, feeling exasperated, thought this forward could be quite neurotic. If he get sent off now, this goal would be in vain. With another half to go, playing with one less against Manchester City might as well be conceding defeat. Aubameyang glanced nervously at the referee, relieved to see that the official had not noticed him, and a weight lifted from his heart. Let us continue the celebration. It must be said that Aubameyang's goal was indeed magnificent. From his positioning to his dribbling and finally his composed shot, it was evident that his form was exceptional today. Cheers erupted once more throughout the Emirates Stadium. Finally, they had pulled one back. What a difficult task it had been. Hope was rekindled. As Manchester City sent the ball out of play, the first half concluded with a score of 1-2, Arsenal trailing at home. During the halftime break, the cameras engaged in an interactive segment, seeking to find a most beautiful figure in the stands. Isn't that Bella? In a restaurant in Barcelona, the Lee family's establishment was bustling despite it not being mealtime. Thanks to Lee Mingyu, the restaurant had become a sensation, drawing crowds even outside of dining hours. Li Jinfei had hired 2 chefs from Huaxia, expanded the venue, and installed a large-screen television. Whenever Li Mingyu played, the restaurant transformed into a lively hub. Although Li Mingyu had left Barcelona, the fans still regarded him as one of their own, especially since he had emerged from the esteemed La Masia training camp, and his family still resided there. Li Jinfei, amidst a group of regular customers, was taken aback when he heard Sonia's remark and turned to see the stunning face on the television. "Oh, it really is Bella. What brings her here? Doesn't she never watch football?" The nearby patrons inquired about the beautiful young woman. Li Jinfei explained that she was his wife's sister's daughter. However, Sonia's gaze was not fixed on her niece. Bella and Catherine were engaged in conversation when they suddenly heard cheers from nearby, curiosity prompting them to look toward the large screen, where they found themselves captured by the camera. Bella was taken aback. She hadn't expected to appear on the big screen, but her calm demeanor allowed her to smile warmly at the camera. A collective gasp of admiration resonated from the fans. Her smile was utterly enchanting. The goddess of victory was indeed smiling. Meanwhile, Catherine, shy in such a scenario, turned her head slightly, her flushed cheeks revealing her embarrassment. The crowd responded with friendly smiles. Young women always bring an invigorating energy to the stadium. The rugged men around them beamed with pride, as if sitting next to them granted them some glory. Sonia, observing her shy niece, felt a stir in her heart. This niece had always been engrossed in painting, seemingly devoid of interest in sports. Today, however, she had brought along such a beautiful and bashful girl to watch her son's match. Was this perhaps an attempt at matchmaking? Sonia's thoughts drifted far away to England. In the locker room, Li Mingyu suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Who is talking about me? Is it that Aubameyang from Arsenal? How vexing. I shall make you pay in the second half. Unbeknownst to him, Aubameyang had become an unintended target. In the home team's locker room, Aubameyang sneezed, causing the player next to him to shift uncomfortably. The 15-minute break passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the field. As Li Mingyu passed the substitutes bench, he overheard a couple of players laughing lewdly. "Wow, those 2 beauties in the stands are truly exquisite, especially that smile. It's simply breathtaking, but the shy little beauty next to her is also quite adorable." Li Mingyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the group of infatuated players. What are these guys thinking about every day? Girls? Where's the thrill in that compared to gaming? Outside of training, his favorite pastime was undoubtedly playing video games. His mansion was filled with an array of gaming consoles. In the football world, many media outlets had begun to scrutinize the fact that someone of Lee Mingyu's age and stature had yet to find a girlfriend. Some say that Lee Mingyu is a recluse, while others suggest that he has a secret girlfriend whom he has yet to reveal. The underlying truth is that Lee Mingyu is an avid gamer. Apart from training, he spent his time immersed in video games, never venturing out to socialize or attend parties. His social circle is quite limited, making it difficult for those who might fancy him to find an opportunity to approach him. Upon checking his equipment for any faults, Lee Mingyu stepped onto the field, and as he caught sight of the opposing Aubameyang, the smile on his face gradually faded. In the second half, he resolved to show them what true cruelty looks like. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. Lee Mingyu received a back pass from Jesus, and as Aubameyang charged towards him, he deftly flicked the ball aside, leaving the overzealous Aubameyang grasping at air. Quietly, Lee Mingyu declared the awakening of the king of Highbury. Instantly, he felt a profound transformation in his aura. The speed and strength reminiscent of the peak Thierry Henry surged within him, embodying the elegance of the king of Highbury. As he dribbled the ball forward from Manchester City's defensive zone, it felt as though he were not on a soccer field, but rather on a grand stage. Suddenly, as he accelerated with the ball, the commentator's voice rose in excitement. Lee's speed has ignited. His exaggerated strides allowed him to shake off Lacazette's defense with ease, though Lacazette relentlessly pursued him. In a moment of high-speed finesse, Lee Mingyu slightly slowed down, using his body to nudge Lacazette, who stumbled perilously. After this brief deceleration, Lee Mingyu accelerated again, his speed seemingly enhanced. The opposing Elneny stood like a statue as Lee Mingyu effortlessly passed him. Facing two Arsenal defenders, Lee Mingyu became unstoppable. A feint left Gabriel off balance, and as he maneuvered past the last defender, he unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot, sending the ball crashing into the net. Arsenal's goalkeeper, Leno, could only watch in despair. Suddenly, a voice echoed over the Emirates Stadium. "Henry, it's Henry." Some of the older Arsenal fans felt a wave of nostalgia. The beauty of Lee Mingyu's goal, from the dribble to the finish, was seamless and graceful, reminiscent of the legendary number 14. Aubameyang, standing in midfield, gazed at the jubilant Lee Mingyu on the sidelines, momentarily lost in thought. The number 14 was once worn by the king of Highbury, Thierry Henry. Initially, Aubameyang had not wished to be seen as Henry's successor, but with the preferred numbers 7 and 9 already taken, he reluctantly donned the 14 shirt. Now, after 4 seasons and 151 matches with Arsenal, scoring 83 goals, he had become the team captain. Despite his reluctance to admit it, wearing the number 14 shirt, he was often regarded as Henry's rightful heir. Witnessing Lee Mingyu's dazzling skills, his elegant style, and exceptional ball control, Aubameyang could not help but see echoes of the legendary 14 in the young player's movements. With this goal, Lee Mingyu had completed a hat-trick within the first half. The Arsenal fans in the stands regarded this young man with mixed emotions. They wished to boo him, yet his performance mirrored that of their beloved king. The hat-trick utterly shattered Arsenal's morale, defeated by the very methods they knew best. In the 60th minute of the second half, the composed Guardiola substituted Lee Mingyu out. As Lee Mingyu slowly exited the pitch, sparse applause began to rise in the Emirates Stadium, eventually leading to a standing ovation from nearly all Arsenal fans, who offered him a complex salute. In the hearts of Arsenal supporters, Henry remained the eternal king. Though they had lost, there was a peculiar sense of joy in witnessing the king's legacy continue, albeit not on their own team. Bella observed in confusion as the surrounding Arsenal fans stood to applaud Lee Mingyu, wondering how they had transitioned from threats to admiration so swiftly. Catherine, without any hesitation, joined in the applause, excitedly thinking that this might be her friend's cousin. Watching Catherine swoon, Bella could only facepalm in exasperation. In the ensuing match, Arsenal failed to regain their spirit following Lee Mingyu's departure, ultimately succumbing to a 1-4 defeat against Manchester City. With his hat-trick, Lee Mingyu raised his Premier League goal tally to 21, a figure that would have secured the Golden Boot in numerous past seasons. Media outlets began to fervently speculate on how high Lee Mingyu could elevate the goal count for the Golden Boot. Though he had played 2 seasons in La Liga, Lee Mingyu's time there had been marred by injuries, limiting his appearances. Yet he had scored 35 and 40 goals in those 2 seasons, earning him 2 Golden Boots. If he were to complete a full Premier League season, surpassing Messi's record of 50 goals in a single season would not seem beyond his reach. After the match, Catherine pulled Bella along, eager to obtain Lee Mingyu's autograph. Bella, exasperated by her friend's infatuation, reluctantly called Lee Mingyu. "Hello, Bella. Is there something you need?" Lee Mingyu had just finished showering and was preparing to board the bus when he received her call. Bella? Why would she be calling him? They had not spoken much since she had visited him during the summer after his injury. Their interests were vastly different. Could one truly expect a slacker to converse with a top student? "Are you free right now?" Bella's voice remained as gentle as ever, her expression one of helplessness as she gazed at Catherine, who had already leaned in. With a hint of annoyance, she pushed her away. Catherine's sapphire eyes widened as she regarded her friend with evident displeasure. "Oh, Cousin Bella, I just finished my match in London, and I'm about to leave." Lee Mingyu was unaware that his cousin had just watched his game. "I'm right outside the stadium. Do you have a moment to come out?" Lee Mingyu was taken aback. Wasn't he Bella notoriously indifferent to football? Didn't she struggle to distinguish between Ronaldo and Messi? What had prompted this change of heart? "Lee, we're ready to go." The assistant coach entered, file in hand, and upon spotting Lee Mingyu, urged him to hurry. Lee Mingyu nodded, gesturing toward his phone. The assistant coach, understanding, exited the room. After a moment's thought, Lee Mingyu said, "All right, Cousin Bella, wait for me outside. I'll ask for a leave of absence from the boss." Once he hung up, he made his way to the parking lot, where everyone was already in their cars, waiting solely for him. Upon entering, he instructed the driver to remain still. "Boss, my cousin just called, saying she's waiting outside the stadium. I'm not sure if it's urgent, so I'll take a leave. You all go ahead, and I'll return to the base later." Coach Guardiola, rubbing his bald head with a grin, replied, "Very well. Just take care of yourself. After all, you scored a hat trick here." The playful banter elicited laughter from the entire team. Lee Mingyu scratched his head and smiled. "Thank you, coach." Then he waved goodbye to everyone in the car, saying, "Farewell, everyone," as he watched the bus depart the parking lot. He retrieved a hat from his backpack and donned it. Observing the Manchester City bus drive away, a hint of disappointment crossed Catherine's face. Bella furrowed her brow slightly. Had her cousin not managed to take leave? Why hadn't he informed her? Just as both ladies were feeling disgruntled, Bella noticed a man in a cap approaching them stealthily. He scanned the surroundings nervously, as if fearful of being seen. Bella instinctively grasped Catherine's arm and stepped back. With the match concluded, the area was deserted. As the stranger drew nearer, Bella felt unease wash over her. She had heard unsettling tales about London's safety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Catherine's face paled, her grip tightening on Bella's arm as she trembled. At that moment of wild speculation, the man in the cap lifted his head, revealing a dazzling smile. "Ello, cousin Bella." The fear melted from Bella's face as she exhaled in relief, only to instantly fix Lee Mingyu with an angry glare. Catherine, on the other hand, transformed into a love-struck admirer, holding her heart with both hands as she gazed at him. Lee Mingyu, puzzled, wondered why Bella was looking at him like that. Had he offended her in some way? Bella could only roll her eyes dramatically at Lee Mingyu, exclaiming, "What on earth are you wearing?" Lee Mingyu lowered the brim of his cap and glanced around cautiously. "I just defeated Arsenal here. If their fans see me, it could lead to unnecessary trouble." Bella shot a glance at her embarrassed friend, giving her a sharp pinch on the arm. Catherine squealed, rubbing her arm in confusion. "What was that for?" "I was admiring a handsome guy," Bella retorted. "This is a die-hard Arsenal fan, but now she is completely smitten by you." Catherine, blushing, playfully nudged Bella and stole a glance at Lee Mingyu, her heart racing as she whispered, "Hi, Lee, I'm Catherine, Bella's good friend." Seeing the bashful girl, Lee Mingyu felt a slight tug at his heartstrings and replied with a smile, "Hello, Catherine." Bella, grinning, added, "My friend would like your autograph." Lee Mingyu chuckled. "That's easy." He then retrieved a photo from his backpack, one of his promotional shots, and scribbled on the back, "To the beautiful Miss Catherine, Lee Mingyu." Catherine, her excitement palpable, clutched the photo to her chest, repeatedly thanking him. Watching Catherine's giddy reaction, Bella sighed. "All right, your wish has been granted. Are you satisfied now?" Catherine nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Bella turned to Lee Mingyu and said, "Well, it's all good now. You should head back to Manchester." Lee Mingyu's lips twitched, such is the nature of a cousin, used up and tossed aside like a mere tissue. He watched as Bella led Catherine away inside. He quickly called Guardiola, relieved that the bus hadn't ventured far, and had turned around to return. Seeing the teasing glances from his teammates, Lee Mingyu donned his headphones with resignation. Catherine examined the photo Lee Mingyu had given her, enchanted. Had Bella not been there, she might have already kissed him. Suddenly, Catherine gasped, prompting Bella to glance over in surprise. "What now?" Catherine lamented. "Oh no, I forgot to take a picture with Lee. What a shame." Bella shook her head in exasperation. Obsessed fans can be so terrifying. Catherine pondered to herself. Manchester was only 300 kilometers from London during the next weekend's break. She could secretly visit Manchester to watch Lee Mingyu play. A sly smile crept across her face as she gazed at the number she had just saved in her phone. On October 20th, the Champions League group stage reignited. Currently, Manchester City led their group, with Barcelona in second place. In their first match against Milan, Messi had both assisted and scored, helping the team secure a 2-0 victory at home. Milan and Bayer Leverkusen occupied the third and fourth positions, respectively. This match was one that everyone had long anticipated. Manchester City was set to face Barcelona on their home turf, a significant event as it marked Lee Mingyu's first encounter with his former club since leaving Barcelona. Lee Mingyu had envisioned this day ever since departing Barcelona, yet he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Naturally, UEFA would capitalize on such a compelling storyline. Who could resist such a tantalizing spectacle? The clash between Lee Mingyu and Messi promised to draw even more attention than that between Messi and Ronaldo. After all, Lee Mingyu was often hailed as Messi's successor. Now, that successor had moved on to another team, preparing to confront his former club alongside his new one. This topic was bound to send the European sports media into a frenzy. Chapter 183. Lee Mingyu and Messi, UEFA's deceitfulness at 6:45 in the evening. The sun was slowly descending in the sky over Manchester. The Etihad Stadium was already filled to capacity as the match between Manchester City and Barcelona was about to commence. This season, Barcelona underwent a significant transformation, with Messi's contract set to expire next summer. The renewal contract offered to Messi was declined, and he has made it abundantly clear that he intends to leave Barcelona at the end of the season. Lee Mingyu's departure has completely eroded Messi's last vestiges of faith in the team. Messi's decision to stay was primarily influenced by Lee Mingyu's presence, and with Lee now gone, Messi would naturally choose to depart as well. In a player exchange, Griezmann has traded places with Atletico Madrid's rising star, Felix. Felix has proven to be exceptionally talented. Thus far in the season, Barcelona ranks second, trailing Real Madrid by just 2 points. Before the season commenced, the La Liga championship seemed largely decided. With the acquisition of top midfielder De Bruyne from Manchester City, coupled with the striking prowess of Haaland, Real Madrid displayed formidable dominance. A diminished Barcelona and an inconsistent Atletico Madrid appeared unlikely to pose any threat to Real Madrid. Surprisingly, after 11 rounds, both Barcelona and Atletico Madrid found themselves merely 2 and 3 points behind Real Madrid, respectively, leaving Spanish media astounded. The departure of Lee Mingyu has once again posed a significant challenge to the viewership of La Liga. Nevertheless, the matches involving Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid still garnered substantial attention. Barcelona also signed Dutch forward Depay from Lyon this season, enhancing their attacking strength despite the absence of Lee Mingyu. The core of their offense, with Messi returning to a playmaker role, the team has regained renewed vitality. In this encounter, Lee Mingyu and Messi, once hailed as last season's most potent duo, now find themselves on opposing sides. As they entered the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu greeted familiar faces from Barcelona, ultimately standing before Messi. They exchanged smiles and embraced warmly. "Hey, brother, how are you faring at Manchester City?" Messi whispered in Lee Mingyu's ear. Lee nodded, responding, "It's going well. My teammates are very supportive, and the coach values me highly." Messi smiled gently, patting Lee's back, saying, "That's wonderful. Serve the coach well here and strive to help him clinch another Champions League title this year." As Pep Guardiola, a confidant of Messi and architect of the illustrious team, watched Lee Mingyu walk alongside Messi, his emotions were mixed. He had devoted the finest decade of his playing career to Barcelona, and during his coaching tenure, he gifted them a historic 6 titles. Fate and circumstance intertwined. Had Barcelona not faced a financial crisis, Lee Mingyu would never have transitioned to Manchester City. With Lee Mingyu, Barcelona could have once again become the formidable force that instilled fear across Europe. Guardiola's gaze fell upon the young player in the blue jersey, and a smile of contentment graced his face. Now, this young talent belonged to him, and Guardiola believed that under his guidance, Lee Mingyu would transcend both Messi and Ronaldo, propelling Manchester City to greatness. Guardiola found himself captivated by the prospect. At just 20 years old, in 2 to 3 years, when Lee's physique and technique reached perfection, the entirety of European football would belong to Manchester City. On the field, Lee Mingyu stood expressionless, dreading the confrontation with Barcelona. Yet, the unscrupulous UEFA hastened this confrontation. Good morning, viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to this thrilling Champions League group stage match. Today, the Premier League's Manchester City faces off against La Liga's Barcelona. What was initially a routine group match has garnered immense attention due to the presence of the Chinese star, Lee Mingyu. As everyone knows, this season, Lee Mingyu transferred from Barcelona to Manchester City for a staggering fee of €300 million, a move many perceived as a gamble, especially considering he had recently suffered a career-threatening Achilles injury. This injury had caused hesitation among several teams interested in Lee. Yet Manchester City's coach personally traveled to Barcelona to finalize the deal. Now, Lee Mingyu's form appears even more formidable than during his time in La Liga, likely causing regret among those teams that hesitated. Although the €300 million price tag is indeed outrageous, the benefits Lee brings to Manchester City and the Premier League are undeniable. The revenue from broadcasting, jersey sales, and other influences make the investment worthwhile. Look at the current La Liga. Aside from matches involving Barcelona and the Madrid duo, the viewership for other teams has plummeted. If Premier League teams continue to perform excellently in the Champions League this season, the rankings of the 5 major leagues will dramatically shift, with the Premier League poised to ascend to the top for the first time. Now, the players have begun to take the field. Let us first examine the starting lineups. The home team, Manchester City, retains its classic 4-3-3 attacking formation. Ederson remains in goal, with the defense unchanged, featuring Ukrainian defender Oleksandr Zinchenko, John Stones, and Merrick Laporte, and Kyle Walker. In midfield, Rodri serves as the defensive midfielder, with Lee Mingyu and the recently returned Bernardo Silva as attacking midfielders. The 3 forwards are Jesus, Sterling, and Foden. Due to the demanding schedule this season, Manchester City has made slight adjustments for each match. Now, let us review Barcelona's lineup, which employs a classic 3-5-2 formation. The goalkeeper remains the young Ter Stegen, with 3 defenders, Eric Garcia, Araujo, and Lenglet. The midfield duo consists of De Jong and Wijnaldum, while Alba and Pedri flank the wings, with Messi returning to a playmaker role. The forward pairing of Felix and Agüero, acquired from Atletico Madrid, has also shown promising results in the league. The match is about to commence. Let us eagerly await the action, with the sound of the referee's whistle. The highly anticipated match finally commenced. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Etihad Stadium, as the host has signed in more than 3 times this season. Subsequent home sign-ins will not yield any skills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sergio Aguero 2011 to 2012 season star card, one-time use. Lee Mingyu observed Aguero on the opposing team, unaware that his former Barcelona teammate from the last season would achieve such tremendous success at Manchester City. During the entrance ceremony, aside from Lee Mingyu, Aguero received the most applause. The Blue Moon will forever cherish the honors Aguero brought to the team. The 2011 to 2012 season marked a historically significant moment for Manchester and indeed for English football as a whole. Prior to that year, Manchester seemed to be painted solely in red. However, the loyal Manchester City fans, devoted to their sky blue colors, steadfastly believed in their team's potential to become a formidable force in the Premier League. On that fateful summer day, May 13th at 4:54 p.m., the 23-year-old Aguero etched his name into football history with a single goal. His strike during stoppage time in the match against Queen's Park Rangers ensured that his name would never be forgotten in Manchester, England, and indeed the world. In the dying moments, Eco equalized for Manchester City, and with just 2 minutes remaining, City needed another goal to secure the Premier League title. At that crucial juncture, Aguero emerged, delivering an extraordinary goal that clinched the 2011 to 2012 league championship for the team. From that moment on, the history of the Premier League was irrevocably altered. The skies of Manchester grew bluer, as the dazzling red could not overshadow the expansive blue. The 10-year, 6 title achievements transformed the color of Manchester entirely. Blue became the predominant hue of the city over the years. While Manchester United still boasts a vast number of supporters, without the glimmer of championships, no team can confidently proclaim their superiority. Aguero became the man who helped Manchester City surmount great challenges. Over the course of a decade, Aguero emerged as the club's all-time leading scorer, netting an astonishing 254 goals, leaving everyone in awe. In a league where the Golden Boot typically averages around 30 goals per season, Aguero consistently scored nearly 26 goals each year, making him a remarkably reliable marksman. Despite being a formidable striker, Aguero often went unnoticed due to his frequent injuries, making it a luxury for him to complete an entire season. Fortunately, he has yet to miss a match this season. The upcoming World Cup will be Aguero and Messi's final chance to claim the illustrious trophy for Argentina, and both have resolved to bring home the coveted prize. The match officially began. Barcelona's attacks remained sharp, yet both Lee Mingyu and Coach Guardiola shook their heads in unison. This was not the invincible Barcelona of the past. Although Messi's return to a more central role had refined Barcelona's attacking organization, he was ill-suited for this position, as dedicating too much energy to orchestrating attacks diminished his imposing presence. Despite his modest stature, Aguero's exceptional skill and robust physique allowed him to hold his own against Manchester City's defenders. Soon, Barcelona's offensive thrust pushed within the final 30 meters of City's penalty area. City's defense intensified. Messi staggered as he passed the ball, casting an irritated glance at Lee Mingyu, who had jostled him. Lee Mingyu shrugged at Messi and swiftly darted into Barcelona's half. Due to Lee Mingyu's interference, Messi's pass was intercepted by City's defense. Rodri transferred the ball to Bernardo Silva on the flank. As Silva advanced, Lee Mingyu trailed closely beside him. Ahead, Jesus and Sterling were making desperate runs. Silva passed the ball to Lee Mingyu, who feigned a touch, causing Wijnaldum to lose his balance. After bypassing Wijnaldum, space opened up thanks to the positioning of the two players ahead of him. After taking 2 strides, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball whistled towards the goal, but Ter Stegen made a remarkable save, redirecting it with his right hand's fingertip, causing it to veer off course and slide past the post. The crowd gasped in disappointment, yet thunderous applause erupted for Lee Mingyu's spectacular attempt. Lee Mingyu pointed at Ter Stegen, astonished. "Wow, little lion, I never saw you perform like that when I was at Barcelona. Are you putting on a show for me?" Ter Stegen, still feeling the adrenaline, chuckled heartily, recalling the fear Lee Mingyu had instilled in him during past training matches. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's expression, Ter Stegen roared with laughter, boosting his own confidence. Seeing the ball thwarted by Ter Stegen, Barcelona's players breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Lee Mingyu for the first time in an official match proved to be a formidable challenge. The players from Barcelona deeply empathized with those teams that had previously faced them in despair. The tides had turned. Chapter 184. Ter Stegen, dare you mock me? A corner kick from Manchester City. Silva executed the corner, but the informed Ter Stegen charged out and caught the ball. Observing Ter Stegen's brilliant performance today, Lee Mingyu scratched his head, thinking this guy must be putting on an act. Over the years, Manchester City's defensive capabilities have shown remarkable improvement. Guardiola strictly enforces defensive discipline, emphasizing frequent movement, teamwork, and immediate recovery upon losing the ball. Barcelona found themselves unable to escape City's relentless pressure, with 6 City players advancing beyond the halfway line to hem Barcelona in their own half. Even Messi refrained from taking risks with the ball. Lee Mingyu lingered nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Messi had long recognized that Lee Mingyu's defensive prowess was severely underestimated. During training, Messi had experienced just how challenging it was to evade Lee Mingyu's defense. Constant back passes and the forward players unable to return saw Manchester City gradually compress Barcelona into a 20-meter radius. Upon receiving the ball, Lenglet was prompted to pass it back to the goalkeeper due to Lee Mingyu's swift approach, preventing any moments of complacency. However, whether it was due to nervousness or some other reason, Lenglet made an error in his back pass, delivering a weak ball. Once again, it was Lenglet. The fans in the stands erupted in excitement upon witnessing the scene. Ter Stegen, bewildered, watched as Lee Mingyu slipped past Lenglet, the ball rolling towards him. Standing still would guarantee that Lee Mingyu would seize the ball first. Ter Stegen charged forward, arms flailing in an attempt to intimidate Lee Mingyu. Yet, Lee Mingyu remained undeterred, sprinting forward and touching the ball before Ter Stegen could reach it. With a mighty roar, Ter Stegen lunged for the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet. But Lee Mingyu executed a deft flick, leaving Ter Stegen grasping at thin air. Faced with an open goal, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of mixed emotions, yet gently nudged the ball into Barcelona's net. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The Manchester City players rushed over, eager to celebrate with Lee Mingyu. However, he raised a hand to stop them, a hint of bittersweetness on his face, signaling that he did not require celebration. The Manchester players understood his feelings and left him be, embracing one another in celebration. With a somber expression, Lee Mingyu slowly made his way back to the center of the field. Messi, observing Lee Mingyu's retreating figure, wore a wry smile. This young man was undeniably formidable. Lenglet stood in a daze on the edge of the penalty area, acutely aware of his monumental blunder. Having solidified his position as a Barcelona center-back, he once again found himself in the spotlight for a catastrophic mistake during such a crucial match. Ter Stegen, filled with resignation, retrieved the ball from the net and launched it forward with a powerful kick. Frustratingly, merely 10 minutes into the match, Lee Mingyu capitalized on Lenglet's mistake, putting Manchester City ahead on home turf. Some Barcelona fans couldn't help but sigh. The high press employed by Manchester City was reminiscent of Barcelona's previous tactics in dominating other teams. The tides had turned. Now, it was their team facing the same treatment. The Barcelona supporters gazed at the player in the sky blue jersey, number 10, feeling a pang of sorrow. He was once a product of their own academy, now a key player for the opposing team. Was the €300 million truly worth it? This question remained unanswered. Barcelona resumed play, but their attacks were consistently stifled by Manchester City's defense. In desperation, Barcelona resorted to long balls. If one were to disregard the jerseys, fans might have mistaken Manchester City for Barcelona and vice versa. A team known for its ground play was forced to implement long passes, while an English Premier League side, typically adept at aerial play, transformed into a team focused on ground coordination and high pressing. It was utterly absurd. What frustrated Barcelona the most was the general lack of height among their forward players. Agüero, Messi, and the tallest, Felix, barely reached 1.8 meters. Each long ball was effortlessly intercepted by Manchester City's midfielders or defenders. Barcelona's offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire. The newly appointed coach, Xavi, stood on the sidelines with a grave expression. Indeed, it was Xavi, the legendary midfielder and the man behind Messi's success. Following the previous season, Koeman was dismissed by Barcelona, and Xavi returned from the Middle East to take the reins. A significant change he implemented was moving Messi back to a shadow striker or attacking midfielder role. After adapting to a structured core strategy for 2 seasons, the departure of Lee Mingyu severely compromised the team's integrity. Consequently, Xavi was compelled to assign Messi as the midfield linchpin, forcing Messi to relinquish some offensive options. In La Liga, where the level of competition was relatively moderate, Barcelona managed to thrive. However, against a world-class team like Manchester City, their vulnerabilities became glaringly evident. After 20 minutes of playing cat and mouse, Manchester City finally showcased their formidable dominance in the Premier League. A desperate long ball from Barcelona was expertly intercepted by Rodri, leaving the diminutive Agüero to watch as Rodri leapt, deftly guiding the ball to Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu controlled the ball with his chest, flicking it over his head, then executing a swift turn that left De Jong, who had been poised to pounce, in his wake. Gliding past De Jong, Lee Mingyu gently nudged the falling ball forward. The Manchester City attack commenced. Lee Mingyu's speed was astonishing. In less than 2 seconds, he covered a significant distance, putting Barcelona's defense on high alert. Suddenly, he executed a feint, passing the ball to the unmarked flank. Sterling arrived in a flash, cutting in after receiving the ball. Faced with Araujo's defense, Sterling executed a dazzling series of step-overs, causing Araujo to lunge in vain. After cutting inside, Sterling raised his right foot and curled the ball from the edge of the penalty area. Ter Stegen, obstructed by the crowd, swiftly shifted his footing and dove to his left. But it was too late. Sterling's shot was expertly angled, striking the inside of the post and rebounding into the net. Following the goal, Sterling was elated, glancing at Lee Mingyu, but instead of rushing toward him, He beckoned his teammates to join him in a passionate celebration at the stands. The Manchester City fans were overjoyed just 35 minutes in the first half. Their team had already established a 2-goal lead over Barcelona. After all, this was Barcelona. What was so remarkable about Barcelona? Their finest players had already joined our team. Now, we were the truly remarkable team. A wave of pride surged through the Manchester City supporters, who were ecstatic. With 1 assist and 1 goal, Lee Mingyu had propelled his team to a 2-goal advantage over Barcelona. As the first half progressed, Manchester City began to show signs of fatigue, given their lead and the relentless pace of the matches taking a toll on the players' stamina. Barcelona's offense showed slight improvement, yet once they approached the 30-meter mark, their attacks faltered. With Messi's long-range shot veering off target from around 30 meters, the first half concluded. The Barcelona players trudged back to the locker room, their faces somber. In contrast, the Manchester players exited the pitch with smiles, chatting amiably in small groups. The atmosphere within Manchester City was exceptionally buoyant. They remained unbeaten this season, having kept numerous clean sheets. Their 12 consecutive victories at the start of the season set a record in the club's history. Moreover, it appears that today's winning streak is destined to extend to 13 matches. During halftime, Guardiola refrained from offering substantial instructions to the Manchester City players, as there is a discernible disparity in strength between Barcelona and Manchester City. The gulf in midfield is strikingly evident. Following the departure of Lee Mingyu, Pedri's brilliance has diminished. De Jong has struggled to assert himself in a defensive role, and Fatty's attacking prowess has lost its sharpness. Even Messi seems to have lost his luster. The absence of Lee Mingyu has seemingly drained Barcelona of its momentum. As the second half commenced, Barcelona's attack showed little improvement. Meanwhile, Manchester City somewhat eased their offensive tempo, mindful of the impending World Cup, where physical stamina and health take precedence. After establishing a lead, City's forwards gradually retreated. This shift exacerbated Barcelona's predicament. To equalize, they had to push forward, yet doing so exposed them to the opponent's incisive counterattacks. City's counterattacks are undeniably world-class, with a midfield maestro like Lee Mingyu. The precision of passes and the success rate of direct, swift counterattacks are remarkably high. However, Barcelona could not afford to remain passive and thus had to launch an all-out assault. Manchester City relinquished their pressing in the midfield and allowed Barcelona's players to advance. Although Barcelona recognized this as a calculated ploy by City, they had no choice but to gradually push their forces forward. In the second half, Barcelona's possession rate soared, peaking an impressive 75%. They completed numerous passes, yet most were lateral or backward, with forward passes nearly non-existent, failing to penetrate the penalty area. It all felt like an elaborate ruse. Barcelona gradually lost themselves within their own possession play. The frequent passing and ball control seemed to transport Barcelona's players back to the previous season's omnipotent form. However, unbeknownst to them, City was preparing for their next counterattack. After receiving a pass from De Jong, Messi executed a feint that evaded a challenge from his opponent. Noticing an opening in City's defense, Messi wasted no time in delivering a precise through ball to the advancing Felix. The young Felix surged towards City's defensive line, fueled by a sense of defiance after witnessing Sterling's dazzling display earlier in the match. When confronted by City's Ukrainian defender Zinchenko, Felix showcased his own footwork with consecutive nutmegs, momentarily throwing Zinchenko off balance. A smirk of disdain crossed Felix's face. Yet, as he attempted to cut inside, he sensed a blue figure approaching from the side. Defensive midfielder Rodri had already set his sights on him, and as Felix made his move, Rodri executed a sliding tackle, dispossessing him and sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee, showing no sign of intervention, turned and sprinted towards Barcelona's half, fully aware that a counterattack from City was imminent. Before Felix could voice his grievances, Rodri, seated on the ground, swiftly passed the ball to the adjacent center back. Stones received the ball and executed a precise through pass to Lee Mingyu in the center. Rather than stopping the ball, Lee Mingyu performed a half-turn, contorting his body as if it were a twisted pretzel, with his supporting left foot appearing as though it might snap under the pressure. Unfazed, Lee Mingyu struck a curling ball with his right foot, sending it towards Barcelona's backline. Foden, sprinting down the flank, quickly converged towards the center. Lee Mingyu's pass was impeccable. After running a few meters, Foden lightly leaped and deftly controlled the ball with his right foot. With no errors, Foden, after regaining possession, nudged the ball forward and surged ahead. In pursuit were Lenglet and Eric Garcia, frantically trying to catch up. However, Foden's speed had already surged, and the distance between the three players remained unchanged. Foden raced into the penalty area, and as he faced the onrushing Ter Stegen, he calmly executed a feint, evading the goalkeeper and guiding the ball into the open net. The score now stood at 3-0, as Manchester City extended their lead on home turf. Eric Garcia, Lenglet, and Ter Stegen lay defeated on the ground, casting bitter smiles at the celebrating Foden near the goal line. In slow-motion replay, the camera captured Lee Mingyu's left ankle, appearing as though it might dislocate, sending chills through viewers. Following this goal, an irate Guardiola promptly substituted Lee Mingyu. After exchanging a high five with Gundogan, who replaced him, Lee Mingyu found himself on the sidelines, enduring Guardiola's wrath. It was imperative for Lee Mingyu to avoid injury, as the previous incident had been quite alarming. Lee Mingyu quickly nodded in acknowledgement of his mistake, aware that he could not disclose to Guardiola that he was protected by the system on home soil and would remain unscathed. It was likely that Guardiola would send him to Barcelona's renowned psychiatric hospital for a checkup. Ultimately, the substitute Gundogan delivered the final blow to Barcelona. In the second round of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City triumphed 4-0 over Barcelona, accumulating 6 points and firmly securing the top position in the group. In another match, Milan narrowly triumphed 1-0 against Bayer Leverkusen. Chapter 185. Attempting to seek favor with me? Impossible. The second week of the Champions League group stage has concluded. Manchester City defeated Barcelona 4-0, and Milan edged Leverkusen 1-0. The standings are as follows. Manchester City, 2 wins, 6 points, a goal difference of 9, ranked first. Milan, 1 win, 1 loss, 3 points, a goal difference of 1, ranked second. Barcelona, 1 win, 1 loss, 3 points, a goal difference of 2, ranked third. Leverkusen, 2 losses, 0 points, a goal difference of -6, ranked fourth. Remarkably, Milan has overtaken Barcelona after 2 rounds. However, the next match will see Milan host Manchester City, leaving one to wonder if they can withstand City's torrential offensive onslaught. Furthermore, before the arrival of the third week of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City will face their most formidable opponent in the league, Manchester United, after encountering strong adversaries in 2 consecutive league matches. Manchester City feels as though they are ensnared in a trap. Before 2012, Manchester was painted in one color, that of the Red Devils. The blue hue representing the city could only grow resiliently beneath the shadow of red. However, following Aguero's near-fatal strike that secured City's coveted Premier League title, the skies over Manchester brightened. The tenacity of the blue representing Manchester City broke through the encirclement of the Red Devils, imprinting its essence into the very fabric of Manchester. With a record of 6 titles over the past decade, their achievements stand shoulder to shoulder with Manchester United's storied history. Moreover, this is certainly not the final chapter for Manchester City. Transporting Lee Mingyu from Barcelona to Manchester, the ambition of Manchester City to establish a dynasty has become palpable to all, with 3 consecutive Premier League titles and 2 successive quadruples. The only trophy eluding Manchester City now is the UEFA Champions League, which would truly crown them as the new monarchs of European football. However, Manchester United stands as an essential hurdle they must overcome. Despite having secured 3 consecutive Premier League titles in recent years, Manchester City has struggled to assert dominance in their encounters with Manchester United, particularly last season, where Manchester City faced a humiliating double defeat in league matches against their rivals, leaving a lingering frustration within the hearts of City fans, despite their ultimate championship victory. United supporters, even when encountering City fans, would dismissively proclaim, "What does it matter if you won the Premier League? We defeated you twice." In the case of these City rivals, the outcome of the derby often holds greater significance than the title itself. Nevertheless, the Community Shield match this season, which ended in a resounding 6-0 victory for Manchester City, finally allowed their fans to release the pent-up frustration accumulated over the summer. Lee Mingyu's remarkable performance, with 3 assists and 3 goals, solidified his status as a devoted hero among the City faithful. Conversely, to some United fans, Lee Mingyu appeared as a formidable adversary, shattering their cherished hopes. The stage was set for a fierce clash at Old Trafford, where Manchester United, united in purpose, prepare to deliver a resounding blow to the visiting Manchester City team. On October 23rd, at Old Trafford, the dream theater of the Premier League, Manchester United has undoubtedly been the most illustrious team since the league's restructuring. The name Red Devils invokes fear not only in England but also across Europe, where they have remained an indomitable force. Countless championships have forged the ironclad legacy of the Red Devils. Naturally, one cannot mention Manchester United without recalling a few pivotal figures. Foremost among them is the legendary Scottish manager Sir Alex Ferguson, honored with a knighthood by the British royal family. From 1986 to 2013, Sir Ferguson dedicated the finest 27 years of his life to Manchester United. 13 Premier League titles, 5 FA Cup trophies for League Cup victories, 2 UEFA Champions League titles, and 1 UEFA Cup Winners' Cup stand testament to his monumental achievements. Since Sir Ferguson's retirement, it has been a decade without another Premier League title for United. He is indeed synonymous with the club's storied history. Another key figure is Cristiano Ronaldo, who currently graces Juventus. Last season, Ronaldo could have departed Juventus, but due to the upheaval surrounding the European Super League, he remained. Not all clubs can shoulder a $30 million annual salary, now adorned with numerous accolades. Ronaldo first emerged on the scene at Manchester United. Sir Ferguson regarded Ronaldo as a son, and it is fair to assert that without Ferguson's guidance, Ronaldo would not have reached his current heights. A comparison can be drawn to Ricardo Quaresma, who was once perceived as the more talented of the two. Today, at 37, Ronaldo continues to thrive in Europe's elite leagues, while Quaresma's whereabouts remain unknown. Both hailed from Sporting Lisbon, yet their paths diverged dramatically. Ronaldo, upon his debut, astonished the world. Under Ferguson's mentorship, he transitioned to Real Madrid, where he achieved his full potential, often regarded as one half of a legendary duo alongside Lionel Messi. Together, they have amassed nearly every honor in football. Besides Ferguson and Ronaldo, the illustrious Manchester United class of '92 is renowned for its exceptional talents. This group emerged as a result of Ferguson's unwavering commitment to youth development. Icons such as David Beckham, Ryan Giggs, Paul Scholes, and the Neville brothers all hail from United's own academy. Through these homegrown players, Manchester United established itself as one of the greatest teams of the 1990s and early 2000s. Currently, Manchester United appears to be somewhat past its prime. Manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, once a player on that invincible team, now leads the club. This marks Lee Mingyu's first visit to Old Trafford. As a player, one cannot help but feel awed by the grandeur of this legendary stadium. Standing in the players' tunnel, Lee was taken aback by its sheer size. The tunnel is so spacious that even a heavy truck could pass through. Interestingly, Old Trafford has 2 tunnels, the Players' Tunnel and the Central Tunnel. The Central Tunnel, built in 1910, was the only part of the stadium to survive the 1941 air raid and remained in use until 1993. Due to its steep incline, many players developed the habit of jumping onto the pitch. The new Players' Tunnel, however, is wide and well lit, designed for photography. An automatic retractable white awning protects players as they emerge, shielding them from any potential hazards from the stands. Indeed, the grandeur of Old Trafford stands in stark contrast to the Etihad Stadium of Manchester City. Although many players on both teams are compatriots from the England national team, the atmosphere of the Manchester Derby is so intense that even acquaintances refrain from greeting each other. A humorous anecdote involves the renowned Neville brothers. Gary Neville, a lifelong Manchester United stalwart, was a defensive cornerstone, while his brother Phil began his career at United before transferring to Everton. During a match between Manchester United and Everton, an awkward scene unfolded as the two brothers, looking remarkably alike, stood side by side in opposing jerseys, ignoring one another. This moment epitomized sibling rivalry on the pitch. Though off it, their bond remained strong. Beside Lee Mingyu stood a blonde-haired girl, gazing up at him with admiration. In her eyes, he was an invincible warrior. Suddenly, an elderly man, presumably a staff member, approached and, seizing an opportunity when Lee was distracted, attempted to pull the girl away to switch places with a young boy behind her. Lee Mingyu frowned involuntarily, reaching out to stop the elderly man, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The old man stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Casting a glance at the young boy, who gazed at him with admiration, Lee Mingyu gently nudged the boy's shoulder, guiding him back to his place. Meanwhile, the young girl remained by his side. Lee Mingyu placed his hand atop the girl's head. tenderly stroking her hair. The old man, filled with shame and resentment, departed. It turned out that the boy was his grandson, and he was a staff member of Manchester United. He had hoped to leverage his position to allow his grandson to stand beside Lee Mingyu. After all, Lee Mingyu was currently the most sought-after figure in all of England, and even the entire football world. It was a rare opportunity for his grandson. The old man intended to discreetly arrange a swap while Lee Mingyu turned away, hoping to go unnoticed. However, Lee Mingyu saw through his intentions and promptly halted his actions. Attempting to gain an unfair advantage here would not be tolerated. The young girl, feeling as if her savior had returned her to hope, was moved to tears. She had feared losing the chance to stand beside her idol, yet he had come to her rescue. Her heart swelled with joy. For Lee Mingyu, this was merely a minor episode. However, unbeknownst to him, due to his prominence, most of the camera attention was focused on him. The old man's actions had been faithfully captured on film. The match had not even commenced, and already the elderly man was being condemned by netizens online. Soon, Manchester United's official website issued an announcement. The old man, a staff member of Manchester United, had been dismissed. As Lee Mingyu walked into Old Trafford alongside the referee, he remained oblivious to the fact that his refusal had cost an elderly man his job. Yet, even if he had known, he would have acted the same way. More than a month had passed since the last encounter between the two teams, and neither squad had undergone significant changes. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Old Trafford, earning Cristiano Ronaldo's bicycle kick skill. During his time at Manchester United, Ronaldo had showcased the most flamboyant style of play in his career. However, under Ferguson's guidance, he had abandoned the superficial in favor of practicality, which allowed his true prowess to shine. The bicycle kick, a technique employed by many forwards, was particularly favored by Brazilian players. Despite his tall stature, Ronaldo exhibited remarkable footwork, making his bicycle kicks distinct from others. In the 3rd minute, Lee Mingyu received the ball on the flank. Instead of passing, he executed 2 consecutive bicycle kicks. His exaggerated strides and convincing feints caused the defender to lose balance. A gentle flick of his right foot sent the defender sprawling to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd at Old Trafford. Lee Mingyu's bicycle kick was undeniably spectacular. Each leg swing suggested he would maneuver past the defender. Yet each time his foot circled above the ball, it misled the opponent's judgment. Since transitioning to the attacking midfielder role, Lee Mingyu had seldom employed such flashy moves. Now, with unparalleled speed and ball control, he found that opponents had little recourse except to foul him when given space to charge forward. After successfully bypassing the defender, Lee Mingyu unleashed a thunderous long-range shot that seemed destined for the net's corner. However, Manchester United's goalkeeper, De Gea, was exceptionally alert today. With swift movement, he executed a stunning leap, deflecting the ball out of the penalty area with one hand. After clearing the ball, De Gea let out an exultant roar. During the Community Shield, Lee Mingyu's 3 assists and 3 goals had forced De Gea to retrieve the ball from the net 6 times, nearly jeopardizing his starting position. Fortunately, De Gea's consistent performance in the league had secured his role. As the ball was cleared, a Manchester United defender regained possession. The momentum shifted. Chapter 186, Breaking the Nightmare. Manchester United takes the lead upon seeing Manchester United regain control. Sterling swiftly advanced, attempting to reclaim the ball. After securing possession, the United defense wasted no time, launching a long ball directly into Manchester City's half. Observing Manchester United resort to such a tactic, the City players felt a sense of relief. Long passes were already outdated. However, a sudden wave of excitement swept through Old Trafford. Still lamenting his earlier missed shot, Lee Mingyu looked back in astonishment. A long pass from United defender had landed squarely at the feet of Fernandes, who found himself unmarked. An unguarded Fernandes was nothing short of a crime. He was the Premier League's best player for 3 consecutive seasons, and such a grave defensive error from City was astonishing. Upon receiving the ball, Fernandes wasted no time, charging towards City's defense. Greenwood, positioned centrally, kept glancing back at Fernandes. As Fernandes dribbled, he also observed the movements of his teammates. 2 Manchester City defenders shadowed Greenwood closely, making it difficult to pass. Rashford and Pogba surged alongside Fernandes, creating a rare opportunity for United in a 4-on-5 situation. Defensive midfielder Rodri sprinted back, attempting to disrupt Fernandes from behind. Yet, Fernandes deftly evaded him with a swift change of direction. Approaching the penalty area, City's center-back Laporte abandoned Greenwood to close in on Fernandes. In that fleeting moment, Fernandes executed a precise through ball that slipped past Laporte and directly into Greenwood's path. Sensing the opportunity, Greenwood accelerated, shaking off Stone's challenge. Positioned near the penalty spot, he received Fernandes' pass and, facing the advancing Ederson, executed a deft flick to send the ball in the opposite direction. Ederson stood helplessly as the ball rolled past him and into the net. Old Trafford erupted in jubilation. We are in the lead against the formidable Manchester City. They had taken the lead. After scoring, Greenwood's face flushed with excitement as he dashed towards the sidelines, arms wide open, roaring with exhilaration. On camera, Greenwood's expression was fierce, his quivering tongue betraying his inner ecstasy. That goal had shattered the shackles that bound Manchester United's spirit. The previous match's 6-0 defeat plunged the entire Manchester United squad into a profound state of self-doubt. Both the media and fans, even within their own hearts, were convinced they could not overcome Manchester City. Prior to this encounter, nearly everyone held a pessimistic view of Manchester United, believing that even on their home turf, they could not halt City's winning streak. Many players within Manchester United harbored varying degrees of uncertainty. Yet, all doubts dissipated following that pivotal goal. Manchester City was not invincible. Fernandes rushed to Greenwood's side, and the two goal-scoring heroes embraced passionately. This goal not only invigorated the fans at Old Trafford, but also reignited the fiery spirit within Manchester United. The Red Devils of the Premier League are not just clad in red. Their blood runs crimson, and even their souls are ablaze with fervor. Observing the surge of morale in Manchester United after the goal, Guardiola furrowed his brow. Today's match was becoming increasingly challenging. Although Manchester City boasted an impressive 15-match winning streak this season, he understood that it was at this moment that City was most perilous. Their unbroken victories had elevated their pride to dizzying heights, and although Guardiola might not have heard the proverb pride comes before a fall, he was acutely aware of its truth. No matter how often he cautioned against underestimating their opponents, the players of Manchester City would hardly take such advice to heart. Only when confronted with the adversary's offensive prowess would they awaken to the reality of their situation. Thus, it is often said that a single defeat is not necessarily a misfortune. However, Guardiola was certainly not inclined to suffer a defeat at the hands of Manchester United. Likewise, the players of Manchester City were equally unwilling to succumb in the Manchester Derby. This conceded goal ignited a fighting spirit within the City players. As they resumed play, Manchester City unleashed a relentless barrage against Manchester United. However, buoyed by the fervor of the Old Trafford crowd, Manchester United held their ground in midfield against City, resulting in a stalemate. Lee Mingyu had already been brought down twice by opponents, and Fernandes was also felled by a City player. The midfield became a battleground, thrilling the spectators and stands. Old Trafford resembled an erupting volcano, overflowing with passion. This was the true essence of the Manchester Derby. 15 minutes passed, and both teams' players began to temper their aggression, panting heavily as they could no longer sustain the intensity of their challenges. Despite the previous ferocity, these athletes remained highly professional, with every tackle and interception aimed squarely at the ball, devoid of any malicious intent. With the World Cup looming, most players from both teams were set to participate, and no one wished to see a fellow player injured. All clubs had received notice from the FA that any English player guilty of deliberate foul play would be barred from the World Cup and face stringent penalties. For non-English players, hefty fines and a minimum 10-match suspension would deter everyone from reckless behavior. This World Cup had once again placed England in the spotlight. Their dazzling lineup made them formidable contenders for the title. While the Spanish team, featuring Lee Mingyu, remained the prime favorite, England was now hot on their heels. Manchester City's Foden and Sterling, along with Manchester United's Rashford and Greenwood, were all included in the preliminary squad. The attacking front of England had become enviably luxurious. Although both teams were fatigued, Manchester City's offensive onslaught showed no signs of abating. The grueling schedule of this season felt like a trial by fire for everyone. Matches twice a week had become routine, with 3 games in a week not uncommon. Lee Mingyu had received commendable care. In some matches, after playing just over 10 minutes in the second half, once the situation stabilized, Guardiola would substitute him. Occasionally, if the victory was already assured in the first half, Lee Mingyu would not even take the field after halftime. However, the pace of the Premier League was faster than that of La Liga, with more physical contact and fiercer fouls, which left Lee Mingyu, accustomed to the rhythms of La Liga, feeling somewhat out of sorts, particularly in away matches. He sometimes found himself utterly fatigued, affecting his performance. Nevertheless, with 15 matches played this season, Lee Mingyu had scored an impressive 33 goals, maintaining an exceptional scoring efficiency. Most of these goals were either long-range shots or free kicks, as he had recently ventured less into the penalty area to score. In the 25th minute, Lee Mingyu advanced with the ball through the center. Seeing the score still at 1-0 made the City players somewhat anxious. Yet, Lee Mingyu remained steadfast as ever. Though it was not a home game and he lacked the system support, he had acquired numerous skills and attributes through the system, transforming into a top-tier player. Compared to the superstars, he merely lacked the dazzling accolades. Last season had been somewhat unfortunate for Lee Mingyu. Had he not been injured, he might have led Barcelona to a historic quadruple. Now, he had to settle for a solitary La Liga title, a Spanish Super Cup title, and 2 Pichichi trophies. One particular accolade eluded him last season, much to his regret: the European Golden Shoe. Lee Mingyu's 40 goals fell just short of Bayern Munich's Lewandowski, who netted 41. When Lewandowski accepted the award, he wore a look of embarrassment, believing his achievement was merely fortuitous. Before the final round, he had only 39 goals. But his teammates rallied around him, and ultimately, he secured a controversial penalty for his 41st goal, though Lee Mingyu kept silent. Watching that match only deepened his resentment towards Bayern Munich. Don't let me encounter you in the Champions League. As Lee Mingyu faced Fred head-on, his deft bicycle kicks caused Fred to misjudge his direction, leaving him helpless as Lee Mingyu glided past. Just as Lee Mingyu prepared to accelerate, he felt a sudden tightness in his shirt, forcing him to halt. The referee's whistle sounded immediately. It turned out that Fred, seeing Lee Mingyu breach his defense, had no choice but to grasp his shirt in desperation. Stunned by the unexpected strength of the seemingly frail Lee Mingyu, Fred stared in disbelief. The referee approached, brandishing a yellow card in response to Fred's protest. After all, this was not the first time Fred had committed a foul against Lee Mingyu. The previous verbal warnings had ultimately culminated in a yellow card. The free kick was positioned approximately 35 meters from the goal, well within Lee Mingyu's striking range. Observing Lee Mingyu, who had retreated silently to near the midfield, the Manchester United players wore expressions of grave concern. Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick was renowned worldwide, bolstered by endorsements from the likes of Ronaldo, which lent a mythical quality to his striking prowess. Time and again, Lee Mingyu's fierce free kicks instilled trepidation among defenders across numerous teams. When facing his formidable strikes, the only means of defense was to confront them with one's own body. There are indeed many tough players in England. In prior matches, more than one player had chosen to stand in front of Lee Mingyu's powerful shots, only to find themselves severely impacted by the force of his kick, leaving them momentarily incapacitated. Some English legends, during interviews, had even brazenly suggested that Lee Mingyu's powerful free kicks should be banned, claiming that it was not football, but rather akin to murder. This interview clip garnered around 100 million views, with mixed reactions, some in agreement and others scoffing at the notion. Observant viewers even managed to spot Ronaldo among those who had liked the post, although he quickly retracted his approval. A gesture forever captured by the swift hands of internet users. De Gea, with a serious expression, was directing his Manchester United teammates as they formed a wall. Given the distance, only 4 players were assigned to the wall. There had been a previous instance when everyone assumed Lee Mingyu would take a powerful shot, only for him to pass the ball instead after a quick run-up. On that occasion, the wall had comprised 6 players, leaving the defenders in other positions compromised. Ultimately, Lee Mingyu's pass enabled Foden to deliver the decisive blow, the execution of which rivaled the free kick combination seen in the iconic 1998 World Cup match between England and Argentina. Henceforth, whenever Manchester City earned a free kick, heightened vigilance ensued. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Lee Mingyu began to adjust his steps with small, measured strides, and Old Trafford fell into an eerie silence. Even the Manchester United fans dared not utter a sound at that moment. Lee Mingyu accelerated, each step seemingly echoing in the hearts of the 4 players forming the wall. With unwavering determination, he dashed toward the ball, swiftly swinging his right leg back before striking the center of the ball with the force of a whip. Notably, he had oriented the ball's air valve toward himself, ensuring that this kick would strike precisely at that point. This technique would grant the ball an accelerated initial velocity while maintaining a straight trajectory, devoid of any spin. All kinetic energy was directed toward a rapid, linear flight toward the goal. The Manchester United wall merely witnessed a flash of white streak past them. The human subconscious inherently seeks to avoid danger, and when confronted with peril, most tend to flee. The actions Lee Mingyu had taken to prepare for the shot had already flustered the United players. When the ball was truly on its way, none of the four dared to rise, yet they also refrained from dodging. Instead, they could only watch as the ball zipped past the side of the wall. Chapter 187. Manchester United 3-0 Manchester City. A spirit of iron will ignited Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick remained as ferocious as ever. The spectators in Old Trafford could feel the intensity of the ball's flight. To them, it seemed to appear above the wall in an instant, faster than a blink. De Gea widened his eyes. He had already begun to move before the ball was even in sight. This was the hallmark of a top-tier goalkeeper. A subtle smile crept onto De Gea's face. He had guessed correctly. Being teammates in the national squad, De Gea had some understanding of Lee Mingyu's temperament. This time, he had wagered that Lee Mingyu intended to penetrate the wall. Ultimately, his gamble paid off. De Gea's movements were swift, and he was in excellent form that day. It was a sensation that made a goalkeeper feel at ease. Sometimes, a goalkeeper just knows from the outset that the opposing side will not score that day. Their reflexes and agility peak at that moment. However, such occurrences are rare. Unfortunately for Manchester City, they encountered the seemingly invincible De Gea. Anticipating the ball's trajectory, De Gea executed a magnificent dive, his fists clenched, powerfully striking the ball. To the astonishment of the entire crowd, the valiant De Gea managed to deflect Lee Mingyu's thunderous shot. Even more astonishing was what transpired next. The ball, deflected by De Gea, veered toward the sidelines. Manchester United's full-back, Wan-Bissaka, controlled the ball with his chest, glanced forward, and sent a long pass deep into Manchester City's half. Lee Mingyu's free kick had drawn most City players forward, leaving their defense vulnerable. Wan-Bissaka's pass was precise, landing perfectly at the feet of the eagerly awaiting Rashford. Rashford deftly cushioned the ball with the back of his foot. Wan-Bissaka's delivery was impeccable, and Rashford's reception was instantaneous. The entire Manchester United fanbase rose to their feet, erupting in a thunderous cheer for Rashford. Rashford, seemingly possessed, surged past Manchester City's defensive stalwart, Stones, breaking free on goal. Faced with the advancing Ederson, Rashford calmly executed a low shot, sending the ball through Ederson's fingers and into the net. With a deafening roar, Old Trafford erupted in jubilant celebration. The Manchester United supporters, brimming with pride, chanted Rashford's name. In a fit of ecstatic exuberance, Rashford tore off his jersey, revealing his toned physique. The United manager, Solskjaer, was overjoyed, embracing his assistant coach tightly. No one could have anticipated that, 25 minutes into the first half, the home team Manchester United would lead the Premier League leaders, Manchester City, 2-0. Such a scoreline was utterly surprising. Nevertheless, the Manchester United fans were unfazed by the unexpected nature of it. Leading by 2 goals against Manchester City was a feat that allowed them to hold their heads high. A crushing 6-0 defeat earlier in the season had nearly shattered their morale. With a record of 5 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses over the first 11 matches, Manchester United found themselves in 5th place in the league, a performance undeniably influenced by their dismal showing in the Community Shield. The Manchester City players could scarcely believe their eyes. A month has elapsed since our last encounter, and the transformation within Manchester United has been astonishing. The shift from a 6-0 defeat to a 0-2 victory is a disparity that transcends mere numerical representation of goals. In today's clash against Manchester City, United exhibited no signs of inferiority. Rather, they capitalized on City's momentary lapses following 2 unsuccessful attacks, swiftly netting 2 goals through counterattacks. Lee Mingyu's 2 high-quality attempts were thwarted by Manchester United's formidable goalkeeper, De Gea, who was in exceptional form today. Not only did City fail to score, but they also allowed United to exploit the transition in play, pinpointing vulnerabilities in City's defense with precise long passes, leading to successive successful assaults. Pep Guardiola's expression was decidedly grim. Today's match was a wake-up call for him. The defensive line's inability to handle aerial threats and counterattacks was a flaw he had previously overlooked. In earlier matches, the pressure from United's front line had made it improbable for City's players to seize such advantageous opportunities. This match magnified the deficiencies in their defense. Nevertheless, Guardiola remained convinced that the current predicament stemmed from a lack of defensive vigilance rather than a deficiency in talent, considering his four defenders were stalwarts from various national teams. After conceding the goals, City captain Gundogan returned to the back line to confer with his defensive colleagues. Observing the spirited United players, Lee Mingyu's demeanor turned serious. Upon resuming play, Manchester City's offensive efforts intensified considerably. However, with a two-goal lead, Manchester United quickly retreated to defend their half, adopting a counter-attacking strategy. Greenwood roamed near midfield, deterring City's defenders from committing fully forward. This was the first instance this season where City found themselves trailing by 2 goals in the first half, causing their players to grow increasingly anxious. Despite 10 minutes of relentless pressure, United's defense remained resolute. Unbeknownst to them, City's defensive line had advanced beyond midfield, a perilous sign. Sterling attempted to breach the flank, but was dispossessed by Wan-Bissaka. Sterling fell to the ground, vociferously protesting to the referee, who paid him no heed. Wan-Bissaka promptly cleared the ball towards City's half. Greenwood surged from the center circle, racing into City's defensive territory. This swift transition was unexpected. City's defenders frantically pursued Greenwood, who, due to their advanced position, forced goalkeeper Ederson to move forward, positioning himself near the penalty area. As Ederson witnessed the ball being taken from Sterling, unease washed over him. Wan-Bissaka's pass was impeccably timed. Without hesitation, Ederson dashed out of the box to contest Greenwood in a race for speed. Fortunately, Ederson's experience and timely advance allowed him to reach the ball, which was headed towards a goal. At approximately 30 meters from the goal, Ederson arrived just in time to meet the rebounding soccer ball. Unable to use his hands, he executed a diving header, sending the ball forcefully back into United's half. However, the expression on Ederson's face froze as he realized that the ball's trajectory was intercepted by United's midfielder, Bruno Fernandes. Without any adjustment, Fernandes executed a spectacular volley from the center circle, directing the ball straight into City's penalty area. Ederson, still on the ground, turned to see the ball soaring like a guided missile into the net. 3-0. The atmosphere at Old Trafford erupted with exhilarating cheers. United supporters were moved to tears of joy. A 3-0 lead against the invincible Manchester City was an unimaginable feat after scoring. Fernandes stood at the center circle, exuding an air of triumph, raising his right hand in a clenched fist, releasing a roar that seemed to unleash all his pent-up frustrations. The previous 6-0 defeat had left United in despair, particularly Fernandes, the team's linchpin and 3-time Premier League Player of the Year, who had been thoroughly subdued in his matchup against Lee Mingyu. Although the first half was not yet complete, the 3-0 scoreline was enough for Fernandes to bask in glory. Fans throughout the stadium offered gestures of adoration towards him. 3-0. Who could have anticipated that Manchester United would lead Manchester City by such a margin on their home turf? This was a scenario no one envisioned prior to kickoff. Today, City's performance was underwhelming, with even Lee Mingyu appearing off his game, while Fernandes showcased his prowess as the Premier League's finest. His breathtaking strike from midfield was truly a sight to behold. City's defense faltered repeatedly, allowing United's counterattacks to strike effectively, resulting in 3 unanticipated blows to City's morale. Guardiola's expression darkened further. Was his team destined to suffer their first defeat of the season at Old Trafford? Indeed, Guardiola stood at the sidelines, his demeanor as dark as a storm cloud. Following the kickoff, Lee Mingyu suddenly heard a voice. Sensing the low morale among City's players, he activated the passive skill of Atletico Madrid legend Diego Simeone, Iron Will. This activation restored full stamina, significantly enhanced resilience to injury, and bolstered team morale for 5 minutes, usable once per half. Lee Mingyu felt a surge of strength coursing through him, dissipating any lingering fatigue. He simultaneously invoked the active skill of Bayer Leverkusen's legend Bolek's Roar, which greatly boosted City's morale and doubled their combat effectiveness. Lee Mingyu shouted, "Lift your spirits. Have you forgotten how we triumphed over them last time? We were merely outscored 3 times. We can retaliate. Remember, we are the indomitable Blue Moon." His rallying cry ignited a fire within the City players, lifting their heads high with renewed determination. Meanwhile, his voice reminded United's players of past defeats, causing their spirits to wane. Lee Mingyu smirka supli. This was an unexpected advantage. Although United had scored 3 goals, The haunting memory of their previous 6-0 loss lingered, casting a long shadow over many players. Lee Mingyu's roar inevitably stirred memories of their last disheartening defeat, dampening the initial excitement of scoring. The shift in momentum saw City's attacks sharpen significantly. The indomitable spirit of Manchester City's players infused them with newfound confidence in their ball control and passing. Lee Mingyu incessantly repositioned himself in the midfield, utilizing his exceptional movement and ball distribution to revitalize City's midfield. Just 2 minutes later, from 30 meters out at the center, Lee executed a feint that momentarily shifted the weight of United's defensive midfielder, Fred. With a splendid Marseille turn, he created an angle and unleashed a precise shot from just outside the penalty arc. United's goalkeeper, De Gea, was caught off guard, unaware that Lee would strike from such a position, and the crowded box obscured his view. By the time he noticed the ball hurtling toward the goal, it was too late. The ball thundered into the net, dousing the fervent atmosphere at Old Trafford with a chill. Observing the young number 10, both players and fans of Manchester United shuddered involuntarily. The formidable young talent had returned. Upon scoring, Lee did not celebrate, but instead swiftly dashed into the box, passing by the dazed De Gea, bending down to scoop up the rolling ball. The duration of his fierce resolve was fleeting, merely 5 minutes. He needed to act quickly. Returning to the locker room, trailing by 2 goals versus trailing by 1 was an entirely different realm. Along the way, Lee exchanged celebratory high-fives with his fellow City players. Upon reaching the center circle, he placed the ball down, stepped outside the circle, and gazed longingly toward United's half, his face radiating determination. United's players ambled over, but under the referee's urging, they had no choice but to kick off. The fourth official appeared promptly, displaying a sign indicating 1 minute of stoppage time in the first half. Lee's iron will had 1 minute left. As United initiated the kickoff, Lee surged forward like a ravenous tiger into their half. United's players, believing they could simply run down the clock during the last minute, were taken aback by Lee's tenacity. His relentless pressing forced United to revert the ball. As United's center back, Maguire, received the back pass, he felt a chill as Lee charged toward him, prompting an urgent retreat to pass back to De Gea. However, in the haste, Maguire miscalculated De Gea's positioning, inadvertently sending the ball in the opposite direction. De Gea watched in horror as the ball rolled by, mere centimeters from his left foot, his body unable to defy inertia. The moment Maguire passed, a look of terror washed over his face as he prepared to sprint after the ball. Yet, before he could move, a figure zipped past him with astounding speed. The sheer force of Lee's momentum sent Maguire crashing to the ground. As he fell, he caught a glimpse of the blue jersey number 10. Indeed, it was Lee Mingyu. From the instant United kicked off, Lee had pursued the play from his half to the edge of United's penalty area. With 3 consecutive back passes, he showed no signs of slowing down, ultimately capitalizing on his imposing presence, which induced a critical error for Maguire. The ball was beyond the reach of the goalkeeper. Given its speed, even if Maguire had made in time, he would have been unable to prevent it from crossing the line. This was destined to be an own goal. Yet, decidedly racing toward the ball with fervor sparked confusion. Could it be that we had misjudged this as an own goal for City? No, it was indeed United's penalty area. Why was Lee so desperately pursuing it? He could simply let it happen. In the instant the ball was about to cross the goal line, Lee executed a daring slide tackle, propelling both himself and the ball into the net. The entire stadium erupted in astonishment at his audacity. Lee's cleats hung tangled in the net, his body sprawled awkwardly, a sight that should have left De Gea disheartened. Yet he found himself laughing. After all, as national teammates, De Gea had never seen Lee in such a predicament. I need my phone to capture this moment for social media. It's bound to garner millions of likes. Gabriel Jesus, following closely behind Lee, rushed to help him out of the net. After a review, it was confirmed that the goal belonged to Lee and not an own goal by Maguire. Upon hearing the news, Maguire was left uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Following the goal, the referee did not wait for United to restart play, promptly blowing the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The expressions on United players' faces reflected a mix of relief and disbelief as they trudged into the players' tunnel. Inside Old Trafford, a profound silence reigned, with fans clad in red staring in horror at the beaming young man. The supporters of the Blue Moon felt warmth from his smile, while the Red Devils saw behind that grin the visage of a terrifying demon. In the final 5 minutes of the first half, Lee scored twice, narrowing the score to 3-2. United, now leading by a solitary goal, felt as though they were the ones trailing. Back in the locker room, United players gasped for breath, their expressions clouded with confusion and despair. Staff members responsible for player kits quietly entered, placing fresh jerseys beside those in need of a change. The heavy silence in the locker room urged the staff member to leave hastily. Faye, drenched in sweat, removed his jersey, wiped his body with a towel, and donned a new shirt. It was a habitual ritual for him. During halftime, he always changed into a clean jersey, believing it not only offered comfort, but also helped to ease his mind. However, today, even this change could not lift his spirits. Lee's 2 goals in the last 5 minutes had stunned Faye. The first goal was a testament to Lee's individual prowess, as he evaded defenders from 30 meters out to strike past De Gea. The second goal was born from Lee's relentless effort, as his pressing had instilled trepidation in United's players. Maguire's mistake stemmed from being intimidated by Lee's pursuit. Ultimately, Lee's frantic chase to finish what was already a certain goal left Faye in awe. Lee's tenacious spirit profoundly impacted Faye. In contrast, the atmosphere in Manchester City's locker room was entirely different. Lee's 2 goals had unshackled the players' mentality, instilling a sense of liberation among them. They incessantly discussed Lee Mingyu's final goal. "Lee, that shot was a guaranteed score. Why did you still chase after it with such fervor?" "Indeed, I was utterly astonished at the time, thinking I must have lost my mind. Could it be an own goal by us? Ha ha, I had that same delusion. I quickly glanced back and saw Ederson. Ha ha ha." Lee Mingyu, with a smile adorning his face, remarked, "I felt I could catch up, so I pursued it. After all, it was a goal. What a simple rationale." His teammates responded with gestures of disbelief. Guardiola entered with a beaming smile, observing everyone's jubilant demeanor. Lee Mingyu's 2 goals in the last 5 minutes of the first half drastically altered the course of the match. The momentum had entirely shifted back to Manchester City. In the second half, the 1-goal deficit was trivial for Manchester City. Guardiola addressed the team regarding key points to focus on for the second half. Ultimately, he tapped the blackboard, expressing his discontent with the defensive performance, as the 4 defenders bore looks of shame after conceding 3 goals in the first half. A first for this season. Nevertheless, Guardiola kept his comments brief, trusting that his disciples would adjust their mindset, ensuring that no mistakes from the first half would be repeated. The 15-minute intermission flew by, and both teams returned to the pitch. It was evident that Manchester City players were filled with zeal, their gazes towards the Manchester United players brimming with ferocity. The frustration from the first half compelled them to reclaim the game in the second half. In contrast, the Manchester United players appeared somewhat dispirited. The 2 goals scored by Lee Mingyu at the end of the first half had significantly impacted their morale. The formidable presence had returned. Some Manchester United players looked at Lee Mingyu with palpable trepidation. The referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle to commence the second half. The air above Old Trafford was once again filled with the fervent cheers of fans. Regardless of the players on the field, the passion of the supporters remained undeterred. Following the kickoff, Manchester City's offensive prowess quickly became evident. In the first half, their eagerness to recover from a deficit led to a somewhat frantic style of play. After the break, the players' mental state had settled, and their desire to attack surged. With a succession of over 30 passes, almost all executed with precision, Manchester City's ball control flowed seamlessly. The Manchester United players could only exhaust themselves trying to keep pace with City's rhythm, but to no avail. In the 55th minute of the second half, after about 10 minutes of relentless tugging, gaps began to appear in Manchester United's midfield and defense. Lee Mingyu received the ball on the wing and suddenly began to dribble laterally, prompting McTominay to hastily close in. At that moment, the 3 forwards in the front line interchanged positions, causing chaos within Manchester United's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Mingyu delivered a precise pass that sliced through the United defense. Sterling received the ball near the penalty spot, adjusted slightly, and unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into Manchester United's net. 3-3, Manchester City had leveled the score. This goal utterly shattered Manchester United's composure. The horror of relinquishing a 3 o'clock lead to a 3-3 tie was not solely about the score, but rather the return of their arch-nemesis. Lee Mingyu's 2 goals and an assist had compelled Manchester United's defense to capitulate entirely. Silence engulfed Old Trafford once more, and some veteran fans found tears streaming down their faces. They had witnessed Manchester United's glory days, when the club boasted countless admirers worldwide. playing a beautiful style of football while amassing numerous accolades. Back then, Manchester City was merely an obscure team. In Manchester, aside from the blue sky, nothing else of blue mattered. However, after the Middle Eastern Consortium's takeover, Manchester City had risen remarkably, with 6 titles in 10 years. They were chasing Manchester United's illustrious achievement of 8 titles in 10 years from 1993 to 2003. Yet, the current 6 titles in 10 years seemed far more arduous than the past 8. Many Manchester United fans helplessly held their heads, gazing despondently at the pitch. Watching the players in blue jerseys celebrate with abandon while those in red appeared lost, a number of Manchester United supporters could not help but weep openly. Though the match was not yet over and Manchester United was not behind, everyone sensed that it was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Lee Ming-yu did not keep them waiting long. In the 70th minute, he intercepted the ball in midfield, glancing up to discover De Gea, positioned surprisingly close to the edge of the penalty area. Thus, with his back to the gently descending sun, Lee Ming-yu struck the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring towards the Manchester United goal. As he lifted his foot, De Gea realized too late that he was too far forward, hastily retreating. However, he dared not turn and run. Instead, he cautiously tracked the ball's trajectory while backing away. The sun shone brilliantly from Manchester City's direction, and De Gea found himself squinting against the glare. The soaring ball seemed to merge with the sun itself, tracing a stunning parabolic arc before plummeting at incredible speed. De Gea, still squinting, reached the 6-yard box just as the ball descended rapidly. Spotting a shadow, he instinctively leaped, attempting to punch the ball away. Yet, the sunlight distorted his judgment, and his fist met only air. The ball ricocheted off the ground and struck the underside of the crossbar, finding its way into the net, eliciting a jubilant uproar. De Gea, who had missed the ball entirely, appeared utterly disheveled, sinking to the ground in front of the goal, watching the ball bounce within the net. Lee Ming-yu, still in his half, raised his arms triumphantly and shrugged, as if to say, "I was just trying my luck. Who knew it would result in a goal?" Even with such a provocative gesture, Old Trafford remained devoid of boos or jeers. Many Manchester United fans found themselves momentarily lost in thought, recalling a time when a young man donned a similar jersey and, from the same position, scored a breathtaking long-range goal. That young man was none other than England's heartthrob, David Beckham. At merely 21, Beckham had captured the hearts of the entire nation with that iconic long-range strike. Today, at the iconic Old Trafford, spectators were once again treated to a spectacular century-long lob shot. Unlike the past, this time Manchester United played the role of the backdrop. De Gea sat on the ground, momentarily lost in thought. The recent long-distance lob had seemingly left him spellbound. For a goalkeeper, conceding a goal via such a lob is an extremely humiliating experience, especially one that traverses half the pitch. It felt as if De Gea's face had been trampled into the ground. This was the kind of merciless blow that Lee Ming-yu relished delivering. De Gea is an exceptional goalkeeper, and it can be said that without his stellar performance, Manchester United would not have enjoyed a 3-goal lead in the first half. An outstanding goalkeeper is akin to half a team. Although De Gea is a teammate of Lee Ming-yu in the Spanish national team, such camaraderie will be cast aside in this fierce contest. To capture the kingpin, one must first vanquish the leader. Once De Gea's mindset was shattered, the match would be secured. Indeed, following the kickoff, Manchester United's mentality underwent a dramatic shift. Passes faltered, and a lateral ball was intercepted directly by Sterling. Chapter 189. Inzaghi's instinct in front of goal. A significant blunder emerged in Manchester United's midfield. As Fred prepared to pass to Rashford, his foot faltered, resulting in a mishit. Like a shark sensing blood, Sterling surged from a distance, extending his foot to seize the ball. The United defense crumbled in an instant. With Sterling accelerating, the United defenders were rendered powerless. The Manchester United players, having already lost their composure, were reluctant even to commit fouls. Sterling effortlessly entered the United penalty area and delivered a low shot that pierced through De Gea's fingers. De Gea, with a blank expression, helplessly raised his hands in resignation. It was not that his brother did not strive. Rather, it was that his teammates had let him down. Despair, not confusion, filled the eyes of the Manchester United players. By the 75th minute, the score had escalated to 5-3 in favor of Manchester City, who extended their lead to 2 goals. Following Sterling's goal, Guardiola began making substitutions. Both Lee Ming-yu and Sterling were taken off the pitch. The two goal scorers, with Lee Mingyu's hat-trick and Sterling's brace, left the United fans in a stunned silence. A deadening hush enveloped the stadium. The formidable Manchester City commanded the field, and all eyes turned towards the player slowly exiting the pitch. The blue number 10 jersey, illuminated by the setting sun, radiated brilliance. Many United fans wore expressions of utter despair. Perhaps this figure would cast a shadow over Manchester. Perhaps the entirety of the Premier League would be enveloped by his presence. The United supporters saw no glimmer of hope. Throughout the match, Manchester United fought valiantly. Their 3-0 lead in the first half had led fans to believe they could contend with Manchester City. Yet, the harsh reality revealed that this City team was truly terrifying, particularly their midfield maestro, Lee Mingyu. He was nothing short of a devil. His formidable personal prowess rendered the opposing defense utterly helpless. Each of his 3 goals was more despair-inducing than the last. The final score settled at 5-3. The moment the final whistle blew, Manchester United's players collapsed onto the ground, their faces etched with agony. For them, this match was a catastrophe. Their mindset shifted from cautious optimism to exuberance with a 3-goal lead, then to anxiety as Lee Mingyu equalized, and finally to helplessness as they fell behind. Helplessness. This is perhaps the most disheartening state for anyone. It is not that I do not strive. It is that after striving, I realize I am simply incapable. In this world, one must venture forth to truly understand what despair means. Once again, the players of Manchester United suffered a psychological blow. A 0-6 defeat, followed by a 3-5 loss. Though there was progress, the pain from this 3-5 match was far greater than the previous 0-6. After the game, Lee Mingyu walked onto the pitch and approached De Gea's goal, embracing him with an expression of guilt. De Gea wore a wry smile, saying nothing, but sighed softly in Lee Mingyu's ear. Despite their status as national teammates, their friendship was merely cordial. Lee Mingyu's gesture of comfort was a pleasant surprise for De Gea. United's midfield linchpin, Fred, approached, signaling a desire to swap jerseys with Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu acquiesced, removing his jersey and exchanging it with Fred's. They shared a brief embrace. Fred leaned in and whispered, "Lee, next time, I shall win." Lee Mingyu smiled slightly and replied, "Next time, I will still triumph." Observing Lee Mingyu's confidence, Fred left with a smirk. Lee Mingyu draped Fred's jersey over his shoulder and departed the pitch. In the aftermath of the match, every football media outlet in England began fervently extolling the virtues of Manchester City. With 12 consecutive victories in the league, they had equaled Manchester United's historical longest winning streak. Now tied for 5th on the Premier League's all-time winning streak list. The top spot is held jointly by Liverpool and Manchester City, with 18 consecutive wins. This record should be easily attainable for the current Manchester City squad. Among their upcoming opponents, only Liverpool ranks within the top 4. The others pose no significant threat to Manchester City. This weekend, in the Champions League group stage, Milan will host Manchester City. City has won both of its initial matches, leading the group, while Milan, with 1 win and 1 loss, sits second due to goal difference. This will be Lee Mingyu's second encounter with Milan. Last season, while still with Barcelona, he faced Milan in the Champions League round of 16. In the first leg, at San Siro, Lee Mingyu's Barcelona triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory over Milan. In the second leg, Barcelona, having felt secure, faced an unexpected setback right from the start. Merely 5 minutes in, Barcelona's defender Lenglet received a straight red card from the referee, resulting in a penalty for Milan. Playing with 10 men for 85 minutes posed a tremendous challenge for Barcelona. Confronted by a fierce Milan side, Barcelona found themselves trailing 0-2 at halftime. Given Barcelona's dismal Champions League performances in recent years, memories of their 4-0 comeback loss lingered painfully. Just when it seemed Barcelona was destined to repeat their past mistakes, Lee Mingyu emerged in the second half. With an audacious long-distance run, he scored a powerful shot, stabilizing Barcelona's faltering spirits. He then delivered a beautiful backheel pass to assist Messi in equalizing the score. Ultimately, Barcelona eliminated Milan and advanced to the quarterfinals. Once again facing Milan, Lee Mingyu exuded an air of unwavering confidence. The current Manchester City squad boasts a collective strength surpassing that of last season's Barcelona. In contrast, Milan appears to lack the stability they exhibited previously. The departure of goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma has dealt a significant blow to the team. Although the name Donnarumma still graces the Milan goal, it now belongs to Antonio Donnarumma Gianluigi's brother. The prodigious Gianluigi Donnarumma emerged from Milan's youth academy and, upon his promotion to the first team, showcased extraordinary talent, swiftly securing his position as the starting goalkeeper. This summer, Gianluigi left his former club amidst accusations of betrayal, transferring to Juventus to become the successor to the young legend Buffon. Meanwhile, his brother Antonio chose to renew his contract and remain at Milan. Despite Antonio's commendable performances this season, one must ponder how much longer the 32-year-old can steadfastly guard the net. On October 27th, with less than a month until the World Cup, this match serves as the final Champions League group stage encounter before the tournament. Lee Ming-yu returns to the city of Milan. His previous visit yielded remarkable results, with 2 goals and an assist contributing to a resounding 5-0 victory over Milan. As he rode the team bus, observing the red and black-clad fans gesturing obscenely at them, a faint smile crept across his face. Upon entering the San Siro for the second time, Lee Ming-yu maintained a serene demeanor. The away team's locker room was exceedingly modest, cramped with 11 starting players and coaching staff, such as the norm for visiting teams worldwide. After Guardiola outlined the tactical strategy for the day, he exited the confined space. The players donned their jerseys and checked their gear before proceeding to the player tunnel. As the stirring Champions League anthem resonated, both teams assembled at the center of the pitch. A sea of red and black engulfed the San Siro, with a colossal Milan emblem being waved by fans in unison. The fervent Milan supporters ignited the entire stadium. Among the Manchester City fans, a familiar face emerged, Zhang Shuai, a dedicated Inter Milan supporter. Zhang Shuai is also an admirer of Lee Ming-yu. Prior to the previous season's clash between Barcelona and Milan, he had an altercation with Milan fans. Ultimately, Barcelona triunfa 5-0, avenging Zhang Shuai's grievances. Since then, he has become an ardent fan of Lee Ming-yu. This season, upon Lee Ming-yu's arrival at Manchester City, Zhang Shuai promptly purchased a number 10 jersey. Although initially conflicted about whom to support if Manchester City faced Inter Milan, he rejoiced when the Champions League draw revealed that Inter would not be in the same group as Manchester City. Not only would he witness Manchester City and Lee Ming-yu in Milan, but he could also proudly wear his Manchester City jersey in support of Lee Ming-yu. The prospect of witnessing Lee Ming-yu dominate Milan once again filled him with delight. With the referee's whistle, the last Champions League group stage match before the World Cup commenced. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the San Siro, gaining the talent of Filippo Inzaghi, the instinct for goal scoring. Filippo Inzaghi, the Italian prodigious forward, possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Had he not pursued football, he could have thrived as an actor. Initially, Inzaghi faced skepticism due to his frail stature. In a league like Italy's, where defensive prowess reigns supreme, a robust physique is essential for forwards. Countless top strikers have faltered against Italy's renowned defensive systems. Yet Inzaghi, akin to a ghost, evaded defenders with ease, showcasing an innate sense for positioning. Time and again, he danced along the fine line of offside, with at least 1/5 of his goals existing in a gray area of legality. Some argue that had Inzaghi played in the era of video replays, he would not have achieved his ghostly status. Nevertheless, his remarkable instinct for goal-scoring is truly awe-inspiring. The talent for goal-scoring instinct that Lee Ming-yu has acquired is essential for survival in the football arena. As the match commenced, Manchester City took the first kick. Unbeknownst to the players on the field, a middle-aged man wearing a hat in a corner of the stands was watching the match with palpable excitement. Filippo Inzaghi. Last season, Inzaghi was the head coach of Benevento in Serie A. However, this summer, Benevento fell victim to relegation. After 3 seasons at the helm, Inzaghi made the decision to depart. Currently enjoying a hiatus, he visited this familiar stadium to witness the Champions League group match. Inzaghi held a deep admiration for Lee Ming-yu, finding a sense of kinship in his less robust build. Both have carved out successful careers in football despite their slender physiques. Inzaghi envied Lee Ming-yu's physical attributes and remarkable skill set, which mirrored those of many renowned stars. A proud smile graced Inzaghi's face, for in the annals of football history, no player had ever possessed the ghost-like scoring ability he had. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the stands. Inzaghi's eyes widened in astonishment, his hat falling from his head as he stood up in shock, oblivious to its absence. The preceding moment had left him utterly astounded. Following the kickoff, Lee Mingyu orchestrated the attack with remarkable composure. He passed the ball to Ilkay Gündoğan, signaling for him to initiate the offensive. Without hesitation, Gündoğan accepted the responsibility. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu gradually positioned himself before Milan's defensive line. Here, he made a startling discovery. Inzaghi's talent was indeed extraordinary. Lee Mingyu perceived a red imaginary line behind the defenders, signifying the position of the last defender. As long as he remained behind this line at the moment of a teammate's pass, he would not be flagged for offside. This talent was truly explosive. With it, the possibility of being offside became virtually non-existent. Lee Mingyu, while observing the soccer match from the sidelines, gradually approached the defensive line. His presence instilled a sense of foreboding within Milan's defense. Chapter 190. Inzaghi. He is a born number 9. Noticing that Lee Mingyu was not participating in the offensive organization, but rather drawing closer to his own defensive line, defender Romagnoli felt a twinge of anxiety. The last time he faced Lee Mingyu, the young talent had embarrassed his defense thoroughly. Romagnoli advanced and closely marked Lee Mingyu, using his hands to grip him, occasionally tugging at his jersey to prevent him from easily evading his grasp. Upon Romagnoli's approach, the red line that indicated the last defender did not advance forward, signifying that Romagnoli was not the final line of defense. Meanwhile, Sterling received the ball on the opposite flank and was poised to either cut inside or advance to the byline. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu pressed forward, surpassing Romagnoli's position. At that moment, he saw the red line rushing towards him. A tactic for offside. This is a common defensive strategy in modern football, where the defensive line moves forward in unison before the opponent passes the ball, exposing the attacking players behind them to an offside position. However, the efficacy of this tactic is glaringly obvious. Its weakness lies in the necessity for impeccable coordination among defenders. If even one defender fails to synchronize with the others, the offside trap collapses, placing the attacking players in a favorable position and granting them an excellent opportunity to score. Had Lee Mingyu not noticed the red line, he would have fallen into the offside trap. Yet, to Milan's astonishment, Lee Mingyu seemingly anticipated the situation and suddenly took a half-step back. Was he serious about that half-step? That minute adjustment freed Lee Mingyu from Milan's meticulously orchestrated offside scheme. In the midst of Milan's defensive confusion, Sterling cut inside and delivered a precise pass, threading the ball between two defenders into the penalty area. Simultaneously, Romagnoli, who was marking Lee Mingyu, felt a tingling in his fingers as he lost his grip on Lee Mingyu's jersey due to an overwhelming force. As Sterling struck the ball, Lee Mingyu surged towards Milan's penalty area. The moment the ball arrived, he made no adjustments and unleashed a powerful shot, leaving Donnarumma helpless as he watched the ball find the net. Milan's players raised their arms, signaling that Lee Mingyu was offside. Although the referee was not far away, his position did not allow him to clearly ascertain whether Lee Mingyu was indeed offside. Hence, he sought the assistant referee's input. The assistant, however, was uncertain. For in that fleeting moment, Lee Mingyu stood on the precipice between offside and onside. The referee, with no choice, signaled his intention to review the play. All players on the field watched the referee's back with complex emotions. Only Lee Mingyu knew he had not been offside. Oh, but he was not alone in this knowledge. On the sidelines, Inzaghi observed Lee Mingyu's every move with fervent excitement, his body trembling slightly. Others found nothing extraordinary in Lee Mingyu's actions, yet Inzaghi discerned the underlying brilliance. For this innate talent was his own, despite lacking a system to visualize the red line. Inzaghi had always maintained an invisible red line in his mind during his playing days. This understanding allowed him to navigate precarious situations, making him a world's foremost expert in evading offside traps. Lee Mingyu's recent half-step back is a maneuver that many top forwards instinctively employ. In numerous matches, one can witness forwards adjusting their positions, ensuring they remain just behind the defender. However, Lee Mingyu's remarkable aspect was that he did not even face the defender. Although he could not visually perceive the defender's position, as the entire defensive line shifted, he seemed to sense the impending danger and swiftly retreated half a step. That half step made all the difference. With that minor adjustment, Milan's offside tactic was rendered ineffective, revealing a significant gap in their defense. After Sterling's incisive pass tore through the entire backline, Lee Mingyu reignited his momentum, effortlessly converting the one-on-one opportunity into a goal. The entire sequence was a sight to behold, leaving Inzaghi captivated. He attempted to immerse himself in Lee Mingyu's shoes, realizing he might not have performed any better in that situation. An innate instinct. He must be a natural number 9. Damn it, who allowed him to don the number 10 jersey? He is a striker, not a midfielder. Inzaghi felt his principles challenged. In his era, jersey numbers essentially represented a player's position, even their status. The number 9 was one that every forward aspired to wear. Milan's number 9 had once belonged to Van Basten, to Weah, but since 2001, it had been Inzaghi's. However, after the trio of Inzaghi, Nesta, and Gattuso bid farewell to the team in 2012, Milan's number 9 had yet to find a true heir. The curse of a number 9 lingered, with 10 players having donned the jersey over the past decade. Mandzukic, who only joined the team last season, wore the number 9 and initially performed brilliantly, seemingly poised to break the curse. Yet this season, he completely lost his way, scoring only 1 goal in 12 matches, and that was a penalty. The curse of Milan's number 9 continues. This infuriated Inzaghi. Lee Mingyu's instinctive awareness in front of the goal was undoubtedly that of a top striker. How could such a player be relegated to the midfield? Wasn't that a waste? If he were the coach of Manchester City, he would undoubtedly position Lee Mingyu as a central striker. Inzaghi cast a jealous glance at the bald, handsome figure standing on the sidelines. Damn it, they completely misunderstood his potential. A promising striker was groomed into a midfielder within the Barcelona system. Is a forward not enticing enough? Yet, the illustrious Guardiola was not someone Inzaghi could sway. Though Manchester City has yet to secure a Champions League trophy, Guardiola, who has led them to the pinnacle of the Premier League, has undeniably established himself as the world's premier coach. Among current coaches, his achievements are unmatched. Countless championship titles, domestic titles across the 3 major leagues. He has amassed them all. Should he manage to clinch the Champions League title with Manchester City, his renown would reach unparalleled heights. This season, with Lee Mingyu in their ranks, Manchester City has set its sights firmly on the Champions League crown. Lee Mingyu's goal rendered the players at San Siro eerily silent. His movement on the pitch evoked a chilling sensation among them, reminiscent of a remarkable performance from the past. They recalled the eternal red and black number 9, the legendary Pippo Inzaghi. Inzaghi had repeatedly thwarted opponents' offside traps with such runs. Today, the uncanny similarity in performance left their defensive line vulnerable. Truly, the wheel of fate turns justly. Huang Jianxiang, a renowned commentator from the English Premier League, was a guest commentator for this match on Tencent. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's movement, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a beautiful play, Lee Mingyu. Such exquisite positioning. A splendid evasion of the offside trap. What a fine goal. A faint blush appeared on Huang Jianxiang's face as the goal transported him back to his days at CCTV. Although not a Milan fan, his familiarity with the club and Inzaghi as a Serie A commentator was profound. The sequence of movements by Lee Mingyu conjured an uncanny resemblance to Inzaghi in Huang Jianxiang's mind. Aside from the differing jersey numbers, the similarities were striking. He truly resembles Inzaghi, Huang Jianxiang murmured. After scoring, Lee Mingyu was elated. Although he had been positioned as an attacking midfielder by Koeman and was enjoying the role, he had always been a forward, specifically a center forward, since he began playing. However, due to his innate talent, he had yet to make a significant impact. Barcelona traditionally had little need for center forwards. If it weren't for the numerous injuries in the previous season, Koeman would likely not have promoted Lee Mingyu from the youth squad to the first team. Such is the nature of fate. The recent goal reaffirmed Lee Mingyu's belief that playing as a forward was the most exhilarating experience. Nevertheless, as the team required him to organize attacks, he would adhere to the coach's directives. Yet, occasionally sneaking into the forward position was certainly a delightful prospect. Pep Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval. He was well aware that Lee Mingyu's attacking prowess surpassed his organizational skills. However, positioning him as an attacking midfielder was ideal for the team's cohesion and efficiency. Moreover, Guardiola was not rigid. From the moment Lee Mingyu joined Manchester City, he had clearly stated to all players that Lee Mingyu possessed unlimited freedom to shoot. If Lee Mingyu desired, he could occupy any position in the attack and take shots without hesitation. Although some veteran players harbored discontent, Guardiola's authority rendered his words beyond dispute. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu was adept at judiciously allocating his opportunities. Though endowed with this freedom, he had never truly exploited it. Each offensive attempt was approached with meticulous care. Unless a clear chance arose, he preferred to stabilize the play and reorganize rather than rush into taking a shot. The recent goal had no impact on Milan's mentality. The defenders believed it was merely a stroke of luck for Lee Mingyu, as his movement had fortuitously evaded the offside trap. Following the restart, Milan initiated their first offensive. Although Mandzukic was not at his previous season's form, he still performed commendably on the Champions League stage. In their first match against Barcelona, it was his goal that opened the scoring for the team. However, in the second half, Messi scored twice, leading to Milan's defeat. In their subsequent match against Bayer Leverkusen, Mandzukic again shone, scoring a long-range effort in the dying moments to secure a crucial 3 points. In today's match, Mandzukic hoped to maintain his form and assist his team in overcoming the formidable Manchester City. He played a pivotal role in the attack, returning a pass to Allianz. The Turkish player, wearing Milan's number 10 jersey, was now in his 6th year with the club, and at 28, he was undoubtedly the midfield linchpin. Receiving Mandzukic's pass, Allianz delivered a deft lob over Manchester City's defenders. Following the pass, Mandzukic executed a nimble turn, leaving his marker behind. Despite being 36, he demonstrated remarkable agility. With a slight side profile, he met the descending ball with a powerful side volley that soared toward Manchester City's goal. Ederson's positioning was suboptimal, and his view was obstructed by defenders. By the time he perceived the ball hurtling past, it was too late. Ederson could only attempt a desperate save, but he was powerless to prevent the ball from finding the net. The entire San Siro erupted like a festive celebration, igniting into a sea of red and black. Mandzukic, in a state of euphoria after scoring, had netted in 3 consecutive Champions League group matches, proving that age was merely a number. Milan's resilience was commendable. Within 2 minutes of conceding, they swiftly equalized, returning both teams to square one. As Manchester City resumed play, Lee Mingyu remained in midfield, diligently orchestrating the attack. The collective strength of Manchester City was undeniably superior. A series of precise passes left Milan's defenders scrambling, gradually pushing their line back to within 30 meters of their penalty area. Upon receiving a pass from Lee Mingyu, Jesus executed a feint to evade his marker, spun partially, and unleashed a shot that compelled Donnarumma to make an extraordinary save. The scene unfolded like a comedic performance, with Jesus utilizing his remarkable physicality to create space and quickly firing a shot aimed at the goal's corner. Donnarumma, the Milan goalkeeper, delivered an astonishing save. Just as the ball seemed destined for the net, an outstretched gloved hand appeared, and with a deft touch, Donnarumma redirected the ball. The trajectory altered slightly, and in a moment of disbelief for Jesus, the ball struck the crossbar and ricocheted back into play. Chaos ensued in the penalty area as players from both teams grappled to seize possession. Several jumped simultaneously, but from the fray emerged Donnarumma, who, after his save, propelled himself off the ground with remarkable agility, leaving spectators in awe. After rising to his feet, Donnarumma strode purposefully towards the point where the ball had landed, relying on his ability to use his hands to punch the ball out of the penalty area. However, to his dismay, the ball had already been claimed by other players, leaving him with only a feeble reach. Consequently, he could only manage to push the ball a mere 5 or 6 meters away from the box. There, a young man with a terrifying grin awaited. Lee Mingyu stood just outside the penalty area, and as the ball soared towards him, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. With an archer's stance, Lee Mingyu prepared to unleash a volley. The Milan players within the box were paralyzed with horror, rushing out in a desperate attempt to block Lee Mingyu's impending strike. 2 players swiftly turned their backs, bracing themselves to absorb what they anticipated would be a lethal shot. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lee Mingyu misjudged the ball's trajectory. He intended to strike it with the outside of his right foot, but the ball's rapid descent caused him to miscalculate. He did indeed make contact with the ball using the outside of his foot, but failed to cradle it properly, resulting in an errant shot that soared high into the air. As he watched the ball ascend, Lee Mingyu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face. Oh no, what a blunder. Turning away in shame, he dared not look at the ball again. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted behind him, piquing his curiosity enough to glance back. Although his shot had not been executed as intended, it had not sailed directly into the stands either. Instead, the ball, having reached a great height, began its descent towards the goal. Donnarumma, still gazing skyward, initially assumed the ball would cross the goal line. Yet, His expression shifted dramatically as he perceived an anomaly in its trajectory. Standing on the goal line, he scrutinized the ball's position, growing increasingly uneasy. Ultimately, the ball descended, and to his astonishment, it remained within the penalty area and perilously close to the goal. If left unattended, it could very well find its way into the net. Donnarumma leapt into action, raising his right hand to deflect the ball over the crossbar. However, the speed and force of the ball's descent caused him to falter slightly. Though he managed to touch the ball, sending it onto the crossbar, the impact was too forceful for him to maintain control. The ball ricocheted off the crossbar, landing back within the penalty area. Having exerted considerable effort in his previous 2 saves, Donnarumma felt his legs weaken upon landing, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Jesus, who had previously missed a shot, swiftly positioned himself in the small box. Spotting the falling ball, he outmaneuvered the defenders and executed a diving header, propelling both himself and the ball into the net. This goal was nothing short of magical. Jesus' strike was a spectacular effort, worthy of contention for the week's top goals. It was remarkable that Donnarumma had managed to deflect it. He quickly rose to clear the rebounded ball from the penalty area. Outside the box, Lee Mingyu stood poised at the ball's landing point, ready to execute what should have been a guaranteed volley, only for it to turn into a wayward shot. The unexpected trajectory of a high-flying ball led everyone to believe the attack had concluded. Little did they know, as the ball descended, it would land directly in front of Milan's goal. Donnarumma, unwilling to take any chances, prepared to leap and deflect the ball over the crossbar. Yet, due to the gravitational pull, he misjudged the speed and force of the ball's descent. Despite managing to push the ball onto the crossbar, it still bounced back into play. Astute, Jesus seized the opportunity, claiming what should have been his goal, albeit with a 10-second delay. Good things come to those who wait. Bursting with excitement, Jesus sprang from the net and joyously leaped onto Lee Mingyu's back. "Lee, what a beautiful assist," he exclaimed, leaving Lee Mingyu blushing in confusion. "What are you implying, Jesus?" The players of Manchester City gathered around, not overly concerned with Jesus' goal, but rather expressing admiration for Lee Mingyu's shot. "Ha, Lee, how did you manage that?" One teased. "You must have calculated everything perfectly to achieve such a remarkable strike." Indeed, in that fleeting moment, Lee had not only accounted for height, force, angle, and gravitational acceleration, but he also marveled at his own knowledge, considering his struggles in physics. Listening to his teammates' playful banter, Lee Mingyu felt a surge of frustration. Despite their admiration for his youth and talent, they still teased him when he faltered. Meanwhile, Guardiola could be heard laughing the loudest from the sidelines when Lee Mingyu's misfire occurred. However, as the game progressed, the smile on Guardiola's face faded. "Is this really happening?" he mused. Although the team had scored, the comical nature of the goal left him in a state of bewilderment. This unexpected turn of events not only caught Manchester City off guard, but also left Milan players in a state of shock. What has happened? Did the wind just change? They protested, questioning whether the ball had crossed the line. The referee, equally perplexed, consulted his watch, which featured Hawkeye technology. The feedback confirmed the ball had indeed crossed the line. But he had overlooked the crucial detail that the debate centered on whether the ball had completely crossed over the goal line while still above the crossbar. With no alternative, the referee opted for a replay. The situation was undeniably contentious. After reviewing the footage twice, he concluded that the ball had not fully crossed the line. Lowering his headset, he gestured towards the center circle. The goal was valid. The Manchester City players exhaled in relief. A goal was a goal. The score stood at 2-1, with the away team regaining the lead, leaving the Milan players feeling utterly frustrated. What on earth is happening? Can't we play football properly? However, the recent goal cannot be credited as an assist from Lee Mingyu, which left him feeling quite disheartened. After the restart, Milan's offense appeared to lack vigor. Following the initial flurry of activity, Milan seemed to run out of steam. Nevertheless, their defense held firm, despite Manchester City's relentless pressure. The well-drilled Milan side did not afford them many opportunities to attack. In their last 6 matches, Manchester City has only played at home against Barcelona. All other encounters were away games. This string of away matches has left the players feeling profoundly fatigued, without the advantages of home support and recovery of stamina. Lee Mingyu also sensed his energy waning. Shortly after the second half commenced, players from both sides began to suffer cramping. It is important to note that this is merely the second month of the new season, and the match has only reached its midpoint. Such fatigue issues are alarming. This year's World Cup poses a harsh test for the players. I believe many teams will face significant injury troubles this season. Even before its commencement, the Qatar World Cup has already drawn widespread criticism. It seems that future bids for the World Cup from the Middle East will be met with even greater opposition. Both coaches began to make substitutions. Lee Mingyu was not immediately replaced, as the current situation remained uncertain, and his presence on the field was still deemed necessary. Sterling, who had been active in the first half, was substituted for Bernardo Silva to enhance midfield control. Silva's introduction had an immediate impact, as Manchester City's midfield completely dominated Milan. Without a transitional midfield, Mandzukic in the front line was left to fight a lone battle. However, with his energy reserves dwindling, Mandzukic was soon replaced by the more youthful and energetic Rebic, with the intent of having him act as a thorn in Manchester City's defense, poised for a sudden assault. Yet, having learned from previous encounters, Manchester City opted to keep two defenders closely monitoring Rebic. Lacking midfield support, it became nearly impossible for Rebic to receive the ball up front. Each long pass from Milan's defense was successfully intercepted by Manchester City's defenders. After more than 10 minutes, Rebic had barely touched the ball, either contesting for headers or positioning himself for them. Even when he attempted to drop back to receive the ball, opportunities were scarce. The overwhelming dominance exerted by Manchester City left Milan's players gasping for breath. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu delivered a precise through ball to Mahrez on the flank. Mahrez skillfully reached the byline and executed a low cross into the box. Although Jesus at the near post failed to make contact, his movement distracted the goalkeeper, allowing the ball to slide past him. Following his pass, Lee Mingyu made a swift run to the far post just as the ball rolled across the goal. Faced with an open net, he aimed to push the ball in with his right foot. Unexpectedly, as the ball passed by, it encountered an unforeseen bump on the grass, causing it to bounce slightly. When Lee Mingyu's right foot struck the ball, an amusing scene unfolded. What should have been a straightforward tap into an empty net turned into a comical mishap, as the ball ricocheted off his face instead of heading directly towards a goal. In an astonishing twist, the ball, after hitting Lee Mingyu's face, took an odd trajectory and found its way into the net. Lee Mingyu lay on the ground, speechless, watching the ball bounce jubilantly inside the goal. Ouch, my face hurts. I don't want to get up. How embarrassing, he thought, burying his face in the grass, reluctant to rise. This scene alarmed Coach Guardiola, who promptly signaled for the team doctor to check if Lee Mingyu was injured. The referee was also startled, realizing the implications if Lee Mingyu were to sustain an injury during his officiated match. Even self-inflicted harm would not be acceptable. Maintaining a stern demeanor, the referee struggled to suppress a laugh. The incident drew laughter from many Milan players and fans alike. Despite conceding a goal, Lee Mingyu's antics were undeniably charming. Today, he had already delivered 2 moments worthy of comedic acclaim. Scoring in such a self-defeating manner was a testament to his dedication. When the team doctor arrived and noticed Lee Mingyu still hadn't lifted his head, he became alarmed and rushed over, inadvertently sliding into Lee Mingyu. Chapter 192. Lee Mingyu's self-inflicted injury and the approaching World Cup. Lee Mingyu felt a sudden kick and raised his head, initially believing it was a teammate coming over to celebrate. To his surprise, he found himself face-to-face with a familiar yet awkward expression. Steve, the team doctor. How come it's you? Lee Mingyu exclaimed, shocked to see the source of his predicament. Steve, looking embarrassed, asked, Lee, are you all right? Lee Mingyu touched his face and then rubbed his thigh, replying, my face hurt already, and now my leg does too. Steve, even more embarrassed, quickly helped Lee Mingyu up and checked to ensure he was indeed unharmed. Fortunately, Steve hadn't injured Lee Mingyu. Otherwise, it would have been one of the saddest incidents of the year. Watching the sheepish Steve walk away, Guardiola was nearly driven to frustration. First, Lee Mingyu's self-inflicted injury, followed by the doctor's clumsy slide tackle. Are you two trying to drive me insane? Without hesitation, Guardiola decided to substitute Lee Mingyu during the next stoppage. Observing Lee Mingyu's wry smile, Guardiola felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Today, Lee Mingyu had already secured the top 2 spots for the funniest moments of the year. Lee Mingyu rubbed his still numb face and asked Sterling, Raheem, is my face okay? Do I still look as handsome as usual? Raheem Sterling merely turned his head away, muttering, ugh, how shameless. Seeing the envy on Sterling's face, Lee Mingyu declared triumphantly, It appears my unparalleled looks remain intact. No sooner had he spoken than several towels were hurled at his face. The overwhelming scent of sweat nearly made him retch. Finally, escaping the barrage of towels, Lee Mingyu glared at those around him, seeking the culprit. Yet everyone appeared engrossed in the match, with Sterling and his teammates discussing the players' positions with great seriousness. Lee Mingyu wore a stern expression, perceiving everyone as a potential adversary. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match came to an end. The away team, Manchester City, triumphed over Milan with a score of 3-1. Lee Mingyu scored 2 goals and provided an indirect assist, earning the title of the best player of the match. Following this game, the dynamics of the group underwent a remarkable transformation. Manchester City, with 3 consecutive victories, secured a firm position at the top of the group. The so-called group of death posed no particular threat to them. Surprisingly, Milan, with 1 victory and 2 defeats, still managed to hold the second position. This was due to Barcelona's unexpected defeat against Bayer Leverkusen, who astonishingly won 2-0 at home, leaving everyone astounded. After overcoming Barcelona, Leverkusen, sharing the same record as Milan, found themselves in 3rd place due to the head-to-head results. Barcelona, despite having equal points and goal difference, was relegated to 4th place. The group situation confirmed that it truly was a group of death. 3 teams, each with 1 win and 2 losses and identical points, saw Milan's goal difference at 3, while Leverkusen and Barcelona both stood at 4. Post-World Cup, every match for these 3 teams would be crucial. Losing to Manchester City might be inconsequential, but a defeat against either of the other 2 would likely mean farewell to the Champions League. With the group stage of the Champions League concluded, all eyes turned to the highly anticipated 2022 Qatar World Cup. Before the World Cup, Manchester City had 2 more league matches to play, both against mid to lower-tier Premier League teams, which posed no significant pressure. In the first match, Manchester City narrowly defeated West Ham United 1-0 at home, with Lee Mingyu scoring the sole goal after a remarkable long run. 4 days later, they faced the 10th-placed Leicester City at home. Leicester City had been the most astonishing team in the Premier League in recent years. Back in 2015, they were widely expected to be relegated, having spent 140 days at the bottom of the league. However, their miraculous turnaround began with 7 victories in the final 9 matches, securing their place in the Premier League. Following their survival, internal changes led to the dismissal of manager Nigel Pearson, reportedly due to a scandal involving his grandson during a friendly match in Thailand. Pearson was replaced by the renowned Italian coach Claudio Ranieri 12 days later. The 2015 to 2016 season proved to be a wild one. Prior to this season, the odds of Leicester City winning the Premier League were a staggering 1/5,000. Similar to the outrageous predictions of Kim Kardashian becoming president before 2020 or taking up professional cricket post-presidency. Yet against all odds, the miracle occurred. On May 3, 2016, Leicester City clinched the Premier League title with a record of 22 wins, 11 draws, and 3 losses, becoming the 6th team to win the Premier League and securing their first top-flight title in the club's 132-year history. Their top scorer, Jamie Vardy, had been playing in amateur leagues just 5 years prior, while Riyad Mahrez, crowned the league's best player that season, began his career in France's 7th tier. Captain Wes Morgan tasted top-flight football only at the age of 30, and Andy King, who had won championships across 3 divisions, was released from Chelsea's youth academy over a decade ago. The manager, Ranieri, had previously navigated various leagues without ever capturing a title. Just a year prior, they were fighting for survival. A year later, they were crowned champions of the English Premier League, achieving one of the greatest miracles in modern football. Since then, Leicester City has established itself as a formidable force in the Premier League, although they have failed to reach the top 4 since their title win, casting shadows of discontent within the club. Some players began to harbor doubts about their future, including Vardy, who announced his retirement plans at the season's end, feeling unable to continue at the age of nearly 36. Following the retirement of former captain Morgan, the captaincy had been passed to Vardy. In the final round of the season, a victory would secure Leicester City's 4th-place position, but under pressure against West Ham United, they succumbed to a 1-2 defeat, losing their Champions League spot. Facing the formidable Manchester City, Leicester City quickly fell apart, resulting in a 0-3 loss. A score achieved only after Guardiola withdrew his players in the second half, with 14 consecutive league victories and 18 across all competitions. Manchester City matched Barcelona's record from the 2005 to 2006 season, now tied for fourth place, while the third spot remains held by their own record of 21 consecutive victories set in the 2020 to 2021 season. However, this record would need to be pursued further post-World Cup. On November 8, 2022, European competitions were suspended, and all attention turned to the prosperous lands of the Middle East. This was Lee Mingyu's first visit to the region. The weather in Doha in November was pleasant, though the dry air posed a challenge for him. The opening match of the World Cup was set for November 21st, with Spain's first game scheduled for November 22nd at 1 p.m. to be held at the Sports City Stadium located on the eastern coast of Doha, along the Persian Gulf. The group stage fixtures were tightly packed, with 4 matches scheduled daily over 12 days, commencing at 1 p.m., 4 p.m., 7 p.m., and 10 p.m. Spain's first match was a formidable challenge against their old rivals, the Netherlands, who had inflicted a humiliating 1-5 defeat on them 8 years prior, tearing away the glamorous facade of Spanish football and revealing its underlying decay. However, the current Spanish squad was ready for battle. Coach Enrique was filled with confidence, declaring their ambition to claim the championship. The Spanish roster this year was indeed impressively formidable. Ultimately, Spain's 23-player squad was fully confirmed. Goalkeepers: David De Gea, Manchester United; Unai Simon, Athletic Bilbao; Robert Sanchez, Brighton. Defenders: Jordi Alba, Barcelona; Eric Garcia, Barcelona; Luis Gaya, Valencia; Aymeric Laporte, Manchester City; Pau Torres, Villarreal; Cesar Azpilicueta, Chelsea; Marcos Llorente, Atletico Madrid; Diego Llorente, Leeds United. Midfielders: Sergio Busquets, Barcelona; Pedri, Barcelona; Rodri Hernandez, Manchester City; Lee Mingyu, Manchester City; Koke, Atletico Madrid; Thiago Alcantara, Liverpool; Fabian Ruiz, Napoli. Forwards: Alvaro Morata, Juventus; Ferran Torres, Manchester City; Mikel Oyarzabal, Real Sociedad; Adama Traoré, Wolverhampton; Ansu Fati, Barcelona. The announcement of this roster sparked an immense uproar within Spain, as none of the 23 Spanish players were affiliated with Real Madrid. This marked a historic first for the Spanish national team. Supporters of Real Madrid expressed their discontent towards coach Enrique, questioning whether last season's La Liga champions and the current league leaders had failed to capture his attention. Enrique, however, dismissed the protests from Real Madrid, emphasizing that he values form over fame. In his view, these 23 players represented the pinnacle of performance this season, with more than 10 days of preparation. Enrique did not demand extensive training. The core lineup predominantly revolved around players for Barcelona and Manchester City. For pivotal defenders and midfielders from Barcelona, coupled with 4 players from Manchester City, nearly monopolized the team's offensive and defensive framework. Lee Mingyu, as the connective tissue among these players, provided Enrique with a sense of reassurance. In Doha's Al Khor, Lee Mingyu and the team intensified their training, employing scientific methods to hone their synergy before the World Cup. As time flew by, the 10-day respite quickly dissipated. On November 21st, 2022, at noon, the opening ceremony of the Qatar World Cup commenced at the Gulf Stadium. The ceremony, steeped in Gulf traditions, offered a glimpse of Qatar's enchanting allure to the global audience. However captivating the ceremony, it could not overshadow the paramount significance of the event. At 1300 hours, the thrilling moment finally arrived as the host nation Qatar faced Uruguay in the inaugural match. Historically, the opening match of the World Cup has seldom yielded favorable outcomes. Initially, there was no fixed opening match. Whichever group played first was designated as the opener. However, by the 1966 World Cup in England, FIFA decided to consistently feature the host nation in the opening game, aiming to leverage their popularity to ignite excitement among local fans. Disappointingly, the subsequent 2 opening matches ended in 0-0 draws, inciting FIFA's fury. In response, they devised a new approach starting from the 1974 World Cup in Germany, where the reigning champions would participate in the opening match. Yet, misfortune plagued the defending champions between 1974 and 2002. Only Germany in 1994 and Brazil in 1998 secured narrow victories in the opening matches, while the rest either drew or lost, a dismal record. Following the 2006 World Cup, the defending champions ceased to appear in the opening match, giving way to the hosts. The rationale was that starting in 2006, the defending champions would have to qualify rather than directly enter the tournament. In 2006, the host nation Germany triumphed over Costa Rica 4-2. In 2010, South Africa, the host, drew 1-1 with Mexico. In 2014, Brazil, the host, defeated Croatia 3-1. In 2018, Russia, the host, triumphed over Saudi Arabia 5-0. For 4 consecutive tournaments, hosts have remained unbeaten, coupled with 2-0 draws in 1966 and 1970, establishing an enduring legacy of host invincibility. Today, all eyes are on Qatar to see if they can uphold the illustrious honor of the World Cup host against the formidable South American team, Uruguay. Chapter 193, Argentina vs. Spain. The opening match showcased Qatar's prowess in Asian football as they held Uruguay, led by the ever-capable Luis Suarez, to a 1-1 draw amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd. The host's undefeated myth continues, proving that even on sacred ground, this remarkable record remains unbroken. At 1600 hours, another match in the group commenced at the Khalifa International Stadium, where North America's top team, Mexico, staged a comeback to defeat Egypt, led by Salah, with a score of 2-1. The dejected expression on Salah's face evoked sighs from countless fans. This marked Egypt's third appearance in the World Cup. In 1990, they were eliminated in the group stage with 2 draws and a loss. In 2018, with Salah on their side, Egypt appeared promising. However, during the UEFA Champions League final on May 27th, Salah suffered a severe shoulder injury due to a foul by Ramos, casting doubt on his participation in the World Cup. This was a devastating blow for Egypt. By the time the World Cup commenced, Salah had not fully recovered, missing the first match against Uruguay. Although he played in the subsequent 2 matches, scoring once, Egypt ultimately departed Russia with 3 losses. In this year's World Cup, Salah returned with his team, facing off against North America's formidable Mexico. Salah shone brilliantly, scoring a stunning goal in the 15th minute, giving Egypt an early lead. However, shortly after halftime, the opposing team equalized. The match remained fiercely contested until the 90th minute, when Mexico's Hirving Lozano, formerly of Napoli, secured a last-minute victory with a header, sealing Egypt's fate. After the match, Egyptian players sat despondently on the field, and Salah's disappointment resonated deeply. When will Egypt's first World Cup victory finally arrive? At 1900 hours, the first match at Al Thummama Stadium officially began. The stadium's design is inspired by the elegant triangular sailboats of the Persian Gulf, showcasing remarkable beauty. The world's top-ranked Belgian team faced off against the South American powerhouse, Chile. Ultimately, the superior skills of Belgium prevailed, leading to a 2-0 victory over Chile, marking the first win for the European squad. At 2200 hours, the Al Rayyan Stadium hosted the second match of the group stage. The top-ranked Asian team, Japan, triumphed over Morocco with a score of 1-0, securing Asia's first win. The inaugural day of matches concluded with a total of 4 games, producing 8 goals, showcasing an exhilarating start to this year's World Cup. The absence of a 0-0 draw was a rare and welcome occurrence, delighting fans with thrilling performances. However, anticipation surged as spectators glimpsed the fixtures for the following day. Time progressed to November 22, 2022, at 1300 hours, within the iconic Lusail Stadium, which is also the venue for the World Cup final. The colors of Argentina's sky blue and white mingled with Spain's vibrant red, adorning the arena. This match was heralded as the most captivating clash of the group stage. Argentina boasted one of the world's finest players, Lionel Messi. Yet, on the grand stage of the World Cup, Messi's name has been intertwined with heartbreak. Since his debut in 2006, he has been seen as Argentina's savior, the next Maradona. Every Argentine fan hoped that this diminutive talent, reminiscent of Maradona, could lead the nation to reclaim past glories. The team reached the quarterfinals in 2006 and 2010, and in 2014, Messi guided Argentina to the final, only to suffer a devastating defeat to Germany in extra time, marking the closest he has come to lifting the coveted trophy. The 2018 World Cup in Russia, however, brought disappointment as Argentina fell to the eventual champions, France, in the round of 16. Amidst the outcry of Argentine fans, Messi announced his decision to retire from international duty. Yet, under the comforting words of the legendary Maradona, he quickly retracted, admitting that his decision was hasty. In the recent South American qualifiers, Messi demonstrated his prowess, almost single-handedly propelling Argentina to become the first team to secure a spot in the World Cup. This season, Argentina emerged as strong contenders for the title. And with this being Messi's final World Cup, hopes soared for him to finally grasp the championship. On the other side, the Spanish national team garnered immense anticipation. The years 2008 and 2012 belonged to Spain, with 2 European Championship titles and 1 World Cup victory, establishing a remarkable dynasty that captivated the footballing world. However, the 2014 World Cup saw Spain, aiming to defend their title, falter dramatically against the Netherlands, initially taking the lead before succumbing to a humiliating 5-1 defeat. This loss signaled the end of Spain's golden era, and since then, they have struggled to regain their former glory on the world stage. Today, Spain is back, having found a new captain in Mingyu, rekindling hope among fans for a resurgence in Spanish football. Coach Enrique expressed unwavering confidence, proclaiming that this year, Spain's objective is the World Cup title. As Mingyu stood in the players' tunnel, he took deep breaths. Despite being an experienced player, the World Cup stage remains the pinnacle of football. Many players dream of playing on such a grand platform. Clad in red, Mingyu closed his eyes momentarily, seeking tranquility amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, feeling the stadium's magic coursing through him. Grasping the hand of a young ball boy, he followed his teammates out of the tunnel. Upon stepping onto the pitch, the thunderous applause rendered him momentarily deaf, igniting a rush of adrenaline among the players. This was the essence of the World Cup, an extraordinary celebration of football every 4 years. Mingyu's previously calmed emotions surged back to life, urging him to embrace the excitement. As players exchanged handshakes, Mingyu and Messi's moment was captured by cameras. The formidable duo from Barcelona stood on the World Cup stage, each representing their nation, sharing a mutual understanding of the fierce determination in each other's eyes. Today, Argentina's lineup featured a highly aggressive 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez from Aston Villa, defenders Nehu N. Pires from Atletico Madrid, Nicol S. Otamendi from Benfica, Marcos Asensio from Sevilla, and Lucas Martinez Corda for Fiorentina. The midfield trio comprised Leandro Paredes from Paris Saint-Germain, Giovanni Lo Celso from Tottenham Hotspur, and Ezequiel Palacios from Bayer Leverkusen, while the forward line included Messi, flanked by Angel Di Maria from Paris Saint-Germain and Paulo Dybala from Juventus. This formidable lineup suggested that Argentina's coach Scaloni intended to engage Spain in a fierce contest. Conversely, Spain's coach Enrique deployed a standard 4-4-2 formation, balancing offense and defense, featuring goalkeeper David De Gea from Manchester United, defenders Jordi Alba and Eric Garcia from Barcelona, Luis Gaya from Valencia, and Aymeric Laporte from Manchester City. The midfield consisted of Sergio Busquets and Pedri from Barcelona, along with Rodri from Manchester City and Mingyu. 2 forwards, Alvaro Morata from Juventus and Ferran Torres from Manchester City, are the stars of the match. Both teams boast a lavish midfield and attacking lineup, comprising key players from Europe's top 5 leagues. The referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Upon the commencement of the World Cup, the sign-in system officially launched, announcing the host's arrival at Al Wakra Stadium, where he was bestowed with the legendary talent of Argentine icon Diego Maradona, stronger when faced with adversity. This extraordinary ability, emblematic of Maradona's illustrious career, rendered any praise for the footballing legend somewhat superfluous. Maradona's comprehensive skill set, blistering speed, and exceptional passing were well known. Yet it was his indomitable spirit that captivated the world. Stronger when faced with adversity encapsulated Maradona's essence. Whether on the grand stage of international tournaments or within club competitions, his tenacious spirit was evident as he dismantled opponents with relentless determination. Naples, another home for Maradona, was where he found love, and it is said that his only son was born to a woman from Naples. Maradona remains an eternal deity for the city, which, under his influence, rose to prominence in Serie A against the northern powerhouses, achieving an unprecedented miracle. After acquiring this remarkable talent, Mingyu felt an unprecedented calm wash over him. His fighting spirit remained fervent, yet his demeanor transformed into one of serene composure. With thunderous determination in his heart, he approached the match with a tranquil countenance. The talent of becoming stronger in the face of adversity ensured that Mingyu would not experience any negative emotions against any opponent or in any match. Argentina initiated the game with Messi passing to Paredes, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm and setting the stadium ablaze. The players appeared somewhat tense. Though Argentina's initial approach was marked by stability despite their offensive posture, Messi frequently withdrew to collect the ball, orchestrating Argentina's attacks, while Spain's defense, meticulously organized, was well protected by the defensive midfielders Busquets and Rodri. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Argentina and Spain showcased a riveting display of offensive and defensive prowess. For a full 10 minutes, both teams exchanged attacks, thrilling the spectators both in the stadium and at home. However, due to the exceptional defensive efforts of both sides, no significant scoring opportunities arose during this period. As the match reached the 15th minute, the tempo of the attacks eased, entering a phase of respite. The ball found its way to Lee Mingyu's feet, eliciting gasps from the crowd, for before him stood Messi. This marked their first encounter on the pitch that day. Lee Mingyu's gaze faltered momentarily. Witnessing Messi in his iconic blue and white jersey was an adjustment. Yet, on the field, he would show no mercy. Observing Messi preparing to defend against him, Lee Mingyu smirked and charged forward with the ball. During their training sessions in Barcelona, Lee Mingyu often found himself in one-on-one situations with Messi, where neither could effectively contain the other. As they faced off for the first time in a World Cup match, the outcome remained uncertain. System notification, opponent player attributes detected. Name, Lionel Messi. Nationality, Argentina. Age, 34. Ability rating, 97. Detected that the opponent's ability rating exceeds the host's, activating the stronger when faced with adversity talent successfully. After the system upgrade to version 20, Lee Mingyu discovered an additional ability rating, a comprehensive value of all his attributes. Currently, his ability rating stands at 92. Although his speed and ball control are of elite caliber, some attributes have yet to reach the level of top players, necessitating further improvement. Upon activating the talent of becoming stronger in the face of adversity, he noticed a green upward arrow next to his ability rating, indicating that it would gradually enhance during the match until it aligned with Messi's prowess. Confronted with Messi's defense, Lee Mingyu prepared to leverage his strength and speed. However, he underestimated Messi's resolve. Messi astutely anticipated Lee Mingyu's dribbling route, gritting his teeth and exerting all his might to impede him. As Lee Mingyu leaned into Messi, the latter lost his balance and fell, yet quickly rolled to his feet, determined to rejoin the offensive play. The crowd erupted in applause for Messi's fighting spirit, acknowledging his tenacity. Lee Mingyu was taken aback by Messi's relentless effort. Immediately after the ball was lost, Messi rejoined the fray, contributing to the defensive transition. The rapid exchanges of offense and defense had the fans exhilarated. Naturally, the most thrilling moments for the spectators were the goals. The wait for a goal did not extend into the second half. In the 25th minute, the first goal materialized. Argentina executed a series of passes in their defensive half, with the forwards frequently switching positions, exposing gaps in Spain's defense. A seemingly desperate long ball from defender Otamendi found its way to the Spanish backline. Dimar, appearing like a specter, intercepted the ball, swiftly advancing forward with Messi and Dybala in close pursuit. Spain's defense faltered, creating a significant opening. After reaching the byline, Dimar delivered a cross into the penalty area. Dybala, attempting to score, misfired as the ball slipped past his outstretched foot. However, Dybala's presence caused the Spanish goalkeeper De Gea to misjudge the situation, watching helplessly as the ball glided past him to the back post. Unmarked, Messi emerged like a divine intervention, unleashing a powerful shot that found the net, giving Argentina the lead. The goal sent Argentine fans into a frenzy, while neutral supporters cheered in solidarity. Yet, for Spanish fans, this was far from a joyous moment. Some pessimistic Spanish fans are apprehensive that this World Cup may mirror the previous one. Initially, Spain was touted as a prime contender for the championship. Yet as the matches progressed, it became apparent that Spain was merely a hollow shell. The emergence of Lee Mingyu has bolstered the confidence of many Spaniards. However, concerns linger regarding whether this debutant can withstand the immense psychological pressure of competing on such a grand stage. Messi's goal dealt a significant blow to the Spanish team. Enrique furrowed his brow on the sidelines, recognizing that Argentina's lineup was relentless in their pursuit. Indeed, they triumphed in their endeavor. It is worth noting that on the World Cup stage, the average number of goals per match hovers around 1 or 2, making the upcoming games increasingly daunting for Spain. As anticipated, following the restart, Argentina adopted a more compact formation. Messi and Di Maria retreated significantly, leaving Dybala as the sole forward. Lee Mingyu received a pass back from Morata and noted that his ability rating had risen to 94. Observing Argentina's fortified defense, a sly smile crept across Lee Mingyu's face. A beautifully executed nutmeg left Dybala grasping at air. He delivered a precise cross to the flanks for Pedri. Lee Mingyu advanced into position and received Pedri's pass. The Spanish players, undeterred by their earlier setback, continued to execute their strategy with poise. The atmosphere in the stadium resonated with the sounds of Spain controlling the game's tempo. Nonetheless, high possession rates ultimately necessitate goals. After receiving a pass in the center, Lee Mingyu executed a discreet through ball. His Manchester City teammate, Ferran Torres, displaying remarkable synergy, prepared to make a run. In a moment of desperation, Nahuel Perez from Atletico Madrid had no choice but to foul Ferran from behind. Had Ferran slipped past, it would have been a clear one-on-one opportunity. The referee approached Nahuel Perez, issuing him a yellow card in acknowledgement of his actions. As Lee Mingyu positioned himself behind the ball, a flicker of fear crossed the faces of the Argentine players. Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick, an extraordinarily lethal weapon, had garnered much discussion, with many online speculating whether the United States might impose sanctions on him. Observing his teammates' trepidation, Messi stifled a laugh. Due to his diminutive stature, Messi was typically excluded from forming the wall. As Lee Mingyu's former teammate, he was well aware of the ferocity of Lee Mingyu's free kicks. During training, Lee Mingyu had a designated goal for free kick practice, reportedly causing considerable distortion to its posts and crossbar. Lee Mingyu took several steps back, his gaze fixed resolutely on the goal. The familiar sensation washed over him. The Argentine goalkeeper, Martinez, hailing from Premier League club Aston Villa, had previously suffered a 1-2 defeat to Manchester City at home. In that match, Lee Mingyu had showcased his signature free kick technique. To this day, Martinez remains baffled by how that ball managed to weave through the wall. Commentators often remark on players who penetrate walls with their free kicks, but Lee Mingyu's strikes can genuinely breach them. The immense psychological pressure can overwhelm the wall players, compelling them to instinctively evade danger. A slight shift or a lowered head can make it easier for Lee Mingyu's free kick to find its target. The four-man wall stood conflicted, gazing anxiously at the impassive Lee Mingyu. The referee, noting that the wall was about 10 centimeters from the line, couldn't suppress a smirk. It was the first instance of a wall retreating during a defensive free kick. Typically, walls are eager to position themselves right on the line or even over it. Yet, the referee was acutely aware of Lee Mingyu's formidable reputation. He hastily vacated the danger zone, finding safety before blowing his whistle. Lee Mingyu's determination intensified as he took quick, measured steps. The camera, in a cruel twist, captured the expressions of the four defenders. Their faces betrayed a total loss of composure, muscles twitching and eyes wide with fear, eliciting knowing smiles from fans worldwide. There's a certain joy in witnessing the misfortune of others, such as human nature. As Lee Mingyu quickened his pace, the expressions of the four defenders spiraled into chaos. Were they not on the pitch, they might have cried out for help. In the blink of an eye, Lee Mingyu reached the ball, his right leg whipping through the air like a whip as it struck the ball squarely. The ball surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling past the wall in an instant. At this height, a jump from the wall could have thwarted the shot. Yet the four players were unable to suppress their fear and chose to flee. The ball whizzed over the wall, a gust of wind trailing in its wake. Dybala felt a chill run down his spine as the ball soared above him. In that moment, he experienced the same terror once felt by his teammate, Ro. As Dybala turned to see if the ball had soared too high, disappointment washed over him as he realized it had found the back of the net. Goalkeeper Martinez raised his hands in resignation, acknowledging his powerlessness against a shot that had flown over the wall. The Lusail iconic stadium erupted in response to Lee Mingyu's spectacular free kick. The sheer force, overwhelming impact, and exhilarating speed captivated countless neutral fans, drawing them to Lee Mingyu's prowess. After scoring, Lee Mingyu sprinted to the sidelines, striking a provocative pose for the cameras. He pulled up his shorts, revealing his muscular thighs, a sight that sent waves of excitement through audiences worldwide. Human nature is such that attraction transcends gender. It is not solely men who are captivated by beauty. Lee Mingyu's display of his physique astonished everyone, as he rarely sheds his jersey post-goal. Thus, the seemingly slender Lee Mingyu is, in reality, a fit individual whose physique is accentuated when clothed. His actions left many female fans in the stands gasping, including one particularly enthusiastic supporter who had traveled from England. "Bella, your cousin is incredibly handsome, truly remarkable, and those muscles are simply outstanding." Catherine gazed dreamily at Lee Mingyu on the field, clutching Bella, who wore an expression of helplessness, and she screamed with uncontainable excitement. Fortunately, the surrounding fans exhibited similar behavior, so Bella felt somewhat less embarrassed. With a sigh, Bella remarked, "Catherine, please wipe your drool." Catherine instinctively touched her chin, realizing there was no drool at all, and glared at Bella in frustration. Bella felt exasperated. This time, she had been coerced by Catherine to the sweltering and arid Middle East. Lacking any interest in football, even the allure of her world-renowned cousin Lee Mingyu would not have compelled her to attend a match. Catherine, with a hidden agenda as an invisible rich second generation from England, had devised a viewing plan upon learning of Lee Mingyu's identity. She had already secured tickets for 3 Spanish matches and 3 English matches in the group stage. Ultimately, through persistence and a combination of charm and pleading, Catherine managed to bring Bella to Qatar. Upon arrival, Bella experienced the oppressive heat and dryness for the first time. Had it not been for the allure of the matches, Catherine would have considered leaving immediately. As a devoted fan of Lee Mingyu, Catherine donned a Spain jersey emblazoned with the number 10, showcasing her enviable figure. She playfully hiked up the hem of her jersey, revealing her flat, fair abdomen, and tied the fabric into a bow beneath her chest, accentuating her curves. The way nearby male fans swallowed hard clearly indicated the allure of Catherine's appearance. Bella, too, wore a jersey with Lee Mingyu's number 10, but unlike Catherine's flamboyance, she wore it modestly. Nonetheless, Bella's graceful demeanor and striking beauty did not go unnoticed, attracting the attention of nearby male fans. This duo of friends, one vivacious, the other serene, seemed an unlikely pair. Yet their bond was a testament to the enigmatic nature of women's emotions. Lee Mingyu's goal propelled the match into a thrilling climax. Both teams, now back on equal footing, adopted a more cautious approach in the ensuing play. The exhaustion was palpable, and they were determined not to concede any more goals. However, in the 40th minute, a sudden turn of events shattered the equilibrium. Argentina's left-wing star, Di Maria, collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee in agony without any contact. Spanish players promptly kicked the ball out of play, signaling an injury. The referee, mindful of the situation, halted the game and gestured for medical assistance. Argentina's head coach felt a pang of dread. Di Maria, nearly 35, had just undergone knee rehabilitation this summer. His physician had expressed skepticism regarding his World Cup prospects. Nevertheless, after a heated debate, the coach had ultimately decided to include him in the squad for Qatar. Little did they know, just 40 minutes into the match, Di Maria would fall victim to injury. Witnessing Di Maria's distress, the coach understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the team doctor soon signaled for a substitution. Di Maria's exit was a thunderclap for Argentina, not merely due to his importance, but because the abruptness of the injury dealt a severe psychological blow to the team. It was evident that the morale of the Argentine players had begun to wane. Injuries are the most unwelcome sight on the sports field. As Di Maria was carried off, Messi furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Di Maria was one of his closest teammates on the national squad, and his departure felt akin to losing an arm. Di Maria was replaced by Joku in Korea, a 28-year-old player from Lazio. In the 45th minute, Lee Mingyu launched a long pass from the backfield, finding the advancing Pedri on the wing. After not having played with Lee Mingyu for over 6 months, Pedri quickly rediscovered their former synergy. The timing of the play was exquisite. After receiving the ball, Pedri chose not to attempt a breakthrough, but instead pushed it forward, drawing out the opposing center back as Ferran Torres emerged from the penalty area. Upon receiving the pass, Ferran executed a backheel flick, setting up Morata, who was already positioned just outside the small box, to receive the ball. However, tightly marked by a defender, Morata struggled to turn and shoot, with surrounding defenders closing in, leaving him no space to score. Suddenly, Morata glanced up and spotted a familiar figure surging from the midfield. With a deft touch, he nudged the ball out of the penalty area. The ball rolled to the edge of the box, where a Spanish player in the number 10 jersey appeared as if sent by divine intervention. All Argentine players were taken aback. How could Lee Mingyu be here? Hadn't he just been near the center circle? Indeed, at the moment of his pass, Lee Mingyu had been at the center circle, but after releasing the ball, he sprinted past the defenders, positioning himself just outside the penalty area to receive Morata's layoff. The opportunity was spectacular, due to the distraction caused by Ferran and Morata. Lee Mingyu found himself unmarked. With a graceful swing of his right leg, he struck the ball, sending it hurtling towards the Argentine goal like a bolt of white lightning. Goalkeeper Martinez stretched his body as far as he could, yet he was unable to prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. The goal, a seamless collaboration among Lee Mingyu, Pedri, Ferran Torres, and Morata, culminated in a breathtaking display of skill, leaving Argentina's defense utterly bewildered. After scoring, Lee Mingyu beckoned his teammates to join him. The quartet embraced tightly in celebration. This ensemble was undoubtedly the most formidable attacking unit of the tournament. Meanwhile, Messi, standing in midfield with his hands on his hips, observed Lee Mingyu and the others with a mix of envy and admiration. On the sidelines, Enrique, witnessing the goal, shared an ecstatic embrace with his assistant coach. This match was of paramount importance to him and to all of Spain. In the inaugural match, it is imperative to secure a resplendent victory to instill confidence in the fans. Yet, the formidable Argentine squad leaves Enrique with a sense of unease. While he is aware of Lee Mingyu's considerable strength, the extent of the debutant's prowess on the World Cup stage remains an enigma. Historically, players who excel in regular matches often falter under the immense pressure of the World Cup. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, with two remarkable goals, Lee Mingyu proclaimed his arrival on this grand stage. Shortly after his goal, the referee signaled the end of the first half. The score was Spain 2, Argentina 1. The first half witnessed three exquisite goals, each a delight to both the live audience and viewers at home. During the halftime break, an unfortunate announcement reverberated through the venue. Di Maria had suffered a complete tear of his right knee meniscus, thus bidding farewell to this World Cup. And this injury could potentially mark the end of his professional career. However, this grim news was not conveyed to the players of either side. Di Maria, often referred to as the Angel, faced an unfortunate exit in his final World Cup journey, injured in the very first match, and the possibility of his career concluding as well. Like Messi, he had dedicated over a decade to pursue the elusive World Cup trophy. One wonders if Messi and his teammates can lift the trophy this year in honor of Di Maria, who is already in the hospital. As the second half commenced, the Argentine players, having regrouped, regained their composure. Almost immediately, they unleashed a fierce offensive against Spain. Messi, reminiscent of his peak form, danced through the Spanish midfield with remarkable agility, living up to his nickname La Pulga. Observers watched in awe as he deftly maneuvered through a cluster of defenders, his footwork too swift to follow. After creating space, Messi unleashed a long-range shot aimed at the far corner of the net. Yet, De Gea was in exceptional form today. In a display reminiscent of a majestic eagle, he soared through the air, palm outstretched, deflecting the ball away. The Spanish fans collectively exhaled in relief, while Messi, in disbelief, clutched his head, wondering how that shot could have been saved. De Gea, having sprung up from that miraculous save, roared triumphantly. This World Cup is likely to be his last, as the 32-year-old's skills have begun to decline. Prior to the tournament, he had lost his starting position, with Unai Simon of Athletic Bilbao taking his place on several occasions and performing admirably. However, this season, De Gea has demonstrated his worth to Enrique, proving he remains a reliable choice. Despite conceding 2 hat-tricks to Lee Mingyu's Manchester City, De Gea has showcased his abilities in other matches. Ultimately, Enrique decided to entrust De Gea with the starting goalkeeper role for this crucial group match, fearing that Unai Simon might buckle under the immense pressure. De Gea's performance had been nothing short of stellar. His previous extraordinary save was not his only highlight of the match. Earlier in the first half, he executed a remarkable save by quickly shifting his weight to block a shot from a defender that had unexpectedly veered toward the goal. De Gea fought fiercely to retain his starting position. When Argentina earned a corner kick, he rose above the fray, confidently claiming the ball from the air. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly looked ahead, spotting Lee Mingyu, and launched a powerful throw that propelled the ball towards the onrushing player near the center circle. The Argentine players frantically began to retreat. However, upon receiving De Gea's throw, Lee Mingyu silently chanted, "Initiate the assault." Although confronted by two Argentine defenders, a clear path opened up before him. In an instant, Lee Mingyu's speed surged to its peak, activated by his innate talent to rise to the occasion. He found his abilities soaring alongside Messi's presence on the pitch. His capability had skyrocketed to an impressive 95 points, a significant leap beyond his typical performance. As he sprinted, the wind swept his hair back, giving him an ethereal appearance. The two Argentine defenders found themselves unable to thwart his advance, their hesitation lingering as they contemplated whether to foul him to halt his progress. Yet, in their moment of indecision, Lee Mingyu bulldozed past them, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Lee Mingyu, now positioned as a central attacking midfielder, had seldom encountered such an opportunity. Facing the solemn Martinez, he offered an apologetic smile. "Allow me to demonstrate a slow-motion replay." With his upper body swaying like a pendulum, he led Martinez to misjudge his movement, causing the defender to lunge in the wrong direction. With a gentle flick of his right foot, Lee Mingyu slipped past Martinez and faced an open goal. He scored effortlessly, 3-1. In his World Cup debut, Lee Mingyu achieved a stunning hat trick. This goal ignited a fervor throughout the Lusail iconic stadium. Even the Argentine fans could not help but show their respect for Lee Mingyu's exhilarating run and finish. This young man was truly remarkable. Following his goal, Lee Mingyu celebrated for the first time in this stadium, sprinting to the sidelines, leaping into the air, and upon landing, turning his back to the camera to reveal his number 10. Lee Mingyu etched his name eternally into the annals of World Cup history. This goal seemed to shatter the morale of the Argentine team. As the captain and leader, Messi stood gravely near the center circle, his expression revealing profound concern. The legendary Diego Maradona once remarked that while Messi is a top-tier player, he lacks the qualities of a great captain as he struggles to inspire his teammates in adversity. This has long been a point of criticism against Messi. In times of triumph, he shines brilliantly. However, in moments of challenge, he appears to vanish. After repeatedly leaving major tournaments empty-handed, Messi had twice chosen to retire from the national team, a decision that infuriated many Argentine fans. In the realm of football, the indomitable spirit of Diego Maradona remains unparalleled. He never succumbed to despair, regardless of the formidable opponents he faced. Instead, he led his team to triumph over them. During the 1986 World Cup, Maradona single-handedly propelled the underdog Argentine team to the podium, earning his place as a deity in the hearts of his nation. His greatest strength lay not merely in his exceptional skills, but in his magnetic charisma and indomitable spirit, which endeared him to countless fans who revered him as their football god. Lionel Messi, on the other hand, has amassed every conceivable accolade available to a player, save for a World Cup trophy. Yet, there are still those who dismiss his achievements. Following the restart of the match, the Argentine squad did not relent in their offensive pursuits. Messi continuously sought opportunities, testing the resolve of the Spanish defense. However, after establishing a 2-goal lead, Enrique swiftly adjusted his lineup, substituting Ferran Torres for Coke of Atletico Madrid. The three formidable defensive midfielders fortified Spain's rearguard, rendering Argentina's attacks futile. Ultimately, as Messi's shot struck a Spanish defender and veered out of play, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. At that moment, Messi shook his head in disappointment, gazing skyward with a sigh. In chapter 196, the smile of the goddess of victory re-emerged. Concurrently, Liminho, Auxiliarita, raised his arms in jubilation at the sound of the whistle. As a first-time World Cup participant, he was initially filled with uncertainty. The nature of knockout tournaments, particularly abroad, stripped him of the vital protective system he had relied upon. The absence of home field advantage left him feeling disoriented, especially as the local climate sapped his energy, raising concerns about his performance. Remarkably, in his inaugural clash against Argentina, he inherited Maradona's extraordinary spirit, which emboldened him in the face of adversity, alleviating his anxieties. After the match, Lee Mingyu found himself in a daze, scarcely able to believe that he had netted a hat trick in his World Cup debut. While several predecessors had achieved this feat, he became the youngest player in World Cup history to accomplish a debut hat trick. However, he was not the youngest player to score a hat trick in the tournament, as the record held by the 17-year-old Pelé had stood for 64 years, seemingly insurmountable. After a brief celebration, Lee Mingyu noticed Messi standing nearby, wearing a bittersweet smile, and hurried over to embrace him tightly. "I'm sorry, Leo," he whispered in Messi's ear. Unsure of what to say in that moment, Messi chuckled softly, patting Lee Mingyu's back, and replied, "There's no need for apologies. Congratulations on your hat trick." Seeing Messi's envious expression brought a smile to Lee Mingyu's face. Though Messi had scored prolifically in club matches, he had yet to find the net on the World Cup stage. Since 2006, he had participated in 5 World Cups. In 2006, he played 3 matches and scored once. As Argentina reached the quarterfinals, in 2010, he appeared 5 times without scoring, with Argentina again halted at the quarterfinals. In 2014, he came closest to glory, playing 7 matches and scoring 4 times, yet ultimately finishing as runner-up to Germany. In 2018, he played 4 matches, scoring only once as Argentina exited in the round of 16. And in the current 2022 World Cup, he had just scored once before the team faced a strong Spanish side. Now, Messi had played in 5 World Cups, participating in 20 matches and scoring 7 goals. Observing the youthful Lee Mingyu, Messi felt a pang of envy. Despite his extensive World Cup experience, he had never achieved a hat trick, with his best performance being a brace against Nigeria in the 2014 group stage. In stark contrast, Lee Mingyu had secured a hat trick in his very first World Cup match. This was the first time in his career, after becoming a mainstay at Barcelona, that Messi experienced such envy. After exchanging jerseys and sharing another embrace, the two parted ways. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu remembered something and rushed to look outside the field. There, the match referee, smiling and holding a match ball, stood waiting. Lee Mingyu quickly approached, taking the ball from the referee's hands, and said, "Thank you, sir." The referee, an international official from Serbia named Carrick, replied with a grin, "I know this ball holds significant meaning for you. Congratulations." After a moment of shyness, he added, "Lee, would you mind taking a photo with me?" Lee Mingyu beamed. "It would be my honor." After the match, Lee Mingyu received a text from his cousin. "Congratulations." He quickly replied, "Thank you, Bella. Are you in England?" "No, I've been kidnapped to Qatar. We just watched your match from the stands, and you performed admirably." Lee Mingyu was astonished to learn that his cousin had come to Qatar. The thought of her message brought to mind the shy smile of an English girl. Surely it was Catherine. He typed back, "I'm sorry, cousin, but our team has a rule against leaving during the tournament, so I can't join you. You don't need to accompany us. We're en route to another city." Catherine wants to cheer for her team, England. Reading her message, Lee Mingyu's face lit up with joy. His spirits lifted considerably upon discovering that his cousin was nearby, providing him with great comfort despite their lack of direct contact. Upon returning to the hotel, Lee Mingyu turned on the television just in time for the live broadcast of the next match. At 1600 hours, the Education City Stadium welcomed the second match of the group stage, featuring the Netherlands, often referred to as the team without a crown, facing off against the formidable Asian squad, Syria. The Netherlands is indeed one of the most tragic teams in World Cup history, having qualified for the tournament's final rounds 11 times, having reached the World Cup final thrice, yet succumbed to defeat on each occasion. The plight of the Netherlands national team evokes deep sympathy. Their previous runner-up positions were secured in consecutive tournaments in 1974 and 1978, after which they earned the moniker the "Crowned Kings." In the last World Cup, the Dutch team failed to qualify for the main event. However, in the current tournament, they have made a triumphant return, once again securing their place in the World Cup finals. Drawn into a challenging group alongside formidable contenders Spain and Argentina, the Orange Legion found themselves engulfed in despair. Nevertheless, when faced with the rising Asian power of Syria, the Netherlands showcased their formidable prowess. Memphis Depay, who recently transferred from Lyon to Barcelona, delivered a masterclass with 2 stunning goals, teaching the Asian newcomers a lesson. Ultimately, the Netherlands triumphed effortlessly with a score of 2-0 against Syria. After the match, Lee Mingyu switched off the television, dismissing the game from his mind. This Dutch team was no longer the one that had once thrashed Spain 5-1, although the squad still boasted several players competing in Europe's top 5 leagues. Their overall strength could not rival that of Spain. Glancing at the fixture list, Lee Mingyu noted that the next match would see Spain face the Netherlands on November 26th at 1600 hours, to be held at the Salal Stadium. Just 4 days remained. The World Cup schedule was tightly packed, with a 28-day timeline requiring all teams to maintain peak performance. The following days, matches unfolded. Spain defeated Argentina 3-1, while the Netherlands overcame Syria 2-0. France and Poland played to a subdued 1-1 draw, disappointing many, as both teams adopted a very conservative approach. In another lackluster match, South Korea failed to score against a clearly inferior South African team. The Korean football star, Son Heung-min, who is the core player for Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League, could not replicate his impressive performances for his national side. In that match, Son attempted 7 shots, 3 of which hit the frame of the goal but were thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. After the game, Son expressed his apologies for his performance, attributing it to the hot and dry conditions in Qatar that hindered his capabilities. However, a journalist from Hwasha questioned why Lee Mingyu, also from the Premier League, had managed to score a hat-trick in his first match. Upon hearing this, Son's demeanor shifted dramatically, disregarding the other journalists present. He tossed aside his microphone and exited the interview area. The remaining reporters regarded the Hwasha journalist with disapproval. Chung Shu-shin, unimpressed, observed Son's retreat with a disdainful curl of her lip. What kind of quality do these South Korean players possess? Are they not even allowed to speak the truth? By midday the next day, the South Korean team received a disciplinary notice from FIFA. Due to Son Heung-min's inappropriate conduct during the interview, he was fined 20,000. It was reported that he had even shattered his water cup in the hotel. The afternoon's matches proceeded as scheduled. At 1300 hours, the highly anticipated clash between Brazil and Colombia took place. Neymar, hailed as the savior of Brazilian football since his debut, faced intense scrutiny due to his flamboyant personality. In the 2014 World Cup, Brazil yearned to lift the World Cup trophy on home soil, but Neymar, targeted by opponents, suffered a brutal foul from a Colombian defender during the knockout stage, jeopardizing not only Brazil's chances but also his own career. Thus, this match became a focal point for revenge. In this encounter, a resurgent Neymar wreaked havoc on Colombia's defense with his dazzling skills. Despite enduring further fouls, the matured Neymar had learned to protect himself. Ultimately, Brazil secured a resounding 4-0 victory over Colombia, with Neymar completing a hat-trick, becoming the second player to achieve this in the current World Cup. Additionally, he earned a red card for a Colombian defender, compounding the opponent's woes. In his post-match interview, Neymar expressed his exhilaration. The haunting memory of that past encounter with Colombia had been exorcised with his hat-trick. He fervently declared that Brazil's goal this World Cup was to claim the championship, adding another star to their illustrious history. Brazil holds the record for the most World Cup victories, and the title of 5-time Brazil allows the Samba nation to stand tall amidst its rivals. At 1600 hours, the second match in the group commenced. Russia emerged victorious from a tense encounter with Iran, with midfielder Anton Miranchuk scoring a stunning long-range goal in the 91st minute. The final score was Russia 1, Iran 0. The matches in this group, deemed one of the 2 groups of death in this World Cup alongside Spain's group, began at 1900 hours. England, a team with high championship aspirations, faced a challenge from Switzerland in their opening match. Lee Mingyu watched the live broadcast from his hotel room. To his surprise, the camera captured 2 striking figures, Bella and Catherine, who stole the spotlight. Before their appearance, the camera had predominantly focused on England's renowned WAGs. However, this time, the scene was eclipsed by these 2 unknown girls. Amidst the white England jerseys, a vibrant red clad in Spain's number 10 quickly drew the broadcaster's attention. As the camera shifted, the bored Bella stifled a yawn, which instantly became a screensaver for countless fans. Why were Lee Mingyu's fans present in the England supporters' camp? Soon, the camera captured Catherine, who felt somewhat perplexed as she noticed the surrounding fans gazing in her direction. With the fans' encouragement, Catherine realized that she and Bella were intermittently featured on the large screen above the stadium. Catherine, with her reserved and bashful demeanor, only releases her wild side when watching a game. However, upon seeing her reflection on the large screen, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, prompting her to hide behind Bella, peeking out nervously at her own image. Catherine's antics evoked hearty laughter from the spectators. Even those watching on television found her inconsistent behavior amusing. Bella, unable to suppress a smile, mirrored the victorious goddess's grin, which reappeared once more. Chapter 197. The perspective of the referee on Spain versus Netherlands before long. Bella and Catherine were recognized by several English fans during a previous Premier League match where Arsenal faced Manchester City at the Emirates Stadium. Bella and Catherine had made a lasting impression on many English supporters. Particularly, Bella's enchanting smile garnered comparisons in the media to the smile of the goddess of victory after the match. Today, that same smile graced the scene again. Bella had always been perceived as an Arsenal fan, as she was situated among the most ardent supporters. However, today it seemed that Bella was indeed a supporter of Lee Mingyu, while the shy English girl beside her was the true supporter of the England team. Perhaps Bella's smile had even inspired the English players. Ultimately, England triumphed over Switzerland with a score of 3-0, with Sterling netting 2 goals. In the subsequent matches, a significant upset occurred as Germany shockingly lost 0-3 to Australia. The weary German machine, reminiscent of the Spanish team from 8 years ago, was mercilessly defeated by their opponents. This match sent shockwaves through public opinion. Watching the game from the hotel, Lee Mingyu shook his head in disbelief. Such is the nature of the World Cup. No opponent should ever be underestimated. Every tournament brings the rise of new stars while witnessing the fall of established legends. This is the allure of football, an endless cycle of generational change. The fourth day of matches swiftly passed. Croatia drew 1-1 with Italy. Nigeria also drew 1-1 with Paraguay. Portugal triumphed over Denmark with a score of 2-0, and Senegal narrowly defeated Ecuador 1-0. Thus, the first round of matches concluded. Out of the 16 matches, only 6 ended in draws, while the other 10 determined clear victors. The total number of goals scored reached 34, averaging 125 goals per match, a commendable scoring efficiency, even if it did not reach the pinnacle of excellence. Among these goals were spectacular moments that left fans reminiscing long after. The second round of the group stage commenced. The first round had a tentative quality, but with only 2 matches remaining in the group stage, the urgency for teams to give their all was palpable. The most thrilling matches of the World Cup were just beginning. Mexico decisively defeated Qatar 3-0, securing their place in the knockout stage with 2 victories. Uruguay also edged past Egypt with a critical goal from Suarez, winning 1-0. The standings showed Mexico with 6 points, Uruguay with 4, Qatar with 1, and Egypt with none. After the match, Salah wept on the pitch. While he had led Liverpool to their first Premier League title and back-to-back Champions League victories, his experience in the World Cup had been marred by 2 consecutive group stage exits, leaving the talented Egyptian feeling the harshness of fate. Egypt became the first team to be eliminated from this World Cup. The second round of matches in Group B unfolded as well. The world witnessed Belgium's formidable prowess as they easily overcame the Asian powerhouse Japan with a score of 2-0. Chile and Morocco played to a goalless draw after 90 minutes. Belgium secured 6 points, Japan 3, and both Morocco and Chile with 1 point each. Belgium had thus locked in their advancement to the next stage, while the other 3 teams still had a chance to vie for the final qualifying spot. Finally, the date of November 26th arrived. At 1 p.m., the first match of Group D commenced. Led by Messi, the Argentine team unleashed their pent-up frustration from their previous defeat upon the unfortunate Syrian squad. Messi achieved his first hat-trick of the World Cup with a resounding 5-0 scoreline, sending the debuting Syrian team home in disappointment. A fierce Messi was at his best, contributing to all 5 goals as Argentina displayed overwhelming dominance, denying Syria any opportunity to breach their penalty area. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu, warming up on the sidelines, felt a surge of joy for Messi. He glanced at the referee clad in black and quickly joined the warm-up routine. "My name is CL Turpin, and I hail from France. I am a football referee, currently preparing for an upcoming World Cup match at the Salal Stadium." Dressed in black, Turpin meticulously checked his equipment, as today he would officiate the match between Spain and the Netherlands. Recently turned 40, Turpin is a renowned international referee in France, having officiated numerous crucial matches in the Champions League and Europa League, as well as various World Cup and European Championship games. These are my 2 assistant referees, Danos and Jully, both my French colleagues, and our 4th official is Vin, I from Slovenia. My officiating team consists entirely of French colleagues. The world is changing. Football is evolving, and naturally, we referees are not the same as before. Modern football has incorporated new elements, with the most significant being the video assistant referee, VAR. In the past, once a referee made a decision, they needed to quickly forget it as more decisions awaited. Now, after a decision is made, referees can seek input. When there is a clear and obvious error, the referee may amend their call. The introduction of VAR is crucial, as it requires a shift in mindset to embrace this new concept. However, the principle of fairness remains paramount. for I do not wish to see headlines the next day proclaiming that a match was ruined by a single erroneous decision. I have been a referee for 20 years, and officiating matches has become an integral part of my life. Although VAR is not yet perfect and is applicable only in clear and obvious error situations, when we utilize it, we must maintain fairness and transparency, ensuring accurate decisions. Of course, we must also leave past mistakes behind. Turpin held a match ball as he approached the goal. He held the ball, walked past the goal line, and glanced at his watch, confirming the notification indicating that the goal was valid. After inspecting some of the facilities on the field, Turpin, accompanied by his 2 assistant referees, returned to the dressing room. He sat in a chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts while awaiting the commencement of the match. Before long, staff members knocked on the door to inform him it was time to head out. Turpin opened his eyes, a spark igniting within them, and stood up energetically, leading his 2 assistants out of the dressing room. The trio of referees, clad in black, arrived at the players' tunnel. As a renowned referee for UEFA, Turpin was well acquainted with many of the players from both teams. However, in a display of impartiality, he walked past them with a serious demeanor, refraining from greeting anyone. Upon receiving the notification, Turpin turned and addressed the men. "Gentlemen, it's time to enter." He led his assistants out of the players' tunnel first. The enthusiastic Qatari fans and supporters from both teams erupted into a fervent cheer. Turpin maintained an impassive expression as he walked forward, undeterred by the surrounding cacophony. The players from both teams gathered at the center of the field, forming a line. The Spanish players began to pass by the referee and the Dutch team, exchanging handshakes one by one. Turpin engaged earnestly with each player, using his body language to convey that he was in charge today and that they should refrain from any antics. Busquets, De Gea, Alba, Eric Garcia, Laporta, Gaia, Rodri, Pedri, Limingyu, Morata, Torres, Van Dijk, Cillessen, Ake, De Ligt, Van Aanholt, Van de Beek, De Jong, Wijnaldum, Gravenberch, Depay, and Malen. All of them passed before him, as Turpin silently recited their names and jersey numbers for final confirmation. Attention to detail is paramount. The minutiae determine success or failure. Prior to the match, Turpin had memorized the names and numbers of all players, gaining insight into their temperaments, which would significantly aid him in officiating throughout the day. After the handshakes concluded, the players dispersed to their respective halves. The next step was a procedural formality, the coin toss. The captains from both sides approached Turpin. Although both had already occupied their halves, the coin toss was merely a formality. Nevertheless, Turpin earnestly shook their hands, then produced a coin, asking, "Blue or yellow?" "How do you choose?" Busquets casually replied, "Let us go with blue." Van Dijk shrugged and said, "Then I'll choose yellow." Turpin tossed a coin, which landed on the ground with yellow facing up. He looked at Van Dijk and stated, "You chose yellow. You may select first." Van Dijk pointed behind him, declaring, "I choose this side." Turpin nodded, affirming, "Very well, you have chosen this side." He then turned to Busquets, saying, "You will kick off first." After the 2 captains and referees completed their handshakes, they returned to their respective halves. Turpin and his 2 assistant referees clasped their hands together, their expressions serious as Turpin proclaimed, "Brothers, let the battle commence." These 2 assistant referees had officiated alongside him for 2 years, and they were well acquainted. They dashed to their respective positions, aligning with the last defender. Turpin took the ball and approached the center circle, where Morata stood alone, awaiting the start of the match. Turpin handed the ball to Morata, then placed the whistle in his mouth, glancing at his watch. Tick-tock, tick-tock, at 1600 hours, Turpin blew the whistle, signaling the official start of this critical group match. A sharp whistle echoed, marking the commencement of the contest. Turpin continuously ensured his positioning allowed him to observe the ball's movement. It is essential to note that not only do players undergo rigorous daily training, but referees also dedicate several hours each day to their own training. Though the Dutch team's forward line may not shine as brightly as in previous years, their midfield and defense remain among the top 5 in this World Cup. Van Dijk, from Liverpool, is the most reliable player in the Dutch defense. De Ligt, Van de Beek, De Jong, and Wijnaldum serve as the backbone of the team. The midfield battle was intensely contested. Suddenly, Turpin blew his whistle and swiftly approached the scene of the incident, where De Jong and Rodri were entangled. He reached them and separated the 2. Hey, brothers. Calm down." Turpin used fluent English to pacify them. "Come here." As he called them aside, seeing that they were still arguing, Turpin, showing signs of impatience, said, "Quiet. Listen to me." Once they fell silent, Turpin continued, "Listen, no fouls, remain calm. This is the World Cup. You are here to play football, not to argue." De Jong, looking defiant, protested, "Sir, I was in possession of the ball," but before he could finish, Turpin interjected, "All right, I understand. Shake hands." The two reluctantly exchanged a handshake, and a minor dispute was resolved. In moments like these, the referee must wield absolute authority, leaving no room for player complaints. Swiftly resolving minor conflicts on the field is a hallmark of a competent referee. Turpin observed as the ball reached Lee Mingyu's feet. Watching the ball seemingly come alive at Lee Mingyu's command, Turpin felt a wave of delight. Sometimes, the referee is the most envied individual on the field. Who, aside from the players, could be closer to the action? In the 15th minute, while dribbling, Lee Mingyu was pushed from the side by Wijnaldum, but as he fell, his right foot struck the ball. Initially prepared to call a foul, Turpin signaled a forward gesturing advantage. "Clement, foul, foul." He heard in his earpiece from the assistant referee. As he ran forward, he remarked, "I saw it, but I believe this presents a good attacking opportunity." Indeed, the ball kicked by Lee Mingyu landed at Pedri's feet. Pedri deftly maneuvered, reaching the byline before delivering a sweeping cross. Morata, positioned centrally, headed the ball into the net, breaking the deadlock. What a splendid goal. The assistant referee did not raise his flag, and Turpin heard the voice of the assistant referee in his earpiece once more. Turpin nodded, affirming, "I saw it. And I also confirm it is a valid goal." He pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. Ecstatic, Morata dashed towards the sideline to embrace Pedri, the two sharing a tight hug. This marked Morata's first goal in the World Cup. In both the 2014 and 2018 World Cups, Morata was not selected for the Spanish national team. However, this time, as the primary striker for Spain, Morata's performance has been exceptional. Although he did not score in the first match, his movement and positioning were remarkable, and he utilized his physical advantage to assist Lee Mingyu with a well-placed ball in the penalty area, enabling him to deliver a stunning long-range shot. In this match, Morata displayed even more determination in his runs, and ultimately, his efforts bore fruit as he netted his first World Cup goal, a commendable achievement. Lee Mingyu dashed to the sidelines, leaping onto Morata's back in a moment of exuberant celebration. This scene echoed a familiar script from 8 years prior, when Spain similarly took the lead, only to face haunting memories in the subsequent moments. Would today's match follow a similar trajectory as that fateful encounter 8 years ago? Turpin returned to midfield, awaiting the Spanish players to regroup. The Dutch team, struck by an early blow, found their spirits soaring. 8 years ago, our predecessors had triumphed with a resounding 5-1 victory over Spain. Surely, we could replicate that success. As both teams returned to their respective halves, Turpin signaled for the game to commence. The Dutch forwards, though lacking the star power of yesteryear, were nonetheless formidable players. Spain, perhaps a touch overconfident, soon faced the consequences. Depay, freshly transferred to Barcelona, repeatedly found opportunities to shoot. De Gea made 2 impressive saves against Depay's attempts, eliciting gasps from the crowd. In the 25th minute, the Netherlands struck back. After a successful interception in their own half, Van Dijk passed to De Jong, who executed a long ball from approximately 40 meters that landed perfectly at Depay's feet as he surged down the wing. Was it offside? Turpin, having just turned, was unaware of the situation behind him, but observed that the assistant referee had not raised his flag. He quickly confirmed through his earpiece. The assistant was adamant. There was no offside. At the moment of the pass, the number 9 was not offside. Turpin, pursuing Depay, expressed gratitude to his colleague. Meanwhile, only Eric Garcia remained in the Spanish defense to challenge Depay. Coming up behind was the advancing Alba, who was sprinting back but was far too distant to make a difference. Depay's speed was astonishing, and he quickly closed in on Garcia. The latter, in a passive defense, hesitated to challenge, knowing that a foul could lead to a red card, which would spell disaster for the team. With a swift change of direction, Depay outmaneuvered the indecisive Garcia. One-on-one with the advancing De Gea, Depay calmly struck a low shot, rendering De Gea's attempt to intercept a mere folly. The score was now 1-1, a goal with no questions asked. Turpin, nearly out of breath from chasing Depay, confirmed the goal's validity instantly. As the replay aired, the broadcast captured a moment that drew boos from the crowd. Following Depay was not only Turpin, but also Alba, who failed to keep pace. The reason for the jeers became apparent. Alba, far from catching up to Depay, was unable to even distance himself from Turpin, who had started later. The crowd voiced their discontent towards Alba while applauding the officiating by Turpin. This goal significantly boosted the morale of the Dutch team. Even their goalkeeper, Silesen, could not resist sprinting to the far sideline to join in the celebration. This turn of events sent a chill through the Spanish supporters. Were they truly destined to repeat the misfortunes of 8 years ago? Lee Mingyu gestured for his teammates to gather in midfield, urging them to remain vigilant and not underestimate their opponents. Noticing the prolonged celebration from the Dutch players, Turpin approached them, prompting a swift return to their half. The somewhat euphoric Dutch team reluctantly trekked back, still interacting with their fans in the stands. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu appeared to have a revelation, his eyes lighting up as he sprinted from the center circle to stand beside Morata. Morata, taken aback, recognized the rarity of two players standing at the center circle during a kickoff in modern football. Nonetheless, he quickly grasped that Lee Mingyu was plotting a surprise attack. Turpin observed Lee Mingyu's actions with a slight frown, uncertain of the young player's intentions. As he glanced at the Dutch players slowly returning to their half, he realized what Lee Mingyu was about to attempt. What a perceptive young man with clear foresight. Turpin understood that the Dutch team was about to face a misfortune. Yet, as the referee, he refrained from issuing any warnings, for fairness and impartiality were his guiding principles. He stood calmly, anticipating the unfolding scene. As the last Dutch player returned to his half, Turpin cast a sympathetic glance at the distinctive player and, under Lee Mingyu's hopeful gaze, blew the whistle to signal the kickoff. The sound startled a particular individual from the Dutch team, their goalkeeper, Silesen. Just emerging from the center circle and joyfully running towards his goal, he was abruptly halted by the whistle, which struck him like a chilling realization. He turned in horror to see the ball in the center circle. In that instant, Lee Mingyu gestured for Morata to pass him the ball. Morata lightly tapped the ball, and Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful strike towards the Dutch goal. In the astonished gaze of fans worldwide, the ball sailed through the air for over 2 seconds before finding its way into the Dutch net. As the Dutch players stood in bewilderment, Turpin signaled the goal was valid. The Dutch players erupted in outrage, surrounding Turpin to contest the legitimacy of the goal, claiming it was a sneak attack. Turpin, with a serious demeanor, urged them to remain calm, asserting that the goal counted. The young Depay, his eyes welling with anger, protested that their goalkeeper had yet to return to his position. How could the game restart? Turpin regarded Depay as one would a child lacking understanding, calmly responding that it seemed they needed a refresher on the fundamental rules of football. The whistle would only be blown to commence play once all players had returned to their halves. Turpin, with an impassive expression, gazed at Depay and remarked, "You are the last player to return to your half. Once you are back in your half, I shall sound the whistle to commence the match. As for whether your goalkeeper has returned to his position, that is no concern of mine." The Dutch players bore expressions of bitterness, particularly goalkeeper Silesen, whose recklessness had led to the team conceding a goal in such an unfortunate manner. Such occurrences are not rare in the world of football. Generally, goalkeepers seldom join their teammates in celebration, as after a goal, players typically celebrate in the opponent's half. When this happens, the goalkeeper's rush to join them can lead to such predicaments. Moreover, even if a goalkeeper does venture into the opposing half to celebrate, they would quickly return to their goal, and ordinarily, goalkeepers do not make such blunders. Furthermore, if there were a sensible player on the team, they would position themselves in the opposing half and wait for their goalkeeper to return before stepping back into their own half. However, due to the exhilaration of the recent goal, all the Dutch players were caught up in the moment, oblivious to the goalkeeper's predicament. As a result, the alert Lee Mingyu seized the opportunity for a sudden strike. Noticing that the Dutch players were still chattering, Turpin made a gesture to disperse them, stating, "Enough. This goal will not be overturned. Quickly, resume the match and let the game flow." The Dutch players, left with no choice, reluctantly prepared to restart play. The dramatic goal sent Spanish fans into a frenzy, while commentators from various nations offered rational explanations for Lee Mingyu's unexpected assault. Many fans had long believed that the referee would only blow the whistle to restart the game once all players were in position. However, the referee is not so accommodating. This goal served as a wake-up call for many goalkeepers prone to wandering. Professional goalkeepers rarely venture into the opponent's half to celebrate, unless it's a last-minute winner. Upon the resumption of play, the morale of the Dutch team was evidently shaken, leading to heightened tensions on the field. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Turpin's whistle echoed repeatedly. De Jong, be mindful of your actions. Rein in those unnecessary gestures. Busquets, your previous action was too perilous. Exercise caution. Wijnaldum, do not test my limits with your clever tricks. The next time, I shall issue a card. Hey, you two, separate at once. This is my domain. Lee, return to your position and do not challenge my authority. In a span of 10 minutes, Turpin issued over 10 fouls against both sides, ultimately resorting to 5 yellow cards to restore calm among the players. The true controversy arose in the 40th minute of the first half. After receiving a reverse pass from Pedri just outside the penalty area, Lee Mingyu executed a feint that sent a defender flying, delicately chipping the ball towards the penalty area. At that moment, the ball took a slight deflection, leading to a situation where the player bypassed the ball. Lee Mingyu quickly raised his right hand, signaling a handball. However, Dutch defender De Ligt swiftly kicked the ball out of play, momentarily averting danger. Turpin's positioning was not ideal. He saw De Ligt block the ball, but could not ascertain if the defender had used his hand. Clement, I believe you need to review the replay to determine if there was a handball. The voice of the assistant referee echoed in Turpin's earpiece. Listening intently, Turpin sought to make an informed judgment. Had it indeed been a handball, De Ligt would be penalized with a penalty kick, and he would certainly receive at least 1 yellow card. However, since De Ligt was already on a yellow card, this ruling could prove to be the most pivotal decision Turpin would make in the match. Lee Mingyu rushed in front of Turpin, excitedly extending his hand, asserting, "Sir, it was definitely a handball. I can assure you, he used his hand to block my shot." Turpin remained unfazed by Lee Mingyu's fervent claims, awaiting the assistant referee's response. He firmly believed that a referee must adhere to 2 principles when intervention is needed. First, they must attentively listen to every word from the assistant referee to assess the necessity of involvement. Second, their body language must convey certainty, as all eyes will be fixated upon them, and every action must exude confidence. Upon confirming the need for intervention, Turpin addressed Lee Mingyu, "I understand your feelings, and I will now review the replay." He gestured to view the footage and sprinted to the sidelines. "Are you ready?" The assistant referee inquired through the earpiece. Upon positioning himself before the screen, Turpin nodded and said, "I am ready. Please show me the previous footage." Chapter 199. A decision to be recorded in World Cup history. Turpin approached the monitor, donned headphones, and requested the assistant referee to replay the earlier sequence. The footage revealed that Lee Mingyu's chip had indeed been obstructed by De Ligt's body, yet the speed was too swift to definitively ascertain a handball. "I will now replay this at 0.5 speed for you," the assistant referee kindly offered. After all, the assistant referee's role is to inform the main referee of any doubts regarding the previous play and whether a review is warranted. However, assistant referees typically refrain from rendering conclusions, as only the main referee may deliver the final verdict. In certain leagues, such as the Premier League, referees seldom consult replays. They rely on the assistant referee's judgment to guide their final decision. Yet, in European competitions, the authority of the main referee prevails. FIFA has also emphasized the importance of the main referee's authority leading up to this World Cup. Turpin scrutinized the play from a different angle and discerned that De Ligt's right hand had indeed made contact with the ball, but his hand remained firmly pressed against his body without any deliberate movement. After a moment of contemplation, Turpin concluded, "I believe this is not a handball." De Ligt's hand was against his body, and while it obstructed the ball's trajectory, it was unintentional. Turpin was acutely aware of the difficulty of this decision. He knew that upon announcing it, he would face the wrath of Spanish fans. However, in the name of fairness and the integrity of the match, Turpin resolutely made his choice. He removed his headphones, gestured, and declared that the previous play was not a penalty, since De Ligt had kicked the ball out of bounds. Spain would take a throw-in. This decision was utterly unacceptable to the Spanish players on the field. Lee Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. De Ligt wore a look of sheer luck, acutely aware that his hand had indeed made contact with the ball, encumbered by a yellow gemstone warrior card. He realized that a handball ruling could not only result in a penalty kick, but also lead to his ejection from a match. This would mean not only would his team be reduced to 10 men for the remainder of this game, but he would also miss the crucial upcoming battle against Argentina. When the referee reviewed the play, De Ligt nearly fell to his knees, fervently praying for divine intervention. The fate of both himself and the Netherlands rested precariously in the hands of referee Turpin. One thought could lead to salvation, while another could plunge them into despair. When Turpin ruled there was no handball, De Ligt felt as though his spirit soared. Had it not been for Van Dijk's exuberant embrace, he might have truly knelt in relief. The tension was palpable. Turpin understood that without a proper explanation, the Spanish team would not relent. He summoned Lee Mingyu to his side and spoke with a grave demeanor. "Lee, please calm yourself and listen. It is undeniable that the opponent's hand touched the ball. However, it was firmly pressed against his body, not extended, rendering it an unintentional handball. You are well versed in the rules. Hence, my decision stands without controversy." Lee Mingyu furrowed his brow, poised to respond, but Turpin continued, "Lee, let us resume the match. Fans across the globe are watching this spectacle. Do not allow trivial matters to squander our time. I hope you can deliver a more captivating performance." With that, Turpin turned away, signaling for the Spanish players to proceed with the throw-in. Lee Mingyu felt the weight of Turpin's authority. Rather than merely explaining, Turpin was clearly instructing him to cease his protests. His ruling was final, and it was time to continue the game. The Spanish players were left with no choice but to execute the throw-in. The morale of the Spanish team, somewhat shaken, displayed signs of impatience in the subsequent plays. A series of passing errors afforded the Dutch team a chance to regroup. As Turpin glanced at his watch, he blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bending down to retrieve the ball that had rolled toward him, Turpin, with an impassive expression, led his two assistant referees toward the players' tunnel. Along the way, Busquets continued to voice his grievances regarding the handball incident, yet Turpin remained unresponsive, maintaining his pace. After a while, Busquets, sensing futility, shrugged his arms in resignation and halted. Upon returning to the referee's dressing room, Turpin settled into a chair and addressed his colleagues. "Let us take 10 minutes to review some of the contentious moments from the first half." Within the confines of the dressing room, the trio of referees revisited the first half as controversial incidents and mutually encouraged one another for the second half. This match, under the scrutiny of thousands, could potentially serve as a remarkable experience for them, provided no significant issues arose. In the final 2 minutes, Turpin sat with closed eyes, gradually easing his breath to relax his mind. Upon re-entering the pitch, he stood invigorated near the center circle, awaiting the players' readiness. With both teams in position, Turpin checked his watch and promptly blew the whistle to commence the second half, with the Netherlands taking the initial kickoff. However, their offensive efforts appeared lackluster. This year's Dutch team exhibited strong defense, but lacked offensive prowess. Their forward, Depay, found himself isolated, struggling to capitalize on opportunities amid Spain's robust defense. The kind of clear-cut chance he experienced in the first half was unlikely to present itself again. Nevertheless, Depay remained undeterred, persistently seeking opportunities in Spain's back end. An unexpected moment arose, destined to become a miracle in World Cup history. In a fluid, offensive sequence, the Netherlands executed a series of 3 passes that transitioned the ball to the flank. Gravenberch delivered a cross from the side, and Depay, positioned just outside the small box, prepared to control the ball with his right foot. In that fleeting instant, Laporte intervened, causing Depay to tumble to the ground. However, the referee did not immediately call a foul. From his vantage point, he could not ascertain whether a foul had occurred. He was engaged in communication with his assistant referees and the video assistant referee via his earpiece. Meanwhile, play continued. Noticing the referee's inaction, the Spanish team pressed on, with Lee Mingyu receiving a pass from the back and executing a long ball into the Dutch half. The Netherlands had committed heavily forward, leaving their defense vulnerable and distracted by the potential foul in the penalty area. Consequently, Morata seized the opportunity, utilizing his physical advantage and speed to score, extending Spain's lead to 3-1. As Spanish fans erupted in elation and players celebrated, Turpin's whistle pierced the air. Following discussions with the video assistant referee, he was prompted to review the play. As Turpin approached the video review area, Morata, bewildered, called after him, "What's wrong, sir? Did I commit a foul?" Turpin ignored him, continuing toward the video zone. Morata, perplexed, pondered the legitimacy of the goal. He had received the pass with a defender present and had scored after maneuvering past him. Surely, there was no offside. Lee Mingyu's pass had been unproblematic. Could it be the earlier challenge in the penalty area? The expressions of the Spanish players darkened, disbelief washing over them. Could it truly be that a foul had occurred during the challenge, potentially nullifying the goal and, more alarmingly, leading to a penalty kick for the Netherlands? Such a scenario was almost absurd. Tension enveloped the players on the field, and even fans worldwide held their breath. Acutely aware that this decision could become one of the most consequential reversals in World Cup history, the fourth official busily urged, please sit down, while Enrique and his team seethed with anger, encircling the referee in hopes of receiving a reasonable explanation. The referee had just dismissed a penalty for his own team, and now it seemed he was not only intent on disallowing their goal, but also on awarding a penalty to the opposing side. It was utterly astonishing. Enrique, who had navigated the world of football for decades, had never witnessed such a biased officiating. In total, that was 3 goals at stake. Enraged, Enrique shouted at the back of Turpin, the referee. The fourth official could only helplessly attempt to calm Enrique and his team, lacking any authoritative presence. Unperturbed, Turpin donned his headphones and instructed to replay the suspected foul in the Spanish penalty area. As he reviewed the footage at 0.5 speed, Turpin clearly observed that after Depay made contact with the ball, Laporte, from the side, kicked Depay's left foot without touching the ball. This was undoubtedly a penalty foul. However, Turpin was taken aback to find that within that brief 10 seconds, Spain had scored. This intensified the pressure on him. Had the goal not occurred, he could have easily awarded the penalty without contest. Nevertheless, Turpin, a man of resolve, took a deep breath after watching the replay twice and announced into his microphone, undoubtedly, that is a penalty. I know what I must do. The other officials remained silent, acutely aware of the immense pressure Turpin was under. Turpin removed his headphones, blew his whistle, and pointed towards the Spanish penalty area. Penalty. At that moment, the world was in shock. How dared he? He truly had the audacity. The Spanish players were enraged. Was this not a corrupt officiating? Not only had their goal been disallowed, but a penalty was being awarded to the opposition. It was absurd. As the Spanish players surrounded him, Turpin firmly waved his hands and stated, "Enough. It is indisputable that a foul occurred in your penalty area. It was quite evident. Do not protest any further. I have reviewed it, and there is nothing to dispute." Enrique, infuriated, made a gesture behind the referee, mimicking counting money. This did not go unnoticed by the fourth official, who promptly communicated with the beleaguered Turpin. Hearing the fourth official's accusation, Turpin parted the crowd and approached the sidelines with a stern demeanor, confronting the still complaining Enrique. He retrieved a red card from his pocket and displayed it to Enrique, saying, "Sir, I will duly note your remarks in the post-match referee report." He waved a red card at Enrique, urging him to leave the pitch. This left Enrique and the Spanish players bewildered. What audacious referee Turpin was. In the Champions League, one would hardly witness such boldness. It seemed he had unleashed himself on the World Cup stage. However, this red card signified to the Spanish players Turpin's resolute stance, an example to deter others. Making decisions is the referee's duty on the field, and such rulings will always displease a portion of the audience. This is something referees are well aware of. Whether Turpin's consecutive decisions unfavorably impacting Spain would complicate his officiating in the subsequent match was clear to him. Yet, he had to uphold fairness, trusting only his own observations. As for potential investigations into his officiating standards during the match, Turpin believed in his impartiality. "Stay out of the penalty area. I am watching you closely," he coldly warned the Spanish players. Chapter 200. The referee destined to be the center of attention, Depay, stood at the penalty spot, reverently kissing the ball in his hands before carefully placing it on the spot, as if it were a treasured artifact. This penalty was as precious to the Netherlands as a priceless gem. Should he convert it, the score would equalize it 2-2. Turpin's decision had shifted the momentum of the match once again. The Spanish players glared at Turpin with fury, but he remained unfazed. Engaged in conversation with Spanish goalkeeper De Gea. "David, you should know the rules, though I prefer not to elaborate. I must remind you, do not leave your goal line before the shot. You may step out with one foot, but both feet cannot leave simultaneously. We have cameras. We will know if you move early. Stand firm on the goal line, understood?" Despite De Gea being a world-class goalkeeper, Turpin patiently reiterated the instructions. De Gea nodded silently in acknowledgement. After finishing his conversation with De Gea, Turpin turned to the poised Depay and warned, "Listen for my whistle. No tricks." He then pointed at Alba, who was attempting to enter the penalty area. Alba sheepishly retreated. Turpin raised the whistle to his lips and instructed the assistant referee, "Focus. and keep a keen eye. Finally, he blew the whistle. After a tense wait, Depay exhaled deeply, his resolve solidified. Facing De Gea, Depay struck the ball with precision. The shot was swift and angled perfectly. Though De Gea guessed correctly, he could not prevent the goal. The stadium erupted in jubilation. Dutch fans wept tears of joy, astonished by the rapid turn of events. From 1-3 to 2-2, it felt like a dream. Spanish supporters shared a similar disbelief. How could it be? A sure goal had transformed into an equalizer. The referee had committed an egregious error. Among the Spanish fans, the usually shy Catherine roared in fury alongside her fellow supporters. Resembling an irate lioness, Bella observed quietly, not fully grasping the unfolding drama due to her unfamiliarity with football. Noticing Bella's confusion, Catherine exclaimed, "Bella, what's wrong? Are you not a Spaniard? Your team has been wronged." Bella, with her large, expressive eyes, stared blankly at her friend. Catherine sighed in exasperation. "You really should return to the library." Bella shrugged playfully. "Well, you dragged me here." Just then, a wave of excitement rippled through the nearby fans. Sensing a shift in the dynamics of the field, Catherine momentarily set aside her concerns for Bella and swiftly turned around, just in time to witness a remarkable scene. Following the restart of the game, Lee Mingyu unleashed his offensive skill. However, the Dutch team's defense was already prepared. Although the players ahead appeared somewhat lax and failed to obstruct Lee Mingyu as he approached the goal from approximately 30 meters away. Dutch midfielder Wijnaldum collided with him from the side, sending Lee Mingyu sprawling. The robust Wijnaldum, akin to a bull, knocked the already accelerating Lee Mingyu off his feet. Lee Mingyu rolled twice on the ground, momentarily dazed as he sat there. Wijnaldum hurried over, concern etched on his face, and inquired, "Lee, are you all right?" Wijnaldum was a teammate of Lee Mingyu's at Barcelona, and they shared a good rapport. Lee Mingyu, forcing a smila, rapia, duda. "You nearly broke me with that hit." Seeing that Lee Mingyu was unharmed, Wijnaldum grimaced in pain, rubbed his shoulder, and extended his right hand to help Lee Mingyu up. Chuckling, "Your body is like a tractor. You've made my shoulder numb." Turpin arrived promptly at the scene, apprehensive that the foul might incite conflict between the two players or even their teams. However, seeing the friendly exchange between them, he quietly positioned himself nearby, observing in silence. Once Wijnaldum helped Lee Mingyu to his feet, Turpin approached him, presenting a yellow gemstone card to express his respect for the tactical foul he had just committed to prevent Lee Mingyu's advance. Wijnaldum offered no protest, recognizing that his action was merely a strategic foul. Turpin gestured with his whistle towards Lee Mingyu, saying, "Lee, listen for my whistle." Lee Mingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Turpin then produced a spray can from his waist, marking a circle on the ground, signaling Lee Mingyu to place the ball within it. Turpin then strode toward the Dutch goal, stopping at an appropriate distance to draw a straight line with his spray, indicating that the Dutch wall must stand behind this line. However, Turpin noticed that, without needing to instruct them, none of the Dutch players dared to advance even a millimeter closer. After all, the young man preparing to take the free kick behind the ball was globally recognized as a master of set pieces, particularly powerful free kicks. For Lee Mingyu, the 30-meter distance was well within his striking range. Turpin felt a twinge of sympathy for the Dutch players and quickly retreated from the scene, positioning himself at the apex of a triangle with Lee Mingyu and the wall, awaiting their readiness. Lee Mingyu stood poised behind the ball, having already prepared himself. His presence sent shivers down the spines of the Dutch players lining up the wall under the goalkeeper's direction. The players exchanged nervous glances, as if to say, "Shouldn't you be standing outside the pitch? Are you planning to kick someone into oblivion?" Lee Mingyu remained unfazed by their apprehensive stares. Finally, the Dutch wall formed, and seeing the four players' expressions of impending sacrifice, Lee Mingyu maintained his composure. As the referee, Turpin, confirmed that both sides were ready, he blew his whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, Lee Mingyu began to adjust his stride with small, measured steps. Fans worldwide eagerly watched his every move. In the previous match, Lee Mingyu had already established his prowess with a powerful free kick that captivated audiences. Would this attempt mirror the previous one, soaring into the Dutch goal like a comet? With his cadence quickening, Lee Mingyu stood before the ball in just 2 seconds. His right foot rose high, striking the ball at its center like a whip. A flash of white light illuminated the pitch as the ball surged toward the wall like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, The Dutch wall faltered under the immense psychological pressure, creating a slight gap. Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick pierced through this crevice. Although Dutch goalkeeper Celessen anticipated that Lee Mingyu would aim to breach the wall, the ball's velocity caused him to miscalculate. By the time he leaped, the ball was already hurtling into the net behind him. After scoring, Lee Mingyu raised his arms in triumph, seemingly protesting the injustice dealt to his team by the referee. Turpin promptly declared the goal valid, gazing at Lee Mingyu with admiration. He had witnessed the goal clearly, although he did not stand directly in the wall. His vantage point allowed him to feel the intensity radiating from Lee Mingyu. The Dutch wall had been intimidated by this aura, especially given that numerous players had previously succumbed to the force of Lee Mingyu's free kicks, some even injured. Consequently, many teams resolutely refrained from allowing Lee Mingyu any direct free kicks from around 30 meters, for the pain was all too real. Had it not been for Lee Mingyu's speed, the players ahead would have intercepted him before Wijnaldum could close in, but by then, Lee Mingyu was already within striking distance. In the stands, Catherine embraced Bella in excitement, exclaiming, "Lee, it's Lee. He is so impressive." Bella, well aware of her friend's feelings, glanced at Lee Mingyu, who stood in the center of the pitch, exuding an air of self-importance, and remarked, "He really is quite arrogant." Catherine, hearing Bella's comment, beamed with pride, gazing adoringly at Lee Mingyu. "Of course, our Lee is the most handsome," Bella teasingly countered. "When did he become part of your family?" Catherine momentarily faltered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she retorted, "Given our close relationship, isn't he essentially family?" Observing Catherine's flustered demeanor, Bella revealed her signature smile, which just so happened to be captured by the cameras present. Not surprisingly, Bella and Catherine had become celebrities in this World Cup. During the match between England and Switzerland, they had eclipsed the English WAGs as the standout duo. In this age of big data, the media was omnipresent. Bella and Catherine's identities were swiftly disclosed. Bella, as Lee Mingyu's cousin, was a distinguished student in the oil painting department at the University of Arts London, and with her high academic standing and striking beauty, she quickly became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Catherine, also a high-achieving student, was studying media at the same esteemed institution. To everyone's astonishment, Catherine's father is revealed to be a member of the British Parliament, holding the title of Sir. Her mother is equally esteemed, hailing from a prominent family. Catherine embodies both beauty and intellect, coupled with noble lineage. However, even Bella was previously unaware of Catherine's aristocratic background. Remarkably, this noble heritage has not affected the bond between the two. Today, as Bella and Catherine appeared in the stands, the cameras captured their presence. The large screen at the center of the stadium intermittently showcased their images together, inciting cheers from the crowd each time they appeared. In a moment of casual observation, Lee Mingyu caught sight of his cousin's radiant figure on the big screen, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The slightly eccentric Catherine beside her left a lasting impression on him, as encounters with such fervent female fans were rare in his experience. Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick turned the tide once again, bringing the score to 3-2, granting Spain an advantage on the field. The Dutch team, having narrowly escaped defeat earlier, found themselves trailing once more. Following their goal, the Spanish team surged with momentum, intensifying their defensive efforts and sharpening their attacks. The Dutch side faced challenges on both offensive and defensive fronts, with their midfield becoming a vulnerable point. This match was destined to be recorded in the annals of World Cup history. In the 75th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu advanced with the ball from the left side of the midfield. Wijnaldum, encroaching on Lee's space, pushed him to the ground. However, in that split second, Lee deftly passed the ball to Alba at his side. As Alba moved forward, Wijnaldum, from behind, inadvertently swept his leg against Alba's calf. By a twist of fate, Alba's foot nudged the ball into the penalty area. Morata, with his back to Dutch defender De Ligt, suddenly pivoted and took a shot. The ball, however, did not soar toward the goal as intended. It was intercepted by De Ligt, who then kicked it out of bounds. Yet, Morata, visibly excited, raised his arm, signaling that De Ligt had committed a handball. This incident bore a striking resemblance to the controversial call made in the 40th minute of the first half. At this crucial juncture, Turpin, destined to become the focal point of the match, stepped forward. He approached the penalty area and, without waiting for the referee's announcement, pointed directly to the penalty spot. It was unequivocally a penalty. Turpin's words were brief yet authoritative. As spectators anticipated that he would rule this incident as he did in the first half, Turpin, with his expertise, clarified that the situations were distinct, positioned perfectly. He observed that when Morata lifted his foot to shoot, De Ligt had slightly extended his right arm, obstructing Morata's attempt. This action was undoubtedly a handball offense. Furthermore, as the infringement occurred within the penalty area, Turpin resolutely awarded a penalty kick. His subsequent actions left all fans, both in the stadium and at home, utterly astonished. Turpin first turned and walked toward Wijnaldum outside the penalty area, presenting him with a yellow card, then produced a red card from his pocket, brandishing it at Wijnaldum with the words, "You may leave." Wijnaldum feigned innocence, asking, "No, sir, what have I done?" Turpin replied sternly, "Firstly, your initial foul only warranted a yellow card, and your subsequent tackle on Alba also constitutes a yellow card offense. I could have issued a red card directly. Do you have any objections?" Hearing Turpin's fair yet firm explanation, Wijnaldum felt helpless. He realized the severity of his earlier foul and had hoped to escape punishment as the game continued, but Turpin's unwavering stance led to his expulsion. Wait, isn't Turpin supposed to be on our side? As Turpin dismissed Wijnaldum, he received a message from the assistant referee in his earpiece. "Clement, your call was accurate. That ball indeed struck De Ligt's hand, and we have reason to suspect his handball was intentional." Turpin listened attentively, his expression darkening. If De Ligt's handball was indeed deliberate, he would have to issue a yellow card. However, De Ligt already bore a yellow card from the first half, and another would mean 2 players being sent off in one match for the Netherlands. This controversial decision would undoubtedly be as contentious as the prior call that had nullified Spain's goal and awarded a penalty to the Dutch. Exercising caution, Turpin opted to seek the truth with his own eyes. "Davis, I am not questioning your judgment, but I need to verify this personally, as you are aware of the impact this decision has on the match." Referee Davis understood Turpin's intent perfectly. As a main referee, Turpin was the focus, bearing the greatest pressure. "Clement, you may come see. I have located the replay for you." Turpin hurried to the sideline, instructing Dutch coach Frank de Boer to return to his position and refrain from interfering with his judgment. Seeing the serious demeanor of Turpin, de Boer thought of Enrique, who had already taken a seat in the stands, and thus relented, giving Turpin a thumbs up before returning to his area. De Boer stood anxiously, watching Turpin, eager to know whether this penalty would be overturned once more, before a smile could fully bloom on de Boer's face. Turpin discovered evidence of De Ligt's intentional handball in the video. At the moment Morata shot, De Ligt had indeed extended his arms deliberately, and as he observed the ball's trajectory, he stretched his arm even further, in slow motion at 5 times the speed. All of De Ligt's subtle movements and details were laid bare. Turpin took a deep breath, removed his earpiece, and blew his whistle to affirm the penalty decision. This left de Boer somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped Turpin would again rule in their favor regarding the penalty. Greed had led to folly. However, de Boer's expression suddenly turned to one of shock as Turpin entered the penalty area, presenting a yellow card to a bewildered De Ligt, who, like Wijnaldum, received a second yellow, resulting in a red card and expulsion from the match. De Ligt protested, "Sir, it wasn't intentional. The ball hit my hand." However, Turpin, with a stern expression, declared, "Enough. Leave the pitch immediately. Do not disrupt the match." As he observed the Dutch players approaching him, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his gaze. "Do not linger. I have reviewed the situation and found no issues." De Ligt draped his jersey over his head and trudged off the field, step by laborious step. He could envision that his journey in this World Cup was drawing to a close. In the final round, they were to face the formidable Argentine team, and with both Wijnaldum and himself, key players in the midfield and defense, unable to play, it would be a dire blow to an already depleted Dutch squad. Lee Mingyu had netted 2 goals. Should he convert this penalty, he would become the first player in history to achieve consecutive hat-tricks in his inaugural World Cup. Although forward Morata yearned to take the penalty, he understood who the leader of the team was. Thus, he approached Lee Mingyu and said, "Lee, you take this penalty." However, seeing Morata's demeanor, one that suggested he would weep if Lee declined, Lee shook his head and replied, "You go ahead. I do not fancy taking penalties." Morata was well aware that Lee had not taken a penalty in nearly 2 seasons, whether at the club or national level. His statistics bore no record of a penalty. For a player in such a crucial attacking role, this was quite astonishing. Penalties are typically the simplest means for a player to score. Nonetheless, given Lee Mingyu's current scoring efficiency, he hardly needed a penalty to augment his tally. Morata graciously stepped aside, but Lee Mingyu turned and walked away, observing Lee's retreating figure. Morata mused, Lee is truly a wonderful person. Ashu. Lee Mingyu involuntarily sneezed and thought, who is praising me? Morata, undeterred, positioned himself at the penalty spot, placing the football carefully. After 2 meticulous adjustments, he found the placement to his satisfaction. He tapped the ball lightly with his left foot, then retreated 4 steps to stand on the edge of the penalty area, his gaze resolutely fixed on the goal. Turpin remained diligent, first explaining to Dutch goalkeeper Celessen the rule against premature movement before turning to Morata to caution him against trickery. After admonishing the Dutch players who attempted to encroach on the line, Turpin finally blew his whistle. Morata's expression shifted as he began his run-up. After 4 strides, he approached the ball and executed a shot aimed at Celessen's lower left corner. To the astonishment of all, Celessen not only guessed correctly, but also managed to parry Morata's penalty out of bounds. Rising to his feet, Celessen celebrated fervently with his teammates. A great savior for the Dutch team, preserving their chances of equalizing or even taking the lead. With the score at 2-3, despair was not yet upon them. There were still 15 minutes left, and anything could happen. However, at that moment, Turpin blew his whistle again, approaching the penalty spot to declare a retake. The Dutch players felt as if they had plummeted from grace to despair. The heroic Celessen, filled with fury, rushed at Turpin, demanding an explanation. Turpin, maintaining his composure, replied, I warned you not to move prematurely. Modern technology has equipped us with numerous cameras along the goal line that can capture your every action. Moreover, my assistant referee informed me that both of your feet left the goal line before the opposing player took the shot. Celessen wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say he had been wronged, but Turpin, with an air of impatience, retorted, return to your goal immediately, or I will allow Morata to take the shot without hesitation. Faced with such an unyielding referee, Celessen seethed with indignation, yet he knew he had no recourse. After all, he understood that he had indeed moved, for how else could he have so easily saved the penalty? Once again, Morata stood at the penalty spot, placing the football before him and inhaling deeply. A retake was an even greater challenge for a player who had just missed a penalty. Facing the same goalkeeper who had thwarted his previous attempt, Morata felt his confidence waver. Celessen returned to his position, taunting, come on, kid. No matter how many times you shoot, I'll save them all. Turpin, with a serious tone, instructed, prepare yourself. This time, I hope there will be no further issues. Celessen ignored Turpin, employing various odd antics to unsettle Morata. This time, Morata's gaze faltered. He did not meet Celessen's eyes, but instead focused on the referee. When Turpin blew the whistle, Morata squinted and commenced his run-up. After 4 strides, Morata shot again in the same direction as before. The crowd gasped in shock as Celessen once more guessed the direction correctly, executing a magnificent dive to deny Morata's penalty yet again. As the ball rolled out of bounds, Morata could scarcely believe his eyes. He cradled his head in disbelief, his expression one of utter confusion. What a staggering blow this was for a forward. Celessen strutted before Morata, defiantly declaring, see, I said I would do it. Morata, visibly shaken, did not retaliate against Celessen's provocation. Just as Celessen and his teammates began to celebrate again, Turpin blew his whistle once more. What is happening? Turpin pointed to the penalty spot again, declaring, retake. This time, the Dutch players were on the verge of explosion. Celessen dashed to the assistant referee standing by the goal line, shouting furiously, his face contorted with rage, causing the assistant referee to instinctively retreat. Referee Turpin rushed over to separate them, pointing sternly at Celessen, demanding that he step back. Not only did Turpin call for the penalty to be retaken, but he also issued Celessen a yellow card, further igniting the fury of the Dutch players. The spectators erupted in a cacophony of noise, witnessing a scene of dramatic tension unlike anything they had ever encountered. Frank de Boer on the sidelines not only shouted angrily, but also kicked a water bottle across the ground. The half-full bottle soared toward the 4th official, splashing water all over his lower half, leaving him drenched. The Dutch assistant coach, wide-eyed with shock, thought, wow, brother, your kicking skills are remarkable. Frank de Boer himself was bewildered, reflecting, when did I become such an accomplished kicker? I had no idea. Before Frank de Boer could apologize to the 4th official, the main referee, Turpin, received the accusations and approached with a serious demeanor. "Can you not behave for a moment? You are forcing my hand." Turpin stood before Frank de Boer, presenting a red card as if to serenade him with a farewell tune. "May you depart to the farthest reaches, and please do not return, Enrique." It is indeed a rare spectacle when both coaches are sent off during a match. Turpin returned to the Dutch team's penalty area to announce a severe penalty kick. Cillessen, standing on the goal line, clutched his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the situation had devolved. "I was meant to be the savior. Yet this referee has thwarted me not once, but twice." However, Morata, with a look of trepidation, cradled the ball and approached Lee Mingyu, saying, "Why don't you take the shot? I feel I can't do it." Observing Morata's near collapse, Lee Mingyu thought to himself, "Do you think I can score just because I step up?" He patted Morata on the shoulder and calmly reassured him, "Alvaro, you must have faith in yourself. This time, you will surely score." Chapter 202. Morata conquers his inner demons. Lee Mingyu's dance on the field. Morata's eyes betrayed no confidence. Although the referee had granted him another chance, Cillessen's 2 saves had shattered his resolve. Lee Mingyu felt a surge of sympathy for Morata. Recalling his own past, when a young goalkeeper from the Real Madrid youth team had thwarted him with 3 consecutive saves in a match, leading him to bid farewell to penalty kicks thereafter. Watching Morata, Lee Mingyu mused, "Come on, brother, you've only been denied twice, and you're already on the brink of despair. I crumbled after 3. Pedri approached with a mischievous glint, asking, "How about I take it?" Morata's eyes lit up, ready to hand the ball to Pedri, viewing him as a lifeline. Yet, Lee Mingyu interjected, "Step aside, Pedri. Alvaro is our main striker, and he desperately needs this goal to regain his confidence. If you snatch it away, do you believe Alvaro will ever dare to take another penalty?" Pedri regarded Lee Mingyu with amusement, saying, "Wow, brother, you speak with such conviction, yet it sounds like you're describing yourself. Everyone knows about your reluctance to take penalties." The public was oblivious to Lee Mingyu's true fear of penalty kicks, mistakenly believing he simply deemed them beneath him. After all, who would question the penalty prowess of a player of his caliber? Upon hearing Lee Mingyu's words, Morata felt a shift within. He had indeed sensed an overwhelming fear of penalty kicks. It was more serious than he had realized. Nevertheless, Morata, having partnered with Ronaldo for so long, had absorbed some of his indomitable spirit. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All right, this time, I will drive that wretched ball into the net. I want that arrogant goalkeeper to recognize my prowess. I am Morata, after all." Morata's sudden burst of determination caught Lee Mingyu's attention. He certainly did not wish to see Morata succumb to this setback, recalling his own painful experiences. Pedri, somewhat dejected, shook his head, lamenting, "Damn it. My chance for a World Cup debut goal is gone." Morata stood once more at the penalty spot. Cillessen, still brimming with bravado, bellowed in an attempt to unsettle Morata. Yet this time, Morata did not flinch. Instead, he locked eyes with Cillessen. The goalkeeper felt a chill at Morata, his unwavering gaze, his shouts dwindling and his movements slowing. Morata's fiery stare seemed capable of incinerating Cillessen on the spot. However, Cillessen was no pushover. Having made 2 saves earlier, his confidence surged. He believed he could thwart this attempt as well, envisioning the humiliation he would inflict upon Morata if he succeeded. Turpin, maintaining a calm demeanor, blew the whistle, his gaze fixed on Cillessen. If the goalkeeper dared to challenge his authority again by moving prematurely, Turpin would not hesitate to send him off, regardless of the subsequent criticism he might face. Sensing the tension, Cillessen remained planted on the goal line this time. Morata resolutely chose the same spot again. Cillessen, once more, correctly anticipated the direction, and his fingertips grazed the ball. Yet, the shot was too swift. It brushed past his fingers and confidently struck the back of the net. After scoring, Morata erupted in a triumphant roar, as if to exorcise the shadows of his previous failures. Lee Mingyu rushed to Morata, leaping onto his back and shouting in his ear, "Alvaro, congratulations! You did it!" Morata laughed heartily, replying, "Lee, thank you." His gratitude was heartfelt. The Dutch players appeared despondent. From heaven to hell, then back to heaven, only to plummet once more into despair, this roller coaster of emotions left them utterly drained. With 15 minutes remaining, the Netherlands found themselves with 9 players against 11, trailing by 2 goals. This match proved exceedingly challenging for them. Both teams began to make substitutions, replacing some fatigued players. Lee Mingyu remained on the field, while Morata, the hero of the moment, was substituted for a defender, signaling Spain's intent to adopt a defensive strategy. The Dutch front line had struggled this year, and penetrating Spain's resolute defense to score 2 goals in 15 minutes would be a daunting task. However, Frank de Boer had no choice. Losing to Spain would leave them with no option but to face Argentina in a do-or-die match in their final game. In a desperate final push, the Dutch unleashed a barrage against Spain's half. Although it appeared as though the Netherlands were dominating, they could not even breach the Spanish penalty area, with all their attacks ultimately resulting in futile long-range shots. For the agile and focused De Gea, these posed no threat. Then, in the 85th minute, Spain intercepted the ball in their own half, and Pedri seized it, charging forward. Only Lee Mingyu remained in the front, entangled with the opposing center-back. The central defender bore a yellow gem warrior card, rendering him cautious in defense. Soon, Lee Mingyu advanced into the Dutch team's penalty area, receiving a pass from Pedri. With his back against Manchester City's defender AK, Lee Mingyu observed the incoming ball, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Leaning against AK, he executed a move that prompted the entire crowd to rise in astonishment. With a deft flick of his left foot, he redirected the ball to the right before executing a graceful spin to the left. Like a master waltzer, Lee Mingyu glided past AK, who, struck with fear, collapsed helplessly to the ground. With elegant footwork, Lee Mingyu retrieved the ball he had sent himself and unleashed a powerful shot, compelling Dutch goalkeeper Celestin to kneel in surrender. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Lee Mingyu's sequence of movements was sheer artistry. For a fleeting moment, spectators forgot they were in a football stadium, envisioning instead the pinnacle of a grand dance hall, witnessing the peak performance of a top-notch waltz dancer. Let us rewind to the beginning of the match. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Umseler Stadium and acquiring the elegant waltz talent of Dutch legend Bergkamp. Bergkamp, one of the finest forwards in Dutch history, known as the Ice Prince, is most famously remembered for his stunning goal during the 1998 World Cup, where he executed a breathtaking stop to clinch victory against Argentina. That moment, a long pass crossing half the field, saw Bergkamp gently cushion the ball with his right foot, effortlessly evading an approaching Argentine defender before firing a shot that left the goalkeeper powerless, much like today's scene. Bergkamp's exquisite control left Argentina in despair and solidified his status as a Dutch hero. The word elegance seems tailor-made for Bergkamp. His most celebrated moments came during his tenure at Arsenal, where he scored a stunning goal, dancing with the ball in the penalty area, epitomizing grace and poise. On the sidelines, Frank de Boer stood in stunned silence. The player who assisted Bergkamp's legendary goal in 1998 was none other than the current head coach of the Dutch team, Frank de Boer. De Boer, well acquainted with his old friend, recognized that Lee Mingyu's movements could easily be mistaken for those of his esteemed colleague, had they been donned in different jerseys. Elegance, perfection, and extremity. De Boer shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how one could confront such a formidable opponent. This singular goal had utterly demoralized the Dutch team. In the ensuing minutes, the Spanish team abandoned their offensive aspirations, acknowledging the futility of striking a fallen adversary. Turpin, observing the lack of enthusiasm, blew the final whistle as the stoppage time concluded. Immediately after the match, Lee Mingyu approached Turpin, requesting the match ball. Turpin, eager to ensure Lee Mingyu left with a sense of accomplishment, handed him the ball with sincerity, exclaiming, "Lee, congratulations. You are truly remarkable." The unexpected praise left Lee Mingyu somewhat bewildered. Turpin continued, "The match is concluded. I am no longer the referee. I too experience emotions, and your performance was nothing short of spectacular." Lee Mingyu smiled, embracing Turpin, and replied, "Mr. Referee, you were impressive as well. Today's match will remain a cherished memory for you." Turpin understood the implications of the match's conclusion, but, as a professional referee, remained unfazed by external opinions. Casually glancing up, Lee Mingyu spotted his 2 cheerful friends on the big screen. He eagerly sought out Bella and Catherine, who stood out conspicuously. Elated, he ran towards them, waving and inciting a joyous uproar from the crowd. Catherine felt breathless, her face instantly flushing like a ripe apple at Lee Mingyu's gesture. Lee Mingyu, alongside his teammates, circled the field, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the fans who had come to support them. After the match, Lee Mingyu returned to the hotel with his team, as another match loomed on the horizon, allowing the many controversies of this game to simmer beneath the surface, awaiting an eruption the following morning. The subsequent matches in the group were equally thrilling. France faced South Korea, where Mbappe showcased his prowess by scoring twice, leading his team to a 2-0 victory. In another match, Lewandowski seemed to be inspired by today's Messi, Lee Mingyu, and Mbappe, netting a hat-trick to secure a 4-0 triumph over South Africa. The day's 4 matches yielded an astonishing 18 goals, delighting fans with an abundance of thrilling action. Remarkably, it marked the first time in World Cup history that Messi, Lee Mingyu, and Lewandowski each achieved a hat-trick on the same day. Mbappe's 2 goals, overshadowed by this spectacle, went largely unnoticed. As the day's matches concluded, the media remained abuzz, with an abundance of stories to cover, particularly the noteworthy Spain-Netherlands clash. The match's officiating would undoubtedly become a significant chapter in the annals of World Cup history. Many believe that even decades from now, this match will still be a topic of discussion. Referee Turpin meticulously documented every detail of the match, submitting his report to FIFA's officiating committee, which had eagerly awaited his insights. The match had captivated not only the fans but also the officiating team, leaving them astounded. A collective sentiment arose among them. How could he dare? Indeed, how could he, on the grand stage of the World Cup, make such astonishing calls? While viewers at home could replay the footage, the players and fans at the stadium were deprived of such privileges, facing immense pressure as they made their judgments. So, Turpin, how could you? Chapter 203. The first self-defense in the history of refereeing. On the morning of November 27, 2022, Mr. Turpin granted an interview to the French newspaper, Quipe. The reporter, Adrien, inquired, Mr. Turpin, there has been considerable criticism directed at you online. How do you perceive your performance yesterday? This interview was sanctioned by FIFA after a night of careful deliberation, as their refereeing team had thoroughly reviewed the match, confirming that all of Turpin's decisions were accurate and without fault. However, the smear campaign against Turpin on the internet had begun to take a troubling turn. Thus, FIFA deemed it necessary to provide a prominent platform for Turpin to articulate his perspective on the match, his decisions, and FIFA's stance, thereby regaining control over the narrative. Dressed in a casual suit, Turpin appeared genteel, a stark contrast to the stern figure he had presented on the field the previous day. I believe my officiating yesterday was entirely justifiable. Although the match was exceedingly challenging, I can assure everyone that I acted with integrity, he stated. Every referee possesses a profound love for football, driven by 2 primary reasons. First, attaining elite referee status is exceptionally difficult, akin to the emergence of a star player. Second, the journey to becoming an elite referee often entails solitude and isolation. Unlike athletes who train collectively, referees typically undergo solitary training. Thus, once we achieve elite status, we cherish that identity and are reluctant to tarnish it. In globally significant matches, any mistakes are scrutinized, prompting us to act with utmost caution. I chose to become a referee out of deep passion for football. Without this passion, I would not have reached this point nor officiated effectively on the field. Although there were several contentious calls during yesterday's match, I considered them inconsequential. As a referee, once I make a judgment, I must resolutely blow the whistle. I must ensure that I remain unencumbered, and when a call needs to be made, I must do so without hesitation. Turpin's assertions were steady, prompting a nod from Adrien. The reporter pressed on, what are your thoughts regarding the comments circulating online? Upon hearing this, Turpin's demeanor shifted slightly, his emotions becoming palpable. Being a referee is akin to engaging in commerce. We sell our decisions and judgments. As referees, we must always be psychologically prepared for external criticism. There are myriad reasons why referees often face public outcry. Historically, people have been predisposed to distrust referees, and socially, they can easily become scapegoats. Turpin's voice rose with fervor. This is largely due to the limited opportunities referees have to respond to external criticisms and to speak for themselves, often rendering them sacrificial lambs. I'm immensely grateful to FIFA and the refereeing committee for granting me this opportunity for self-defense. I hope that in the future, when issues arise concerning referees, we are afforded a platform to speak. Taking a deep breath, Turpin sought to regain his composure and continued from the perspective of psychological attribution theory. Coaches and athletes often attribute their failures to external, unstable factors. With my background in psychology, I can articulate this well. We frequently hear them say, "This has nothing to do with me. Had it not been for these factors, we would have surely won," Rarely does a coach admit, I am not a good coach. This defeat is entirely my fault. Adrian chuckled, interjecting, if they were to say that, they would be on the brink of dismissal. Turpin laughed heartily at this. Indeed, he concurred, but I wish for everyone to understand referees from the angles I've just presented. Naturally, we also need to better cope with external criticism and scrutiny. I have seen much controversy directed at me online last night and this morning. What perplexes me most is the claim that I derive excitement from issuing red cards. Turpin's face reflected incredulity as he exaggeratedly spread his arms and shook his head. How could that be? Although I issued 10 yellow cards and 4 red cards yesterday, ejecting both head coaches and 2 players from the Netherlands. This is not something I take pleasure in. On the contrary, I feel disheartened, questioning whether these outcomes stemmed from my oversight. When I witness players resorting to excessive defensive maneuvers, I often wonder if better control in my prior matches could have prevented such incidents. For any referee, issuing a red card is never a positive occurrence. Never. He continued. Decisions often spark debate. Yet I hope fans can approach these matters with calmness rather than presumptuously deeming a call erroneous, especially since nearly all contentious decisions can now be reviewed through video replay. I have little tolerance for those who make baseless accusations against referees in newspapers or on social media, as though I single-handedly ruined the match. In other words, they imply that it is always the referee's fault. As was the case yesterday, every decision I made was accurate, and all controversial calls were made after thorough video review, which viewers could clearly see during the live broadcast. I would never make a call knowing it to be incorrect. That is not my character. I strictly adhere to the rules of the game. When I encounter statements claiming that referees ruin a match, I feel profoundly disheartened and, at times, enraged because that is simply untrue. I do not officiate for personal gain, nor do I allow my preferences to influence my calls. Each time I prepare to step onto the field, my singular focus is to honor the referee's uniform, the scrutiny I face, the 2 teams, everyone present in the stadium, and all who are watching the match. As Turpin spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, the unrecognized grievances he bore resonating deeply with Adrian. Turpin spoke with unwavering determination, declaring that throughout his life, he had never once contemplated the destruction of anything. Football is my second life. His sincere and fervent words commanded Adrian's respect. In the concluding moments of the interview, Turpin smiled and remarked, "Yesterday's match will undoubtedly be the most unforgettable of my career. Every detail will become one of my most cherished memories for the rest of my life." After finishing his statement, Turpin stood and shook hands with Adrian. Soon, the unedited interview was broadcast directly online, and prior to today's World Cup matches, it had circulated to every corner of the globe. Although many still criticized Turpin online, it was evident that such dissenters were becoming increasingly rare. This interview marked a historic first for referees, as it was an official attempt to address controversies directly. Turpin's interview became one of the most renowned events in the history of officiating. While Turpin's interview captivated audiences, the World Cup matches reignited the passion of fans worldwide. The day's 4 matches drew the attention of football enthusiasts, promising intense clashes. The first match featured Brazil versus Russia. Neymar, who had scored a hat-trick in the previous game, transformed into the midfield maestro, assisting twice to secure a 2-0 victory for Brazil, ensuring their advancement in the group stage. In the second match, the determined Iranian team managed to clinch a dramatic victory over the formidable Colombian side through an own goal. The Colombian defender Escobar, who scored the own goal, shared the same surname as the defender tragically murdered by a gang after scoring an own goal in the 1994 World Cup. Even the commentators found this coincidence astonishing. Colombia was widely favored before the tournament, anticipated to reach at least the semifinals, yet now faced elimination after 2 defeats. The group standings were as follows: Brazil with 6 points, Russia and Iran with 3 points each, and Colombia with none. Although it appeared that if Colombia could defeat Russia and Iran lost to Brazil, a 3-way tie could occur. The tiebreaker rules of the World Cup group stage prioritized goal difference. Presently, Colombia had a goal difference of 5, Russia 1, and Iran 0. For Colombia to advance, they must win by at least 2 goals against Russia, assuming Iran loses to Brazil. In the final round, aside from Brazil, all other teams still had a chance to advance. After the group stage concluded, the highly anticipated matches of the group of death commenced. The clash between England and Germany was one of the most talked about fixtures, as both teams had a history of thrilling encounters in major tournaments. The match was no exception. with both teams showcasing attacking football, igniting sparks between the polite English gentleman and the disciplined German machine. The final score ended in a dramatic 3-3 draw. In the 90th minute, Manchester City's Sterling, trailing by a goal, executed a breathtaking solo effort, weaving past 3 German defenders to score a goal that could contend for the tournament's best. In that moment, Sterling became a hero for England. Among the supporters, Catherine's tearful prayers captured the attention of many. In another match, Switzerland triumphed over Australia, leaving Germany with a slender chance to advance. The standings were England 4 points, Switzerland 3 points, Australia 3 points, and Germany 1 point. The group of death indeed lived up to its name, with uncertainty surrounding which 2 teams would emerge victorious. On the final day of the second round, matches across different groups were equally thrilling. In a group where 2 matches had ended in draws, Croatia edged Nigeria 3-2, while Italy defeated Paraguay 3-1. The standings became intricate. Italy and Croatia both had 4 points, while Nigeria and Paraguay had 1 point each. The potential outcomes of the final round remained unpredictable, transforming this group into another group of death. In contrast, the matches in another group were more subdued. Portugal secured a straightforward 2-0 victory over Senegal, ensuring their progression. Meanwhile, Denmark and Ecuador played to a goalless draw, rendering the concluding match rather dull. The standings were Portugal 6 points, Senegal 3 points, Ecuador 1 point, and Denmark 1 point. As the second round concluded, the total number of goals surpassed that of the first round, with 44 goals scored across 16 matches and only 3 ending in draws, 2 of which were scoreless. The aggregate total of 78 goals across the first 2 rounds resulted in an average of 2.44 goals per match, a figure that was neither particularly high nor low, yet fell short of the previous World Cup's total of 85 goals, which included several high-scoring matches, such as Belgium's 5-2 victory over Tunisia and England's 6-1 triumph against Panama. It was expected that teams would unleash surprising performances in the final round, as few had secured their advancement thus far. The concluding matches promised to be the most captivating. Although Spain had already qualified and boasted a goal difference of 5, compared to Argentina's 3 and the Netherlands' 0, their final game against the already eliminated Syrian team was approached with a sense of relief. For a football team emerging from the turmoil of war to reach the World Cup finals was a source of pride for many Asian nations. However, Syria's capabilities were modest at best, leaving them with little chance against the formidable Spanish side. The players from Syria, participating in their inaugural World Cup, expressed immense joy merely at the opportunity to compete. Prior to this World Cup, the Syrian Football Association had established 3 objectives for the players: to score a goal, to earn a point, and to secure a victory. However, after 2 matches, Syria had yet to breach their opponent's defenses or garner any points, placing their hopes on scoring at least once in their final match against the formidable Spanish team. Syria's forward, Omar Soma, displayed remarkable humility during interviews, expressing his desire to exchange jerseys with his idol, Lee Mingyu, after the match. Nonetheless, Lee Mingyu refrained from directly responding, as he believed that unless one's performance on the field was truly captivating, he would not engage in such exchanges. This sentiment echoed a past experience from the 2002 World Cup, when the Chinese national team sought to swap jerseys with Brazilian players, who did not acknowledge their request. The act of exchanging jerseys is, in essence, a mutual recognition of respect. Nowadays, Lee Mingyu is selective about such exchanges, only collecting jerseys from renowned players. Within the Syrian team, he found no jerseys worthy of his collection unless they managed to score a goal, which might prompt him to reconsider. On November 29th, the third round of group matches commenced. Each group played simultaneously, with 2 matches kicking off at 1800 hours. Qatar faced Egypt, and Mexico clashed with Uruguay. Mexico had already secured their advancement, leaving the second qualifying spot to be contested between Uruguay and Qatar. The suspense of the matches was largely resolved in the first half. Egypt, having relinquished their chances of progression, played freely, with Salah scoring 2 commanding goals that effectively sealed the host nation's fate. Meanwhile, in the other match, neither Mexico nor Uruguay found the net in the first half. However, the second half brought a dramatic turn as Lozano, the Mexican forward playing for Napoli, scored within 5 minutes of the restart. Qatar capitalized on a corner, with their forward Hassan heading in to reduce the deficit to 1-2, igniting a flicker of hope among their supporters. Yet, in the 70th minute, Uruguay's star striker, Suarez, unleashed a stunning strike to equalize the match. In the 75th minute, the extraordinary Salah delivered a precise through ball, enabling his team to score again. The score of 1-3 left Qatar's fans in tears. In the 90th minute, Suarez struck again, securing a victory for Uruguay over Mexico. This goal propelled Uruguay from second to first place in the group. Following the matches, Uruguay and Mexico emerged as the teams advancing to the knockout stage, with their respective opponents being the second and first place teams from another group. At 2200 hours, the matches in another group commenced. Belgium decisively defeated Morocco 3 o'clock, claiming first place in their group, while Japan managed a 2-2 draw against Chile, securing their passage to the round of 16. The matchups of the first two knockout stage matches were confirmed: Uruguay versus Japan and Mexico versus Belgium. Anticipation for these encounters was palpable. On November 30th, the competition in another group began, with Lee Mingyu and his team arriving at the Qatar University Sports Stadium, a venue constructed specifically for the World Cup, replacing the university's existing athletics facility. The stadium, seating 43,520, blends traditional Arab geometric patterns with a modern aesthetic, symbolizing a bridge between the past and the future. Post-World Cup, the seating capacity will be reduced to 23,500 for university athletes. In this match, the Spanish players appeared relaxed, engaging in jovial banter as they commenced their warm-up routine. Their unique warm-up, an exclusive creation of Enrique, allowed the players to swiftly acclimate to the rhythm of the game, involving continuous movement and rapid passing within a confined space, demanding robotic precision from the players. This captivating display drew the attention of the fans, who had already been intrigued by Spain's earlier warm-ups. Many professional coaches analyzed Enrique's training regimen, unanimously agreeing on its scientific basis and suitability for widespread adoption. Enrique observed the players with an impassive expression, though his heart burned with fervor. His focus had shifted from this match, as its outcome bore no implications for his team's ranking. Instead, he contemplated future opponents: France, Poland, South Korea, and South Africa. The final round presented a peculiar scenario, where a victory for South Africa over France and Korea over Poland could lead to a comical situation where all four teams would be tied on points, necessitating a calculation of goal differentials. At 1800 hours, the match between Spain and Syria commenced at the Qatar University Sports Stadium. This encounter did not attract significant attention, as, despite Spain's aesthetically pleasing style of play, it was destined to be a match of little consequence. The spectators' focus remained on the other pivotal clash between Argentina and the Netherlands. For the Dutch team, the stakes were high. Victory was imperative to surpass Argentina for second place in their group. A draw would benefit Argentina, who had already amassed a superior goal differential against Syria. However, the fans' gaze returned to the Qatar University Sports Stadium, as a goal was scored merely 3 minutes into the match. Lee Mingyu showcased his superior prowess, wreaking havoc in the Syrian midfield. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, showering applause and cheers for every skillful maneuver he executed, rendering the Syrian players akin to toddlers taking their first steps. After competing against formidable teams in La Liga and the Premier League and gaining invaluable experience on the European stage, Lee Mingyu has ascended to the level of a world-class football star. The Syrian players struggled to keep pace with Lee Mingyu and the Spanish team. Merely 3 minutes into the match, a significant marking error emerged in the Syrian defense. Spain's brilliant positioning tore apart Syria's backline, leading to a precise through ball from Lee Mingyu, which was perfectly timed for Pedri's exquisite run, rendering the Syrian defenders helpless. Although Pedri miscontrolled the ball briefly, he composed himself and confidently scored his first goal in the World Cup. Elated after scoring, Pedri sprinted 20 meters to embrace Lee Mingyu, celebrating their connection. Despite Lee Mingyu's departure from Barcelona, Pedri has always considered his 1.5 seasons with him there as the happiest days of his life. The Syrian players were caught off guard by the rapid concession of a goal. Within just 3 minutes, they had not even touched the ball before being scored upon. Omar Souma, the Syrian forward, shook his head, aware of the daunting challenge ahead. Nevertheless, he rallied his teammates with applause, attempting to uplift their spirits. Though the impact was minimal, as not everyone was as eager to score, especially against such a formidable opponent. The psychological fear in the face of an overpowering opponent was palpable. Lee Mingyu played only the first half, having been substituted after a commanding scoreline of 3-0. Contributing 1 assist and 2 goals, which brought his tally to 8 goals across 3 matches, placing him at the top of the scoring charts. Historically, 8 goals in a World Cup often suffices for the Golden Boot. Surprisingly, Lee Mingyu chose to forego the opportunity to score in the second half. Given his prowess, securing a hat-trick should have been easily achievable. 3 consecutive hat-tricks are a rarity, even in ordinary leagues, let alone in the World Cup. However, Enrique's decision to substitute him was aimed at ensuring he was well-rested for the upcoming knockout stages, as both France and Poland are formidable adversaries. Ultimately, Spain triumphed over Syria with a resounding 6-0 victory, advancing as group leaders. After the match, Lee Mingyu declined Omar Suma's request for a jersey exchange, which sparked discontent among Syrian fans. However, Lee Mingyu remained indifferent to the disapproving voices. Meanwhile, Argentina secured a narrow 1-0 victory over the Netherlands, with Messi scoring the solitary goal, leading to the Dutch team's early exit from the group stage. Depay's tears shattered the hearts of Dutch supporters. Following the match, the embrace between Messi and Depay radiated the warmth of football camaraderie. In the hotel, Lee Mingyu and the Spanish team gathered to watch their potential knockout stage opponents. To their astonishment, Poland's Lewandowski shone brightly, netting 2 goals in the second half to lead Poland to a 2-0 victory over South Korea. In a parallel match, France's Mbappe also shone, scoring twice to help his team defeat South Africa 2-0. This turned all pre-match speculations into mere illusions. Consequently, Poland topped the group on goal difference, relegating France to second place. Thus, Spain's opponent in the knockout stage was to be none other than the reigning champions, France, who had broken the curse of defending champions failing to advance past the group stage since the 2010 World Cup. In the annals of World Cup history, only Italy and Brazil have managed to successfully defend their titles, a feat that has become increasingly rare since the 1966 World Cup. The question lingered, could France reclaim their former glory? With Spain facing France and Argentina pitted against Poland, the matchups promised thrilling encounters. On December 1st, the third round of group matches commenced. Brazil narrowly defeated Iran 3-2, leaving Russia, who lost 1-2 to Colombia, feeling fortunate. Brazil secured the top spot with 9 points, while Russia advanced due to a superior goal difference over Iran. Upon hearing the final whistle and the score of the other match, Iranian players stood in disbelief, with many unable to hold back their tears. Since their first World Cup appearance in 1978, Iran has qualified 6 times but has yet to progress beyond the group stage. It remains uncertain when their knockout stage aspirations will be realized. The matches in another group were equally riveting. England triumphed 5-0 over Australia, humiliating the Oceania team. In another match, Switzerland defeated the German team 2-0, marking Germany's second consecutive World Cup failure to escape the group stage. Germany appeared to be following the path once trodden by Spain, experiencing a rapid decline following their earlier triumphs. England finished with 9 points, advancing as group leaders, while Switzerland secured the second spot. On December 2nd, the concluding matches of the final 2 groups garnered significant attention. Croatia defeated Paraguay 3-0, and Italy overcame Nigeria 2-0, enabling both teams to advance. They finished with 2 wins and 1 draw, each accumulating 7 points and a goal difference of 4. Ultimately, Croatia claimed the top spot due to a higher total goal count. In the final group match, Portugal faced a determined Nigeria, showing no signs of complacency. Ronaldo quickly extinguished any suspense, completing a hat-trick within 30 minutes and catching up to Lee Mingyu, Messi, and Neymar in the scoring race. Portugal ultimately triumphed 15-0 over Nigeria. Meanwhile, Denmark exhibited remarkable resolve in their must-win match against Senegal, winning 2-0. Portugal advanced as group leaders, while Denmark, initially ranked 4th, made a stunning turnaround to secure the second position. With the group stage concluded, the lineup for the knockout rounds was established, and the divisions for the 2 halves of the tournament were clearly defined. The upper bracket comprises the champions from 4 groups and the runners-up from another 4. Similarly, the lower bracket is formed by the leaders of 4 groups and the second-place teams from another 4. Due to the condensed schedule of this World Cup compared to previous editions, there is no break following the group stage. The knockout rounds commence immediately. On December 3rd, at 1800 hours, the first match features the group leaders facing the runners-up, namely Uruguay versus Japan. At 2200 hours, the spotlight will shift to the thrilling encounter between Spain and France. A 2-day respite should suffice for Spain, especially since they faced Syria in the final round without significant exertion. Lee Mingyu was substituted after just 45 minutes to conserve energy. In contrast, France has expended considerable effort to triumph over South Africa, with many players having played the full match. Consequently, media outlets have expressed considerable optimism for Spain ahead of this clash. The inaugural knockout match unfolds at the Khalifa International Stadium, which will also host the third-place playoff. The contest between Uruguay and Japan pits a South American powerhouse against a top team from Asia. Japan has historically embraced the South American flair exemplified by Brazil, thus feeling no discomfort in facing Uruguay. Both teams delivered an impressive performance on the pitch. Japan's meticulous ball control exerted substantial pressure on Uruguay. In the 20th minute, Yuya Osako, who plays for Werder Bremen in the Bundesliga, opened the scoring for Japan. Following the goal, Japan played with newfound freedom. Although Luis Suarez remains formidable, the impending milestone of 36 years has rendered his physical capabilities noticeably diminished. In the previous 3 matches, Suarez had played the entirety, and such intense competition has drained his stamina. Confronted by Japan's resolute defense, Suarez struggled to find support from midfield. Amidst the fervent cheers of Japanese fans, Japan netted a second goal in the second half, ultimately defeating the formidable Uruguay team 2-0. Thus, Japan became the first team to advance to the quarterfinals, where they will face the victor of the Spain versus France match. This marks Japan's inaugural progression to the World Cup quarterfinals since their first appearance in the tournament in 1998. After the match concluded, exhilarated fans turned their attention to the Al Gharafa Stadium, where both Spain and France were prepared for their showdown. Catherine and Bella arrived early, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this clash. Following the group stage, Catherine was particularly delighted that England and Spain were placed in separate halves of the draw, alleviating her dilemma over which team to support should they meet in the final. Clad in Lee Mingyu's number 10 jersey, Catherine and Bella showcased their figures beautifully. Bella, having been drawn into the excitement of the matches that Catherine had fervently followed, found herself captivated by the allure of football. This is the enchantment of the sport. Once immersed in its intoxicating atmosphere, one cannot help but fall in love with it. Bella and Catherine have become the focal point amongst fans, frequently appearing on the stadium's large screens before the match. Bella's victorious smile has transformed into a charming legend. Throughout the 6 group matches involving England and Spain, the rumors circulated that Bella's smile could lead to triumph for the teams. Whether one believes it or not, numerous fans from both Spain and England wholeheartedly embrace this notion. Thus, when Spanish supporters spotted Bella's enchanting smile on the big screen, they erupted in jubilant excitement, convinced that victory was assured. As players began their warm-ups on the field, the head referee and his team conducted equipment checks. This match features a referee crew from Asia, with the main referee, Shahid Mirdasi, an international referee from Saudi Arabia, assisted by colleagues from Iran and Uzbekistan, while the 4th official hails from the UAE. In 2021, reports suggested that Chinese international referees might officiate the 2022 Qatar World Cup, leading to a wave of controversy. The most embarrassing moment for Chinese fans occurred when renowned Egyptian referee Gaith Gresha explicitly declined an invitation to officiate in the Chinese Super League, expressing his desire to officiate at the 2022 World Cup instead. This year, Gresha earned his officiating credentials for the tournament following his experiences in the previous African Cup. He officiated 2 group matches, England versus Switzerland and France versus South Africa, demonstrating exceptional skill. Today's main referee, Shahid Mirdasi, also officiated 2 group matches, making this his 3rd. After warm-ups, the players returned to their dressing rooms for final preparations. As the whistle sounded, the match was about to commence. Players emerged from their dressing rooms and entered the tunnel. Many players on both teams are familiar faces. Griezmann and Dembele are teammates of Lee Mingyu at Barcelona, while Mbappe and Lee Mingyu have encountered each other on the Champions League stage, sharing mutual respect. Karim Benzema, representing Real Madrid, also shared a warm embrace with Lee Mingyu. The current French squad boasts an impressive lineup, with a forward trio of Mbappe, Benzema, and Griezmann instilling fear in their opponents. Composed of key forwards from PSG, Real Madrid, and Barcelona, one must question if the opposition feels daunted. The luxurious midfield featuring Kant, Pogba, and Rabiot is equally mouth-watering, while the defensive core of Lucas, Kimpembe, Varane, and Pavard represents the backbone of their respective teams. Although goalkeeper Loris is now 35 years old, his excellent form secures his position as the starting keeper for France. On paper, France's strength is certainly comparable to that of Spain. According to French media, should France overcome Spain, their chances of defending their title would significantly increase. The allure of retaining the World Cup title is indeed a tremendous temptation. This French squad includes several veterans from the 2018 squad, and should they achieve back-to-back victories, they will undoubtedly become celebrated figures in World Cup history. Observing the determined French team, Lee Mingyu wore a serious expression. This match was one he could not afford to lose. The main referee, sensing the palpable intensity from the players, turned back momentarily. This is the essence of the World Cup. The referee called out in English, "Hey guys, it's time to take the field." The players, hand in hand with their caddies, followed the lead of the referee as they gradually made their way onto the field. The atmosphere within the stadium reached a crescendo upon their entrance. Catherine called out Lee Mingyu's name with fervor, her voice soon drowned out by the cacophony of others, yet she continued to cheer unabated. Bella sat quietly, seemingly out of place among the fervent fans, embodying an air of tranquility. However, the anticipation in her eyes revealed that she was no longer the Bella who had wished to return home to read just days prior. "Go, cousin," she silently urged in her heart. Lee Mingyu seemed to sense the encouragement from the two ladies, casting a brief smile in their direction. Almost immediately, he composed himself, focusing entirely on the impending knockout match. The fans' enthusiasm elevated the stadium's energy to unprecedented heights. Lee Mingyu's heart raced with excitement, a thrill unlike any he had ever experienced. The knockout stage of the World Cup. What an exhilarating moment it was. The players took their positions in their respective halves, awaiting the commencement of the match. The referee glanced at his watch and, punctually, blew the whistle to signal the start of the first half. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Al Gharafa Stadium. You have acquired the legendary Zinedine Zidane's classic shooting technique, La Novena. Lee Mingyu's eyes brightened. La Novena was indeed a hallmark of Zidane's illustrious career, born during the 2002 UEFA Champions League final. Robert Carlos delivered a cross from the flank, yet, due to the interference from the opposing defenders, it soared high and floated. Faced with such a challenging ball, Zidane's response left everyone in awe. He lifted his left foot within the penalty area and, as the ball descended, struck it with tremendous force. The ball soared like a celestial being, finding the back of the Milan net. That moment stunned the audience, especially as Zidane executed the shot with his weaker foot, a remarkable volley. Many players have produced magnificent volleys, yet who has ever executed such a stunning strike with their weaker foot? Furthermore, this goal is hailed as one of the most spectacular in Champions League history. Undoubtedly so. The difficulty and aesthetic appeal of this shot are unparalleled. Lee Mingyu glanced at the skill's description and was momentarily taken aback. La Novena. Due to its exceptional aesthetic appeal and difficulty, this skill can only be activated in specific matches, such as the World Cup final, the UEFA Champions League final, or the European Championship final, and a suitable pass must be present for activation. Note, once activated, this skill possesses an unstoppable nature, meaning it is a guaranteed goal. Lee Mingyu could not help but curse under his breath. What nonsense! A guaranteed goal with so many prerequisites. It must be in a final and require a similar kind of pass. It's absurdly difficult. As he observed the opposing team kick off, Lee Mingyu quickly gathered his focus, directing all his attention to the match. The trio of Mbappe, Griezmann, and Benzema constituted the most formidable attacking unit of this World Cup. Without exception, from the outset, both teams engaged in fierce competition in the midfield. The French team aimed to leverage their ample energy at the start to breach the Spanish defense and secure an early goal, fully aware of their impending fatigue. The French team was acutely conscious of the consequences of physical exhaustion. In the last World Cup, they clinched victory largely due to their abundant stamina. Their opponents, Croatia, had endured a grueling knockout stage, winning the round of 16 on penalties against Denmark, overcoming Russia similarly in the quarterfinals, and defeating England in extra time during the semifinals. After 3 consecutive matches lasting 120 minutes, Croatia faced France utterly depleted. The French team, fresh and invigorated, effortlessly triumphed over Croatia with a score of 4-2. This time, it was their turn. 3 days of rest had not allowed them to fully recuperate. Even a youthful Mbappe sensed a decline in his physical capabilities. Griezmann, at 32, and Benzema, nearing 35, had already exerted themselves to the limit during the group stage. Thus, in the first 15 minutes, the French team launched a vigorous assault. Spain's defense, historically their Achilles heel, appeared somewhat flustered against the French onslaught. However, Spain managed to withstand the initial barrage. After 15 minutes, the French attack inevitably waned, allowing Spain to seize control of the midfield. In the forward line, only Mbappé retained enough stamina to contribute defensively, while the other two seemed to wander aimlessly in the attack. Despite the luxurious talent in their midfield, the fatigued French team struggled to organize their offensive and defensive plays. Lee Mingyu, stationed in midfield, began to make frequent runs and passes, effectively revitalizing the Spanish midfield. In the 20th minute, Lee Mingyu, in the attacking zone, feigned past Kant's defense. Yet, Kant, with his quick reflexes, leaned into Lee Mingyu's path, impeding his acceleration and forcing him to retreat. Kant, a key figure in Chelsea's midfield, was known for his ferocious defensive prowess, explosive strength, and elite tackling skills. During his time at Barcelona, Lee Mingyu had faced Kant before, leaving a lasting impression. In their last encounter, Kant had thoroughly restricted Lee Mingyu's performance in the first half. Even though Barcelona capitalized on a Chelsea error to score in the second half, it did little to conceal the fact that Lee Mingyu had been comprehensively subdued by Kant. This season, now in the Premier League, Manchester City had yet to encounter Chelsea, leaving Lee Mingyu uncertain of Kant's current form. However, in today's match, he felt the immense pressure Kant exerted. Upon seeing Kant, Lee Mingyu couldn't help but think of a former French defensive midfielder, Claude Mac-LL. Both were French, played for Chelsea, occupied the same position, shared similar appearances, and embodied tenacity. In fact, Mac-LL now served as Chelsea's technical advisor, and Kant could be viewed as the steel-strong defensive midfielder molded by Mac-LL himself. In his prime, Mac-LL had single-handedly anchored the midfield for both Real Madrid and Chelsea. In that era, which top-tier forward had not been thwarted by Mac-LL's prowess. France is a nation renowned for producing defensive midfielders and sweepers. Vieira, Mac-LL, Matuidi, Kant, and others represent classic examples. This characteristic defines the French team. If Spain's possession play is orchestrated through an attacking midfielder, then France's offense and defense commence from the position of the defensive midfielder. Although the Spanish team, under the leadership of Lee Mingyu, adeptly controlled the rhythm of the midfield, once the ball reached the French half, it seemed ensnared in a quagmire, unable to progress. Nevertheless, the Spanish side remained unperturbed, maintaining possession and dictating the pace of the match, which epitomizes their style. With the ball at their feet, they dictated the tempo with ease. However, the French team was unlikely to accept such a passive defensive role, merely responding to their opponent's rhythm. It was only a matter of time before they found themselves overwhelmed by Spain's relentless play. After a brief respite, Benzema and Griezmann returned to join the defense, momentarily disrupting Spain's fluid passing game. By the 35th minute, the deadlock was finally broken. Spain successfully intercepted the ball in midfield, with Lee Mingyu snatching a pass intended for Rabiot. The French formation faltered, hurriedly attempting to regroup. Yet, having seized this precious opportunity, Lee Mingyu was determined not to let it slip away. He surged forward, activating his remarkable speed from the center circle. With a burst of acceleration, he left N'Golo Kant in his wake, who, faced with the onslaught, could only resort to desperate measures, attempting to halt Lee Mingyu's advance with outstretched arms, even if it meant incurring a yellow card. However, as Lee Mingyu reached full speed, he deftly evaded Kant's grasp, leaving the French midfielder staggering in disbelief, astonished at the transformation in his opponent. Just a year prior, Lee Mingyu had struggled against Kant, easily brushed aside by the latter's strength. Now, he was the one effortlessly breaking through. Once past Kant, the French defense was rendered virtually impotent, torn apart by Morata and Ferran Torres. Lee Mingyu breezed past Kimpembe, and as he stepped into the penalty area, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The goalkeeper, Loris, could only watch in despair as the ball flew past him. This goal shattered France's pre-match strategies, as they found themselves trailing instead of taking the lead. It was well known that once Spain gained an advantage, they became an exceptionally formidable opponent. The camera then panned to Kylian Mbappé, whose youthful visage bore a hint of frustration. The French squad, boasting a star-studded lineup, was in pursuit of defending their title. However, The arduous group stage had nearly derailed their championship hopes. Although they had advanced to the knockout stage, they now faced a Spain team that was well-rested and brimming with momentum. This Spanish side was remarkably balanced in attack and defense. Despite their backline being perceived as a weak point, this was relative. If Spain's midfield could maintain control, their defensive frailties would be rendered negligible. Conversely, France possessed 3 world-class forwards, yet without the ball, they posed no threat to Spain's defense. After scoring, Lee Mingyu raced to the sidelines and executed a stylish slide, exuding confidence. The Spanish fans erupted in applause and cheers for their hero. Catherine, watching from the stands, leaped in excitement at Lee Mingyu's goal, her exuberance causing chaos among nearby supporters. While Bella also celebrated, her reserved nature led her to offer polite applause in honor of her cousin's remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, the French players appeared somewhat deflated. Lee Mingyu's goal had dealt a significant blow to their confidence. Upon resuming play, France displayed a sense of urgency, their desire to equalize leading to disjointed attacks. Mbappé tried to exploit his speed against the Spanish defense, yet they had prepared specifically for him. A defender stood firmly in his path, stifling Mbappe's pace, while Pedri lurked behind, ready to pounce for an interception. On occasion, Busquets would also lend support. After 2 failed attempts to bypass the defense, Mbappé found himself on the ground, appealing to the referee, but the Asian official ignored his protests, signaling him to get back on his feet. Unable to contain his frustration, Mbappé pushed Pedri down from behind, igniting a standoff between the teams. The Saudi referee, Shahid Muradashir, rushed over, separating the players. Busquets, instruct your players to step back. Yes, retreat to your positions, he commanded sternly. Loris, step back and remain silent. Return to your half and refrain from causing trouble. The referee, with a thick accent, ordered both captains to ensure their teams complied. Loris quickly pulled the chattering Mbappé away from the scene. Once calm was restored, the referee summoned Mbappé. Come here and stand here, he instructed. Mbappé, visibly displeased, approached and exclaimed, Sir, did you not see the foul against me just now? He pointed to his sock, marked with imprints, indignantly stating, Look, this is all from their kicks. The referee's icy gaze remained fixed on Mbappé as he produced a yellow card, warning him, You need to control your emotions. This is not a match for personal vendettas. If you continue this behavior, I will have no choice but to send you off. Do you understand? The stern Asian referee's authoritative presence left Mbappé momentarily speechless, and after a moment of contemplation, he stormed away in frustration. In the ensuing match, Mbappé indeed tempered his actions, aware that this was a World Cup knockout match. Any dismissal could lead to dire consequences for the French team, and the thought of facing the wrath of their supporters was enough to temper his demeanor. The referee's stern approach established who held authority on the field, leading to a more harmonious atmosphere for the remainder of the first half. The score of 1-0 sent the Spanish players back to their locker room with smiles on their faces. Once inside, Lee Mingyu took a seat, closed his eyes, and reflected on the first half's events. In the first half, Lee Mingyu did not always gain the upper hand in his confrontations with Kant. Kant's defensive prowess undoubtedly represented the most formidable challenge that Lee Mingyu has encountered thus far in his career. With remarkable speed, ample strength, and precise judgment, he epitomizes the terms strong and relentless. Lee Mingyu found it exceedingly difficult to deceive his opponent with feints, even when he attempted to create space through relentless movement. Kant swiftly tracked his position. Consequently, Lee Mingyu expended a significant amount of energy in the first half. Meanwhile, the other teammates engaged in continuous discussions regarding various issues from the first half, and the atmosphere in the Spanish locker room was notably harmonious. Shortly thereafter, head coach Enrique entered with his assistant coaches. Instantly, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards Enrique. He exchanged brief glances with each player, a customary practice of his. He wished to perceive the players' thoughts through their eyes while conveying his own confidence and determination. Guys, you performed commendably in the first half. The French team's strategy has faltered, Enrique began, showering the players with praise, which elicited confident smiles from everyone present. Although only a single goal was scored in the first half, the match itself proved to be arduous. Particularly during the initial 15 minutes, the French team's offense was ferocious, placing immense pressure on the Spanish defense, which teetered on the brink of conceding a goal. Fortunately, they withstood the French onslaught, and once the intensity of the French team waned, the midfield, led by Lee Mingyu, swiftly took control of the match. After a crucial interception, Lee Mingyu led a solo charge, securing the lead for his team, thereby favorably altering Spain's tactical approach for the second half. Enrique cast an appreciative glance at Lee Mingyu, a young talent emerging from La Masia, whose achievements could hardly be overstated. In 4 matches, he has netted 9 goals, a feat that many teams have failed to accomplish even after participating in multiple World Cups. The Golden Boot award for this tournament appears to be firmly in his grasp. With Messi trailing in second place with 5 goals, a 4-goal gap on the World Cup stage is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Given Lee Mingyu's current form, it is evident that this will not be his final goal of the tournament. Enrique outlined the tactical approach for the second half, unifying the team's mindset. In knockout tournaments, where the outcome is determined by a single match, the advantage of scoring first is monumental, particularly for a team like Spain, adept at counterattacking. Scoring allows them to retreat defensively and launch rapid counterattacks, thereby placing immense pressure on the French team. Indeed, outside the locker room, French coach Deschamps wore a grim expression as he and his assistant coaches deliberated over the tactical adjustments for the second half. Inside their locker room, a palpable silence reigned, akin to a graveyard. Deschamps, the captain of the French team that won the World Cup in 1998 and the European Championship in 2000, as well as the head coach during their 2018 World Cup victory, is one of only 3 individuals in history to have claimed the World Cup as both a player and a coach. He is often perceived as refined and amiable, but only his teammates and players know the ruthless nature of this seemingly benevolent leader. Having devised the tactical strategy for the second half, Deschamps knew that not much was required. After all, in a losing position, the objective is straightforward: intensify the attack. Upon entering the locker room, he sensed an immediate tension among the players. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he observed their unease. Just as the French players anticipated a tirade from Deschamps, particularly Mbappé, who is typically fearless, they were taken aback when he greeted them with unexpected kindness. Deschamps, noticing their bewilderment, maintained his smile before his expression hardened. "What on earth were you doing in the first half, strolling around? Did you come here for a holiday?" he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of expletives that could not be transcribed. Despite being thoroughly reprimanded, the players felt a sense of relief. The familiar intensity of their coach was reassuring. In a fit of rage, Deschamps seized a nearby chair and slammed it to the ground, startling several players, notably Griezmann, who leaped from his seat in fright. The sight of the broken chair conveyed Deschamps' fury as he berated the team. "As the reigning champions, you must embody that title. Your lack of urgency and commitment in defense is unacceptable. Kylian, Anthony, Karim, if you can't keep up, just tell me, and I'll substitute you immediately." Deschamps directed his ire towards the 3 forwards, Kylian referring to Mbappé, Anthony to Griezmann, and Karim to Benzema. The 3 players, having been singled out, wore expressions of dismay, fully aware that the French team had ample replacements warming up outside. Turning his attention to the midfield trio, Pogba instinctively shrank back, feeling the chill of scrutiny. If any issues arose in the midfield during the first half, they were undoubtedly linked to Pogba, who had a mere 20 touches and an 80 pass completion rate without delivering a single threatening pass. In defense, he had become a target for the Spanish side, with the young Pedri successfully breaching his position on multiple occasions. Pogba's performance was woefully inadequate. However, Deschamps refrained from chastising Pogba directly and instead addressed Kant. "N'Golo, you did an excellent job limiting Lee in the first half. That goal was merely an accident, so do not dwell on it. However, in the second half, you must ensure that Lee does not gain control of the midfield." Kant nodded, thumping his chest as he replied, "Sir, rest assured in the second half, I will make Lee understand my prowess." Deschamps nodded in satisfaction, deeply appreciating the prowess of Kant, a formidable player he admired greatly. Sharing a similar background as a defensive midfielder, Deschamps held a sincere affection for robust and resilient players like Kant. Ultimately, he offered words of encouragement to the team, reminding them not to forget their status as defending champions. However, Deschamps seemed to overlook a rather ignominious chapter in the history of the French team as reigning champions. In the 2002 World Cup held in South Korea and Japan, France, despite their champion title, exited the tournament after a dismal performance, 1 draw and 2 losses in the group stage. Perhaps, having retired prior to that World Cup, Deschamps chose to selectively forget such memories. In the end, goalkeeper Loris stepped forward to the center of the locker room, delivering a brief yet powerful declaration to invigorate the team for the second half. urging them to reclaim the match. The palpable spirit of the French team visibly lifted. As the whistle signaled the start of the second half, Deschamps raised his hand and declared, "Go forth, lads. Bring this match back to us and return the trophy to France." His stirring words ignited a fervor within the players. As the teams met in the tunnel, the camaraderie of the first half had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere charged with intensity and rivalry. Lee Mingyu and Pedri emerged from the players' tunnel, discussing tactics with light-hearted banter, when Lee Mingyu suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon him. He looked up to find Mbappé glaring defiantly. "What are you staring at, young man?" Lee Mingyu shook his head, choosing not to engage in a staring contest with this overly youthful rival, and walked on with Pedri. "You dare not look at me. You've lost." With an inexplicable sense of superiority, Mbappé strutted out of the tunnel. To the roar of the crowd, the second half of the match between Spain and France reignited. Spain initiated the attack. Confronted by the aggressive Mbappé, Lee Mingyu deftly maneuvered, skillfully evading the reckless forward. Frustrated, Mbappé regained his balance and closed in on Lee Mingyu. Had Lee Mingyu chosen to theatrically fall to the ground at that moment, Mbappé would likely have received a second yellow card, resulting in a direct dismissal from a match. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu refrained, and despite being nudged off balance by Mbappé, he executed a graceful Marseille turn, creating space for himself. Startled by the outcome of his own impulsive actions, Mbappé found himself silently thanking Lee Mingyu for not falling. Thereafter, Mbappe's approach became more cautious. However, the now less aggressive Mbappé posed no real threat to Lee Mingyu, who effortlessly maneuvered the ball. His exquisite touch having reached an impressive rating of 97, among the highest in contemporary football. The ball danced like a sprite between his feet, seemingly mocking the player before him. After once again outmaneuvering Mbappé, Lee Mingyu surged forward, decisively ending their duel. Mbappé halted, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "Finally, he's moved on. Those 10 seconds were the most embarrassing of my life," he reflected, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he compared Lee Mingyu's skills to Neymar's. Shocked to realize that Neymar fell short. Fortunately, the French defense remained vigilant, and Kant intercepted Lee Mingyu at midfield, lacking the skill to break through. Particularly against a well-positioned defense, Lee Mingyu found himself at a disadvantage. His speed could not maintain its peak, nor could he overpower Kant, whose physicality matched his own. Such physically dominant and swift defensive midfielders are rare in world football. Notably, even the peak Busquets of Spain lacked this capability, as differing play styles prevented the emergence of such robust defensive talents in Spanish football. With no other options, Lee Mingyu opted to pass back. During the group stage of this World Cup, Lee Mingyu had been virtually unstoppable. Argentina, the Netherlands, and Syria all lacked a top-tier defensive midfielder capable of containing him. Thus, he thrived, wreaking havoc on the pitch. However, facing the French midfield proved arduous. In the first half, Lee Mingyu had repeatedly attempted forward plays, only to be forced to retreat by Kant's relentless pressure. This realization opened the eyes of many teams to the potential of limiting Lee Mingyu. Yet, not every team possessed a player like Kant. Confining Lee Mingyu equated to restraining the Spanish team, a consensus among all competing teams. Upon recognizing that Lee Mingyu was being contained by Kant, Spain swiftly altered their tactics. The previously subdued Pedri took charge of the attack. Lee Mingyu and Pedri exchanged positions, moving to the flank. With the ball centralized, Lee Mingyu on the wing created a significant imbalance in the French defense. Kant could not possibly shift to the flank solely to mark Lee Mingyu. This tactical switch disrupted the French defensive formation, forcing them into disarray. Moreover, Pedri opted not to challenge Kant directly, wary of engaging physically with such a formidable opponent. Pedri's pass found the advancing Alba on the opposite flank, who had seen limited opportunities for attack in the first half. With abundant energy, Alba surged forward with the ball, drawing the French defense's focus toward his side. Consequently, a vast expanse opened up near Lee Mingyu, with only a few meters separating him from Rabiot, who had been preoccupied with Lee Mingyu, but was now compelled to assist in the defense against Alba's incisive advance. As Lee Mingyu strolled leisurely forward, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in bewilderment. At that moment, the passive skill out-of-body experience inherited from Balotelli activated for the first time on the World Cup stage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Regaining his composure, Lee Mingyu was astounded. Suddenly, his enhanced mental acuity allowed him to grasp the dynamics of the entire field with remarkable clarity. This skill is notoriously difficult to activate. After obtaining it, Lee Mingyu managed to trigger it only 3 or 4 times, and each time he found himself lost in a reverie, leaving him utterly helpless. Fortunately, this time he did not possess the ball, and the camera was not focused on him. Had he been in possession at midfield during his moment of distraction, the opposing team could have easily intercepted and launched an attack. Within 3 seconds, the ball might have already found its way into the net. What use is a 30-second super brain if it merely allows me to admire the opponent's celebration? Nevertheless, this time, the super brain enabled Lee Mingyu to spot a vulnerability in the French defense. He took long strides towards the back line of the French team. As he ran, he thought to himself that it was fortunate he had escaped the camera's scrutiny this time. However, as the soul of the Spanish team, even without the ball and with it situated on the other side of the pitch, he suddenly halted mid-stride, drawing the attention of the director. His bewildered expression, wide-eyed and dazed, was promptly captured by the camera. The mischievous director split the screen, showcasing Alba and Pedri engaging in a pass and control on one side, while on the other, Lee Mingyu stood with his mouth agape, resembling the foolish son of a landlord. Unbeknownst to Lee Mingyu, his earlier moment of distraction had become a widely circulated meme online. As the world debated what to have for dinner, his expression was transformed into a myriad of humorous images by countless meme creators. However, while everyone was engrossed in the playful mockery of Lee Mingyu's expression, they were oblivious to the fact that the French team was now facing an attack from a predator endowed with a super brain. Lee Mingyu had unwittingly made his way to the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 208, A Divine Intervention. Spain's own goal as Pedri executed a 1-2 with Alba and glanced back toward the penalty area. His eyes lit up. Lee Mingyu was in an unmarked position. This was the route Lee Mingyu had simulated using his super brain. All his movements were within the visual blind spots of the opposing defenders. Consequently, before Lee Mingyu reached the penalty area, the French backline had not even noticed his presence. After receiving the ball, Pedri delivered a beautifully arced pass with his right foot, sending the soccer ball into the French penalty zone. The ball sailed past Morata, who was rushing in from the near post, and the goalkeeper, Loris, extended his arms, watching helplessly as the ball glided past him, indicating that no one had touched it. Observing the trajectory, it seemed destined to roll out of play, as there were no Spanish players at the far post. However, as Loris shifted his gaze to the back post, he was struck with terror. How could he be here? When did he arrive? This was impossible. Clad in the number 10 jersey, Lee Mingyu appeared in the French penalty area like a divine entity. As the ball hurtled toward him, he took a quick step forward, launching himself into the air, and with the tip of his right foot, he redirected the ball's path. Loris, desperately trying to move toward the back post, mimicked Lee Mingyu's motion, flinging himself into the air in an attempt to widen his defensive coverage, but it was futile. The ball rolled into the net. After scoring, Lee Mingyu, due to momentum, slid past the goalpost and came to a halt behind the net. The 30 seconds of super brain time concluded, and Lee Mingyu felt as if he had returned from a divine perspective to that of an ordinary person. This sensation of overseeing the world from a godlike vantage point enthralled him. It felt as though everything was under his control, as if he could calculate the breaths of each player and grasp their thoughts within his dominion. Sitting on the ground, he bore an expression of lingering satisfaction. Yet, the camera captured Lee Mingyu's rapturous demeanor, leading fans worldwide to believe he was savoring the moment of his goal. Indeed, at the instant of the pass, even the first-person camera failed to capture Lee Mingyu's movements in time. When he finally appeared on screen, not only were the French players startled, but so too were fans across the globe. Just moments ago, Lee Mingyu had been dazed at midfield. How had he arrived in the penalty area so swiftly? His control over his body was remarkably precise. With a gentle touch of his toe, he sent the ball into the French net. The score now stood at 2-0, with Spain having doubled their lead. This scoreline caused both players and coaches of the French team to display grave expressions. In the realm of football, the difference between 1-0 and 2-0 is vast, fundamentally altering the mindset of the players. At 1-0, one might believe they could equalize or even surpass the opponent with effort. At 2-0, 2 goals are required to level the score. This pressure weighs heavily on the players. If the French team cannot find a goal in a short time, their mentality may soon crumble. On the sidelines, Deschamps resembled an enraged lion, abandoning his usual composed demeanor. He vocally berated the defenders, expressing his dissatisfaction with their defensive awareness. Listening to Deschamps' incomprehensible yet understandable German curses, Enrique stood on the opposite side, grinning broadly. Well, old pal, today as your day, always pretending to be a gentleman. Who doesn't he know your true self? Watching Deschamps' facade shatter, Enrique returned to his position, crossing his legs and humming a traditional Spanish tune. The score of 2-0 allowed Enrique to sit back and relax. The French team now found themselves in disarray, unable to attack or defend effectively. An infuriated Deschamps began making substitutions. The ineffective Benzema was replaced by the towering Giroud up front. If the ball cannot be played through, then let us position a tall striker up front, like a nail in Spain's defense. Griezmann, who had exhausted himself, was also withdrawn in favor of the energetic Demel, hoping he could help tear through the defensive lines on the flanks. These substitutions signified Deschamps' intended offensive strategy to exploit the wings, deliver crosses, and leverage Giroud's height for aerial duels. However, Enrique showed no inclination to respond to France's substitutions. He had unwavering faith in his lineup. The issues plaguing the French attack could not be resolved simply by introducing Giroud. The French team resumed play. Giroud sent the ball back to the defense and, using his long strides, began his advance into Spain's half. Despite his towering stature of 193 centimeters, Giroud's presence did not pose a significant threat to Spain's well-structured midfield and defense, where the heights of Rodri at 191 centimeters and Busquets at 189 centimeters matched up well. Both excel in intercepting ground balls and are formidable in aerial duels. In defense, Laporte, also standing at 191 centimeters, held his own against Giroud. Thus, while France relied on Giroud's headers to salvage their performance, he did not significantly threaten Spain's backline. However, the tides of fortune can shift unexpectedly. In the 73rd minute of the second half, Demel received the ball on the flank, skillfully maneuvering past Spanish defender Gaia before delivering a low cross into the box. Giroud was ready in the center, but Laporte desperately contested his position, inadvertently redirecting the ball into his own net with a miscalculated header. David de Gea, Materialize, could only watch as the ball slipped past him into the goal. An own goal. Although Giroud did not score, he exuberantly celebrated, seizing the ball and launching it high into the air. Laporte, prostrate on the ground, buried his face in the turf, reluctant to rise. This goal was a grievous blow to the Spanish side. On the sidelines, Deschamps had been observing the unfolding drama with a fierce intensity as Demel made his run. Following Laporte's own goal, Deschamps raised his arms in exuberance. Although it was an own goal, it stemmed from the immense pressure Giroud had exerted on Laporte, leading to the latter's error. For a top defender, such crosses are typically easily dealt with. One could argue that it was Deschamps' strategic substitutions, coupled with Demel's cross and Giroud's positioning, that culminated in this own goal. Benzema and Griezmann, seated on the bench, couldn't contain their excitement and joined in the celebration. Busquets approached Laporte, who remained despondent on the ground, and pulled him up, saying, "Emerick, do not dwell on it. Trust in us, we shall prevail." Upon meeting Busquets' resolute gaze, Laporte's frustration dissipated, and he nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Mingyu, at the forefront, shook his head, recognizing that such misfortunes are merely a matter of bad luck. Observing the jubilant French team, Mingyu's expression turned contemplative as he fixated on the ball being carried to the center circle by Mbappe. As Spain resumed play, Morata passed the ball to Mingyu outside the center circle. Noticing Giroud closing in like a predator, Mingyu opted not to dribble past him as he had with Mbappe earlier. Instead, he played the ball back and quickly repositioned himself. From the onset, France's trio of forwards surged into Spain's half like arrows, hoping to capitalize on their recent goal to further pressure Spain's defense. However, the own goal did not dampen Spain's morale. Rather, it rendered them more cautious. After receiving Mingyu's return pass, Rodri prepared to push the ball forward to Mingyu, but keenly observed a gesture from him, prompting him to reconsider. This was a tactical signal, one that Mingyu had devised during his time in Barcelona, indicating that they should maintain possession and allow their formation to advance. Complying with the signal, Rodri redirected the ball to defender Eric Garcia, who stood ready at the penalty spot. Seeing Rodri's decision not to pass to him, Mbappe, who had been poised to intercept Mingyu, felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, with Giroud now advancing towards the opponent's penalty area, Mbappe hastened to join the defensive encirclement of Spain's backline. Garcia passed to Alba, who faced the advancing Demel. Familiar with each other's styles from their days at Barcelona, Alba chose not to take risks against Demel, opting instead to pass back to Garcia. At this moment, Garcia stood at the penalty spot, and Giroud, noticing the pass, moved in swiftly to apply pressure on Garcia. In a narrow escape, Garcia managed to sweep the ball away just before Giroud could reach him, sending it to Laporte on the other side. Although Laporte had retreated outside the penalty area, Mbappé had effectively blocked his passing route. Laporte, using his left foot, sent the ball racing towards the sideline. The pass was swift, yet it seemed to lack a target, hinting at a potential error. However, out of the frame darted a figure, Gaia, executing a sliding tackle to keep the ball in play along the sideline. Mbappé, initially stationary, sprang into action, racing to reclaim the ball. Gaia, crouching low, hastily nudged the ball back towards the center. Laporte, having anticipated this play, was already in motion, receiving the ball and initiating a clever 1-2 combination. Upon receiving the ball, Laporte refrained from advancing, aware that moving forward would leave a gaping hole behind him. A missed interception could allow the opposition an unimpeded long pass towards an unmarked Mbappé. Instead, Laporte sent a precise pass deep into France's half, clarifying the forward lines. Lee Mingyu received Laporte's pass, with Pogba closely trailing him. In this rapid counterattack, Lee Mingyu made a wise decision. He avoided dwelling on the ball. Even if he could evade Pogba's defense with skill, it would consume precious seconds, given that Lee Mingyu had earlier slowed the pace of the attack. France's formation had pushed forward considerably. If granted even 2 seconds, not only could the trio in front quickly retreat, but the entire French midfield and defense would also regroup effectively. Seizing the moment, Lee Mingyu did not stop the ball, but instead welcomed Laporte's pass, directing it to Gaia, who had regained his footing on the flank. Without hesitation, Gaia delivered a through ball to the advancing Pedri. Upon receiving the ball, Pedri found himself facing the opposing fullback. Following several passes, France's defense began to retreat, yet due to their prior positioning, a 4-on-5 scenario unfolded at the front. Quickening his pace, Pedri advanced, employing feints to bait the opposing fullback. Bayern Munich's left back, Lucas Hernandez, demonstrated remarkable composure when confronted with Pedri's feint, maintaining his balance and poise. However, Pedri's intention was not to bypass him. Rather, he was awaiting the arrival of a teammate. Suddenly, Pedri executed a sublime curved pass with the outside of his right foot, landing perilously close to the small penalty area, precisely between the defender and the goalkeeper. French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris stood motionless, prepared to catch the ball as it rebounded, but unexpectedly, a figure surged in front of him, deftly flicking the ball with his foot, which then sailed over Lloris's shoulder and nestled into the upper corner of the net. Chapter 209. 3 hat-tricks, the first in World Cup history. 3-1. Following Spain's own goal that allowed France to score, Lee Mingyu once again showcased his elusive movement, appearing in the most improbable position to net this crucial goal. Let us revisit the sequence of this goal, which unfolded in a mere 15 seconds. Morata initiated the play by passing to Lee Mingyu, who then returned the ball to Rodri. Rodri relayed it back to Eric Garcia, who passed to Alba on the flank. Alba sent it back to Garcia, who found Laporte on the wing. Laporte passed to Gaia, who crossed to the advancing Laporte. Laporte then threaded the ball to Lee Mingyu in midfield. At this moment, Lee Mingyu was near the center circle. Mere seconds later, he scored. After passing to Gaia, Lee Mingyu swiftly turned and sprinted forward. Since Gaia's pass was directed to the wide Pedri, Lee Mingyu was momentarily overlooked by Pogba, his marker. Lee Mingyu's route was intriguingly deceptive. He did not head directly towards the penalty area, but veered towards the opposite flank. He traced an arc in France's half, allowing the French defenders to disregard his presence. Meanwhile, Pedri's actions on the wing captivated the attention of the French defense. When Lee Mingyu emerged at the edge of the French penalty area, the defenders finally recognized him. Yet by that time, Pedri's pass arrived, and the suddenly accelerated Lee Mingyu left the French defenders powerless. His explosive speed enabled him to traverse from outside the box to within mere moments, beating the goalkeeper to deftly nudge the ball into the net. This goal essentially sealed France's fate. Lloris incredulously knelt, having seen Lee Mingyu in his line of sight. But at that moment, Lee Mingyu was still leisurely approaching from outside the area. Yet, in less than a second, he appeared right before him, scoring a goal. What sorcery was this? Was it teleportation? In the television replay, Fans witnessed the entire sequence of Lee Mingyu's goal, from his back-turn positioning after the midfield pass to his brilliant movement, which once again caused the French defense to overlook him. Even the French players were baffled as to why they had neglected Lee Mingyu, their opponent's primary threat. This was a testament to the knowledge Lee Mingyu had acquired in his previous training. Although 30 seconds had elapsed, memories of earlier moments lingered in his mind. While he could not precisely gauge the perspectives and angles of his opponents, he utilized his speed and relentless running to seemingly vanish from their sight. Such a strategy, while simple in theory, is exceedingly challenging in practice. Many French players indeed noticed Lee Mingyu, but as he was not in possession of the ball and his movements did not appear threatening, they paid him little heed. It was only at the last moment, as Pedri passed, that Lee Mingyu revealed his predatory instincts, striking decisively at France's neck, a lethal blow. A hat trick. Lee Mingyu once again made history, becoming the first player to achieve 3 hat tricks in a single World Cup. At just 20 years old, Lee Mingyu etched his name in World Cup history. With 4 matches played and 11 goals scored, he now ranks second for the most goals in a single World Cup, tied with the legendary Ferenc Puskás of Hungary from 1954. Of course, the record for most goals in a single World Cup remains held by the French prodigy Just Fontaine, with 13 goals, an unbroken record to this day. Since Gerd Müller scored 10 goals in 1970, no Golden Boot winner has surpassed 8 goals in a single tournament. Lee Mingyu, however, raised the bar to 11 goals in just 4 matches, even if he does not score in the upcoming games. He is likely to secure the Golden Boot for the 2022 World Cup, as the second-place Messi has only netted 5. After scoring, Lee Mingyu continued to play for 2 more minutes until Enrique, observing that the French team had lost their fighting spirit and fearing for Lee Mingyu's safety, decided to substitute him. As he saw the substitution board raised with the number 10, Lee Mingyu jogged toward the sidelines. All fans in the stands, whether Spanish, neutral, or even a significant number of French supporters, rose spontaneously to honor the young Spanish talent with applause. As Lee Mingyu clapped back at the crowd while exiting the pitch, he embraced his replacement, Coke, and bowed to the audience surrounding him. Enrique approached, warmly embracing Lee Mingyu and whispering, "Thank you, Lee, make sure to rest well." Lee Mingyu smiled, replying, "Boss, this is what I am meant to do," receiving a water bottle and towel from the staff. Lee Mingyu wiped himself down before returning to the bench, exchanging high fives with each of his teammates. The substitute players regarded Lee Mingyu with awe. Even Ansu Fati, who had often doubted Lee Mingyu, now acknowledged his superiority. It is worth noting that Fati had been promoted to the first team a significant 6 months before Lee Mingyu at La Masia and nearly clinched the 2020 Golden Boy Award, narrowly losing to the then-rising star Haaland. Despite Lee Mingyu's flourishing career at Barcelona, Fati had always believed that given enough time, he could prove to everyone that he was stronger than Lee Mingyu. However, this World Cup has starkly illuminated the disparity between their talents. A practical analogy might illustrate this. One could feel envious of a neighbor earning $10,000 a month, double their own $5,000. Yet, one would never envy Bill Gates, for that is a realm beyond reach. Lee Mingyu's 11 goals have unequivocally clarified the gap between them. One is the team's core, and the other a substitute. In a series of 4 matches, 11 goals were scored, while another player managed only a mere 11 minutes of playtime across the same number of games. The stark contrast between these 2 performances compelled Ansu Fati to concede his inferiority to Lee Mingyu. As Fati wallowed in self-pity, Luis Enrique's voice resonated nearby. "Ansu, prepare to enter the field." Startled, Fati hurried to Enrique's side, eyes glittering with hope. Enrique calmly stated, "In 10 minutes, you will take the pitch. Apply pressure on the flanks. Do not allow their fullbacks to advance any further. Can you manage that?" Fati responded resolutely, "Coach, I will surely do it." Enrique nodded at the young player, and following a stoppage in play, substituted Fati in for Morata, who was given a breather. Although Morata did not score today, his exceptional movement in the attacking third contributed significantly to Lee Mingyu's 3 goals. A proficient forward may find scoring crucial, yet the ability to create opportunities by stretching the opponent's defense is equally vital. Morata shrugged off the pressure, remarking, "This is nothing. I'm used to it from my time at Juventus." "Who are you referring to?" came the response. Ultimately, Spain triumphed over France with a score of 3-1, securing their place in the quarterfinals. The reigning champions, France, managed to avoid an early exit from the group stage, yet faltered against the formidable Spanish side. Post-match, Kylian Mbappe's dissatisfied gaze left a lasting impression. The 2018 World Cup champion, still under 20 at the time, now at 24, experienced the bitter taste of elimination. Watching the number 10 celebrate with the Spanish players, his emotions swirled. Why must there be two of us, one a victor and the other a vanquished? Although he had never read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he felt the weight of empathy. Initially, Mbappe intended to approach Lee Mingyu for a jersey exchange. But Antoine Griezmann quickly made his way to Lee, leading to an embrace and a jersey swap that left Mbappe feeling awkward from a distance. Darn it, I was too late. Nevertheless, he managed to hug Lee Mingyu, muttering some competitive banter post-defeat, though Lee paid it little mind. Having faced Lee Mingyu's prowess thrice in the previous season's quarterfinals, Mbappe recognized his strength, albeit limited compared to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, and Robert Lewandowski. As the second team to reach the quarterfinals, Spain's next adversary would be the victorious Japan. This matchup marked their inaugural encounter on the World Cup stage. After the match, Spain faced the media, with Enrique expressing confidence in their upcoming clash with Japan, stating their ambition for the championship, undeterred by any adversary. Lee Mingyu, possessing a lineage of Chinese descent through his father, held a particular disdain for Japan, viewing it through a critical lens. In an interview, he boldly declared Japan not to be a worthy opponent, eager to learn who his semi-final adversary would be. His audacious remarks incited the ire of the Japanese players. While Japan did not believe they could conquer Spain, the disparaging comments warranted a response, even from the most subdued of competitors. Players from both sides began exchanging barbs in the media, yet Lee Mingyu fell silent, not due to any lack of courage, but because Enrique imposed a media blackout on him. Spain enjoyed a 4-day respite to recover their energy for the quarterfinals. In the following 3 days, the remaining 6 matches of the round of 16 concluded, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. The clash between Argentina and Poland proved fiercely contested. In the first half, Messi assisted Agüero for a goal. However, in the second half, Lewandowski showcased his prowess by scoring twice, pushing Argentina to the brink. In the 89th minute, Messi conjured a moment of brilliance, weaving through 5 defenders to equalize, sending the match into extra time. The 30 minutes of extra time tested the players' endurance, ultimately leading to a grueling penalty shootout. Surprisingly, the first penalty shootout of the 2022 World Cup arrived so early. The initial 4 penalties saw both teams score flawlessly, silencing the crowd. The spotlight fell on Lewandowski and Messi. Messi stepped up first, coolly converting his penalty against West Ham's goalkeeper, Fabianski, placing the ball into the corner of the net. The pressure mounted on Poland. Approaching the penalty spot, Lewandowski wore an expression of solemnity. Poland's historical World Cup performances in the previous century were commendable. However, in the 21st century, they had repeatedly faltered in the group stage. Although they had progressed beyond the group stage this year, they still stumbled against the seasoned Messi-led Argentina. Lewandowski's shot was parried away by the goalkeeper, leaving him in despair. Squatting at the penalty mark, his anguish causing many Polish fans to shed tears of disappointment. Argentine players rushed onto the field, celebrating fervently. Messi, however, refrained from joining the revelry, slowly approaching Lewandowski and gently patting him on the shoulder. Upon recognizing Messi, Lewandowski managed a strained smile as they embraced tightly. This moment became one of the most heartwarming scenes of the tournament. Football embodies not only victory, but also compassion. This World Cup would see the farewell of numerous legendary players: Modric, Lewandowski, Messi, Ronaldo, and the great Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who failed to qualify. In another match, the world's top-ranked Belgium suffered an unexpected 0-3 defeat at the hands of North America's leading team, Mexico. As the top-ranked team, Belgium's finest World Cup achievement remains 3rd place in the last World Cup held in Russia. Their tournament performances hardly reflect their lofty ranking. The first semi-final of the lower bracket was unveiled, with Argentina set to face Mexico. An epic showdown between North and South America waits on December 5th, as Brazil takes on Switzerland. The strongly performing Brazilian team triumphed over Switzerland with a score of 2-1, thanks to a pivotal goal from Neymar, who has now netted 5 goals, closely trailing Messi, who has 6. England decisively defeated Russia 3 o'clock, with Manchester City's stars contributing all the goals. Sterling scored twice, while Foden secured the final goal. On December 6th, the previous runners-up, Croatia, suffered an unexpected defeat against Denmark, with a score of 0-1, leaving Modric, participating in his last World Cup, in tears. Such is the nature of football. Joy for some inevitably brings sorrow for others. The clash between Portugal and Italy concluded the round of 16, delivering a thrilling goal fest for the spectators. Ronaldo's long-range shot and free kick propelled Portugal to a 4-3 victory over their adversaries. With all round of 16 matches concluded, the quarterfinal matchups were revealed. In the upper bracket, Spain versus Japan and Brazil versus Denmark. In the lower bracket, Argentina versus Mexico and England versus Portugal. Upon the announcement of these matchups, football enthusiasts worldwide could hardly contain their excitement for the upcoming semifinals. While the upper bracket's encounters may not have been particularly brutal, the fierce competition of the lower bracket certainly whetted everyone's appetite. As the round of 16 concluded, many teams returned home. The arid climate of Qatar posed challenges for numerous players from Europe and America. Following the World Cup, the European leagues and European competitions would soon reignite their battles. One wonders if an early exit might prove beneficial for them. Despite a 2-day respite, the fervor of the World Cup remained unabated, with fans eagerly anticipating the next matches. During this interval, the entire Spanish team remained sequestered in their hotel, not venturing outside. Although Enrique publicly dismissed Japan's capabilities, he conducted extensive tactical analyses of the team. Japan's lineup features several players competing in Europe, including some from the top 5 leagues, rendering their strength formidable. Notable players include Sakai from Ligue 1's Marseille, Don from Bundesliga's Bielefeld, Kubo on loan from Real Madrid to Getafe, Minamino from Liverpool in the Premier League, and Kamada from Eintracht Frankfurt. Japan's robust style and South American-inspired tactics pose a credible threat to Spain. Spanish players understand that this World Cup presents their finest opportunity to prove themselves, particularly for Busquets, who is set to make his final appearance on this grand stage. To captain Spain and lift the coveted trophy in his last World Cup would be an unforgettable moment for Busquets. The current Spanish squad features a significant proportion of young players. Enrique places great emphasis on nurturing these talents, and after 2 years of development, the team has matured remarkably. The emergence of Lee Mingyu has been a fortuitous boon for Enrique. Upon taking charge of the Spanish team, the federation set ambitious targets for him to reach the semi-finals of the 2020 European Championship and the 2022 World Cup. However, Spain's performance in the 2020 Euros, where they faced Sweden with Ibrahimovic and Poland with Lewandowski, resulted in a disheartening group stage exit. This humiliating outcome nearly cost Enrique his position. Nevertheless, through various negotiations, he retained his role as head coach of the national team, although his contract is set to expire on December 19, 2022, the day after the World Cup final. If Enrique fails to lead Spain to the semi-finals, that date will mark his departure from the helm of the national team. Currently, however, Enrique's Spain has advanced through the tournament undefeated, now facing Japan in the semi-finals. A victory over Japan would fulfill Enrique's objective. Yet, the entire nation of Spain is no longer content with merely reaching the semi-finals. They have discovered their own number 10, their midfield maestro, their weapon of choice. Lee Mingyu's rapid ascent has rekindled national pride among Spanish supporters, with many proclaiming, "Do you feel the fear of being dominated by Spain once more?" After all, Spain's illustrious past includes triumphs in the 2008 and 2012 European Championships and the World Cup in between, during which the footballing world bowed to their prowess. Strangely, few have countered the boastful claims of Spanish fans online, as it is evident that the Spain of today, bolstered by Lee Mingyu, is reminiscent of their formidable predecessors. However, the higher one soars, the harsher the fall. The Spanish team has become a target for many, and if they falter in upcoming matches, the backlash will be severe. An undercurrent of tension brews within the online community. On December 9th, the quarterfinals of the World Cup reignite the flames of competition, with Qatar once again in the global spotlight. The already sweltering heat of Qatar has transformed it into a veritable furnace. The fervor of the fans has ignited this enigmatic Middle Eastern nation. Bella and Catherine arrived at the Lusail iconic stadium in the afternoon, the very venue for this World Cup final. This marks the second time the Spanish team has graced this field, the first being their opening match against Argentina. The Lusail iconic stadium, nestled in Lusail City, draws its architectural inspiration from the traditional Arab dhow sail, surrounded by water. Returning to this stadium, Lee Mingyu and his Spanish teammates brim with confidence. In their previous encounter against the formidable Argentine team, Spain triumphed 3-1. Now, facing a Japanese squad perceived to be of lesser strength, the Spanish players inherently possess a psychological advantage. Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to the live broadcast of the 2022 Qatar World Cup. After a 2-day respite, the quarterfinals of the Qatar World Cup commence once more. Today, we bring you the match between Spain and Japan. The Japanese team, heralded as Asia's finest, has once again advanced to the quarterfinals, proving their prowess on the global stage. In this encounter, they face the Spanish team, currently the favorite to clinch the championship. Among the Spanish squad is the well-known Chinese-Spanish prodigy, Lee Mingyu. His presence not only elates the Spanish team, but also serves as a testament that there are indeed talented Chinese footballers, yet to be discovered. The host, slightly overwhelmed with excitement, was about to critique the national team when he received a prompt from his earpiece, advising him to refrain from making unguarded remarks. Zhang Jia managed a wry smile, preparing to present the lineups, although it was evident that his enthusiasm had been dampened. Let us first examine the starting lineups. The Spanish team retains their successful 4-4-2 formation, with Manchester United's goalkeeper David De Gea and a defensive line comprising Aymeric Laporte from Manchester City, Eric Garcia and Alba from Barcelona, and Jose Gaya from Valencia. The midfield features Rodri from Manchester City and Lee Mingyu, along with Sergio Busquets and Pedri from Barcelona, showcasing a strong contingent from these two prominent clubs. The forward positions are filled by Alvaro Morata of Juventus and Ansu Fati from Barcelona, marking Fati's inaugural starting appearance on the World Cup stage, a testament to Enrique's satisfaction with his previous performances as a substitute. Turning to the Japanese squad, there have been notable adjustments. Previously employing a 4-4-2 formation, they have shifted to a 4-5-1 setup to counter Spain's might. Coach Hajime Moriyasu exhibits caution, fielding Eiji Kawashima from Strasbourg as goalkeeper, who, at nearly 40, remains a testament to the Japanese players' commitment to fitness, with several seasoned athletes in their ranks. The defensive line includes Yuto Nagatomo and Hiroki Sakai from Marseille, Maya Yoshida from Sampdoria, and Takahiro Tomiyasu from Bologna. The midfield consists of Gaku Shibasaki from Deportivo La Coruña and Kendo Hashimoto from FC Tokyo, while the attacking trio features the talented Takafusa Kubo from Getafe, Takumi Minamino, recently returned to Liverpool, and Daichi Kamada from Frankfurt. Up front, the lone striker is Yuya Osako from Werder Bremen. This Japanese team, with nearly all players hailing from the top 5 European leagues, presents a formidable challenge, notwithstanding the less celebrated Hashimoto, who was last season's best player in his league. As Lee Mingyu stands on the field, he maintains a stoic expression while shaking hands with the Japanese players, concealing his disdain. Each Japanese player lingers for a moment, silently acknowledging his remarkable achievements at such a young age. The players retreat to their respective halves as the match referee, Slovenian international Damir Skamina, checks his watch and promptly blows the whistle to commence the game. In an instant, the Lusail iconic stadium erupts with thunderous applause and cheers, having awaited this moment for 2 days. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Lusail iconic stadium. You have acquired the talent of Japanese football legend Kazuyoshi Miura, peak power. Kazuyoshi Miura's talent, peak power, enables the host to enjoy an extended peak performance period and a prolonged career lifespan. Lee Mingyu is astonished by this capability. The name Kazuyoshi Miura had crossed his path while researching the Japanese squad, leading him to question the accuracy of his findings. Born on February 26, 1967, Miura is nearing 56 years of age. The notion of a 56-year-old professional athlete is bewildering, especially considering that the 41-year-old Zlatan Ibrahimovic has announced his retirement at the season's end, a testament to Miura's remarkable longevity. Yet, this talent is a veritable boon for Lee Mingyu. Beyond the prospect of an extended career, the ability to prolong one's peak performance is the coveted dream of any elite athlete. Typically, a player's career trajectory ascends to a pinnacle before swiftly descending. However, the elite manage to extend their time at the summit or mitigate the decline when it occurs. Icons like Ronaldo and Messi are revered for their nearly decade-long reign at the pinnacle of football, dominating personal accolades and exemplifying the extraordinary conditions that define a superstar's career. Throughout the annals of football history, countless players possessing the potential of superstars have emerged, yet they often shine only briefly, their peak lasting merely a year or two, or even less, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 2:11. Japan takes the lead. Lee Mingyu's moment of terror in this match. Japan initiated the kickoff. Although the Japanese players may not boast towering statures, their footwork is remarkably agile, and their ball control skills are exceptionally refined. It was only with the arrival of the legendary Zico, often referred to as the White Pell, that Japanese football truly ascended to the status of a formidable force in Asia. Zico imparted not only advanced football philosophies, but also infused the Brazilian style of play into the Japanese national team. Now serving as the technical director for the powerhouse Kashima Antlers, Zico's impact on Japanese football has been transformative. It can be said that Japan's current prowess and standing in Asia is inextricably linked to this iconic figure. The pure Brazilian flair, combined with a touch of Japanese resilience, has repeatedly transformed Japan into a challenging opponent on the World Cup stage. Just as the match commenced, Japan launched its first offensive towards Spain's half. To the astonishment of football fans worldwide, Japan's initial attack yielded unforeseen results. Kawashi Makenji received a pass from midfield, and under the pressure from Lee Mingyu, he executed a precise diagonal long pass, finding Takafusa Kubo on the flank. The youthful Kubo, even younger than Lee Mingyu, effortlessly maneuvered past the advancing Joss Gay and swiftly surged towards the Spanish goal line. Gay's reckless challenge left vast space in his wake, compelling center-back Eric Gark to abandon his position in the penalty area to cover for Gay. Consequently, the central defense faltered, with Daizen Maeda and Takumi Minamino making rapid incursions. Confusion reigned within Spain's defensive line. Seizing the opportunity, Kubo delivered a low pass into Spain's penalty area. Maeda adeptly evaded Laporte's defense, and before the goalkeeper could intervene, executed a sweeping shot while tumbling to the ground. To the astonishment of the spectators, the ball slipped through De Gea's legs and into the net. Remarkably, within less than 2 minutes of kickoff, Japan had breached Spain's defenses. The Spanish players stood frozen in disbelief, while Japan's players jubilantly surrounded the goal-scoring Maeda. A chilling wave of despair washed over the Spanish fans, contrasting sharply with the fiery elation of the Japanese supporters. The dramatic turn of events was beyond anyone's expectations. Japan had taken the lead against the formidable Spanish team. The coaching staff of Japan embraced tightly, expressing gratitude for the emperor's blessings, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. In stark contrast, Enrique kicked a nearby water bottle in frustration, vociferously chastising his players. He had warned them countless times not to underestimate their opponents, yet his admonitions fell on deaf ears. The defensive lapses were glaring. After being outmaneuvered by Kubo, Gay failed to immediately recover, remaining stationary for a moment. Meanwhile, the central defense exhibited significant vulnerabilities, allowing Maeda to escape unchallenged. It was evident that the Spanish players in the back line had committed grave errors. Lee Mingyu, observing the goal unfold, was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated such fortune for Japan so early in the match. However, he dismissed the setback. Conceding a single goal was not insurmountable. Indeed, most of Spain's players shared this sentiment. Yet, as the game resumed, they discovered that Japan's midfield was tenacious in their interceptions, displaying remarkable organization. Lee Mingyu's attempts to deliver forward passes repeatedly met with failure. Japan's relentless energy stifled Spain's offensive efforts, and after 15 minutes, the score remained unchanged. Gradually, Spanish players began to exhibit signs of impatience, and even Lee Mingyu found himself influenced by this unsettled demeanor. In a moment of recklessness, he spotted a fleeting opportunity and opted for a risky pass. Typically, such a daring move would be uncharacteristic for him. However, had the pass succeeded, it would have been a masterful through ball. Yet, Japan's defense anticipated his intentions, with Captain Maya Yoshida executing a sliding tackle to reclaim possession. With the ball now in the hands of Yuto Nagatomo, he sent a long pass directly into Spain's half. Young Kubo, who had previously assisted a goal, calmly controlled the ball once more. At this juncture, only Kubo and Laporte occupied Spain as half. Faced with this rare opportunity, Kubo could not remain passive. Laporte quickly closed in on Kubo, aware that he could not afford to let the young player gain momentum, having already witnessed Kubo's remarkable speed in the earlier play. Laporte aimed to steer Kubo towards the sidelines, hoping to allow time for his fellow defenders to regroup. However, Kubo's exceptional form that day rendered Laporte's strategy ineffective. Instead of resorting to elaborate dribbling, Kubo simply accelerated past the towering defender. Laporte, realizing he had overextended, hesitated, withdrawing his outstretched arm. A foul could lead to a red card, and with only 15 minutes elapsed, being sent off would severely hinder Spain's prospects in the match. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Kubo would score. As Laporte pursued Kubo, the widening gap between them filled him with despair. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in gasps of horror as Laporte sensed a swift movement beside him. The sight of the red number 10 jersey brought him a moment of relief. After executing that desperate pass, Lee Mingyu had spotted Yoshida making a run into space, realizing his attempt had faltered. Although Lee Mingyu had not activated his superbrain, he understood that Spain's high defensive line would leave them vulnerable to swift counterattacks. Thus, even before Japan's ball was played, he began his sprint back toward his own half. Arriving near the center circle as Kubo received the ball, the forward from the Japanese team, Daichi Kamada, was overshadowed by Lee Mingyu. Laporte was not without purpose. His close presence compelled Takefusa Kubo to forego an immediate cut into the center and instead continue advancing along the wing. This, in turn, granted Lee Mingyu a crucial fraction of a second longer in his pursuit. For Lee Mingyu, those fleeting moments could translate into an additional 4 or 5 meters of ground covered. Upon bypassing Laporte, Kubo found himself in a vast expanse. The young player had yet to score in this World Cup, and this rare opportunity lay before him. If he failed to take the shot himself, it would be a disservice to his age. With no lingering doubts, Kubo began to cut inward, but in his excitement, his initial adjustment with the ball was less than perfect. Nonetheless, he brushed it off. In fact, a mere 10 meters behind him, the rapidly advancing Daichi Kamada was exerting all his strength to shout warnings to Kubo, urging him to be cautious of the approaching threat. However, the cacophony of cheers and roars from the crowd drowned out any sound behind him. Not even the footsteps of Lee Mingyu, steadily closing in, reached Kubo's ears. All that occupied Kubo's vision was the goal of the Spanish team, with the goalkeeper De Gea nearly fading into oblivion. With a second adjustment, Kubo finally reached the edge of the penalty area. To his astonishment, despite the lengthy run he had made, the goalkeeper remained stationary within the net. This was illogical. Typically, a goalkeeper would rush out to reduce the angle for a one-on-one shot. This explains the rule prohibiting goalkeepers from stepping off the goal line before a penalty kick is taken. Yet, De Gea's nonchalant demeanor, as if inviting Kubo to approach, left the young player perplexed. However, undaunted by De Gea's presence, Kubo felt that with just one more step, he could breach the penalty area. If De Gea still remained stationary, the shot would be almost guaranteed. Yet, Kubo found himself puzzled by the peculiar reactions of the spectators. He was on the brink of becoming a hero for the Japanese team, yet their voices bore a hint of trepidation. Were these sounds emanating from Spanish fans? With a gleeful smile, Kubo took another step forward, the ball now merely a meter away. Yet, that seemingly trivial distance became an insurmountable chasm. A red figure surged past him, and Kubo's south smile froze in place. Who was it? How could this be? A flurry of existential questions engulfed him. The glaring number 10 made Kubo momentarily breathless. Lee Mingyu, unconcerned with Kubo's internal turmoil, charged forward, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The act of chasing an opponent is vastly different from running with the ball. The same distance felt far more exhausting when pursuing. Lee Mingyu reached the ball first, sending it skimming toward the sideline before hastily following suit. Kubo's dreams of heroism crumbled. His gaze transformed into one of rage directed at Lee Mingyu. That wretched individual had thwarted his moment of glory. He would not let this go unpunished. Kubo lunged at Lee Mingyu, extending his malicious right foot toward Lee's left leg. De Gea shouted in alarm, "Lee, watch out!" Yet, Lee Mingyu had already kept a watchful eye on Kubo's movements as he advanced. Upon noticing the fury etched on Kubo's face, he realized the young player was about to retaliate. Lee deftly leaped aside, evading Kubo's kick aimed at his heel. However, in his indiscriminate rage, Kubo shoved Lee Mingyu, sending him sprawling through the air, crashing to the ground. Fortunately, Lee had anticipated the fall, rolling twice to mitigate the impact. Though visually dramatic, he sustained no severe injuries. Lee felt a burning pain in his arm and back as he lay on the ground, clenching his fists. If this weren't the World Cup stage, have risen and taught you a lesson with my fists. On the sidelines, Enrique nearly lost his composure. Instead of the fury he should have felt, his legs grew weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Lee Mingyu's importance to the team was indisputable. Should he sustain an injury, even if they reached the semifinals, Enrique might face the wrath of the Spanish Football Federation and its fans. Moreover, he would have no explanation for Guardiola. Before the referee could intervene, Enrique shouted for the team's medical staff to attend to Lee. Please, don't let him be hurt. The entire world witnessed Kubo's reprehensible foul from behind. First, he attempted to kick Lee Mingyu's foot. Upon missing, he forcefully shoved the airborne Lee, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. After rolling twice, Lee grimaced in pain, moaning softly. The referee was understandably alarmed. Lee Mingyu was a player under special protection during this tournament. This wasn't about leniency, but rather ensuring his physical safety, warning players who threatened it. The referee, Damir Skamana, approached the stunned Kubo, his expression serious. At that moment, Kubo regained his composure, recognizing the gravity of his actions. He knelt in remorse, cradling his head in his hands, baffled by his earlier impulsiveness. Perhaps it stemmed from a latent aggression within him. The referee sternly presented Kubo with a red card, justly penalizing his series of violent actions. As he was dismissed, several Japanese players arrived late to argue with the referee, claiming Kubo's actions were not severe enough for a red card. A yellow card would suffice. However, the outraged Spanish players rushed in, incensed by the clumsy English of their Japanese counterparts, nearly provoking a brawl. What do you mean it wasn't serious? Is it because Lee Mingyu is still breathing? Must one only consider it serious when a life is at stake? Observing the imminent escalation of the conflict, referee Damir Skamana swiftly blew his whistle, separating the players from both sides, and exclaimed loudly, "Step back. Sergio, take your players away. Shouldn't you be concerned about Lee's injury?" Skamana, being an esteemed international referee in Europe, was well acquainted with the players from the Spanish team. Having officiated numerous Champions League matches and being familiar with the likes of Barcelona and Manchester City. Upon hearing this, Busquets promptly gathered his teammates and rushed to Lee Mingyu's side, anxiously watching the medical team's examination. Lee Mingyu, with half-open eyes, emitted a painful hiss and murmured, "It's nothing. Just a fall, a minor injury." Upon hearing this, his teammates collectively sighed in relief. However, the medical staff remained vigilant, diligently inspecting Lee Mingyu's condition to ensure no significant injury went unnoticed. After a thorough examination lasting a full minute, the medical team finally relaxed. With the assistance of his teammates, Lee Mingyu rose to his feet, testing his waist and legs, wincing with each jolt of pain. As he stood, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Even the players from the Japanese team felt a wave of relief. If Lee Mingyu had sustained an injury during their match, causing him to miss subsequent games, even if Japan emerged victorious, they would face scorn from fans worldwide. Last season's Paris Saint-Germain was a prime example of this. Kubo Takafusa, who had already been sent off, stood sullenly at the entrance of the players' tunnel, grimly observing the situation on the field. His expression darkened even further upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's recovery, and in frustration, he kicked the nearby trash can before storming back into the tunnel. Unbeknownst to him, this moment was captured by cameras focused on him, and fans around the globe witnessed Kubo's disgraceful display. Such a reaction from him incited public outrage among fans worldwide. What did that expression signify? Did he truly feel disappointed that Lee Mingyu was able to stand? Returning to the match, despite the score being 0-1 in favor of Spain, the Japanese team, now down a player, had lost the vigor they exhibited at the start. The absence of a stellar attacking player effectively signaled the end of Japan's offensive prospects for the day. Japan's head coach, Moriyasu Hajime, had already adjusted the tactical approach, opting to defend and preserve their single-goal lead. Moriyasu, how adept you were at safeguarding a lead. However, the Spanish players, rattled by Kubo's earlier antics, channeled their fear into fury and launched a relentless attack on Japan's half. By the 30th minute, after withstanding numerous assaults, Japan's defense finally succumbed to Spain's onslaught. Pedri broke through on the wing, executing a bicycle kick feint before driving towards the baseline. Japan's defender, Takahiro Tomiyasu, closely shadowed him. Pedri lifted his right foot, feinting across. Tomiyasu, reacting swiftly, extended his right foot to block the intended pass. Yet, Pedri cleverly redirected the ball, using his left foot to sweep it toward the edge of the penalty area. Lee Mingyu surged forward, unleashing a powerful long-range shot that whistled toward Japan's goal. Japan's veteran goalkeeper, Eiji Kawashima, leaped in vain, stretching out his right hand in a desperate attempt to reach the ball. Unfortunately, his fingers grazed nothing but air. In a moment of dread, Kawashima watched as the ball soared past his fingertips and struck the post with a resounding bang, audible even amidst the cacophony of the stadium. What sheer force! The Japanese players broke into a cold sweat. However, the rebounding ball created chaos within Japan's penalty area. Morata, anticipating the loose ball, prepared for a strike. But a quick-reacting Japanese player blocked his shot with their body, sending the ball soaring high. Kawashima, wary of making a reckless move amidst the crowd in the box, remained rooted on the goal line, intently watching the ball as it ricocheted around the air, anxiety mounting within him as he shouted, "Get that damn ball out of here." The ball danced above the penalty area, a tremendous source of pressure for the goalkeeper. Yet, Japan's generally shorter players struggled against the towering Spaniards. Ultimately, Japan capitalized on their numerical advantage, managing to claim a position. Center back Maya Yoshida leaped and delivered a powerful header, clearing the ball from the penalty area. In that moment, Japan's footballing acumen shone through as all their players cohesively surged forward, leaving 3 Spanish players stranded in the box. Even if Spain regained control of the ball outside the area, any attempted pass would surely result in an offside. Japan's remarkable execution left spectators in awe. Lee Mingyu, opting not to join the fray in the box, remained outside, hoping to play a protective role. As fate would have it, the ball fell within his reach. Observing the high-flying ball, Lee Mingyu glanced over Japan's penalty area, astonished by their tactical execution. Initially intending to pass, he realized that shooting would be near impossible. The ball was too high, and by the time it descended, the defenders would be upon him, offering no opportunity to strike. Caught in a dilemma, with 3 Spanish players momentarily frozen within the box, they quickly attempted to escape. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lee Mingyu's mind. He met the incoming ball with a gentle header, sending it over the advancing Japanese defenders and directly into the penalty area. In an instant, the Japanese players raised their hands, signaling for offside, and even the assistant referee lifted his flag. Referee Demir Skamina, poised to blow his whistle, hesitated, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. As it turned out, after Lee Mingyu's deft touch, he charged into Japan's penalty area. The players of the Japanese team were preoccupied with signaling for an offside, oblivious to the fact that 3 players in the penalty area were not even glancing at the descending ball, instead retreating outside the box, with no one attempting to receive the ball for an offensive play. The assistant referee raised his flag correctly, as at the moment of the pass. 3 players were indeed in an offside position. The main referee had no cause to blow the whistle, for although these 3 were offside, they did not engage in the attack. In that brief moment of distraction, Lee Mingyu dashed into the penalty area, met the falling ball with a powerful volley, and sent it crashing past the bewildered goalkeeper, Kawashima Eiji, into the net. At that moment, all Japanese players stood frozen, their minds blank. What just happened? Why didn't the 3 players in the penalty area go for the ball? Shouldn't they have been offside? How did Lee Mingyu manage that? Goodness, we were fooled. It took a full 5 seconds for the Japanese players to display expressions of regret. Lee Mingyu had outsmarted them with his football intelligence. The 3 Spanish players who had emerged from the penalty area followed Lee Mingyu to the sidelines, beaming and ready to celebrate. Lee, that goal was magnificent. Look at the expressions on those Japanese players' faces. Ha! Lee, you're incredible. How did you think of that? His teammates gathered around, showering praise on Lee Mingyu for his recent goal. In truth, Lee had played a psychological game, leading the Japanese players to believe he was about to pass, falling into their trap, which allowed him to advance into the penalty area unimpeded. The assistant referee's raised flag had also contributed to their confusion. However, the intuitive connection among the 3 Spanish players and Lee Mingyu's brilliant execution resulted in a spectacular goal. Though this goal may not have been as striking as the previous one, the entire process was a thrilling battle of wits, embodying a moment of pure creativity. At 1-1, in the 30th minute, Lee Mingyu's imaginative goal brought Spain level, with the score equalized and Japan down a player. The ensuing match unfolded in a manner favored by the Spanish team. In the 40th minute, Spain successfully regained possession in Japan's half. and Lee Mingyu delivered a penetrating through ball. Fatty burst forward from the flank, receiving the pass and curving the ball into Japan's net once again. The score shifted to 2-1 in favor of Spain. As Lee Mingyu's powerful free kick soared over the bar, the first half concluded with the referee's whistle. The Spanish players walked toward the tunnel, laughing and chatting, while the Japanese players descended the field with solemn expressions. The first half of the match was undeniably thrilling. Despite trailing 1-2, the Japanese team's fighting spirit and defensive execution earned the admiration of knowledgeable fans. However, while their play was commendable, their sportsmanship left much to be desired. During halftime, major television networks criticized Kubo Takafusa's foul from the first half. After all, such incidents could potentially impact diplomatic relations between the two nations. It is worth noting that a football commentator named Huang faced severe backlash during the 2006 World Cup for displaying favoritism towards Italy and disdain for Australia in a match, leading to his resignation and becoming a sore spot for the hosts at CCTV. Today's host, Zhang Jia, merely touched upon Kubo's foul without making a grand spectacle of it. Many viewers in Huaxiao expressed their dissatisfaction, feeling that the commentary was insufficiently critical of the blatant foul. Consequently, numerous fans turned to Tencent Sports for coverage, causing a dramatic drop in viewership ratings that puzzled the executives behind the scenes. Tencent Sports had invited the same commentator, Huang, for this match. Kubo Takafusa is truly a disgrace. Just observe his actions, and you'll understand why I say this. Look, Lee Mingyu has already taken a ball from him, and he is chasing him down. His first action is not directed at the ball. He is aiming for Lee Mingyu's heel, as this is not a legitimate attempt to win the ball, but an act of frustration. Furthermore, Lee Mingyu was already anticipating him. As Kubo struck, Lee Mingyu had already leaped. Yet, this man forcefully shoved Lee Mingyu, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. For such disgraceful conduct, he should be banned for life. Chapter 213. The most bizarre goal in World Cup history. The more Huang spoke, the angrier he became. Pointing at the camera showing Kubo being sent off and standing in the tunnel, furiously declaring, "This little rascal, I initially thought he stood there out of guilt, hoping to see if Lee Mingyu was truly injured. But who knew that after Lee Mingyu confirmed he was fine, this little brat kicked over a nearby trash can. His heart is truly despicable." Chun Lei, the host from Tencent Sports, struggled to suppress his laughter. Even in the most lenient of online broadcasts, such language was inappropriate. Yet as a guest, any opinions he expressed were not affiliated with Tencent Sports. In fact, when Chun Lei witnessed this scene, he nearly let slip a curse. But Huang slammed the table, denouncing Kubo as a disgraceful individual. Although Tencent Sports Management had hoped for Huang to moderate his language, seeing the soaring viewership ratings, they quietly took their seats. After leaving CCTV, Huang had completely liberally expressed himself. Now worth over 100 million, he had amassed experience in over 2,000 sports broadcasts, transforming into a different persona altogether. Meanwhile, in Qatar, Lee Mingyu was in the locker room receiving a massage from the team doctor. The Japanese team had targeted him throughout the first half, and repeated fouls had left several bruises on his body. While enjoying the meticulous massage, he listened to Coach Enrique outline the tactics for the second half. Enrique suddenly asked, "Carlos, can Lee play in the second half?" "Carlos." The team doctor working on Lee Mingyu glanced at him and replied, "Lee's current physical condition isn't great. If possible, 15 minutes would be his limit." Lee Mingyu shook his head, insisting, "No, Carlos, I believe I can do it." "Don't say that." Enrique maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "Lee, while the match is crucial, you are even more so in my eyes. This is your first World Cup. You are still young, so don't push yourself too hard." Even Busquets chimed in with a joke. "Lee, do you really think we can't win without you? Do you underestimate this old fellow?" The other teammates erupted in laughter. Although Lee Mingyu held significant importance in the team, leading 2-1 and having a one-man advantage, if they could not secure a victory in such scenario, they might as well all hang themselves. Observing the confident expressions of his teammates, Lee Mingyu chuckled, relinquishing any further insistence. His muscles were beginning to ache, not merely from the collisions of the match, but primarily because he was only 20 years old, still in the process of physical maturation, making him at a disadvantage against these seasoned players. The intensity of the season had been overwhelming, and Lee Mingyu, in his first experience with such a demanding schedule, had not promptly recognized the strain on his body. During his time at Manchester City, the The medical staff had already detected symptoms in Lee Mingyu, yet his competitive spirit led him to believe he was largely unscathed. Fortunately, Guardiola did not overexert him like a workhorse, allowing him some respite. However, upon arriving at the World Cup, the intensified and relentless schedule left Lee Mingyu as a key player under immense pressure. Prior to the World Cup, Guardiola had communicated extensively with Enrique regarding Lee Mingyu's physical condition. Enrique was well aware and would ensure that whenever possible, Lee Mingyu would receive adequate rest. For he was a national treasure for Spain, and it would be unthinkable to let him falter under his watch. After a session with the team physician, Lee Mingyu felt a notable alleviation in his body. He and his teammates departed the locker room, taking their places on the field as the referee signaled the commencement of the second half. Following the halftime break and adjustments, the Japanese players exhibited a do-or-die spirit right from the outset of the second half. Contrary to expectations, Japan did not retreat into their half to focus solely on defense against Spain's attacks. Instead, they aggressively pressed the Spanish players at midfield. This unexpected assertiveness caught the Spanish team off guard. When Lee Mingyu passed to Pedri, the latter struggled to maintain control due to Japan's relentless defense, stumbling as he received the pass. Sensing the opportunity, Japanese players quickly closed off Pedri's passing options and began to double-team him. Despite Pedri's best efforts to shield the ball, his lack of height became a disadvantage as he lost his vision for passing amidst the encirclement. Japan's coordinated double-team resulted in the ball being snatched away from Pedri. Just as the second half commenced, Spain's offensive efforts were thwarted. After losing possession, Pedri swiftly attempted to regain the ball. However, Japan was not in a rush to clear the ball. They engaged in a display of intricate passing and ball control in front of the Spanish team. While it may have seemed akin to brandishing a broadsword before a deity, Japan's ball control was undeniably refined. Spain's trio struggled to effectively execute their pressing tactics. Yet, Japan's numerical disadvantage began to manifest, making their possession increasingly challenging. Even Japan's goalkeeper, Eiji Kawashima, participated in the ball control as if he were an outfield defender. Nevertheless, Spain's defensive pressure forced Japan's ball control further back, stretching their defensive line into a single file. If Spain could intercept the ball at this juncture, Japan's defense would falter. Despite their precarious situation, Japanese forward Yuyao Osako chose not to retreat, instead positioning himself near the center circle, always ready to launch a quick counterattack. This strategy compelled Spain's defenders to exercise caution in their advance. Eric Garcia and Laporte effectively contained Osako, ensuring he could not make a swift move. For 5 consecutive minutes, Spain found themselves without a single opportunity to possess the ball in the second half. Japan's passing and control drew applause and cheers from the spectators in the stands. Though the situation appeared dire, Japan's players refrained from making impulsive passes, fully aware that once they relinquished the ball, the rhythm of the match would fall into Spain's favor. However, the pressure from Spain had begun to push Japan's players to the brink of collapse. Their passing had been forced back to the edge of their penalty area, a precarious position indeed. Ultimately, Japan could not withstand Spain's defensive pressure. When the ball reached goalkeeper Kawashima, he promptly cleared it with a powerful kick toward Spain's half, finally relieving the pressure. Yuyao Osako, observing the goalkeeper's clearance, quickly sprang into action to seize the opportunity. Yet, he soon halted, not due to Spain's tight defense, but because Kawashima's kick had traveled far too far. The ball soared through the air, crossing the halfway line and nearing Spain's penalty area upon landing. Osako, unwilling to waste his energy, ceased his pursuit while 2 Spanish defenders continued back to intercept the goalkeeper's pass. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of fans in the stadium and those watching on screens around the world. Having spent 5 minutes without the ball entering Spain's half, and with no imminent threat to their goal, the boy De Gea began pacing within his penalty area to maintain his alertness. As Kawashima launched his kick, De Gea had wandered close to the penalty spot. When he spotted the ball approaching, he began to backpedal, anticipating it would land about 10 meters outside the penalty area. If it bounced, it would land near the penalty spot, allowing him to seize it. Thus, he halted just in front of the small box, bracing to receive the pass. What he had not anticipated was that the ball would bounce higher and faster than he predicted upon landing. De Gea, astonished, watched in horror as the ball sailed over his head. In a moment of panic, he retreated 2 steps and leaped backward, desperate to prevent the goal with his hands. Before the astonished gazes of fans worldwide, the ball soared over De Gea's fingertips and into the net of a Spanish goal. The match was now level at 2-2. A goal that seemed almost divine in its execution. Kawashima, witnessing the goal, could hardly believe his eyes. Incredible. We scored. He marveled. The Japanese players erupted in jubilation. Such a fortuitous goal felt like a blessing from above. Meanwhile, the Spanish players stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. This might well be the longest goal in World Cup history. Although there have been instances of goalkeepers scoring, they typically occurred during free kicks, penalties, or headers within the penalty area. Such a maneuver, where a player strikes the ball from their own penalty area into the opponent's net, is exceedingly rare, not only in the World Cup, but even in league matches. The Japanese supporters were overwhelmed with excitement, while the Spanish fans could hardly believe their eyes. Bella. That goal just now must be a fluke. Catherine still could not bring herself to accept that Japan's goal was legitimate. After a moment of contemplation, Bella remarked, "This surely doesn't count." Observing Bella's somewhat dazed expression, Catherine smiled wryly and replied, "Of course it counts. It was a legitimate attack, not just a goalkeeper's goal kick. A goal from a goal kick is akin to an indirect free kick. If no one touches the ball, it doesn't count." Bella quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "All right. You need to explain these things to me. I don't understand." Faced with Bella's hopelessness, Catherine couldn't help but raise her fist in frustration. Incapable Bella. How vexing. Lee Mingyu stood in the center circle, his brow furrowed. Although the recent play was quite peculiar, the score had been equalized, presenting Japan with a newfound opportunity. What opportunity? He thought. To waste time, drag it to extra time, and ultimately rely on penalty kicks. Let fate decide. The mere thought of penalties sent a shiver down his spine. No penalties. I desire victory. Thus, after the restart, Lee Mingyu chanted silently to himself, "Initiate the assault." As he stood in the center circle, Morata lightly nudged the ball, and Lee Mingyu surged into the Japanese half. Hoping to capitalize on Japan's momentary lapse in concentration after their goal. However, Japan's coach, Moriyasu Hajime, was exceptionally astute. Despite his elation over the goal, he quickly noticed Lee Mingyu preparing for the restart. Moriyasu had done extensive research on Lee Mingyu, analyzing videos from his second season at Barcelona to his time at Manchester City. Particularly during his Manchester City days, Lee Mingyu often executed rapid solo runs into the opponent's penalty area immediately after a kickoff. His state and speed during such moments were impeccable, allowing him to successfully ambush opponents when they were unfocused. Typically, he would be present at the center circle during kickoffs, rarely participating otherwise. Thus, upon seeing Lee Mingyu at the center circle, Moriyasu's alertness surged to a critical level. In the moments before the restart, Moriyasu loudly cautioned his frontline players in Japanese, advising that even if they had to resort to foul tactics, they must not allow Lee Mingyu to accelerate freely. Consequently, barely 5 meters into his run, Lee Mingyu was abruptly halted by Kamada Daichi, who wrapped him up from behind. Lee Mingyu could only stop in resignation, gesturing helplessly at Japan's unscrupulous tactics. The main referee, Damir Skamina, promptly issued a yellow card to Kamada Daichi, condemning his actions. Kamada merely shrugged, offering no protest to the referee's decision, as such a move was undeniably card-worthy. What remained unknown was that Japan had sacrificed a yellow card to thwart Lee Mingyu's assault. In previous matches, Lee Mingyu's forays were not always effective. Such skills required perfect timing and often initiated after regaining possession in the backfield. However, Japan was determined not to grant Spain such opportunities today. Even their forwards had retreated. The Japanese team, with all 10 players pulled back to within 30 meters of their goal, formed a resolute defensive wall. While their height may have been lacking, their determination was unwavering. Following the restart, Spain found itself unable to penetrate Japan's stubborn defense. Japan's defensive organization was impeccable. They remained unmoved against Spain's passing in midfield, resolutely refusing to advance. The fans in the stands voiced their disdain through a chorus of boos, expressing contempt for Japan's defensive posture while urging Spain to take action. The immense pressure fell squarely on Spain. Lee Mingyu, amidst the resounding jeers, was compelled to pass the ball forward. However, Japan's defense was formidable, and, for the moment, Spain could not deliver a threatening pass. As 15 minutes elapsed, this marked the critical time limit set by the team doctor for Lee Mingyu. Enrique rose from his seat, signaling for Liverpool's Thiago Alcantara to warm up, ready to substitute Lee Mingyu. Aware of the impending change, Lee Mingyu glimpsed Thiago warming up on the sidelines. Realizing that his time was limited, detected that the host's emotions are characterized by impatience and anxiety, and the team is in trouble. Passive skill iron will activate it. In an instant, Lee Mingyu felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through him, banishing all negative emotions and fatigue. He let out a fierce roar. Host activated the active skill, Bollock's Roar, granting a slight boost in the status of teammates while slightly demoralizing opponents. Kamada Daichi was momentarily paralyzed by the host's roar. Lee Mingyu was suddenly invigorated by this unexpected activation of his most elusive skill. With the ball at his feet, he deftly slipped past the momentarily paralyzed Kamada. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as Wataru Endo, who had been performing admirably, made a glaring mistake in his defense against Lee Mingyu. In Kamada's perception, he saw Lee Mingyu approaching and intended to close in for defense. Yet at the sound of Lee Mingyu's roar, he felt as though a ferocious lion had appeared before him, rendering him paralyzed with fear and leaving his mind blank. However, a second later, Kamada regained his composure, only to find that Lee Mingyu had already sped past him. Kamada's lapse shattered Japan's defensive formation as the most critical component of the midfield defense. His role in containing Lee Mingyu was paramount. With Lee Mingyu unmarked, Japan's defenders were momentarily stunned. Who would step up to cover? This was a test of Japan's cohesion. Yet, in this high-pressure moment, Japan made a fatal error, as two defenders simultaneously abandoned their positions to pursue Lee Mingyu. Consequently, Japan's defense became utterly porous. Lee Mingyu executed a simple through ball, delivering the ball to the unmarked Pedri on the flank. Pedri found himself with nearly no one to defend against. In the center, Morata, Fati, and the recently advancing Rodri positioned a formidable offensive presence in front of the penalty area, totaling 4 attacking players for Spain. Pedri effortlessly initiated the play, directing the ball into the penalty area. Such a seemingly routine pass was executed with such precision that Pedri could have effortlessly aimed it into a refuse bin. Alvaro Morata's head, smaller than a refuse bin, was, however, precisely located by Pedri's pass. Morata leapt high into the air. Although Japan's center back, Takahiro Tomiyasu, boasted comparable height, it was evident that Morata's leap surpassed his. With a commanding header, Morata decisively struck the ball into the Japanese net. Lee Mingyu, positioned just outside the penalty area, raised his arms in triumph, his fists clenched in jubilation. This goal arrived at a most opportune moment. The morale of the Japanese team visibly waned. Daichi Kamada, visibly distressed, sank to the ground, his anguish palpable. Japan's head coach, Hajime Moriyasu, wore a grim expression as he gestured for Wataru Endo, a key player at Stuttgart, to warm up. Clearly displeased with Kamada's recent performance, Enrique had not anticipated that Lee Mingyu would bestow such a significant gift upon him before leaving the field. Although this goal did not count as an assist for Lee Mingyu, without his dribbling and the distraction of 2 opposing defenders, Pedri would not have been afforded such an unchallenged opportunity, nor would Morata have enjoyed such a straightforward chance at goal. Enrique, in a fit of excitement, embraced Lee Mingyu as he ran past. However, the words whispered in his ear caused Enrique's smile to vanish in an instant, leaving him gazing despondently at Lee Mingyu's retreating figure. "Coach, please don't substitute me just yet. I feel in exceptional form. Grant me 3 more minutes." Lee Mingyu implored, acutely aware that his fierce fighting spirit was waning, believing he had roughly 2 minutes of skill remaining after the kickoff. If he could seize the ball during this fleeting time, perhaps he could deliver a significant blow to the Japanese team. Thiago Alcantara had approached the coach, brimming with excitement for his first substitute appearance in this World Cup. Yet, Enrique remained unresponsive, leaving Alcantara bewildered. "Coach, didn't you call for me to warm up to replace Lee? What is the hold-up? What did Lee whisper to you? Is it possible he doesn't wish to leave the field?" Alcantara's mind raced with possibilities. Meanwhile, the Japanese team replaced Kamada without concern for appearances, a hallmark of Moriyasu's coaching style, whether described as steely or cold-blooded. Kamada departed the field with reddened eyes, his anguish over the recent goal evident. Endo entered the pitch, a tactical substitution intended to provide fresh legs to mark Lee Mingyu closely. As Japan resumed play, a series of short passes ensued, ultimately conceding possession back to Spain. A defender launched the ball towards Spain's half, raising the question of whether another bizarre goal might unfold. This time, David De Gea remained dutifully within his penalty area. However, this kick lacked the power of the previous one executed by Japan's goalkeeper, Eiji Kawashima, falling short of halfway before descending. De Gea easily collected the ball, gently pushing it to his defender before swiftly retreating. Observing De Gea's cautious demeanor, Lee Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle, realizing his skill time was dwindling. He quickly retreated to receive a pass from the defender. With a swift turn, Lee Mingyu executed a simple 1-2, creating space. After a series of passes, he found himself in Japan's attacking territory. The Japanese defense had contracted significantly. Despite trailing, they showed no inclination to push forward. With a deft maneuver, Lee Mingyu outwitted Endo, who was closing in on him. Such tight dribbling, utilizing footwork to navigate through narrow gaps, was a hallmark skill of Messi. Having trained alongside Messi for a season and a half, Lee Mingyu had absorbed some of that finesse. As 3 Japanese players converged on him, Lee Mingyu, fueled by the last vestiges of his skill, rendered their attempts to dispossess him futile. With only 10 seconds left of his fierce fighting spirit, Lee Mingyu glided through the Japanese players with ease. Following a series of dribbles, a significant gap emerged in Japan's defense, leading to confusion among the defenders. Some players opted to cover positions, while one stood directly in front of Lee Mingyu, hesitating to press him. Suddenly, he found himself facing just one defender, Kento Hashimoto. Approximately 1.5 meters away, a relatively safe distance for a defender to gauge the attacker's intentions. As the countdown approached 3 seconds remaining, then 2, Lee Mingyu realized he was becoming immobilized as Japan's players regained their defensive positions. With just 1 second left, sensing the imminent end of his fierce spirit, he executed a surprising maneuver. Positioned just outside the penalty arc, he placed his left foot beside the ball, lifted his right foot as if to pass, and twisted his body to the left, feigning a rightward pass, before swiftly pivoting to the right. Hashimoto, caught off guard by this deception, hesitated, fearing yet another feint. Indeed, Lee Mingyu did not pass left. These 2 feints created a gap in Japan's central defense, revealing an opportunity. In that moment, Lee Mingyu locked eyes with Japan's goalkeeper, Kawashima, who sensed a surge of concern upon witnessing a glimmer of determination in Lee Mingyu's gaze. However, the position Lee Mingyu occupied made it nearly impossible to shoot. Hashimoto obstructed his path, and he lacked a running start for a powerful shot. What would he possibly do? Kawashima, overwhelmed with thoughts, scanned the periphery for Spanish teammates, relieved to see them tightly marked. Suddenly, a wave of astonished gasps erupted, accompanied by the frenzied cheers of Spanish fans. What happened? When Eiji Kawashima turned around, he was stunned to discover the football rolling out from behind his goal. Approaching the age of 40, Kawashima felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. How did the ball find its way in? Who had struck it? He sat down abruptly on the ground, yet his teammates did not cast accusing glances in his direction. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the Spanish team's number 10, Lee Mingyu, who had dashed to the edge of the field and executed a stunning slide. What a prodigy! As the first eyewitness to this inexplicable event, Kenta Hashimoto gazed at Lee Mingyu with the same reverence one might reserve for Amaterasu, the sun goddess. In the stands, countless fans shared the same reaction, clutching their heads in disbelief. Catherine, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped her hair and shouted, "Oh my God, oh my God. What did I just witness?" Bella, however, found it perplexing. Lee Mingyu's goal seemed rather ordinary. Why was everyone so exhilarated? Noticing her friend's indifference, Catherine abandoned her efforts to enlighten her, as her own spirits had soared to the heavens. Across countless households in Huaxia, exclamations of "incredible," "so impressive," filled the air. The 2 commentators from Tencent Sports were rendered almost incoherent with excitement. If commentator Chun Lei were watching the game at home, he would surely have used similar expressions to describe the goal, but as a commentator, he restrained himself from exclaiming, "Incredible." However, guest Huang had no such reservations. The exclamations of marvel flowed freely. Huang felt even more passionate than during the 2006 World Cup. "Lee, you are phenomenal. This goal is undoubtedly the best of this World Cup. It's a solid fact. Many might not grasp the sheer brilliance of this goal. Allow me to clarify. What made Lee Mingyu's strike so remarkable was the power generated from stationary position. He did not take a running start. Those who have never played football cannot comprehend the distinction between a shot taken with a run-up and one without. It is undeniable that even a single step's momentum would impart greater force than a stationary shot. Lee Mingyu's strike was purely a result of a powerful flick of his calf, demonstrating remarkable core strength. Let me reiterate, Lee Mingyu, you are extraordinary. In slow motion, fans once again appreciated the exquisite nature of this goal. Lee Mingyu stood just outside the penalty area, while his defender, Kina Hashimoto, was merely a step inside. Lee Mingyu danced on the field, swaying his hips left and right, while Hashimoto stood frozen, as if made of wood. Ultimately, Lee unleashed a powerful shot with the inside of his right foot, sending the ball flying past Hashimoto and into the goal. At that moment, goalkeeper Eiji Kawashima's gaze was fixed on Murata's run to his left, completely oblivious to Lee Mingyu's sudden strike. By the time he noticed, the ball had already nestled into the net. Observing the astonished expressions of the Japanese players, fans around the world could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for them. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Enrique had already summoned Thiago Alcantara to discuss his upcoming role on the pitch when the stadium erupted in fervent celebrations. Glancing up, he realized his team had scored again. 4-2. This seemed secure, and Enrique finally relaxed. He turned to Thiago Alcantara and calmly said, "Go enjoy the game." As Thiago watched Lee Mingyu on the field, he couldn't help but feel admiration. Within 5 minutes, 2 goals had been scored, leaving the coach feeling no need for tactical adjustments. "Lee, you are phenomenal." This goal from Lee Mingyu utterly shattered the morale of the Japanese team. Even when Lee was substituted, the Japanese players lacked the courage to continue fighting. Such is the devastation of the spirit. At that moment, the stadium's large screen flashed a message congratulating Spain's number 10, Lee Mingyu, for scoring 2 goals in this match, tying the record of 13 goals set by the legendary French star, just Fontaine, in the 1958 World Cup, and placing him at the top of the single World Cup goal-scoring chart. In an instant, fans from every nation stood in awe of the young man who had equaled a World Cup legend. 13 goals also secured Lee Mingyu a spot among the top 5 scorers in World Cup history. Currently, the all-time top scorer is the legendary German forward Miroslav Klose, who netted 16 goals across 4 World Cups. Second is Brazilian superstar Ronaldo with 15 goals, followed by fellow German legend Gerd Müller with 14 goals. Fourth is just Fontaine, who scored 13 goals in a single World Cup, a feat that remains unparalleled. Even the 5th-ranked Pelé, universally regarded as the king of football, managed just 12 goals, albeit across 4 tournaments. Likewise, Messi, benefiting from an outstanding performance in this World Cup, has also reached 12 goals. Coincidentally, Ronaldo, often compared to Messi as one of the greatest, scored 5 goals this tournament, bringing his total to 12 as well. However, Ronaldo has achieved an unprecedented milestone, scoring in 5 consecutive World Cups, something no player had accomplished before. Messi, having failed to score in the South African World Cup, is forever excluded from this record. This is the final World Cup for both Messi and Ronaldo, and no one anticipated that these 2 superstars, in the twilight of their careers, would collaborate to deliver such a spectacular performance. Nevertheless, the brilliance of these 2 players cannot overshadow the radiance of Lee Mingyu. Spain has 1 foot firmly planted in the semifinals, indicating that Lee Mingyu still has 2 more World Cup matches ahead of him. Surpassing just Fontaine seems entirely within reach, contingent on his current form and prowess. The only legends left in Lee Mingyu's path are Gerd Müller, Ronaldo, and Miroslav Klose. No one doubts Lee Mingyu's potential to surpass their total goal counts and become the all-time leading scorer. Yet, if Lee Mingyu were to break the record of 16 goals in his debut World Cup, many remain skeptical. Despite his terrifying scoring efficiency, 5 matches, 3 hat-tricks, and 2 braces, Spain's upcoming semi-final and potential final opponents will undoubtedly not be easy adversaries. Lee Mingyu has faced staunch defense from the Japanese team today. Due to Japan's lack of prowess, he managed to score 2 goals. However, in the semifinals, the opposing team will undoubtedly deploy formidable defenses against him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find the net. The match concluded after 90 minutes, and Japan failed to conjure a miracle. The score of 4-2 was maintained until the end, allowing Spain to advance to the World Cup semifinals without any peril. Enrique fulfilled the task assigned by the Spanish Football Federation. After a 12-year hiatus since their 2010 World Cup victory, Spain has once again reached the Final Four. The atmosphere in Spain is jubilant, as fans have awaited this revival for over a decade. Lee Mingyu's name has spread across Spain, and indeed all of Europe and the world. Only the fans in Barcelona returned to the club's entrance, unfurling banners demanding the resignation of President Laporta. Selling Lee Mingyu may have alleviated the club's financial woes, but in the long run, Barcelona has forsaken its future and potential next footballing prodigy. From his office window, Laporta gazed at the fans who were vehemently expressing their discontent. A bitter smile of regret crept across his face. Who could have anticipated that after his recovery? Lee Mingyu not only retained his prowess, but became even more formidable, with 13 goals in a single World Cup. Anyone with an understanding of the game recognizes that Lee Mingyu has ascended to the status of a global superstar. Should he lead Spain to lift the coveted trophy, he may very well earn the title of Football King. Laporta rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the thought of a football king. After all, Messi is merely a prospective king without a World Cup title. However, even if Lee Mingyu does not secure the championship this time, at only 20 years old, he has at least 3 or 4 more World Cups to play in. Should he clinch the title in any of those tournaments, his total goal tally would undoubtedly cement his legacy as a football king. With a resigned shake of his head, Laporta drew the blinds, settled into his chair, and dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Florentino, I concur with your plan." Following Spain's match with Japan, the second quarterfinal commenced, Brazil versus Denmark. This marks Denmark's 6th appearance in the World Cup finals, and they have reached the quarterfinals for the first time since 1998. However, they faced a fiercely competitive Brazil, led by Neymar, who triumphed over Denmark with a score of 2-0, securing their place in the semi-finals alongside Spain. Although Neymar did not score, his 2 exquisite assists showcased the long-awaited charm of Samba football. On December 10th, the outcomes of the 2 quarterfinals in the lower bracket were determined. Argentina narrowly defeated Mexico 1-0, with Messi providing a crucial assist that Agüero capitalized on to propel Argentina into the semifinals. In another match, a robust England squad faced Portugal, but despite 120 minutes of goalless play, England faltered under pressure during the penalty shootout. Portuguese goalkeeper Patricio saved 2 penalties, and Ronaldo ultimately sealed England's fate, once again barring them from the semifinals. England has long been regarded as a strong contender in the football world, yet they have continually fallen short. Since their 1966 World Cup victory on home soil, they have not returned to the finals, with their best finishes being 4th place in 1990 and 2018. Argentina and Portugal, seemingly destined by fate, advanced to the semi-finals in the lower bracket, where Messi and Ronaldo would face off on the World Cup stage for the last time. Over the previous 4 World Cups, these 2 icons had never clashed. A significant oversight now rectified at the Qatar World Cup. Spain versus Brazil, Argentina versus Portugal. These matches promise to be monumental showdowns. Lee Mingyu, Neymar, Messi, and Ronaldo. This clash of titans has fans around the globe eagerly anticipating the encounters. December 11th and 12th are designated rest days for the World Cup, providing players with a brief respite and allowing teams to meticulously analyze their opponent's strategies. During this time, broadcasters have not rested either, engaging in detailed analyses of the upcoming matches. Every player, including substitutes from the 4 teams, has been scrutinized extensively. However, the Spanish team, currently in a secret training camp, remains isolated from the outside world. Although Enrique has accomplished the task of reaching the Final Four as a head coach, who would he aspire to lead their team to the ultimate glory of lifting the trophy? With only 2 matches remaining, the coveted trophy is tantalizingly close. On December 13th, the battle resumes in the World Cup semifinals, with a match between Spain and Brazil about to commence. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to 10-cent sports coverage of the 2022 Qatar World Cup semifinal clash between Spain and Brazil. I am your commentator, Chun Lei, and joining me is our esteemed colleague, renowned football analyst Huang Jinxiang. Huang, what are your thoughts on today's match? Huang's previous praise for Lee Mingyu sparked considerable discussion among fans, yet no one questioned his admiration. For the world is currently enamored with Lee Mingyu. A player who has netted 13 goals in a single World Cup certainly deserves accolades. While it may be somewhat presumptuous to declare him the best in the World Cup, it is evident that he is on the path to becoming a future legend. Huang nodded, stating, "I believe this match will be closely contested. Spain and Brazil are both traditional football powerhouses, each boasting a superstar. Lee Mingyu for Spain and Neymar for Brazil." Neymar's performance in this World Cup has also been remarkable, with not only a hat trick to his name, but also 2 dazzling assists in the last match. Neymar has undeniably matured, his skills now more pragmatically employed, having gradually abandoned many of his flamboyant maneuvers. This is indeed the right approach. In his early days at Manchester United, Ronaldo was dubbed the Prince of Dribbling. However, under Ferguson's guidance, he shed those intricate antics, ultimately achieving the stature he holds today. As for the Spanish team, this marks their first return to the World Cup semi-finals since their triumph in 2010. While the current squad has seen the departure of most members from that victorious lineup, only Busquets remains. Yet, Lee Mingyu's influence is certainly comparable to that of the illustrious Xavi, and in terms of offensive efficiency and threat, he arguably surpasses Xavi. Lee Mingyu has already validated his prowess with 13 goals, proving himself to be a player with a formidable temperament. The stronger the opposition, the more he rises to the occasion. Thus, I hold high hopes for Lee Mingyu in today's fierce contest. Commentator Chun Lei nodded in agreement, stating, "Teacher Huang has made an astute observation. Lee Mingyu, a Hispanic of Chinese descent, is indeed an admirable player. As an Asian, a Chinese, to achieve such feats on the World Cup stage signifies that we are not without the capability to stand on the pinnacle of global football. Rather, it is our philosophies or perhaps our football culture that requires reevaluation." Huang Jinxiang nodded in agreement, but chose not to delve further into the matter. Chapter 216. The Pinnacle Showdown, Spain versus Brazil. Chun Lei observed the players warming up and remarked, "Let us first examine the starting lineups." The Spanish squad retained much of its previous composition, with the exceptional De Gea in goal. In defense, the Barcelona duo of Eric Garcia and Alba took the field, while Chelsea's captain Azpilicueta made his first start of the tournament. Unsurprisingly, Laporte from Manchester City also featured in the starting lineup. Huang Jinxiang noted, Azpilicueta's inclusion indicates that Spain aims to fortify their defense today. Although they have secured victories in previous matches, defensive issues have become apparent. Against a formidable side like Brazil, Enrique cannot afford to rely on a compromised backline. Chunlei nodded, adding, "Indeed, however, Spain's midfield remains largely unchanged. With a robust pairing of Busquets and Rodri as double pivots, complemented by the attacking midfield duo of Pedri and Lee Mingyu, which is a perfect match." Huang Jinxiang concurred, stating, "Spain's four-man midfield strikes a commendable balance between offense and defense. The combination of the experienced Busquets and the youthful Rodri harmonizes experience with stamina during attacking phases. Rodri can advance with the ball, while Busquets provides stability in defense. Conversely, when defending, Rodri's sweeping in the center allows Busquets to operate with ease." Chunlei continued, "Up front, the partnership of Morata and Fati remains intact. Fati's stunning performance in the previous match captivated Enrique, who has shown unwavering faith in him by retaining him in the starting lineup. Morata, one of the few designated strikers for Spain, has an irreplaceable role in the attack." Huang Jinxiang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Indeed, the performances of these two forwards have been remarkable in this World Cup. They can convert Lee Mingyu's assists into goals and fulfill their duties diligently when called upon." Chunlei turned his gaze to the opposing side, stating, "Brazil's formation today remains a 4-3-3, suggesting that Coach Tite is eager for a head-to-head offensive showdown with Spain. Pois Yongxiang remarked, Brazilian goalkeeper is Liverpoolish audition. Known for his agility and solid fundamentals, particularly adept at saving one-on-one situations. Last season, Alisson recorded the most one-on-one saves in the Premier League. The four defenders include Alexandro from Juventus, Eder Militao from Real Madrid, Marquinhos from Paris Saint-Germain, and Danilo from Juventus. The midfield trio comprises Fred from Manchester United, Casemiro from Real Madrid, and Lucas Paquet from Lyon. Up front, they feature Gabriel Jesus from Manchester City, Richarlison from Everton, and their captain Neymar from Paris Saint-Germain." Chunlei noted, both teams possess highly aggressive lineups, featuring players with strong midfield control and interception capabilities. The focal point of this match is likely to be the midfield. Teacher Huang, could you analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both lineups for us? Huang Jinxiang pondered for a moment and replied, "Spain's lineup exhibits a commendable balance between attack and defense, and their previous performances have provided clarity. Enrique's decision to field Azpilicueta aims to reinforce a previously slightly unbalanced defense. With Azpilicueta, I believe Spain's backline will be remarkably solid, making it exceedingly difficult for Brazil to penetrate their penalty area. In contrast, for Brazil, Neymar is undoubtedly the team's linchpin, while the only variable is forward Richarlison. His performances at Everton have been rather unremarkable, and amid a squad replete with talent, he has not stood out. Following Firmino's yellow card suspension, Tite had no choice but to deploy Richarlison, having only experienced a handful of minutes in the previous 5 matches. Starting him in such a crucial semi-final is indeed a tremendous gamble. Chunley nodded in agreement, admitting he was initially surprised by the lineup. At 25, Richarlison made his Premier League debut in 2018, transitioning from Watford to Everton, and can only be described as an average player, lacking the essence of Samba football. This has been a lingering issue for Brazilian football in recent years. Many players have gradually adopted a European style, losing the soul of Samba football. Perhaps Neymar represents the last vestige of this cherished tradition. After the warm-up, Lee Mingyu returned to the locker room to don his jersey. Enrique took the final moments to chat with the team, refraining from delving too deeply into tactics, as players would find it increasingly difficult to absorb such information at this stage. Lee, if you score again today, you will become the all-time leading goal scorer in a single World Cup, Enrique said with a smile as he looked at Lee Mingyu. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lee Mingyu's eyes. Such an accolade certainly sounded enticing. The other Spanish players looked at him with envious admiration. They were all aware of Lee Mingyu's prowess. Having shattered Messi's dominance in the league, he claimed back-to-back La Liga Golden Boots and was a prolific scorer in the Champions League. Even when injuries sidelined him for subsequent matches, he still secured the Champions League Golden Boot based on his earlier goals. To everyone's astonishment, Lee Mingyu had carried his remarkable form onto the World Cup stage, netting 13 goals in 5 matches, a terrifying scoring efficiency that left all players feeling overshadowed. The formidable Lee Mingyu has etched his name into the annals of World Cup history. However, the presence of such formidable teammates instills an inexplicable confidence in the hearts of the Spanish players. As long as Lee Mingyu continues to score, securing the World Cup title for Spain seems an attainable feat for Lee Mingyu, or rather for the Spanish team. Perhaps the most comforting aspect is that this semifinal is held at the Lusail iconic stadium, marking the 3rd occasion for the Spanish team to compete at this venue, which is also the site for the final match of the tournament. Upon the conclusion of the semifinals, many fans perceive Spain's return to the Lusail iconic stadium as a stroke of fate. Should Spain triumph over Brazil and advance to the finals, they would possess a significant advantage. Competing in 3 consecutive matches at the same venue evokes a sense akin to playing on home turf. This occurrence marks a historic first in World Cup history, with the group stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, and even the final all taking place at one stadium. Spanish fans view this as divine favor, believing that Spain is destined to lift the trophy at this arena. Moreover, the Spanish team enjoys the benefit of avoiding the rigors of travel. They remain in the same hotel, eliminating the need to familiarize themselves with the stadium or the surrounding environment, which closely resembles a home field advantage. Presently, Spain's popularity has surged remarkably, with numerous neutral fans in Qatar aligning themselves with Spain, notably due to Lee Mingyu's influence. The Spanish team's number 10 jersey has astonishingly sold out globally. As the players emerge from the tunnel, the crowd erupts with the most fervent applause and cheers. The Spanish players don dark red and burgundy jerseys, adorned with yellow lines that abstractly represent their national flag, paired with vibrant blue shorts that unmistakably denote their identity as matadors. In contrast, Brazil's attire remains traditional with yellow jerseys and blue shorts, characterized by minimalist design. However, the most striking feature is the gleaming 5 green stars above their national emblem, signifying Brazil's unique status as the only team to have won the World Cup 5 times. These stars elevate the simplicity of their jersey to a realm of nobility. Brazil's illustrious victories occurred in the 1958 World Cup in Sweden, the 1962 World Cup in Chile, the 1970 World Cup in Mexico, the 1994 World Cup in the USA, and the 2002 World Cup in South Korea and Japan. Yet, since 2002, Brazil has not reached the finals again, with their best performance being the heart-wrenching one: 7 defeat in the 2014 World Cup on home soil, which shattered the spirit of Brazilian football. This year, Brazil has made a formidable comeback, qualifying for the World Cup as the 2nd seed. In the group stage, Brazil was unstoppable, achieving 3 consecutive victories. In the knockout rounds, they have once again reached the semifinals. Faced with the formidable Spanish team, Brazil exhibits no trepidation. This match will determine whether Spain can return to the finals for the first time since 2010, or if Brazil can reclaim their place in the finals for the first time since 2002. The referee blows the whistle, igniting the excitement of the crowd. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Lusail iconic stadium, earning the Brazilian jiu-jitsu prowess of the legendary King Pelé. Pelé, celebrated as Brazil's greatest footballer and universally recognized as the king of the sport, requires little introduction regarding his footballing skills. The dribbling techniques employed by contemporary players are but remnants of Pelé's legacy. His greatest strength lies in his early mastery of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, endowing him with extraordinary flexibility, allowing him to execute numerous high-difficulty maneuvers in matches. Lee Mingyu, feeling a newfound suppleness in his body, is tempted to celebrate with a split. Upon receiving the kickoff, Neymar charges toward the Spanish half. Lee Mingyu positions himself directly in front of him, prompting a wave of excited cheers from the crowd. Some astute fans recall the first encounter between Lee Mingyu and Neymar during the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, where Lee Mingyu was in possession and Neymar defended. Today, the roles are reversed. In that initial match, Lee Mingyu had executed 2 rapid pivots, risking injury, to evade Neymar's defense. Now, the question remains, will Neymar attempt to break through Lee Mingyu's defense? Amid the electrifying atmosphere, as fans eagerly anticipate a clash of the titans, Neymar opts to pass rather than confront Lee Mingyu one-on-one, directing the ball to the flank. This decision elicits a chorus of discontented boos from the crowd. However, Neymar remains unfazed, focused solely on his objective, to conquer Spain. Regarding Lee Mingyu, Neymar harbors no lingering thoughts. Last season, Neymar exhibited a nonchalant attitude towards Lee Mingyu, but after witnessing his performance in this World Cup, he has wisely chosen to prioritize the team. For Neymar, securing victory over Spain and advancing to the finals to claim the World Cup title far outweighs the significance of Lee Mingyu potentially becoming the tournament's top scorer. Lee Mingyu, in turn, holds no personal rivalry with Neymar. After all, Neymar is a decade older, placing them in different stages of their careers. In 2 or 3 years, as Lee Mingyu reaches his peak physical condition, Neymar will have already surpassed his prime. Brazil's possession play rivals that of Spain with their attacking prowess, perhaps even surpassing that of the Spanish squad. Neymar's thirst for attack is palpable as he thrives in Spain's half. Within the first 10 minutes, Neymar has already attempted 2 threatening breakthroughs, one successful, though his shot upon entering the box was hasty and easily gathered by De Gea. Another attempt was thwarted by 2 Spanish defenders, leading to a swift counterattack that nearly posed a threat to Brazil's goal. In the intensity of the semifinals, both teams are unlikely to engage in an open, free-flowing match. The foremost priority remains solidifying their defenses. As the 30-minute mark of the first half approaches, the balance is disrupted. Neymar, displaying intelligence, identifies a weakness in Spain's defense. 35-year-old Busquets. Having previously been Busquets' teammate, Neymar is aware of his defensive tendencies and body language. Continuous play has taken its toll on Busquets, who, after 30 minutes of heightened intensity, feels his body nearing its limits. The slower-footed Busquets becomes an opportunity for Neymar to exploit. With an effortless dribble, Neymar maneuvered past Busquets, who collapsed to the ground. A flicker of pain crossing his face as he felt his thigh muscles begin to spasm violently. A cramp, unbeknownst to Neymar, he pressed on with the ball, charging forward. The Spanish players raised their hands, signaling for the referee to halt the match, but the whistle did not blow immediately. Chapter 217. Captaincy, Responsibility, Growth. Goals. As Neymar continued his relentless advance toward the Spanish penalty area, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands, the Spanish fans expressing their discontent. Absorbed in the game, Neymar failed to realize someone was injured, mistakenly believing the fans were simply mocking him. When Eric Garcia intercepted Neymar with a forceful tackle, bringing him crashing to the ground, Neymar seized the opportunity to roll theatrically. Garcia glared down at the seemingly dramatic Neymar, vociferously berating him. "You clown, return to the circus. You unethical fraud." The referee, furrowing his brow, approached and glanced at Neymar, who was still rolling on the ground, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Spotting the referee, Garcia's fury persisted as he pointed toward Busquets, who lay clutching his thigh. "Referee, Sergio is injured. Why haven't you stopped the game?" The referee recognized that this conflict stemmed from his own oversight. He gestured for both teams' medical staff to attend to the fallen players. Subsequently, he brandished a yellow card toward Garcia, stating, "Your actions were recklessly excessive." Infuriated, Garcia retorted, "If you had halted the match, would I have resorted to such a foul?" However, the referee, serious in demeanor, shook his head, instructing Garcia to step back. On the sidelines, Enrique erupted in anger, shouting at the fourth official, "Did the referee not see someone injured? Why did he not stop the game immediately? Why should my players suffer a yellow card due to the referee's negligence?" The fourth official raised his hand, replying, "Sir, please calm down. The referee has his judgment. I advise against using inflammatory language, or I will summon the referee." Enrique, chastened, recalled his prior ejection during the group stage and knew the significance of maintaining his composure. If he were to be sent off again, it would be a devastating blow, preventing him from commanding his team in the finals should they reach that stage. Though muttering under his breath, he distanced himself from the fourth official. After assessing Busquets' injury, the team doctor wore a grim expression. Upon signaling for a substitution, Enrique, in frustration, kicked a water bottle across the ground. Substituting Busquets for Coke so early in the match would drastically affect his tactical setup. Yet, there was no alternative. At this moment, the sorrow was palpable not only for Enrique and Busquets, but also for Barcelona's coach, Xavi. Lee Mingyu approached Busquets, helping him to his feet. With an apologetic look, Busquets said, "Lee, I'm sorry, I can't continue with you." Understanding the heartache of the distinguished Spanish captain, Lee Mingyu realized this was Busquets' final World Cup. A farewell marred by injury, a lamentable fate for any player. As Busquets was carried off on a stretcher, Lee Mingyu shouted, "Captain, I will bring the trophy back for you." Busquets momentarily paused, raising his right hand into a fist, waving it toward Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu, gazing at the captain's armband in his possession, reverently donned it upon his arm. With no clear vice-captain designated in the Spanish squad, it was customary for the armband to be passed to De Gea. However, this time, Lee Mingyu chose to wear it himself. The blue and yellow armband ignited a profound sense of responsibility within him. In Barcelona, the captain was Messi. With Piqué and Busquets as vice-captains, Lee Mingyu had never had the opportunity to wear the captain's armband before. Upon arriving at Manchester City with De Bruyne's departure, the captaincy fell to the German Gundogan, while Stones served as vice-captain. Initially, Lee Mingyu had been unaware of the weight of captaincy. Yet today, he felt its significance. The moment he donned the armband, he sensed a heavy burden upon his shoulders, representing the hopes of Spanish fans, the trust of his teammates and coach, and an immense responsibility. At the age of 20, Lee Mingyu suddenly grasped the essence of leadership. A faint smile graced his lips. Neymar positioned himself before the ball, eyeing a promising free kick opportunity. The Spanish team, wary of Neymar's skill, formed a wall of 4 players to block the near post. The referee blew the whistle, and Neymar took a couple of steps back, curling the ball over the wall. The players in the wall leaped desperately, attempting to deflect the ball with their heads or bodies. Nevertheless, the ball soared over their heads, heading straight for the upper corner of the goal. De Gea stood rooted, merely watching the ball's trajectory. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the intersection of the crossbar and post, ricocheting high into the penalty area. A wave of gasps and sighs of relief swept through the crowd. De Gea sprang into action, leaping to intercept the ball before Jesus could capitalize on the rebound. Neymar, clutching his head in disappointment, grimaced at the squandered opportunity. After securing the ball, De Gea quickly initiated a throw, launching it to Alba on the flank. Alba, one of Spain's finest attacking fullbacks, surged forward with determination. Despite being 33, his pace remained formidable, bolstered by experience. As Lee Mingyu positioned himself to support Alba, his movement redirected the Brazilian midfield's defensive focus, thickening the defensive presence on the right side. However, the left flank of the Brazilian team lay barren, ripe for exploitation. Alba passed the ball to Lee Mingyu, who immediately signaled for a 1-2 combination with Alba, drawing the full attention of Casemiro towards them. After circling the ball with his foot, Lee Mingyu swiftly pulled it back and executed an unexpected push with his left foot, sending the ball across to the other side of the pitch. Pedri had been waiting there, and unlike many players who would hastily call for a pass when in space, Pedri was confident in the synergy he shared with Lee Mingyu. In fact, Lee Mingyu had anticipated Pedri's movement, intentionally running towards that side to draw the Brazilian defense over. As expected, the Brazilian midfield fell for the ruse, with 3 players drawn to that side, leaving Pedri unmarked on the opposite flank. Lee Mingyu's pass was both quick and precise, allowing Pedri to surge towards the defensive line. With two feints, Pedri left Sandro momentarily off balance before cutting inside. Utilizing his speed, he positioned himself advantageously, while Sandro dared not commit a foul within the penalty area. Pedri approached within 2 steps of the small box and facing the advancing goalkeeper. He opted for a backward triangular pass, delivering the ball near the penalty spot. Due to Pedri's breakthrough, the Brazilian defense was compressed against the goal line, leaving the area around the penalty spot devoid of defenders. The young Barcelona talent, Ansu Fati, understood Pedri's movement and made a curved run for within the box to position himself at the penalty spot, striking the incoming ball with precision. Goalkeeper Alisson, obstructed in his view, could only reach out in vain as the ball eluded him. 1-0. Spain opened the scoring just 15 minutes into the match. Taking the lead against Brazil, Fati, elated by the goal, sprinted from the box to the substitutes bench, embracing coach Enrique tightly. Grateful for Enrique's faith in him, Fati had not disappointed, scoring in consecutive matches. Enrique patted Fati's back affectionately, taking pride in this young talent from La Masia, whom he held in high regard. Fati's consecutive goals silenced many critics of Enrique's tactical choices. Lee Mingyu and Pedri quickly joined the celebration at the bench, embracing one another. These 3 young players from Barcelona, Pedri, Fati, and Lee Mingyu, filled Enrique with a sense of hope for Spain's future. The goal caught the Brazilian players off guard, exposing significant vulnerabilities in their defense. Casemiro's expression darkened, as his misjudgment had allowed Pedri to receive the ball unchallenged and create the assist. Neymar, standing at the center circle, furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated falling behind so swiftly. Although Lee Mingyu was formidable, Spain's midfield was not without flaws, and he had been on the brink of scoring himself when the opposing team struck first. Clenching his teeth, Neymar, now 30 and in the prime of his career, understood the stakes. Failure to secure a championship in this World Cup could jeopardize his future chances at 34, when he might not possess the same competitive edge as Messi or Ronaldo. This year was pivotal for Neymar, who aspired to achieve the title of World Cup best player. However, to grasp that elusive trophy, he first needed to overcome the formidable Spanish team. Watching Lee Mingyu, whose reputation and market value had eclipsed his own, stirred a sense of bitterness within Neymar. Upon resuming play, Neymar's desire to attack intensified, relentlessly pressing against Spain's defense, his eyes glinting with determination. By the 25th minute, Neymar's relentless advances finally created a threat in Spain's defensive third. Midfielder Fred delivered the ball to Neymar, who executed an unconventional reception and swiftly turned, leaving Lee Mingyu momentarily bewildered as he watched Neymar glide past him. The crowd erupted in disbelief, for Neymar's maneuver was a highly difficult reverse joint dribble. This unexpected move caught Lee Mingyu off guard, rendering him incapable of defending effectively. After evading Lee Mingyu, Neymar winced slightly. The previous dribble had placed immense pressure on his knee. Such a move could, if executed poorly, result in irreparable damage to his cruciate ligament. Fortunately, Neymar's robust physique allowed him to merely feel discomfort without injury. After bypassing Lee Mingyu, Neymar charged forward along the left flank. Newly introduced Coke attempted to close in, but against the unleashed force of Neymar, he was easily outmaneuvered. After surpassing Coke, Neymar's pace surged as he approached the Spanish penalty area. The Chelsea captain, Azpilicueta, stood as Neymar's final obstacle. A well-rounded defender, Azpilicueta embodied tenacity. He did not rush to challenge Neymar, instead positioning himself to thwart any easy cuts inside. To Azpilicueta's surprise, Neymar had no intention of cutting in. As he neared the penalty area, he suddenly unleashed a right-footed strike, sending the ball arcing towards the Spanish goal. Chapter 2:18. Individual goal record broken in a single World Cup. Neymar's sudden shot caught Spain's defense off guard. Although unexpected, Spain's goalkeeper De Gea was highly focused today. Aware that this might be his last World Cup guarding Spain's net, De Gea understood the importance of remaining vigilant, given his advancing age and fluctuating form. Thus, he could not allow any mistakes, maintaining unwavering concentration throughout the match. As Neymar struck, the defenders were caught unprepared, yet De Gea had long anticipated the moment. Neymar's shot was nothing short of brilliant, curving sharply from the left flank towards a goal. If the goalkeeper is unprepared, such a ball can easily find its way into the net. Unfortunately, it encountered the ever-vigilant De Gea. With a splendid glide, De Gea executed a side dive to his left, managing to smother the football that was destined for the goal beneath his body. Neymar, taken aback, gazed incredulously at De Gea, having executed a flawless sequence from receiving the ball to his final shot, particularly aiming for the inside of the post. Under normal circumstances, such a shot should have been beyond De Gea's reach. Prostrate on the ground, De Gea cradled the ball in his arms, listening to the rapid thumping of his own heart as he exchanged a glance with the astonished Neymar. Rising to his feet, he took a couple of steps forward and bellowed, "Lee, charge!" Neymar, filled with trepidation, glanced back just in time to see De Gea's throw soaring over half the pitch, aimed directly at Lee Mingyu, who awaited in the center circle. In a panic, Neymar shouted, "Get back!" His previous swift attack had pushed the Brazilian midfield forward, stretching the Spanish defense. Now it was Spain's turn to counterattack, leaving Brazil's defense alarmingly exposed. Lee Mingyu, glancing at the ball arcing towards him, quickly assessed Brazil's defensive formation and silently resolved to initiate an assault. Behind him was the formidable Casemiro of Real Madrid. The instant the ball soared towards Lee Mingyu, Casemiro rushed in, prepared to contest the aerial duel. However, Lee Mingyu, having activated his skill, caught sight of Casemiro's advance. Upon activating the skill, a golden pathway appeared before him. Lee Mingyu feigned a leap to contest the header, prompting the unsuspecting Casemiro to draw closer. Yet in a split second, Lee Mingyu ducked, executed an exquisite turn, and glided past the bewildered Casemiro, who stood momentarily frozen. Casemiro could only watch in dismay as the ball struck the ground just over a meter away from him, rebounding over his head. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, witnessing this artistic display of movement. Through his footballing intelligence, Lee Mingyu demonstrated that playing is not merely about brute force. The clever application of one's mind is paramount. With a deft flick, Lee Mingyu brought the ball to a halt before him. Without missing a beat, he surged towards Brazil's defensive line. Just 3 seconds prior, Brazil had been on the verge of scoring. Now, Lee Mingyu was rapidly advancing towards their defense. Such is the allure of football. In the blink of an eye, circumstances can shift dramatically. As Lee Mingyu pressed forward, he found himself accompanied only by his teammate Fatty, while 3 Brazilian defenders had retreated. Instead of slowing down to await the support of Morata and Pedri, Lee Mingyu continued his relentless assault on Brazil's defense. The explosive speed and power conferred by his skill made him resemble a heavy tank. Eder Militao, also of Real Madrid, attempted to close in on Lee Mingyu, hoping to use his body to impede his progress. Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, the robust Eder Militao found himself unceremoniously knocked aside by Lee Mingyu's shoulder, stumbling momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Eder Militao, familiar with Lee Mingyu from their previous encounters in La Liga, was taken aback by the sheer force Lee Mingyu now exuded. Just a year ago, their confrontations had been marked by technical finesse. Now, he felt as if he were up against a veritable titan. Having bypassed Eder Militao, Lee Mingyu entered Brazil's penalty area, where Marquinhos and Danilo quickly converged. However, once within the box, Lee Mingyu lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball skimmed along the grass, hurtling towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Brazil's goalkeeper, Alisson, had been fully focused since Lee Mingyu's earlier dribble at midfield, entirely disregarding Fatty's presence. A goalkeeper's instinct warned him that Lee Mingyu would take the shot himself. Indeed, Alisson's instincts proved accurate. As Lee Mingyu shot, Alisson anticipated the direction, lowering his center of gravity for a lateral dive. Although Alisson correctly deduced both the shooter and the trajectory, he was unprepared for the sheer force of Lee Mingyu's strike. When the ball struck Alisson's left hand, it felt akin to being hit by a bullet, causing his hand to tremble violently. The ball ricocheted off his palm, propelled by its immense force, and continued toward the goal. The Spanish fans erupted in ecstatic cheers as the score rose to 2-0 in the 33rd minute of the first half, thanks to Lee Mingyu's long-range effort. After scoring, Lee Mingyu raced to the sidelines, leaping high and turning his back to the fans, pointing his thumbs down to his name emblazoned on his jersey. The Spanish supporters enthusiastically chanted, "Lee Mingyu," a name many in Spain had come to recognize. The stadium's large screen displayed Lee Mingyu's image alongside the text congratulating him for becoming the player with the most goals in a single World Cup, surpassing Just Fontaine's long-standing record of 13 goals, which had endured for 64 years. At 89 years old, just Fontaine, far removed from the game, sat in his home in Morocco, watching the vibrant young talent on his television, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. After retiring, just Fontaine briefly embarked on a coaching career, but following a series of unsuccessful attempts, he chose to depart from the world of football and venture into business, ultimately becoming a renowned figure in his community. His record of 13 goals in a single World Cup remains the crowning achievement of Fontaine's life. Little did he anticipate that it would take 64 years for a young talent to surpass this remarkable feat at this moment. Fontaine felt a mix of solace and melancholy. From this day forward, I, just Fontaine, have severed all ties with football. Fontaine is remembered for his extraordinary performance during the 1958 World Cup in Sweden, where he set the record for the most goals scored in a single tournament. Aside from this honor, he garnered little fame. However, with Lee Mingyu's recent goal, Fontaine's final accolade has vanished into oblivion. The world will now remember Lee Mingyu, who has scored 14 goals in a single World Cup, overshadowing Fontaine's 13 goals. Fans around the globe erupted in excitement as they witnessed a momentous occasion in history. At just 20 years old, Lee Mingyu achieved what many players could only dream of. His 14 goals not only earned him the title of the highest scorer in a single World Cup, but also brought his total World Cup goals to 14, matching the legendary German star Gerd Müller. However, lacking penalty kicks, Lee Mingyu has now surpassed Müller, claiming the third position on the all-time World Cup scoring list. Ahead of him lie Ronaldo with 15 goals and Klose with 16, both of whom now seem within reach. The formidable Lee Mingyu appears poised to eclipse these predecessors in his first World Cup. Neymar, surrounded by teammates, displayed a complex expression. Even Messi and Ronaldo had never imposed such immense pressure on him. The presence of the 20-year-old Lee Mingyu felt like an imposing mountain upon Neymar's heart. With a score of 2-0, Spain's morale surged while Brazil's plummeted. In the face of a historically significant figure, any team would instinctively feel trepidation. Upon resuming play, Brazil's offensive strategy faltered, as Neymar seemed devoid of his usual flair. The attack resembled gears deprived of lubrication, making it painfully awkward to watch. Without Neymar's incisive breakthroughs, Brazil's offense became mired in stagnation. During Spain's offensive maneuvers, Lee Mingyu received special attention from Brazil's defense. Fred closely shadowed him, never allowing his gaze to stray for more than a second. Although this strategy curtailed Lee Mingyu's offensive potential, it disrupted Brazil's defensive alignment. When Lee Mingyu retrieved the ball in his half, Fred hesitated, opting not to pursue. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu swiftly turned, noticing the absence of defenders behind him. Surprised yet observant, he spotted an opening and executed a long pass of approximately 40 meters, delivering the ball directly to Pedri's feet on the right flank. As Pedri approached the ball, the defending player was closing in rapidly. With a deft touch, Pedri met the incoming ball with his chest, gently guiding it over the defender's head, then elegantly maneuvered past him. This imaginative display of skill elicited a roar from the crowd. However, the defending player retaliated with a swift tackle, bringing Pedri to the ground. Had Pedri managed to slip past, it would have posed a significant threat to Brazil's defense. The referee approached, issuing a yellow card to Alexandro for his reckless behavior. Lee Mingyu stood behind the ball, positioned close to the sideline, rendering a direct shot nearly impossible. He had no intention of attempting a shot, as his passing abilities were equally remarkable. It had been a long time since Lee Mingyu had executed Beckham's iconic curling free kick, a technique he avoided due to its toll on his ankle. Despite knowing he was unlikely to shoot directly, Brazil dispatched 2 players to cover the near post. Goalkeeper Alisson remained intensely focused, watching Lee Mingyu while keeping an eye on the Spanish players in the box. The referee blew the whistle for the free kick, and Lee Mingyu began his approach. Chapter 219. 3-0. Neymar in despair with Spain awarded a free kick near the sideline. Lee Mingyu opted to pass rather than shoot. Fans familiar with Beckham's style would surely recognize the familiarity of Lee Mingyu's actions. After his run-up, he positioned himself beside the ball and struck it forcefully with his left foot, angled at 45 degrees. In that moment, he felt a sharp protest from his left ankle. Suppressing the discomfort, he raised his left arm to a right angle while intentionally lowering his right arm, ensuring a significant angle between his upper body and legs to generate a greater arc and initial velocity for the ball. In a swift motion, Lee Mingyu's right foot swung back before rapidly striking the ball, imparting substantial speed. His right leg continued its forward motion, almost making contact with his left thigh, completing the movement. This was not Lee Mingyu's first successful imitation of Beckham's signature free kick. Yet, each time, his execution appeared remarkably fluid. However, only Lee Mingyu understood the extent of the strain on his left ankle. With the increasing demands of the game, his physical condition had improved significantly. Yet the ankle remained one of the most vulnerable areas for players, challenging to strengthen during training. Beckham's exceptional talent, combined with rigorous training, had allowed his left foot to adapt to such techniques. This phenomenon mirrors various martial arts disciplines, where masters develop unique skills tailored to their physical attributes, rendering them difficult for successors to emulate, not due to lack of effort, but because the techniques were specifically designed for those with similar physical qualities. Until now, the techniques of the falling leaf ball, the elevator ball, and the powerful free kick have garnered numerous apprentices, all performing admirably. Yet, only the exquisite bending shot of Beckham has been replicated by the singular talent of Lee Mingyu. After delivering his pass, Lee Mingyu fixated on the trajectory of the ball. With a powerful arc, the ball sped towards the area between the small penalty area and the penalty spot, creating a dilemma for the goalkeeper. Should he rush out? Time was too short. Should he remain stationary? That would leave him to merely await fate within the confines of the small box. In that fleeting moment of Lee Mingyu's pass, players from both teams surged into a fierce contest for advantageous positions within the box. However, the ball seemed to possess a mind of its own, homing in on a player from the Spanish team amidst the throng. Morata executed a stunning leap, throwing himself into the air, his eyes wide open as he forcefully headed the ball. In a moment of sheer terror for the Brazilian goalkeeper, Alisson, the ball soared past his flailing arms and nestled into the net. With the score now 3-0, the Spanish team netted another goal at the 40-minute mark of the first half, further widening their lead. This goal plunged the Brazilian fans, clad in their yellow and green jerseys, into a profound silence. The cameras captured a poignant scene, stirring the hearts of viewers worldwide. Among the sea of Brazilian supporters, two fans stood out. They were reminiscent of a moment from the 2014 World Cup when a grandfather, adorned with a cowboy hat and clutching a replica of the World Cup trophy, wept in despair after Brazil's 1-7 defeat to Germany. This grandfather was Clovis Acosta Fernandes, a devoted fan who had supported Brazil since 1990, attending every major international tournament. He had witnessed Brazil in 7 World Cups, 6 Copa Americas for Confederations Cups, and 1 Olympic Games, traveling to 66 countries and watching 154 matches. Thus, Fernandes earned the title of Brazil's 12th man. In 2014, he became an emblem of heartbreak when a photograph of him, eyes brimming with tears as he held his beloved trophy, resonated deeply with fans across the globe. After the match, he selflessly presented the trophy to a German fan, saying, "Take it to the finals. I'm saddened, but you deserve this. Congratulations." Unbeknownst to many, he had battled cancer for 9 long years. On September 16, 2015, he passed away at the age of 60, leaving a void in the hearts of football fans worldwide. Yet during the 2018 World Cup, Fernandes' iconic cowboy hat and trophy model reappeared in Russia, worn by his sons, Frank and Gustavo. Frank shared, "We brought our father's trophy and hat. This is my 7th World Cup, equaling the number of times I watched it with Dad." He revealed that Gustavo had attended 4 World Cups, and they vowed to continue their father's legacy. At this year's Qatar World Cup, they have been present at every match involving Brazil, and this game was no exception. Frank clutched the trophy, his expression mirroring that of his father from years past, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Beside him, Gustavo, wearing the championship cowboy hat, leaned wearily against his seat, his eyes swollen and red. This poignant scene encapsulated the essence of Brazilian fandom, as the supporters fell silent, engulfed in despair, unable to envision a path to victory. Their star player, Neymar, had lost the essence of Samba football, consumed by hesitation. In stark contrast, Lee Mingyu shone like a radiant sun, illuminating the pitch with his brilliance. The Spanish fans reveled in ecstasy, just 45 minutes away from the World Cup final. Shortly after the goal, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half, and the jubilant cheers of Spanish supporters reverberated through the air, while Brazilian fans remained as silent as a graveyard. It felt as if time had reverted to the 2014 World Cup semifinals, and many Brazilian fans despondently wondered if they were destined to endure yet another humiliating defeat. Suddenly, A chant rose from the stands. Neymar, Neymar, Neymar. It is unclear who initiated it, but gradually all Brazilian fans stood, directing their gaze toward the figure of Neymar, who trudged with his head down toward the tunnel. Hearing the chant, the player in the number 10 jersey lifted his head, confusion etched on his face. After the first half, Neymar's mind was a blank canvas, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of the game. In the 2014 semifinals, he had been sidelined by injury and learned of Brazil's devastating loss while confined to a hospital bed. Though shocked, he could not fully grasp the despair that accompanied the defeat. Today, however, he felt the full brunt of hopelessness and helplessness, realizing the monumental challenge posed by Lee Mingyu, a rival he feared he may never surpass. Guilt, frustration, sorrow, and despair enveloped him like an unstoppable tide. With a heavy heart, he made his way off the pitch, his forlorn figure and unsteady steps conveying a sense of gloom, as the distance from the field to the tunnel felt like traversing a century. Neymar sensed himself spiraling into an abyss, darkness steadily eroding his confidence. For the first time, he contemplated abandoning football altogether. But in that moment, the heartfelt chant of Neymar, Neymar, Neymar reached him, pulling him back from the brink of despair. A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, gradually dispelling the shadows that had clouded his vision. He looked up in astonishment at the stands, where a sea of dazzling gold and fervent, hopeful eyes struck his heart like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, Neymar placed his hand over his heart, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, compelling his heart to beat resolutely once more. I play not just for myself. I also play for my teammates, my coach, and my fans. As Neymar glanced down at the spot he had covered, he gently withdrew his hand, revealing 5 shimmering green stars, each radiating brilliance. Icons such as Pelé, Romario, and Ronaldo, the heroes who had propelled Brazil to World Cup glory, vividly materialized in Neymar's mind. Samba football may face defeat, but it must never concede. Neymar's lips suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, radiant as the blazing sun of Qatar. Amidst the resounding cheers of Brazilian fans, Neymar held his head high, raised his right hand into a fist, and swung it triumphantly. In an instant, a thunderous cheer erupted from all Brazilian supporters once more. It was not yet time to surrender. There were still 45 minutes left, and anything could happen. Inside the locker room, the Spanish players were abruptly startled by the distant sound of jubilant cheers, exchanging puzzled glances. Lee Mingyu sat in a chair while the doctor conducted various examinations on his body, particularly his left ankle, as per Enrique's request. Since witnessing Lee Mingyu's exquisite free kick, Enrique had not diverted his gaze from the state of Lee Mingyu's left foot. At that moment, Lee Mingyu was less than 5 meters away from Enrique when he executed that free kick. No one could have observed the extent of the distortion in Lee Mingyu's left ankle better than Enrique. A wave of unease washed over Enrique. The degree of ankle distortion was alarming. All of his strength was concentrated on that twisted ankle, and any slight mishap could lead to dire consequences. Thus, as soon as the first half concluded, Enrique promptly instructed the team doctor to take Lee Mingyu back to the locker room for an examination. If any issue arose, Enrique was prepared to make substitutions for the second half. For Enrique, Lee Mingyu's well-being was paramount. Although he yearned for the World Cup title, he would never gamble with Lee Mingyu's health. However, after a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Lee Mingyu's ankle was unharmed. His exceptional physical condition meant that while he could not frequently employ his signature free kick, an occasional attempt would not significantly affect his ankle. Enrique and his Spanish players heard the cheers from outside, but paid them no mind. With a score of 3-0, the match seemed secure. The Brazilian team had lost their fighting spirit by the end of the first half, particularly their core player Neymar, who had shown no desire to attack on the field. Faced with such a demoralized team, Enrique felt he could afford to give more players a chance to gain experience in the second half. Lee, you'll have about 15 minutes in the second half, and I have just one request. Do not get injured. Enrique said specifically to Lee Mingyu after outlining the tactical arrangements for the second half. Leading up to the World Cup, Lee Mingyu had been afforded the utmost protection. However, now that he had etched his name in World Cup history, the level of protection he received was elevated to its zenith. Lee Mingyu nodded earnestly. For him, having reached the semifinals, there were only 45 minutes left until the final. Many elite players have never had the opportunity to compete in a World Cup final, let alone win the championship. If he were unable to participate in the final due to injury, it would be an indescribable regret. Observing Lee Mingyu's serious demeanor, Enrique nodded and clapped vigorously, declaring, "Gentlemen, there are only 45 minutes left until the World Cup final. I implore you not to let your guard down. A score of 3 o'clock is by no means a secure lead in football. I do not wish for a miracle akin to the one from Istanbul to unfold upon you." All the Spanish players smiled wryly. Liverpool exclaimed, "Wow." Everyone placed their right hands together, chanting loudly, "Spain, we are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions." Chapter 220. The samba dance resumes on the field. Upon returning to the field, the Spanish team gazed in astonishment at their opponents. The Brazilian team's spirit appeared drastically transformed from the last moments of the first half. While their zeal could not be described as exuberant, it was certainly not extinguished. Most notable was their number 10, Neymar. His boyish face, which rarely exuded an air of composure, now bore an unusual seriousness and gravity. Not only were the Spanish players taken aback, but even many Brazilian players exchanged incredulous glances at their captain. 15 minutes prior, Neymar had entered the locker room to find his teammates with bowed heads and solemn expressions. He closed the door, took a deep breath, and calmly stated, "Gentlemen, our deficit in the first half is entirely my fault." This proclamation stunned all the players into raising their heads in disbelief. What do we hear? Neymar is taking full responsibility for the first half mistakes. Is this really Neymar? He surveyed the faces of his teammates and continued, "Let us forget our first half shortcomings. I hope everyone can unite and perform well in the second half. I beseech you." One player murmured under his breath, "We're already down 0-3. How can we still fight? No matter how we play, we'll lose." Neymar did not acknowledge this teammate, for many others wore expressions of agreement. He clenched his fists and said, "Gentlemen, is it worthy of the jersey we wear to concede now?" Several players, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of shame and lowered their heads. Is it fair to those fans who traveled thousands of miles to support us in Qatar to give up now? Is it just to those cheering for us from their televisions back home? With this series of questions, all players could not help but bow their heads in contemplation. Noticing his teammates' growing embarrassment, Neymar's voice carried a hint of defiance as he softly asked, "Can you truly accept conceding now?" Once those words escaped his lips, every player felt a jolt of resolve and lifted their heads, their eyes ignited with determination. When has the Samba squad ever surrendered? Even after the devastating 1-7 defeat in 2014, the Brazilian players fought to the end against Germany. In the 90th minute, Brazil poured every ounce of effort into securing a goal, proving to the world that while they may lose, they would never concede. Outside the locker room, Brazilian coach Tite had refrained from entering. Upon hearing the fervent roars of his team from within, a radiant smile spread across his face. Neymar had indeed matured. He had grasped the essence of being a captain. Although Neymar had assumed the role since 2018, he had not fully comprehended its significance until today. He had finally embraced his captaincy, uplifting the team's morale. Tite turned to his assistant coach and remarked, "Today's match has only just begun." Back on the field, the Spanish team initiated the kickoff, initially believing that the Brazilian team had lost the will to resist. The Spanish squad found themselves unprepared for the Brazilian team's sudden and fervent pressing. The ball pass from Coke to Pedri was swiftly intercepted by Neymar, who seized the opportunity to launch an immediate and vigorous press, reclaiming possession for his team. Right from the outset, the Spanish squad lost control of the ball, as Neymar, rejuvenated and in possession, surged towards the Spanish half. Lee Mingyu could not help but furrow his brow. Neymar's dribbling exuded the essence of Samba football. As if the ball were glued to his feet, his footwork was unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to dispossess him. Alba, undeterred, anticipated Neymar's movements and, noticing the ball had strayed slightly from Neymar's grasp, executed a sliding tackle in an attempt to push the ball out of play. However, Neymar had laid a trap. Observing Alba on the ground, he suddenly accelerated, deftly maneuvering the ball past him and leaping over Alba's sprawled form. The Spanish flank was utterly breached. In the center, Jesus and Richarlison, who had been conspicuously silent in the first half, had already closed in, forcing Spain's midfielders to hesitate in their defensive efforts. Center back Eric Garcia, witnessing Neymar's intent to cut inside, was compelled to abandon his central defense and move to cover. As Neymar made a passing motion, he pushed the ball laterally to the advancing Jesus while continuing his run into the penalty area. Upon seeing Neymar's pass, Garcia quickly turned to double-team Jesus. Caught between two defenders, Jesus did not halt the ball, but instead deftly flicked it with the outside of his right foot, sending it into the inner channel of the penalty area. A look of terror crossed Garcia's face as he recognized the figure clad in Brazil's number 10 jersey appearing in that position, Neymar. He and Jesus executed a classic 1-2 combination, leaving the Spanish defenders helpless as Neymar unleashed a stunning volley from just a meter outside the small box. De Gea, unable to react in time, could only rely on instinct for a feeble save, yet he felt nothing of the ball's force. By the time he heard the jubilant roar of the crowd, he turned to see the ball bouncing in the net, as if mocking his efforts. 1-3. Brazil had struck back within 3 minutes of the second half, igniting a volcanic eruption of cheers from their supporters. Frank and Gustavo, the brothers, waved their hats and the World Cup trophy with exuberance. This goal had ignited the passion of the Samba nation. After scoring, Neymar dashed past De Gea, retrieved the ball from the net, cradled it in his arms, and sprinted towards the center circle. It was not yet time to celebrate. His teammates quickly joined him for high fives, instinctively following his lead. As Neymar and his comrades raced towards the center, a sense of momentum surged within the Brazilian team. Lee Mingyu observed the Spanish players' apparent lack of focus and shouted for them to regain their composure, warning them not to afford any further opportunities to their opponents. His admonition etched a serious expression on the faces of the Spanish players, but whether they truly heightened their vigilance remained a question only they could answer. Upon resuming play, Lee Mingyu received a back pass from Morata, aiming to stabilize the situation. With Brazil's spirits soaring, Spain needed to employ their adept passing game to wear down their opponent's resolve. As Jesus bore down on him, Lee Mingyu, wary of the pressure, passed the ball back to Coke and gestured for calm. However, it seemed Coke either misinterpreted his intent or was overwhelmed by Neymar's pressing, resulting in a glaring error with his lateral pass. Coke's intentions were too transparent, allowing Neymar to predict the trajectory and intercept the pass with a decisive step forward. Bloody hell! Lee Mingyu cursed in frustration, watching Neymar dart away. He swiftly pursued, while Coke hurried to close in on Neymar. Yet Neymar slipped past Coke like an elusive eel, leaving him disoriented with 2 deft changes of direction. Neymar advanced with the ball, and although Coke failed to dispossess him, his efforts contributed to the defense regrouping. Even Lee Mingyu had closed the gap behind Neymar. Despite Neymar's maturity, his innate desire to showcase his dribbling skills remained insatiable. On numerous occasions, his penchant for flamboyant footwork squandered prime opportunities for his team. This instance was no different, had Neymar opted for an immediate lateral pass after reclaiming the ball. Jesus would have found himself in the space between Rodri and the defensive line, poised to threaten Spain's goal. As Lee Mingyu closed in, the attacking momentum had virtually dissipated. However, faced with the encroaching pressure from both Lee Mingyu and Eric Garcia, Neymar declined to pass, opting instead for a forceful cut inside. This maneuver placed Lee Mingyu in an awkward position. Hesitant to extend his foot, he found himself at a disadvantage, knowing that any attempt to tackle could lead to a dramatic fall, drawing a yellow card. Neymar's cut left Lee Mingyu in a precarious situation. Garcia swiftly approached, biding his time until Neymar slowed down. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Neymar, despite being closely marked, unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Eric Garcia, unable to react in time, could only watch in disbelief as the ball whizzed past him. Goodness, that was close to a handball. Before Garcia could catch his breath, he turned to witness a scene that left him dumbfounded. The ball, propelled like a cannonball, shot through the crowd. De Gea, not fully focused, was caught off guard by Neymar's sudden strike, leading to a lack of preparation. As the ball slipped past Garcia, De Gea frantically adjusted his position, attempting a side dive that fell short. Despair washed over him as he watched the ball sail past his fingertips and into the net. 2-3. Just 8 minutes into the second half, Brazil had struck twice, narrowing the scoreline to a single goal. The Brazilian fans could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly the same Brazil that had been dominated by Spain in the first half? Is this still the Neymar from the first half who hesitated to attack? After scoring, Neymar, suppressing the euphoria within, swiftly ran to the goal, embraced the ball, and dashed towards the center circle. The Brazilian players, after exchanging high fives, followed closely behind him, resembling a battalion escorting their general back for battle. This goal dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Spanish team. On the sidelines, Enrique was jumping and shouting in frustration, though it was unclear who he was directing his ire towards. Brazil's head coach Tite, on the other hand, displayed an expression of pure elation, warmly embracing each player on the bench. Indeed, Neymar is a man worthy of trust. With 7 goals in this World Cup, Neymar has now scored a total of 13 goals, combining this tournament's tally with the 6 goals from the previous 2 editions. With these 2 goals, he has surpassed both Messi and Ronaldo, who have each netted 12 goals, emerging as a player who stands alongside just Fontaine. Were it not for Lee Mingyu, Neymar would currently be the active player with the most World Cup goals. Observing the formidable Brazilian team, Lee Mingyu's expression darkened. Conceding 2 goals in just 8 minutes is a devastating blow for any team. The only way to stabilize the team's morale is to score. Lee Mingyu's gaze grew resolute. He knew he needed to lead an offensive to restore confidence within the team. After the restart, upon receiving a pass back from Morata, Lee Mingyu did not rush to distribute the ball as he had in the previous 2 instances. Faced with Jesus' aggressive challenge, Lee Mingyu deftly flicked the ball, leaving the reckless Jesus completely outmaneuvered. After bypassing his opponent, Lee Mingyu accelerated forward, colliding with Brazil's midfielder, Fred. Fred was specifically assigned to mark Lee Mingyu in the second half. Whenever Lee Mingyu entered Brazil's half, Fred would shadow him closely. Whether Lee Mingyu was strolling or making runs for the ball, Fred remained fixated on him. Confronted with Fred's tenacious defense, Lee Mingyu had little intention of engaging. He directly passed the ball to Pedri on the flank and sprinted forward. Fred, however, did not concern himself with who Lee Mingyu passed to. Instead, he reached out to impede Lee Mingyu, making it harder for him to shake off his pursuit, then quickly turned and followed Lee Mingyu's advance. By the time Lee Mingyu reached his position, Pedri's pass had not yet arrived, as Fred was right beside him.